Biological mutations, superpower awakenings, and exotic beasts ravage the human world. The hidden realm opens, with elves, demons, angels, dragons, vampires, and cultivators. Fantasy and mythology descend upon the earth once more. Lin Xiao can become the strongest hunter, relying solely on my own efforts and sweat, swinging the sword. Swordsmanship LV1, Experience 3. Chapter 1, Experience Point System Luzhou City, Luzhou Military University. Class C, Year 3. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality and saw the white-haired history teacher glaring at him with a serious expression. Read these 2 paragraphs for me. His childhood friend Xiao Xia, sitting next to him, discreetly held up 2 fingers under the table. Lin Xiao understood and stood up. On the evening of September 6, 2025, a small meteor named Vimlis fell into the Pacific Ocean. This impact did not cause severe damage to coastal countries, but the cosmic radiation it carried spread globally within just 1 year. Biological mutations, the opening of the hidden realm, and Blue Star has entered the era of Cataclysm. In the face of those increasingly powerful evolutionary beasts, some even capable of countering nuclear weapons, human nations began to ally and merge, ultimately forming a federation of 5 nations. They jointly established the Exotic Beast Hunter Association, training warriors who had evolved physically or awakened supernatural abilities after exposure to radiation, to resist the threat of exotic beasts. The teacher, holding the History of Cataclysm's textbook, nodded slightly and waved for him to sit down. Get your act together, don't faint during the training this afternoon. A few scattered chuckles arose in the classroom, with glances of concern or mockery directed at Lin Xiao. Chapter 2, Provocation and Challenge. A surge of warmth flowed from Lin Xiao's brain, instantly spreading throughout his body. His eyes narrowed as he took a deep breath, afraid he might let out a sound of comfort. Breathing became lighter, and his vision clearer. Tightening his fists, he even had the illusion that his strength was increasing. No, it might not be an illusion. After all, a healthy and excellent body can become stronger. Lin Xiao's spirit lifted, and he worked harder to gain experience points. The teacher at the podium adjusted his glasses, watching the suddenly diligent student with a hint of confusion on his old face. In the cafeteria during lunch break, a girl with shoulder-length hair and a beautiful face bit into a chicken leg angrily, mumbling complaints with her mouth full. That Wu Zhixing is too much. What kind of skill is it to bully classmates? Sitting across from Xiao Xia, Lin Xiao looked at her round face that was still fuming and calmly said, "It's true that my strength is lacking, you don't need to be angry with him." In fact, Lin Xiao didn't really understand why the other party targeted him so much. Wu Zhixing usually acted domineeringly but didn't seem to have the time to trouble classmates. There were several students at the bottom of the class, and Lin Xiao wasn't the worst, but he was the one Wu Zhixing found the most displeasing. You ranked 3rd in the entrance test. If it weren't for your body afterward. Chapter 3, Constitution 10. Perhaps, in the future, obtaining potential points won't be as easy as it is now. Should I allocate points to strength? Lin Xiao looked at the potential points on the panel with a complex expression. If he raised his strength to 10, he would have a physique equal to Wu Yong. Coupled with his slightly higher agility attribute than Wu Yong, Lin Xiao's chances of winning should be quite high, but the question is, should he really waste precious potential points for Wu Yong? After all, he was healthy now, and his constitution had improved. Increasing his strength wouldn't be difficult, whether through muscle training or power refining, he could make his body stronger. Lin Xiao shook his head and let out a light sigh. Before the afternoon free combat, there were still fighting classes and footwork classes, as well as an hour of power refining after daily training. His first 2 skills were on the verge of upgrading, so he should be able to gain 2 attribute points then, and he wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. Free combat was practical training held after the formal classes every day, students against students, one-on-one, free fighting. Of course, if you were strong enough, 1 against many was also allowed. You couldn't use lethal force or cause lifelong disabilities. Other normal injuries were within acceptable limits. Although Lin Xiao had already gotten used to being looked down upon, he really didn't want to lose this time.
Chapter 4, Step Method LV2, Lin Xiao's potential. After upgrading his fighting skills, Lin Xiao's punching power had noticeably increased. However, due to the skill upgrade, the speed of gaining experience points had decreased. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao did not stop his training and continued to practice. After all, military martial arts were not something he could learn quickly like shorthand or painting. They required continuous learning. Punches, knife hands, elbow strikes, knee hits, and kicks. After each set of movements, Lin Xiao would pause to reflect on what needed improvement, especially when he received a significant amount of experience points. He would carefully note down the key points and repeat the training. Because of this, the speed of accumulating experience points gradually increased. Fighting skills LV1, experience points 3, fighting skills LV1, experience points 2, immersed in the joy of progress, Lin Xiao trained tirelessly, even oblivious to the fact that his teacher had been watching him for a while. Wang Gang rubbed his stubble, an expression of surprise appearing in his eyes. He initially thought that only Wu Zhixing and Fang Wen from Class C had made progress in martial arts, but unexpectedly, this kid was also hiding his capabilities. Even without seeing the other party's power meter, Wang Gang, a retired soldier, could tell at a glance that Lin Xiao had potential. Chapter 5: How should you win? Don't slack off, focus. Quickly take advantage of the training time to hone your power. In the spacious training classroom with wooden floors, Wu Qinghua, the class instructor of Class C, was patrolling among the students who were sitting in meditation. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, her long hair tied up, and her expression was serious, looking quite stern. After physical exertion, cells are the most eager for nutrients. This golden time must be seized. Wu Qinghua was also the teacher instructing them on power extraction methods. 2 meters away, Zhao Xia secretly made a face, then collected her thoughts and began to sit properly. Lin Xiao shifted his gaze and saw Wu Yong across from him, provocatively staring. Wu Yong raised his right hand, thumb against his neck, and swiped from left to right. He, unable to hold back a chuckle, Lin Xiao quietly closed his eyes. He no longer cared about the upcoming duel. Self-improvement was the most important thing now. In the pitch-black vision, Lin Xiao summoned his panel. He now had 2 potential points. During the afternoon training, the proficiency of his incomplete LV1 power extraction method had reached 929, perhaps he would be able to upgrade soon. After a moment of thought, Lin Xiao decided to add 1 point each to his physique and spirit. Chapter 6: Is this the bottom of Class C? Make way. What are you all crowding here for? Outside the crowded group, a muscular man nearly 2 meters tall pushed through the crowd. The students who were pushed aside were about to curse, but stopped when they saw his round, shiny bald head. Gao Liangxiong, the top of Class E, ranked 6th overall. Wu Zhixing. Why aren't you here to fight me? What are you doing here? Gao Liangxiong squeezed into Wu Zhixing's group, questioning him loudly. Wu Zhixing rubbed his ears and replied with disdain, "Keep it down, you smelly bear. Just wait, I'll come find you later." He couldn't find a suitable opponent in the class. Although Fang Wen had good footwork, her strength was still lacking compared to him, and she was hesitant in a fight. Gao Liangxiong was ranked closely to him in strength, and had a similar fighting style. They usually practiced together. What are you waiting for? What are you watching? Wu Zhixing crossed his arms and, although his face was expressionless, his eyes were filled with a dark intensity. Who dares to stand above me? Chapter 7: When have you seen my full power? Wu Yong lay on the ground in a sorry state, his eyes bulging, clutching his abdomen with his back arched like a boiled shrimp. He was vomiting bile, and the sharp pain in his abdomen made it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, the crowd that had just settled began to murmur. Wow! That punch just now. The person flew up. The punching power must be close to 800 kilograms. Right? When did Lin Xiao practice so fiercely? Bottom of the class. You guys from Class C lied to me saying he was the bottom. If he is the bottom, then what am I? Hey, Wu Zhixing. Gao Liangxiong looked down at Wu Zhixing, his expression somewhat strange. Are you sure your little lackey can beat him? Wu Zhixing took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging, and his expression turned completely grim. Hey, that kid's power is quite impressive. Xu Ruomei, standing next to Wang Gang, looked at the boy on the stage with a surprised expression, her tone as elusive as ever. Wang Gang crossed his arms and said with a calm expression, his power technique was good before, but it wasn't outstanding, now he seems to have found his way. Moreover, in the past, he was also hindered by his physical level. Chapter 8, Victory. When have you seen my full power? Huh? Wu Yong's expression froze, his pupils constricting. As if he guessed something. I don't remember ever throwing a full punch at you. Lin Xiao rubbed his wrist and said coldly. You mean you've been holding back against me all along? Yes, just like you said. Lin Xiao smiled and repeated Wu Yong's earlier words. I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, I'd kill you. Lin Xiao's strength was also 10, but his agility directly crushed Wu Yong by 2 points. And his fighting skill techniques were stronger than Wu Yong's. To be honest, he didn't even know how much his punching power had reached now. You bastard. Anger, humiliation. Hatred. The strings in Wu Yong's mind snapped, and he raised his remaining left hand, swinging it at Lin Xiao without any form. Smack. Just like before. He was tightly restrained by Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao clenched his right fist, taking a deep breath. Bite down, don't relax. His body was like a wound-up spring. His waist slightly turned, and his arm pulled back. I'm about to show you my full power. Chapter 9, Mother. The Sword and Shield of Humanity. After having dinner with Zhao Xia in the cafeteria, Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory. His roommate, Luo Dao, was not there. Probably headed straight to the weapon elective classroom. Lin Xiao also had a weapon elective class in the evening, but he needed to return to make a video call. Ding ding ding. With a series of cheerful ringing sounds, the video call quickly connected. Mom? On the screen was a woman in her 40s. Her hair was simply tied up, and her once beautiful face had some signs of aging, with a few fine lines around her eyes, revealing a sense of knowledge and experience. Lin Xiao's mother, Lin Qingrong, an ordinary elementary school Chinese teacher. Why are you calling back again? I told you not to drop out. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, his mother on the other end of the screen had already put on a stern face and began to scold him harshly. Military University is so good. It's a national key institution with subsidies, tuition free, and meals and accommodation are covered. What good would dropping out do now? How much money can you earn? You might as well learn more while you're there. The family isn't in debt, so why do you need to earn money? Stop, stop, stop. I'm not talking about dropping out. Lin Xiao interrupted his mother's angry tirade with A on his face. Some time ago, Lin Xiao had thoughts of dropping out and discussed it with his mother several times, but he was scolded harshly every time. Chapter 10, Mad Sword Miao Fei. Every evening at Military University, there are weapon elective classes, and each type of weapon has different instructors. Two-handed swords, wide-blade single-handed sabers, shields, hammers, giant axes, long-handled broadswords, hunting saw blades, etc. Basically, they are all weapons that have weight, hardness, and are suitable for slashing. As for one-handed swords, thrusting swords, military sabers, tang swords, miao knives, Sakura province samurai swords, sickles, long whips, etc. Students cannot take them as elective weapons, and can only play with them casually without earning any credits. According to the teachers, you weaklings. What are you going to do with these things? Are you going to use them to grind mud or groom hair? You can't even break through defenses. What are you hitting for? As for whether anyone uses those weapons, of course, there are. But those people are big shots, and they can kill beasts with fine swords. They have the luxury to choose their preferences. As for students, it's better to honestly choose weapons that they can wield. As for firearms and similar hot weapons, the school has a shooting range, but there are no specialized courses. Students can go play there during their spare time, and there are staff to provide guidance. If someone really likes firearms, then they can join the army after graduation. They will often use them for defense. The Hunter Association uses them less frequently, and most of the time, they use anti-material heavy sniper rifles. Chapter 11, Skill Points Planning. Zhao Xia is proud the 3-hour great sword class quickly passed. After a simple wash-up back in the dormitory, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed to prepare for energy refinement. The school encourages students to refine their energy at least 3 times a day, 1 hour after morning training, 1 hour after afternoon classes, and 1 hour after evening weapon classes. These classes consume a lot of physical strength, and the human body's cells are in a state of thirst, making energy absorption more efficient. Of course, some diligent students also insist on exercising during lunch breaks. As for refining time, it's not about the longer, the better. Most students already have their cells in a full state after 1 hour. Lin Xiao is the same, his physique is high, allowing him to absorb more energy. However, his refining efficiency is higher, and the energy is almost approaching a liquid state. When he used to have a low physique of 7 points, absorbing energy for 5 minutes already filled his body. If someone really needs an hour and still isn't full, they probably have a good physique, but low energy efficiency. They can increase their refining time, like Wu Zhixing, who always leaves the refining class last. He has become the opposite extreme of the previous Lin Xiao. Morning training is actually a muscle training course, from 6 to 8 a.m. First, a quick run of 20 kilometers to warm up. Then start lifting heavy equipment to train muscles, which is similar to a gym. Chapter 12, I've memorized it all in the morning cultural class. Lin Xiao quickly memorized and understood the rules of Go. He now had the home Fox Go platform app on his phone, playing against another amateur at level 25. He focused intently on his phone, his brows furrowed as if facing a formidable enemy. He didn't even notice the subtle glances from his classmates. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Zhao Xia's eyes flickered, her hand covering her mouth, anxiously calling his name in a low voice. Lin Xiao came back to his senses, only to find the classroom silent. And other classmates were casting him looks of inexplicable admiration. On the podium, a teacher with thick glasses and a receding hairline watched coldly, quietly observing the student playing on his phone during class. Lin Xiao blinked, revealing a somewhat awkward smile. He knew that a military school is not like an ordinary university. You can't just skip classes or play around. Although the cultural class has less weight, the knowledge within is still essential for students to master. This class on exotic beasts introduces common types, hazard levels, and countermeasures. This course even influences students' career paths after joining the Army or the Hunter Association. Chapter 13, Inquisitive Student. Sparring with Zhao Xia combat skills teacher, Wang Gang felt that Lin Xiao was a bit off today. Teacher Wang Gang, is there something wrong with my sidekick? As he spoke, the young man threw a whip kick into the air as if no one was around. The force from his right foot was too strong, causing his waist and center of gravity to shift. Okay, thank you, teacher. The student lowered his head, pondering the issue, and returned to his position to correct his earlier move against the sandbag. Being diligent and inquisitive is a good thing. After all, Wang Gang's duty is this. But the problem is, teacher, why do I always feel my downward strike is so weak? Teacher Wang. How do I issue a punch with inch power at a very short distance? Teacher Wang Gang, I feel that my flying kick easily loses balance. Teacher. Wang Gang looked helplessly at Lin Xiao's back. Didn't this student have a few too many questions? He came to ask him every few minutes. And each time it was a different move, leaving Wang Gang quite bewildered. At first, he thought this kid was deliberately making fun of him. So he observed for a while. Goodness, he really was practicing quite well. After each question, he would go back and practice dozens of times, and in the end, he really became more and more standard. Chapter 14, Human-shaped beast Fang, when standing behind Lin Xiao was a tall female figure. The fitted clothes for the walking class accentuated her curvy figure. Her long legs had a high proportion, straight and well-proportioned under the black shorts, exuding a beautiful sense of strength. The slanted bangs paired with her delicate and beautiful features gave her a cool and aloof aura. Zhao Xia tilted her head, murmuring a question. Fang Wen. This person was the second in Class C of the third year, ranked just below Wu Zhixing, Fang Wen. Lin Xiao looked at this classmate who suddenly approached him, just as confused as his childhood friend. Under the intense scrutiny of Lin Xiao and Zhao Xia's questioning eyes, Fang Wen's expression gradually became awkward. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your training. Unlike her appearance and aura, this cool girl seemed to have a thin skin. Quickly blushing to the ears. I actually just want to spar with Lin Xiao, because there are some things in his footwork that I can learn from. And changing opponents can actually promote mutual improvement and better progress. Fang Wen's voice was getting quieter, and she sounded like she was losing confidence. Chapter 15, The Secret Lesson of the Footwork Teacher. After the morning training the next day, the 1-hour power refining session came to an end. Lin Xiao, feeling the changes in his body, slowly opened his eyes. The panel information displayed in his view. Strength, 10-11. Sure enough, the improvement in strength slowed down as he progressed. He went from 8 to 10 in just one day. However, it took him more than a day and a half to go from 10 to 11. This was still based on his physical strength of 13, mental strength of 12. And the power refining method at LV2, otherwise, he would have needed several more days. As he clenched his fist, Lin Xiao could clearly feel the exaggerated power within his limbs. His punching power now definitely exceeded 1 ton. Standing up, Lin Xiao seriously practiced a set of punches and kicks in place. The nearby classmates were not too surprised, after all. Many people would stretch their muscles after power refining to adapt to their stronger bodies. After a while, Lin Xiao stopped his punches and kicks, crossed his arms, and fell into deep thought. Was there a sense of blockage? His strength had indeed increased significantly, but it seemed he couldn't fully exert it. Feeling a subtle inability to use his strength. Previously, when Lin Xiao grew stronger, he never felt this way. He would quickly get used to it after a bit of movement. Chapter 16, Are You a Monster? Did you remember the key points I just mentioned? Xu Ruomei leisurely turned her chair, looking in a good mood. Lin Xiao rested his fingers on his chin, his brows tightly furrowed. I remembered. But since I haven't tried it, I don't know if it'll work. Then go back and try it tonight. You should go back to class now. The footwork teacher waved her hand, seemingly wanting to drive this uninvited guest who interrupted her leisure time away. Hearing the teacher's words, Lin Xiao showed an innocent expression. Then sat down with a thud. Hey, why did you suddenly sit on the floor? Teacher, I want to try practicing right now. Please guide me if I make a mistake. What are you joking about? Now that there's a teacher to teach you, why would you want to go back and figure it out yourself? Hey, I suddenly realized you're a bit cunning. A soft foot kicked his shoulder, and a slightly exasperated voice echoed in his ear. But this had nothing to do with Lin Xiao, who had already thrown away his shyness. He closed his eyes and began operating the power refining method. However, this time the target was not external energy, but his own body. The teacher said that in order to control the power within the body, one must first operate the power refining method on the body to fully understand the sensation of energy flowing out. Chapter 17, Power Transformation. This was the first time Lin Xiao saw such an expression on the teacher's face. This usually relaxed and carefree female teacher, who always had a pleasant atmosphere about her, now looked exceptionally serious. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted, and the smile in her crescent-shaped eyes had disappeared, becoming sharp and bright like a blade. Noticing her intense gaze fixed on his right hand, Lin Xiao curiously asked, Teacher, can you see it? Try gathering energy into your eyes. Lin Xiao suddenly understood and controlled a bit of energy to converge in his pupils. The world became different. Red was redder. Blue was bluer, and his vision was extraordinarily clear. Lin Xiao could even see the texture of a mosquito's wings on the wall several meters away. Upon closer inspection, It seemed there were almost imperceptible particles in the air, in red, green, blue, yellow, and various colors. They drifted aimlessly in the air, too fine to clearly see their shapes. Lin Xiao looked out the window. The tall tree beside the teaching building stood straight, and the clusters of green leaves swayed in the gentle breeze. But the speed seemed a bit slow. What are you looking at? Look at your palm. Coming back to reality from the wondrous state, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze to his right hand. Chapter 18, Bullet Time, Hunter Mode with half a footwork class left. Lin Xiao went back to the Equipment Assistance channel for training. The internal vision effect taught by teacher Xu Ruomei was very obvious. Although his agility on the panel hadn't increased, Lin Xiao could feel that the sense of blockage in his body had significantly decreased. Then, Lin Xiao discovered that overflowing power from his pupils and filling his brain with energy had a very magical effect. It felt as if the surrounding environment slowed down. Not only did his dynamic vision improve, but even his brain was operating rapidly, similar to a surge of adrenaline, as if time had slowed down. This discovery thrilled Lin Xiao, and he secretly gave this little trick a cliché name, Bullet Time. With the speed increase brought by Bullet Time and 11 points of strength, he challenged the three-tiered mechanism again. Although it was still quite stressful, and the rubber bullets made his scalp tingle, this time Lin Xiao persevered. At least he wasn't completely without the ability to dodge. Also, due to the pressure from the three-tiered mechanism, Lin Xiao's footwork LV2 progressed significantly, rising from 37 to 68. This was the largest increase since reaching LV2. The experience points needed for the LV2 stage were simply enormous. And he didn't know if he could reach LV3 this semester. Chapter 19, The Deadly Temptation of the Class Director. Do you want to take a part-time job this weekend? As soon as the power refining class ended in the afternoon, Zhao Xia's words left Lin Xiao stunned. It was only then that he realized today was already Friday. Indeed, since fainting on Monday and gaining the system, 4 days had passed. And in just these short 4 days, Lin Xiao's strength had undergone a tremendous change. He was so immersed in this experience of becoming stronger that even his sense of time had become a bit blurred. In the past, when faced with a weekend, he would rush to catch up on courses, but now he didn't feel troubled. It seemed he really had time for a part-time job. Lin Xiao bent his fingers against his chin and pondered. Spending a few hours on the weekend for a part-time job didn't seem too bad. He could earn some money for his mom and buy a gift for his sister. He used to live in the school, impoverished, and even his clothes were the school's uniforms. He had never given his family red envelopes or anything like that. Thinking it over, it indeed felt a bit embarrassing, especially knowing that Zhao Xia often bought things online and had them sent home. As for the duel with Wu Zhixing, to be honest, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. At worst, he would lie in the infirmary for a day. Moreover, with his current speed of improvement, how many times could Wu Zhixing still win against him? Chapter 20, Ready to Start. At dinner, Lin Xiao told Zhao Xia that he wouldn't take the part-time job. He methodically completed the remaining classes for the day, and returned to his dormitory to finish the power refining. After washing up, Lin Xiao lay on his bed and called up the panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Potential points, 0 strength, 11 agility, 11 constitution, 15 spirit, 14 skills. Power refinement method, incomplete. LV 285. Step technique LV 271. Two-handed sword LV 1739. Fighting technique LV 1657. Power LV 142. Go LV 1253. Shorthand LV 1148. Mental calculation LV 112, with 10 days left until the end of the month. He needs to clarify which skills he can improve in a short time. First, the power refinement method is excluded, as the experience required for LV2 is too massive to upgrade in a short time. Secondly, he should be able to make an effort with shorthand and mental calculation, but it will take away from his normal training time, which is not cost-effective. Honestly, Go is much easier to practice than those. If he focuses solely on Go during cultural classes, he should be able to successfully reach LV2 in a few days. Chapter 21, Weapon Master Lin Xiao. A crazy experience grinding journey. That person seemed to have just come out of the spear room. Why is he here again? Probably testing the feel of the weapons. Isn't that what weekends are for? Quality over quantity. If you learn every type, it means you won T-Master any. Indeed, look at how he swings that axe. It's nothing impressive. Whoosh! The giant axe, glinting with a cold light, sliced through the air, the heavy steel showcasing the weapon's weight. Lin Xiao grasped the axe handle with both hands, awkwardly swinging the brutal weapon weighing over 30 kilograms. Giant Axe LV0, Experience 3, Giant Axe LV0, Experience 4, Giant Axe LV0, Giant Axe LV1. Potential points: 1. The moment the panel indicated an upgrade. His previously clumsy movements suddenly became agile, the terrifying axe blade danced in the air with ferocity, as if the set of techniques had been honed through countless trials. Wow! Suddenly he became so fierce. Goodness! He's pretending to be a newbie to mess with us. How embarrassing. Did he hear what I just said? A new way to show off. Lin Xiao stowed away the weapon, completely ignoring the astonished onlookers from the same school, and hurried off to the next weapon room. Chapter 22, Above the Clouds, Ashes Mode. Tonight's moon is exceptionally bright. His roommate, Luo Dao, has gone back home, leaving Lin Xiao alone in the dormitory. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Xiao hummed a cheerful tune, swaying his body left and right, happily counting tonight's harvest. Spear, giant axe, big hammer, beast hunting saw. Long saber, throwing dagger, long whip, giant sickle, wide-bladed war knife, shield. Plus the shooting and throwing practiced at the shooting range. He gained a total of 12 potential points today. Lin Xiao has never fought such a rich battle. He was so thrilled that his tail was about to wag. In fact, not all weapons are this easy to grind. For example, the spear and long stiletto, because their attack and usage methods are somewhat similar. After Lin Xiao finished grinding the spear to LV1 and then tried the stiletto, he immediately triggered an experience penalty. Similar to chess, the difficulty of gaining experience skyrocketed. The same goes for the big hammer and mace, giant axe and double-edged axe, throwing dagger and knife, dart, long saber, and many long-handled weapons, etc. So he kept filtering out overly similar weapons in his mind to grind points as quickly as possible. Later, Lin Xiao summarized his experience. The more bizarre and unique the weapon, the easier it was to gain experience, such as the long whip and giant sickle. Chapter 23, Because it looks cooler. Meteor Hammer LV0, Meteor Hammer LV1. Potential points: 1. Nunchaku LV0, Nunchaku LV1. Potential points: 1. Trident LV0, Trident LV1. Potential points: 1. Giant Bow LV0, Giant Bow LV1. Potential points: 1. Knight Spear LV0, Knight Spear LV1. Potential points: 1. Amazing, he really can do everything. Right? I told you he must be a big shot. How does he practice? I feel like learning one weapon is already exhausting. He's a monster. Even those teachers can't do this many. Isn't he from our class? Why are you all watching him? Isn't he amazing? He wasn't that impressive before. But now I'm not sure how impressive he really is. Sigh. Lin Xiao sighed lightly and glanced at the crowd of onlookers with some exasperation. He came to pick up some tips in the morning and was inexplicably surrounded by them. Although they kept their distance and didn't disturb his practice. Wasn't their chatter a bit too obvious? He could hear them. Chapter 24, So he really is a sword immortal. Whoosh! Whoosh! One-handed sword LV0, Experience 3, One-handed sword LV0, Experience 4, Ignoring the comments from the previous guy, Lin Xiao continued to grind experience at his own pace. Why don't you listen to me? Don't you want to wield your sword more stylishly? And when thrusting, don't lean forward, that posture looks bad. The long-haired sword immortal seemed somewhat bothered and began to murmur beside him. Lin Xiao thought that his image as a master was crumbling. Whoosh! One-handed sword LV0. Experience 2. One-handed sword LV0. One-handed sword LV1. Potential points. 1. Don't you think those are impractical? Sighing lightly, Lin Xiao reluctantly engaged in the conversation. Rational analysis is indeed not very practical. The long-haired man nodded and continued, but if you want practicality, you need to learn heavy weapons. They are convenient for hunting exotic beasts. If it's not for looking cool, then why practice one-handed swords at all? Lin Xiao opened his mouth, but couldn't he find the words? For a moment, he actually felt that what this person said made a lot of sense. What if you practice against someone? Would you still have the luxury to pose then? Chapter 25. Cultural class is over. Power transformation begins. How does one awaken their abilities? Lin Xiao was genuinely curious. He once saw that the spirit attribute was linked to the strength of abilities, so he speculated that those with high spirit could awaken powers. After meeting Zhuang Jianyu, this guess was proven wrong. Zhuang Jianyu has a high spirit attribute, but it doesn't compare to Lin Xiao now. Yet he is a genuine ability user. Could it be that awakening really depends entirely on talent, and has nothing to do with spiritual strength? Sigh. Sitting on his bed, Lin Xiao let out a deep sigh. Ability users are rare and feel very dreamlike. Like other kids, Lin Xiao also had fantasies about awakening abilities since childhood. And now that hope has been shattered, which is quite disappointing. No wonder class leader Wu Qinghua said that wanting to become the top of the year group is a very difficult thing. Even without supernatural abilities. Zhuang Jianyu's basic 4 dimensions are not something other students can compete with. The only one who could possibly match him would be the second-place student. Lin Xiao vaguely remembers Zhao Xia mentioning that the top 2 are supernatural users. Unfortunately, the previously introverted Lin Xiao had never watched ranking battles, and still doesn't know how supernatural users fight. Chapter 26. Lin Xiao's costume design. The power weaponization course takes place in the training classroom. The students of Class C are sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, diligently absorbing power to experience the feeling of energy flowing out. Seeing their furrowed brows and serious expressions, Lin Xiao feels a bit awkward. He doesn't know what to do. He had already learned to fill his power early on. The unreasonable level 1 upgrade from the system allowed him to learn power winding without a teacher. And he uses it very well. Wu Qinghua had explained earlier that the graduation goal for regular class students is to proficiently use filling, while the goal for the weaponization class is to successfully use power winding. Lin Xiao has now achieved the graduation goal of the weaponization class ahead of time. His progress may be slightly faster than other students. Should he now focus on leveling up his power level 1 proficiency? Lin Xiao hesitates. Because the experience points gained from practicing filling are not as high as those from winding, it would be a waste to spend the entire morning's weaponization class practicing filling. As for revealing to Wu Qinghua that he has already learned power winding, wouldn't that be a bit unfair to teacher Xu Ruomei? After all, learning winding in just one morning would be too astonishing for the class leader to believe. Chapter 27. The cheerful boy swish. The cold steel blade cuts through the air, creating a chilling sound. Teacher Miaofei, the great sword instructor, stands next to Lin Xiao, twitching his mouth as he watches the student in front of him. To the other students, Lin Xiao is merely wielding a standard military-grade great sword. But in the eyes of Miaofei, a retired hunter, this 16-meter-long blade is wrapped in a layer of grey gas, rippling as if it were a thin veil of flame. Is the weaponization progress this fast for third-year students? Yes, everyone's progress is this fast. Lin Xiao gives an affirmative response to the teacher's question without changing his expression. Are you kidding me? Miaofei scratches his messy hair and glares at him fiercely. If all the students could practice power winding to this extent, Wouldn't he, the old principal, be delighted enough to strip on stage? Lin Xiao doesn't continue to joke, he focuses ahead, seriously swinging each sword. Swish! Two-handed sword LV1, experience 5, power LV1, experience 14, wow. Long live the class leader. The practice effect of winding power on two weapons is amazing. And Lin Xiao's power level 1 experience points are skyrocketing. Chapter 28, The Tool Man by Shan. Indeed, Lin Xiao sighed lightly. I can't beat you. Can I use power weaponization? Huh? ISNT that just taught. Bai Shan's mouth dropped open in shock. I learned a bit faster than usual. Lin Xiao scratched his cheek, feeling a bit flushed. Hearing this, Bai Shan broke into an exaggerated smile and excitedly said, That's great. I really want to see how power weaponization works in battle. Come on. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, filled his body with power, and activated hunter mode. I'm coming, Bai Shan. In less than a second, Lin Xiao appeared in front of Bai Shan, the wind from his punch howling, carrying over 2 tons of immense power. Bai Shan didn't dodge, seemingly wanting to test Lin Xiao's strength, raising his arms to block the blow. Bang! Bai Shan's body leaned back slightly, his muscles bulging terrifyingly. But he didn't step back. Not bad, your strength has increased a lot. Rubbing his sore arm, the hedgehog-headed Bai Shan looked Lin Xiao up and down in astonishment. Lin Xiao estimated that his strength was probably around 16 points. There was still some gap from Bai Shan. But it was no longer like before when he was completely crushed. Chapter 29, Chief Selection. Have you pulled out the energy yet? Not yet. Haha. I've succeeded. What is it like? Do you feel stronger? Oh, I can't control it once I pull it out. By Tuesday. The weaponization course for the 3rd year had been underway for several days, and students in Class C were gradually completing the first step of energy flow. Lin Xiao. I've pulled out the power, tell me what to do next. Jiao Xia, eyes closed, tugged at Lin Xiao's clothes, her tone excited and urgent. Lin Xiao. Me too, help. Recently, Chen Feifei has been hanging around Jiao Xia, and after discovering that Lin Xiao was progressing quickly in power weaponization, this repetitive girl dragged Fang Wen to sit nearby, and treated Lin Xiao like a learning encyclopedia. Lin Xiao dispersed the ashes of his battle robe, and moved a bit closer. Don't rush to pull out more energy, first practice controlling it with your mind. Letting it slowly spread throughout your body. All right. Jiao Xia, filled with enthusiasm, continued to practice. Chen Feifei followed suit for a while, her face slightly flushed. Lin Xiao. Why do I feel something strange? Chapter 30, Wu Zhixing's reason. Chen. Why are you shouting so loudly? ISNT, this scene just like a period. With monthly baby-like sleep, how dare he come? Healthy body, back to normal tomorrow. After a few classmates took Chen to the infirmary, Wu Zhixing shifted his gaze back to the students below. Next. His expression showed no change, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. I'll go. Fang Wen stood up, her tall figure attracting everyone's attention. Wow. Fang Wen is actually going up this time. Great, at least she can fight for a while. If we can't win, at least we can put up a fight. Wu Zhixing is too strong, no one in our class can match him. Go, Fang Wen. Looking at the woman standing opposite him, Wu Zhixing scoffed, You're quite surprising, I thought you would shrink back again. Why do you think you can catch up to me? That's not it. Fang Wen arched her body, her momentum growing colder. I'm afraid the chief might change. So I just thought I'd de-challenge you while I can. Huh? What nonsense are you talking? Wu Zhixing clenched his fists, his expression somewhat puzzled. Chapter 31, Battling Wu Zhixing, Odd Pride Her. Lin Xiao tilted his head, feeling confused by his words. If you're surpassed by me, then of course. There's nothing to say, but as someone who was once above me, how did you become the garbage of the class? Wu Zhixing's fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his tone growing increasingly irritable. Isn't that a sign that Laozi was once stepped on the head by a piece of trash? His voice was close to a roar, containing unimaginable humiliation. It seemed as if someone had thrown his self-esteem on the ground for thousands to trample. The classroom fell silent, and the students below exchanged glances, afraid to make a sound. Wu Qinghua pushed up his glasses, his expression showing no change. Sighing heavily, Lin Xiao probably understood what the other party meant. Wu Zhixing's pride was genuine, even more severe than it appeared. He was self-important, but not arrogant. He could accept the weak beneath him and the strong above him, preferring to surpass them on his own. Those strong individuals he surpassed should be his trophies. Achievements worthy of praise. But what he couldn't tolerate was that someone who was once stronger than him had become a useless person, easily trampled even by those weaker. Chapter 32. A leg in ashes. The crowd watching was silent, not daring to blink, afraid of missing every moment of the battle. Bang! Wu Zhixing trembled as he climbed up against the wall, his face bruised and battered, blood trickling from his forehead past his eye and down to his chin, dripping onto the floor. Still not admitting defeat. Lin Xiao brushed his thumb across his mouth, noticing a bit of blood. He had just taken a hook punch from Wu Zhixing, and it was still throbbing slightly. Of course, as the one who made Lin Xiao hurt, Wu Zhixing was definitely suffering more. He should have fallen by now, but he was still conscious, merely holding on with sheer willpower. Don't underestimate me. Give it your all. Even leaning against the wall and unable to stand steadily, this exceptionally proud man still refused to be defeated. He was like a cornered beast, blustering in place, howling in rage. Watching the other party's impotent fury, Lin Xiao didn't mock him, his gaze became completely serious. All right, I'll go all out. He wanted to thoroughly convince this wild beast, making the other party truly recognize the gap between them. Dark grey flames overflowed, igniting his body, burning fiercely. As the flames gradually dissipated, Lin Xiao, clad in ash-colored battle attire, stepped out. Chapter 33. Drawing lots in the brightly lit conference room. The class advisors for the third year took their seats one after another. Sitting in the main position was an elderly man with graying hair. He wore a white coat and pants, his long beard hanging down, but looking tidy, with a rosy face marked by a few wrinkles, his eyes clear as a mirror, showing no signs of the passage of time. Ling Sen, the director of education for the third year, had been teaching at Lazhu Military University for over 50 years. Unscrewing a thermos, he took a sip of hot tea, glancing at the 10 teachers present, just the right number. Is everyone here? Before the monthly meeting begins, the elderly man lowered the cover and turned his gaze to a female teacher, with her long hair tied up, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Teacher Wu Qinghua, could you explain what happened in Class C yesterday? All the teachers' gazes focused on Wu Qinghua. Wu Qinghua stood up, her expression unchanged, as serious as ever. Wu Zhixing from Class C was somewhat disrespectful to me during the chief selection, so I taught him a little lesson. So you made a big hole in the wall. Director Ling Sen rubbed his eyes, on his old face. Yes, Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses and said calmly, sometimes intimidation is necessary. It is very helpful for student education. Chapter 34. The Wolf Pack Hunt. Thursday afternoon, the power refinement was completed. Strength, 15-16. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and absent-mindedly glanced at the panel. 2 days had passed since the chief selection, during which his agility had risen to 15. And his Go skill had successfully upgraded to LV2. He had allocated that potential point to Spirit, making his attributes, Strength 16, Agility 15. And both Constitution and Spirit at 25. His progress could be deemed considerable. However, Lin Xiao wasn't particularly happy, he was feeling very anxious. Was he really going to have to pay for that wall? Over the past 2 days, Lin Xiao had been waiting for the school's verdict, becoming increasingly confused. He shouldn't have impulsively used the ash mode to try to thoroughly convince Wu Zhixing, fearing that a kick might send the other party straight to heaven. He chose to kick the wall instead. Who knew that wall would just explode? What kind of shoddy construction was that? His kick was only about 10 tons, right? And it couldn't withstand that. Lin Xiao felt a sense of injustice in his heart. But how much would he have to pay if he really had to compensate? Would he have to use up all his scholarship? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's eyes gradually lost their light. Clap, clap. Now announcing the content of this class competition. Chapter 35, the class competition begins. In the school cafeteria, Lin Xiao, Zhao Xia, Fang Wen, and Chen Feifei gathered at a table to eat. The three girls were becoming closer and closer, always huddling together. Wu Qinghua also noticed this and grouped them into a small team, along with two girls of average ranking. You want to find out about the chief of Class F? Fang Wen blinked, asking in surprise. Yes? Lin Xiao nodded, his expression very serious. Zhao Xia, sitting next to him, leaned closer to his face, her little face full of confusion. Weren't you not very interested in the class competition today? Why are you suddenly so serious? Yeah, Lin Xiao. You were totally absent-minded when the class advisor was assigning teams. I thought you didn't care at all. In class, Lin Xiao had seemed a bit dazed, and even the repetitive phrase girl, Chen Feifei, had noticed. To this, Lin Xiao replied earnestly, I suddenly realized that as the chief, I have a responsibility and an obligation to lead the class to victory. He placed a hand on his chest, his expression appearing so sincere. For this, I need to understand information about Class F's chief. We must win this time. The three girls were taken aback by his grandiose rhetoric, their eyes filled with doubt. As if they completely didn't believe his words. Chapter 36. A wolf pack on the brink of collapse at the mountain top, in the faculty office. Hot water poured down. The fragrance of flowers and fruits wafting through the air, the orange-red tea filling the transparent teapot. A woman with slightly curled chestnut hair, dressed in an elegant long dress, took the teapot and hummed a cheerful tune as she walked to the work area filled with display screens. There was already a teacher standing in front of the screen. Wearing a serious female teacher's uniform, her long hair styled up, and the lenses of her gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the fluorescent light. Xiaoqing, black tea, thank you. Li Jingru filled both of their ceramic cups and glanced at the screen on the wall. A huge display screen neatly arranged dozens of windows, all showing the student teams from Class C and Class F. Despite having no one manipulating it, the surveillance video followed the students' movements and switched angles. After decades of renovation, the back mountain of the school has monitoring equipment set up on almost every path, with drones hovering in the air tracking the students' journeys. All video surveillance is processed by AI, which autonomously tracks the two classes and presents the most suitable angles for observation. After all, such competitive activities come with dangers. If a student is seriously injured and falls, the school can provide the most timely medical assistance. Chapter 37, The Best at Survival, The Lone Wolf. In the surveillance video, the battles of Class C almost always ended in victory for them. Students from Class F were either knocked down or fleeing. The few points they earned came from their stronger teams, but they paid the price of losing two team members' combat effectiveness. Once a student loses their combat effectiveness or faints, even if they haven't been robbed of points, they must abandon the competition. The specific method is for teammates to directly rob their points, and medical personnel will rush over from the nearby service area. Robbing a teammate's points not only won't increase the class's score, but will also raise one's own value. For example, if a squad member robs a teammate's points, when the enemy defeats him, the points gained will double from 2 to 4. This is not a good thing, as one's strength does not increase with a higher value. Instead, one may become a point-laden target. For Class F, they are truly at a disadvantage now. Qinghua, what are you really thinking? Li Jingru tossed a half-biscuit into her mouth, chewing quietly. The elegant and gentle woman had lost her smile, her gaze dark and deep, as if the light around her had dimmed a bit. Chapter 38, Indeed Very Sweet. The score was 40-26. What should we do, Xiaoqing? The match seems to have reached a stalemate. Li Jingru raised her fair chin, smiling at her friend beside her. The wolf pack from Class C seems unable to expand their victories. Isn't that a bit unexpected? The surveillance video showed that many teams from Class F had learned to be clever, running away as soon as they spotted the enemy, completely avoiding direct confrontations. Meanwhile, 3 elite lone wolves had arrived at the wolf pack side, joining 2 of their teams. In terms of elite combat strength, Class C no longer had such a significant advantage, and sometimes even lost points to the enemy. Li Jingru happily swiveled in her chair, her chestnut hair floating up, gliding through the air like an elegant dancing princess. Wu Qinghua leaned back slightly, dodging the opponent's flying hair. The advantage still lies with Class C. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. HMPH, still putting on a brave front. Li Jingru shot a sideways glance at him, wearing a mischievous smile. The advantages of Class C are all fake. As long as Wu Zhixing cannot defeat Xiao Qian, all your advantages will vanish. Just then, the surveillance from the north popped up in the middle, indicating that the lone wolves from both classes had encountered each other again. Chapter 39, 5th versus 4th. At the mountain top, the wind howled. The girl's waist-length ponytail floated in the air, like a writhing long snake. Standing at the peak, Liu Yuqian gazed down with a sharp look, watching the man step-by-step ascend to the top. I thought you'd hide until the end. I didn't expect you to come up so early. Looking at the tall, robust man with a wild aura, Liu Yuqian said lightly. Hide? What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Zhixing twisted his neck, his voice low and hoarse, like a beast accumulating anger. Because you lost, Class C has lost. Facing this increasingly agitated man, Liu Yuqian did not back down. Instead, she wore a bright and spirited smile. You can't defeat me, from the moment you faced me directly. This match was already over. I will tear your filthy mouth apart, woman. With a crash, the stone slab beneath Wu Zhixing shattered as he charged like a cannonball toward the opposite side. Liu Yuqian's gaze sharpened, narrowly dodging his assault. Her long legs kicking up like a steel blade, sweeping toward the man's chest and abdomen. Ha! Wu Zhixing crossed his arms, his muscles bulging, blocking the strike head-on. Chapter 40, I am the top. What is going on? Liu Yuqian stared blankly at the watch screen. Clearly, the points being robbed were the top points. Yet the class points increased by 5 points instead of 50. Is there a problem with the system? Liu Yuqian's eyes showed some surprise. The school system has been developed for so long, she never expected there would be an issue, and this was the first time she encountered such a situation. TCH. A sneer came from below. Liu Yuqian lowered her gaze, coldly looking at the man lying on the ground. What are you laughing at? The limp Wu Zhixing struggled to open his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling in disdain. Foolish woman. Your quick tongue cannot change the fact that you are the loser. Liu Yuqian remained unshaken by the taunts of the defeated. So I call you foolish. Wu Zhixing's eyes were contemptuous, revealing a smile of amusement. Who told you the system had a problem? What? Liu Yuqian's pupils constricted. Her expression frozen as she slowly looked up at the pair of men and women ahead. Sorry, Lin Xiao raised his wrist, tapping the watch surface. And chuckled helplessly, I am the top. Bang! Li Jingru stood up, slamming her hands on the table, her face filled with disbelief. Chapter 41, The Monster-like Lin Xiao. Damn! Top, I'm outta here. Dawn Li was smart. Sensing the situation was off, she immediately got up and left the battlefield. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. He certainly couldn't expect a bottom-tier student to help him resist the swarm of enemies. Staying away without dragging him down was good enough. However, there were indeed too many of them. With a physical strength of 25 points, he had ample stamina, strong recovery, and exaggerated power reserves. If it were a wheel battle, even without using his power, Lin Xiao would be confident he could take them all down. But a siege was different. Liu Yuqian could indeed hold him off in a short time, and in that situation, the random punches and kicks from others were quite annoying. Especially with skilled fighters like Fang Wen and a Chen among them. Sighing as he watched Liu Yuqian rushing toward him, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and sighed softly. When he opened his eyes again, a terrifying and powerful energy instantly filled his body, and grey flames ignited in his pupils. Hunter mode, bullet time. Everything slowed down. The stone slab cracked and shattered as Lin Xiao charged forward, instantly reaching Liu Yuqian's side. What? Liu Yuqian's eyes had just turned. And the black whip-like leg swept her sidearm like a heavy steel hammer. Chapter 42, Just Kill Me. The sun was setting. And the dim yellow light filtered through the window, tinting the small room. At this moment, the staff office was dim and silent. Li Jingru sat quietly in her chair. Her face indistinguishable, the screen on the wall emitted a faint glow that flickered in her eyes. Click. Wu Qinghua pressed the switch, and the bright fluorescent light turned on. The darkness in the room dissipated, revealing the appearance of the F-class's homeroom teacher. She had her feet on the chair, hugging her knees. Her exquisite face expressionless and her gaze vacant. The charming and elegant Li Jingru, full of youthful vitality, like a blossoming girl, had disappeared. At that moment, she looked like a frostbitten eggplant, wilted, even her beautiful long curls had lost their luster. Wu Qinghua sat down beside her, pouring herself another cup of black tea. She crossed her legs and said nothing, quietly observing her friend beside her, as if appreciating a piece of art. Li Jingru's eyes fell. Her feet wrapped in stockings curled up, scratching at the soft cushion on the chair. Who exactly is Lin Xiao? Her voice was muffled, completely devoid of the gentle sweetness from earlier in the day. Wu Qinghua took a sip of tea and explained lightly, Chapter 43, Even at the Top of the Clouds. Blue Star's 100-seat council. In the courtyard, barrels were scattered everywhere, corpses lay across the ground. Assisting the staff to help the last batch of students back to their dorms. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. How did they dare to challenge his drinking capacity? The military university usually prohibited alcohol, but during gatherings of the two classes, students were allowed to drink to their heart's content. After all, they were all in their 20s. Last night, a group of students from Class F, full of fighting spirit, unable to match Lin Xiao's strength, decided to defeat him in drinking. Seeing the excitement, the students from Class C thought, we can't lose either. Instantly, they joined in, surrounding Lin Xiao and forcing him to drink. The idea was good, but they had no idea how terrifying a 25-point physique was. Beer, red wine, white wine. Lin Xiao drank them all in one gulp. The alcohol entered his stomach and was decomposed by his body before it had any effect, easier than drinking water. At least water could make Lin Xiao feel full. Eventually, all these people collapsed, lying on the ground in a daze. Even more like salted fish than when they lay down during the day. In the end, it was still Lin Xiao, the staff, and those classmates like Fang Wen who abstained from alcohol that took them back in batches. There was also a female teacher, who seemed to be the homeroom teacher of Class F. She had come over to join the fun, and Lin Xiao almost drank with her. Chapter 44, The Crazy Fighting Arena, Sequence 5. After a half-hour drive, the two arrived at the Crazy Fighting Arena. The entire building was an irregular oval shape, covering a vast area, with more than a dozen side entrances. There were many people, but only a small portion showed signs of training as warriors. The rest were ordinary people. The audience seats for the arena matches were open to the public, and after purchasing tickets, ordinary citizens could enter to watch, which was quite popular. Seemingly noticing Lin Xiao's confusion, Fang Wen chuckled and explained. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. For ordinary people, watching battles between those who wield power was like watching an exciting action movie, the kind that didn't need special effects. Just like watching a performance or a movie. This was also part of the public's entertainment. Under Fang Wen's guidance, Lin Xiao arrived at the membership registration counter. The crowd here was noticeably reduced, after all. Those who could register were not ordinary people, but genuine warriors. "Hello, I would like to register for membership." The young lady at the counter, dressed in a white uniform, politely nodded and smiled, saying, "Sure. May I ask your identity? Hunter, military personnel, trainee warrior, or a civilian?" Lin Xiao opened his phone and showed her his student profile. Chapter 45. This kind of person Lin Xiao does not like. 2 spotlights shone on the contestant seats. Lin Xiao stood up and looked at his opponent. It was a young, strong man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with long, messy hair and a ruggedly handsome face. His opponent was also staring at Lin Xiao, a smile spreading across his lips. At the same time, the female host's enthusiastic voice rang out again. "Let us welcome contestant number 6, Zhong Meng. And contestant number 43, Lin Xiao." "Oh!" A fervent cheer erupted, mixed with loud whistles and cheers for specific contestants. "Zhong Meng. Awesome. I came to see my brother Meng. Brother Meng is looking so handsome today." At the same time, there were also murmurs of doubt about Lin Xiao. "Is that a student? So young. A senior? I've been coming every day. How come I've never seen him? He looks quite handsome. Here, it's about strength. What good is a pretty face?" Lin Xiao and his opponent walked onto the stage. And the big screen timely displayed the information of the 2 contestants. Name, Zhong Meng, profession, military personnel, soldier, wins, 74, total matches, 105. Name, Lin Xiao, profession, student, junior. Chapter 46, The Flying Giant. The big screen displayed contestant information. Name, Chai Xinghao, profession, civilian, wins, 109, total matches, 131. Surprisingly, the audience's cheers were not enthusiastic. Many even frowned. "Is that the madman? We are doomed. Can brother Lin Xiao just surrender? That Chai Xinghao was originally a soldier. I remember, he was expelled for serious misconduct. And the Hunter Association blacklisted him. His scum. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been sentenced to death long ago. He hits hard. Last time he disfigured someone and likes to play dirty. The dojo should kick him out. He's simply a beast. What's wrong? His strength is there for all to see. Yeah. If he is on the stage, why complain about his harshness? If you're afraid to fight, just surrender." It seems this person was quite controversial. The audience had mixed opinions about him. Mostly negative reviews, but there were also some who admired strength and didn't care about his character, only focusing on ability. "All right. Welcome challenger, Mr. Chai Xinghao. He is a consistent champion, a contestant from the first batch in sequence 5. The female host forced a smile, her tone betraying a hint of subtlety. Even Lin Xiao could see that she seemed to have some aversion to this man. Chapter 47, Not letting me guard the arena, and still taking advantage. The contestant seats were silent. Dozens of warriors sat on the sofa, looking at Lin Xiao with awe-inspiring eyes. Their faces were full of admiration. Some gave him a thumbs up, while others sincerely clapped. Even a few pretty older sisters winked at Lin Xiao and blew him kisses. But no one stood up. Lin Xiao and the others stared at each other with wide eyes, filled with anxiety. "How am I supposed to make money if you don't compete? I can't be too harsh on you. It seems there are no challengers." The female host, resting her chin on her hand with a smile, asked, "So, can we consider Lin Xiao as successfully defending his title and end this challenge?" At this moment, the warriors in the contestant seats displayed an extraordinary tacit understanding. They nodded in unison, all smiles. "All right. Let us congratulate Lin Xiao on successfully defending his title. The total prize money is doubled." "Oh?" Amidst the applause, The female host took Lin Xiao's right hand and raised it high, seemingly encouraging him to share the joy of victory with everyone. However, Lin Xiao felt no joy in his heart. He was filled with frustration. How could a mere doubling of the total prize money satisfy him? He should have been able to earn much more. Chapter 48. Dedicated actor Lin Xiao's second opponent appeared, a woman with short hair just above her ears. She was around 30 years old, with a well-proportioned, streamlined physique, slim like a graceful and agile leopard. "Young man, you have good endurance," the short-haired lady commented, giving Lin Xiao an appreciative look. Lin Xiao was panting heavily, clearly showing signs of fatigue. But he still clenched his fists firmly, assumed a fighting stance, and shouted, "Senior, please give me your guidance." Like a passionate young man eager to take on challenges. "All right, then I won't hold back." The short-haired woman charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, her long legs turning into steel blades, striking down directly. Not using her full strength. She thought the opponent was not in a condition to continue fighting. But unexpectedly, Lin Xiao dodged. Although his steps were awkward, he effectively evaded the attack. It seemed this young man had more guts than she had thought. A smile of approval appeared on the short-haired lady's face. She no longer held back. Mixing punches and kicks, gradually increasing the speed of her attacks. Lin Xiao swayed left and right, and when he couldn't dodge in time. He raised his arms to block the attacks forcibly. It was very strained, the drop in power prevented him from completely defending, causing his footing to become chaotic and unstable. Chapter 49. Forced Ascension of Sequence. I can't stay in this arena 5 any longer. Lin Xiao's face was tense as he angrily stormed out. He had put in a dedicated performance all morning, and each match had to be a tough and evenly matched struggle, strictly controlled within 15 to 20 minutes. Actors aren't this professional. Forget it, there are plenty of arenas, and Lin Xiao felt he didn't need to panic at all. He opened his phone and checked his balance, 62,603. A big smile spread across Lin Xiao's face, feeling very pleased. It was the first time he had seen such a large sum of money after growing up. This was much quicker than working. He casually transferred back the 1,000 yuan he owed Fang Wen. Unexpectedly, the other side was also looking at their phone and quickly replied. "Did you finish over there too? How about we go eat first?" Lin Xiao was taken aback and realized it was already past 1 p.m. Time flies when you're trying to make money. Okay, let us meet in the hallway. The crazy fighting arena has an in-house cafeteria, with many dishes, like a food market. The two of them got some food and casually found a seat. "You paid me back so quickly. How was the fight this morning?" Chapter 50. Take a good look at how I was bullied. On Sunday, Lin Xiao got up early. After completing his muscle training, he called Fang Wen. Only to find out she didn't plan to go to the crazy fighting arena today. Fang Wen rubbed her shoulders and said apologetically, "I got a bit hurt yesterday. I need to rest a bit." Lin Xiao understood, after all, not everyone has a physique like his. "So, are you going alone today?" Lin Xiao glanced at his childhood friends Zhao Xia and the repetitive word girl Chen Feifei, who were curiously blinking at him. "I can take you. But during your junior year, I don't recommend you go on the arena." Although the two of them could unlock arena access, their skills were not up to par. To step onto the arena, they needed at least the level of Aiken or even Fang Wen. Otherwise, they would probably just get beaten up without being able to fight back, which would damage their confidence after suffering. Fang Wen introduced the crazy fighting arena and the strength range of various sequences. The two girls were instantly shocked and abandoned the thought of challenging. They weren't fools. If they wanted to challenge their limits, wouldn't it be better to find Lin Xiao and Fang Wen? At least they wouldn't go easy on them. Chapter 51. Senior, I haven't used my power transformation yet. After Gao Liangsheng left, the surrounding hunters looked at Lin Xiao. "You know that strong bear? Are you also a junior?" A woman with shoulder-length curly hair and a cold expression asked faintly from Lin Xiao's left side. Yes, Lin Xiao nodded. The strong bear should be the nickname of Gao Liangxiong. A male hunter with a buzz cut sitting across from him also scrutinized Lin Xiao and curiously asked, "Who ranks higher between you and the strong bear?" "His ranking is higher," Lin Xiao replied with a dry smile. His ranking was quite abysmal, even at the bottom of the entire cohort, something he was embarrassed to mention. "That one do," the curly-haired female hunter shook her head, speaking seriously, "it's not that I look down on junior students. But you should hone your skills well in sequence 5 instead of reaching too high." The male hunter pointed at Gao Liangxiong on the stage. Continuing her words, "That strong bear is quite good in sequence 5, but he can barely be a punching bag. Are there no stronger students in good sequence 4? Lin Xiao was a bit curious. Were all the sequence 4 students hunters? Chapter 52, now, the conditions are equal her. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, feeling the surging energy within him, and he grinned slyly, "Senior, be careful." His dark whip-like leg swept up, leaving a shadow. Like a scythe of death, it sliced through the air with terrifying speed, wielding immense power aimed at his opponent. The hunter, Ghost Tiger, felt his pupils constricting, without hesitation. He directly activated his power transformation. "Ha!" he shouted, his muscles bulging grotesquely, power surging through his arms as he attempted to intercept the attack head-on. Bang! Ghost Tiger's figure instantly shot out. Squeak, squeak, hiss, squeak, squeak. The resilient soles of his shoes rubbed against the arena floor, leaving a trail of grey-black. A sharp, piercing noise echoed through the venue, so abrupt and jarring. Finally, 10 meters away, the impact gradually dissipated, and his body finally stopped moving backward. The Ghost Tiger lowered his defense, and the taut muscles began to relax and gradually ease. The camera on the big screen focused on his hands. Those strong arms that had blocked the whip kick were now trembling uncontrollably. The venue fell silent, as the audience exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 53, The Overclocked Ghost Tiger. The Ice Princess appears. Power entangled. That student can also use power entanglement. How is that possible? Isn't he just a junior? Didn't he just start learning about power weaponization? Doesn't the Ice Princess know how to do it too? Why are you reacting so much? That's different. I heard Baizu's background is quite extraordinary. Could it be that this kid is a genius? The heated discussions outside the venue did not reach the Ghost Tiger's ears. He stared at the energy in Lin Xiao's hands, his expression somewhat dazed. As if he couldn't believe it. How long have you been studying power weaponization? About 10 days. Really? A bitter smile appeared on the hunter's face, followed by a look of relief. You might become an incredible powerhouse in the future. Thank you. Lin Xiao didn't deny it insincerely, instead, he accepted the compliment frankly. Then let us go. Let us have an exhilarating fight. The Ghost Tiger understood that now was the time, when the gap between the two was the smallest. In the future, once the other party grew stronger, he wouldn't even qualify to be a rival. No, even now, he estimated he was completely no match for Lin Xiao. The energy density Lin Xiao possessed far exceeded his own, and when fully charged, the power increase was enough to suppress him. Chapter 54, Baizu makes her appearance. Casually blocking the attack from the hunter, he glanced at the opponent's stats. Strength 16, Agility 15, Constitution 12, Spirit 11. Lin Xiao's eyes slightly lowered, silent. The physical and mental attributes of warriors were generally stronger than those of students. This was a phenomenon he had discovered during the 2 days of the arena battles. Although years of energy absorption and power control could indeed enhance these two attributes, the increase was not significant, far less than the rapid improvement of strength attributes. Among students, a constitution of 8 points was considered normal, and those below 8 points were basically poor students, like the old Lin Xiao. Achieving 9 points in constitution was typical of very outstanding students in the class, like A Chen and Fang Wen. As for a constitution of 10 points, Lin Xiao had only seen it among a few top students in his grade, such as Liu Yuqian, Wu Zhixing, and Gao Liangxiong. Of course, there were also some extraordinary monsters, like Shuang Jianyu and Bai Shan, whose constitutions were 14 and 12, respectively. Were these warriors around 30 years old still in sequence for Once Upon a Time? Lin Xiao doubted it. They were probably just ordinary students in school. Graduated and joined the military, then improved their strength before taking the Hunter Association exam. Chapter 55, The Sun Has Fallen. This ice-cold beauty actually spoke. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend her question. Yes, isn't my information displayed on the big screen? Why have you already learned entanglement? Baizu tilted her head slightly, her expression tinged with curiosity. So that's what she's curious about. Lin Xiao raised his arm and replied somewhat helplessly. You should be able to do it too, right? Isn't it normal to learn a bit faster? He had seen her power at LV1 with his own eyes. So he wouldn't be fooled. Not the same. Baizu gently shook her head, providing no further explanation. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and an invisible aura began to rise gradually. Lin Xiao understood that she was starting to call upon her power. When her eyes opened again, her figure had already vanished. Lin Xiao suddenly turned around, using his bullet-time dynamic vision to barely catch her attack. It was a hand strike transformed into a stream of light, aimed at his chest. Clang! The soft jade hand struck Lin Xiao's raised forearm, like steel being struck by immense force, and a heavy thud echoed through the arena. The shockwave erupted, but it didn't cause Baizu to retreat even slightly. Chapter 56, Ashes Mode. Lin Xiao's all-out effort. Grey flames descended from the sky, transforming into a meteor, shooting toward the girl on the arena. Baizu's eyes narrowed, and she quickly stepped back, avoiding this wave of explosive attack. Because of her evasion, the floor of the arena became the direct target. The grey meteor fell. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and from the center of the arena, a massive shockwave radiated outward in a ring, carrying powerful wind pressure toward the audience. It was as if a brief gust of wind swept through the venue. Howling from the front, it blew off the audience's hats and tossed everyone's bangs. The crowd clearly didn't expect to be affected, and gasps of surprise erupted from the stands. Wow! My hat flew away. Is this a bomb explosion? Ha ha ha. Your hairstyle looks like a bird's nest. This is too exaggerated. Am I really not watching a special effects movie? On the arena, the situation was dire, a scene of devastation. The floor of the arena, struck directly, was blown out with a large hole, radiating cracks outward for over 10 meters from its center. But no one cared about the damage to the arena. Everyone's gaze was focused on the center of the wound, staring intently at the culprit responsible for this scene. Chapter 57, Ice Blue Rises, False Victory. The fist, engulfed in grey flames, tore through the air, crashing toward the opponent. Baizu blocked with her side, deflecting the trajectory of the punch, then raised her long leg high, striking down toward the opponent's shoulder like a guillotine. Lin Xiao suddenly turned, his downward strike wrapped in power falling toward the ground. Boom! The surface of the arena was instantly detonated by the overwhelming force, with shattered stones flying and layers cracking. This was no special circumstance. In this intense battle lasting over 20 minutes, the arena in Venue 2 had become pockmarked, riddled with scars, affected by the two monstrous contestants. The entire arena was close to destruction, with hardly any flat ground left. But nobody cared about the quality of the arena. Whether it was the audience outside or the hunters in the contestant seats, their eyes were glued to the two figures on the stage. They transformed into streams of light, running in every corner of the arena, and once they made contact, terrifying shockwaves erupted. The ground seemed to be bombarded in succession, as the two humanoid monsters fought, inadvertently destroying the innocent things in their path. Having taken a punch to the chest, Lin Xiao let out a muffled sound from his throat. But he did not back down, seizing the opportunity to deliver a fierce uppercut to the opponent's small face. Chapter 58, The Ice and Snow Beauty. Blessings from the stars again, it was the familiar office of the Crazy Fighting Dojo. Again, it was that familiar black-clad man with a slicked-back hairstyle. After a day, I didn't expect to see him again. The slicked-back staff placed the brewed tea in front of Lin Xiao and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin Xiao. And this Miss Ling Zhu." Lin Xiao also did not expect to be invited back for tea, though this time he had company. Glancing at the calm girl beside him, Lin Xiao felt a surge of frustration. It was obvious that this was a trap. What were they plotting? Why was she still happily sipping her tea? No. Lin Xiao decided to save himself. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Lin Xiao lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his expression hesitant, as if unsure whether to speak or not. I didn't expect the quality of the dojo's arena to be so poor. Bro. Did they cut corners during construction and misappropriate funds? The arenas of the Crazy Fighting Dojo are built strictly according to the power standards of each sequence. The slicked-back guy wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with some resignation, "The number 2 arena was damaged to the point of being unable to hold matches. Probably related to your 2's overspec abilities." Chapter 59, The martial arts class officially begins with a prize of 50,000 yuan. Lin Xiao returned to school first today. Bai Shan didn't reply to his messages or answer his calls. Lin Xiao guessed he was still dizzy from excitement in the arena room. On the way back, he kept thinking about what Ling Zhu had said. "I just wanted to see the snow, and my abilities awakened." The reason was too simple, which made it hard to analyze. If he could also awaken his abilities, what would he want? Money. Slap. Lin Xiao gave himself a hard slap, angrily scolding himself to have some ambition. However, class instructor Wu Qinghua also seemed to be talking to him. To surpass the top 2, he must clarify his inner desires. What did he truly desire? It wasn't tea that he didn't know, but there was too much. Human desires are infinite. Right now, he still wanted to go to the cafeteria for fried chicken. He couldn't just awaken his abilities with a kick and become the famous fried chicken hero, could he? Damn. Bai Zhu seemed to have awakened her powers like that. Could it be that Lin Xiao would really have to transform into fried chicken brother? Working part-time at MFC every weekend, performing magic tricks to turn empty hands into fried chicken for kids who bought children's meals. The thought of such a future left Lin Xiao in unprecedented chaos. Chapter 60, Inner Turmoil. The arrival of Lan Bao, the martial arts classroom, was similar to a normal training dojo, but about 1.5 times larger. In the 3rd year, out of 10 classes, only about 40 people passed the assessment. They were the absolute elite of each class. After arriving at the classroom, the group from Class C dispersed to sit down, not gathering together. A Chen seemed to have good social skills, mingling comfortably with many students from other classes. Wu Zhixing nestled in a corner, as usual, wearing a sullen face, acting like he was the coolest. Aside from Gao Liangxiong chatting with him for a while, it seemed no one else wanted to talk to him. It appeared the grumpy guy was quite infamous. Fang Wen sat not far from Lin Xiao, mingling with Liu Yuqian. Lin Xiao vaguely heard some topics that didn't fit the military academy's atmosphere. It's hard to buy clothes when you're too tall. The dress sizes online are too small. My legs are too long, some pants show my ankles. There's a barbershop in the city center that cuts bangs really nicely. It seemed that tall women also had many worries. However, Lin Xiao was puzzled. What do you need to buy clothes for when you're wearing school uniforms every day? I've never seen you wear anything else. Of course, he only thought this in his mind. He felt asking would make him unpopular. Chapter 61, The Blessed of the Stars, The Throne of the Void, the ultimate goal of ability martialization. This question was too advanced, no one knew how to answer it. Looking at the students glancing at each other, Lan Bao revealed a somewhat mischievous smile, seeming unsurprised. Then I'll change the question. What is the origin of ability martialization? Or what was the purpose of its founders? Was it to become strong and fight against alien beasts? A Chen, mingling among the crowd, raised his hand tentatively to ask. Lan Bao shook her head, denying it. Whether it's becoming stronger or hunting alien beasts, these are merely byproducts. Before the Great Catastrophe, similar secret manuals existed in hidden realms worldwide. The Hunter Association collected, corrected, and integrated them, then after appropriate screening, experimentation, modification, and addition, formed the current ability martialization system. And the ancestors who created these manuals had only one starting point. Lan Bao lowered her finger to her lips and said in a soft tone, to allow mortals to perform miracles. Miracles? What is that? This concept was too abstract, with different interpretations in different eras. For the ancients, was modern society filled with miracles? Chapter 62, Release of Abilities, Sword Chi. Fist Pressure. The Throne of the Void. To be honest, this term sounds too impressive, making it feel remarkably high class. The students of the martial arts class simultaneously turned their gaze to the two ability users in the class, their eyes filled with astonishment. They previously thought these two were very impressive, but didn't he expect them to be so extraordinary? They were indeed blessed by the stars, true children of destiny. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhuang Jinyu remained composed, his gaze steady, wearing a relaxed and content smile. Ling Zhu elegantly swept her bangs behind her ear, her expression unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the praise. Seeing their calm and indifferent attitude, the other students felt that this was indeed the demeanor of experts. But Lin Xiao knew that these two were just putting on a show. They were secretly overjoyed. Glancing at the messages on his phone, Lin Xiao subtly eyed the expert beside him. Am I really that impressive? Panda scratching head JPG, does the term Throne of the Void sound too pretentious? Would it seem cheap if I said it myself? I feel like calling it just Throne sounds cooler. Chapter 63, The True Catastrophe has arrived. Azure blue surged. And at this moment, Lan Bao's eyes resembled translucent emerald crystals, shimmering with faint light. Tiny light points swirled within, carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if hiding a terrifying storm. The fourth stage of ability martialization is called alienation. The storm leopard extended her right hand, which was wrapped in a powerful energy shield. And with her azure eyes scanning the students, she said, "You all, watch closely." From her fingertips, deep gray energy began to be infused with a blue hue, gradually spreading upwards until it reached her forearm. In less than 2 seconds, the deep gray energy had vanished, replaced by a layer of emerald thin film that clung to the teacher's arm like a gem-like glove. The wind began to pick up. On the outer side of Teacher Storm Leopard's arm, a nearly transparent wall of wind started to swirl and howl, gradually accelerating in speed, resembling a miniature tornado. With the increasing rotation speed, the sound of turbulence in the air grew louder, and the tornado became more substantial, causing the curtains on the walls to shake violently, and dust on the ground to rise and scatter. At this moment, the martial arts classroom seemed to be in the midst of a typhoon's prelude, with the air pressure terrifyingly low, making even breathing difficult. Chapter 64, Just a little bit after nearly 10 minutes, the disaster-like storm dissipated. The ground was churned, the lawn vanished, and the playground of the junior college campus was left in disarray. Fortunately, the terrifying tornado had been artificially contained in place, preventing it from spreading, and the nearby buildings and trees sustained little damage. On the top floor of the faculty office building, an elderly man with a stooped posture stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He leaned on a pure wooden cane, wearing a loose grey robe, and his aged face was covered in wrinkles. The old man's hair was grey on the sides, his face clean-shaven, and a small tuft of neatly combed hair rested atop his bald head, showcasing his last bit of stubbornness. Sighing as he gazed at the devastating scene, the old man murmured, Storm Leopard is no longer young, she's already in her 50s or 60s. Why is she still so impulsive? Isn't this age the prime of life for an A-rank hunter? Behind the old man, there was a tea table with a black and white chessboard on it. The pieces locked in a tense standoff, with the game halfway through. To the left of the tea table sat another elderly man. His hair white and flowing down to his chest, dressed in white clothes, with clear eyes like mirrors and a rosy face marked by some wrinkles. Chapter 65. Acrobat. The punches of an A-rank hunter are painful, and the floor, imbued with power, is very hard. With 2 large bumps on his head. Lin Xiao deeply understood this lesson today. Most of the students in the martial arts class were either meditating or throwing punches at the air. Judging by the momentum emanating from them, it seemed that their internal power was surging. Storm Leopard had developed several training plans based on different progress levels. For instance, Ling Zhu was currently holding a short stick, slowly channeling power from her hands upwards. From her flushed little face, it was clear that she was putting in all her effort. Storm Leopard moved among the students, guiding each one with her experienced insight. The entire martial arts class was filled with a positive learning atmosphere, except for Lin Xiao. He appeared so out of place. Sighing, Lin Xiao thought. Despite being in the same class, why did he feel so lonely? Now he sat alone at the back door of the training hall, with a small soft mat on the floor and a trash can beside him filled with crumpled paper. Sitting more than 10 meters away from his classmates, Lin Xiao hid behind and played with paper balls. Grey flames overflowed from his body, dyeing the paper ball with power, turning the A4 white paper into a grey-black mass resembling a coal ball flickering with flames. Chapter 66. Let us play tennis together. Extra chapter. A few days later in the martial arts class, Lin Xiao found himself homeless. Since his power had reached level 1 at 70, the distance at which energy could attach to a medium was increasingly far, and the normal classroom was no longer sufficient for his training. If he continued to linger, the martial arts training hall would likely be left in shambles. Teacher Storm Leopard kicked him out and pointed him toward a clear path. With his own great sword on his back, Lin Xiao arrived at the multi-weapon training hall, specifically the giant bow range. The staff looked puzzled, probably wondering if this student was skipping class. Lin Xiao did not explain anything, silently took the giant bow, and brought along many buckets of arrows. Choosing the farthest 300-meter target range, he began to draw the bow and shoot arrows. Deep grey energy flowed out, igniting the arrows with fiery threads. Lin Xiao took a moment to aim and shot. Whoosh! The arrow shot into the sky, and at a distance of a few meters from Lin Xiao. The grey flames vanished, and the arrow returned to its original form. Bang! The arrow hit the target, and the aim was still acceptable. Power level 1, experience 12, giant bow level 1, experience 2, continuing to draw the bow, this time Lin Xiao directly narked 3 arrows. Chapter 67, The Supernatural Incident on the Back Mountain. It was Sunday again. Lin Xiao, Zhao Xia, and the other 2 gathered as usual for breakfast. This incident was something Lin Xiao's roommate Qiao personally experienced. Zhao Xia's face was serious. Her voice lowered and tone mysterious, as she said to Lin Xiao and the others, Qiao has a habit of taking solitary walks on the back mountain after taking a shower. You must know that except for the competition at the beginning of the month, there are hardly any staff on the back mountain. Qiao liked that quiet atmosphere. She enjoyed looking at the stars alone, which helped her relax her tense mind. However, over the past 2 nights, she heard some strange sounds. Zhao Xia's voice lowered further, seemingly trying to create a terrifying atmosphere to immerse everyone. In a sense, she succeeded, as Chen Feifei and Fang Wen across from her furrowed their brows, their expressions stiffening. Lin Xiao was not engrossed in the story. He kept glancing at the side profile of the girl opposite him, noticing what seemed like ants crawling on her. Should he remind her? But she was working hard to tell a ghost story. Would interrupting her be inappropriate? While Lin Xiao was caught in this dilemma, Zhao Xia continued her story. The sound was like some kind of instrument, but it was chaotic and lacked melody. Chapter 68, Power Erupts. Pure black and moon white tennis is a highly skilled sport. When the opponent strikes the ball into a meteor, creating a massive explosion on the ground, one must not panic and must not let the shockwave disrupt their footing. One should channel their entire power, combining level 2 force techniques, and strike the ball with a racket enveloped in grey flames. When the racket's surface contacts the ball, it is crucial to promptly spread one's power onto the tennis ball and maintain the effective power wrapping around it after it leaves the racket, otherwise that soft ball will instantly turn to dust. In the past few days, Lin Xiao learned a lot and deeply felt that this is indeed a profound sport. However, he didn't know why it hadn't given him any potential points. Boom. Power level 1, experience 11, power level 1, power level 2. Potential point 1, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, allowing teacher Storm Leopard to hit the ball into their court, and the massive shockwave erupted, violently tugging at his hair. Kid, why did you suddenly stop? Lan Bao shook the racket in his hand and looked at the student across from him with some confusion. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, and the grey flames on his body suddenly surged, resembling a blazing torch. In the blink of an eye, all the power flames on him disappeared, leaving only standard military attire of white top and black pants, along with a deep grey tennis racket. Chapter 69, The Early Bird Catches the Worm. Not the eagle soaring in the sky. Time flew by, and after another half-month, Lin Xiao finally returned to the martial arts class. It seems like I haven't seen you for a long time, Zhuang Jianyu said, looking at this long-lost classmate with some curiosity. What kind of courses did the teacher arrange for you? Yeah. Lin Xiao, I'm also very curious about how you trained. The student with the spiky hair, Bai Shan, raised his right hand with his usual sunny smile. Even Ling Zhu, nearby, tilted her ears slightly, probably listening intently. Let me think. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, then revealed an expression that was hard to explain. Throwing paper balls, juggling in the circus, archery. What else? Zhuang Jianyu and Bai Shan nodded. They had seen the first two in class, and the archery part was understandable. Playing tennis, going to the back mountain to repair trees, handling sudden rock formations, polishing rock walls, and even. Lin Xiao raised his head and said with a bitter expression, I also went to the giant wood processing factory to help cut wood for free. Zhuang Jianyu and Bai Shan looked confused, wondering what bizarre experiences this kid had gone through recently. Chapter 70, Approaching the end of the semester class competition, at the top of the tower. The competition venue was a pyramid-like structure, which was said to have once been some kind of shelter, repurposed by the school for military students to compete. The entire tower had 10 floors, and the winning rule was simple, whichever class's students reached the top floor first would win. Each floor had many upward passages, and to open these passages, one must have a complete key. Each student's authority watch was equivalent to half a key. The other half had to be obtained by stealing the authority from students of the opposing class. A complete key could only allow one student to ascend, and once used, the stolen authority would disappear. This meant that to reach the top of the tower, one needed to defeat 9 students from the opposing class. Strolling on the 8th floor, Lin Xiao yawned in boredom. This event was different from hunting wolves. The strength of the top player was not very important. As long as one had abilities comparable to Fang Wen or Ah Chen, and a bit of luck to encounter opposing class students on each floor, they could quickly gain upward authority and reach the top. Lin Xiao's luck wasn't great. He had been wandering around the 8th floor for a long time and suspected he had missed the opposing class students. Lin Xiao, it really is you. Chapter 71, Lu Chao Army Monster Observation Base. Monday morning. Class instructor Wu Qinghua announced the assessment matters for the third-year students. This assessment, in addition to the original items such as combat skills, footwork, elective weapons, power refinement, and practical combat, had added a new assessment item, power martialization. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses and said seriously, furthermore, the practical assessment will no longer be the previous one of fighting against each other, but rather true monster hunting. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately stirred a strong reaction from the whole class. Hey! Are we really going to fight monsters? Are we going to the wild area? Isn't that a bit early? Will there be a hunter team to guide us? Wow! This is the first time in my life facing a monster. The students were somewhat anxious, and Lin Xiao understood them well. After all, participating in monster hunting should be something for the fourth year, and it should be led by the military or a hunter team. It was too absurd to have the inexperienced third-year students face monsters by themselves. You are not going to the wild area, the assessment location is. Wu Qinghua manipulated the keyboard and typed a few big words on the screen behind him. Lu Qiao Army Monster Observation Base. The types and levels of monsters for this assessment had been screened and adjusted, specifically raised by the military for assessing students and new recruits. Chapter 72, Aki Shimizu's Ambition. Why do I have a 2B grade? Chen Feifei shook her head, her straight hair flying in the air. Her pretty face filled with unwillingness. Zhao Xia, who had suffered a few attacks from her hair, curled her lip and said coldly, because you are a 2B, accept reality. Xiaoya is so rude. Besides, you have one more B than me, right? Shut up. Take a punch from your sister YA. The two girls started to wrestle. Fang Wen, who received 5A ratings, completely ignored the two clowns as they ate dinner together and discussed practical hunting matters. Tomorrow will be a day for repairs and adjustments, and the military vehicles will come to pick us up the day after tomorrow morning. Fang Wen supported her chin and continued after a brief thought, then there will be the distribution of combat uniforms, weapon selection, team grouping, route confirmation, and familiarization with the environment. The official start time for the assessment should be the day after tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao nodded. Monster hunting was no joke, and ample preparation was necessary. Presumably, they would stay with the military for a night before starting the practical assessment. By the way, how will the grouping be done? Based on strength? Or completely random? Chapter 73, The Dark Scheme. The authoritative recorder the Grand Military Convoy carried all the third-year students to the monster observation base. As soon as they got off the bus, the military students were shocked by the scale of the base. Tanks everywhere, armored vehicles roaming freely, electromagnetic artillery launch pads, rocket artillery launch pads, giant laser weapon systems, missile launch pads, and other large-scale destructive weapons were all present. The station soldiers were imposing, with cold and sharp eyes. They wielded a large anti-monster firearm, which could only be used by soldiers who had undergone years of power training and had strong physiques. Otherwise, just the recoil could take half a life from an ordinary person. This was not Lu Qiao's military headquarters, nor was it a border garrison. It was merely a monster observation base, yet it had such a scale of strategic reserves. However, after the military personnel led the students into the base and they looked around at the surrounding situation, everyone suddenly understood. Although it was called an observation base, it was more accurately a large natural reserve. The plains, woods, hills, and peaks were truly vast, and it was unknown how many monsters existed. However, compared to the wild area, the monsters here had been artificially screened. Moreover, the activity ranges of monsters of different levels had been restricted by the military. Assessment monsters, ordinary monsters, and high-risk monsters could not intermingle. Chapter 74, The Senior Sister Will Help You. Here is the entrance to Route B3. Standing at one side of the entrance to the monster protection area, Aki Shimizu raised the tablet in her hand and introduced the map to the students in her team. The route starts in a flat area with very few strange beasts, but later it passes through the Great Wood Forest, where there is a fork in the path. Qing Shui Qian paused for a moment, her tone becoming serious. The eastern route of the Great Wood Forest has examination-level strange beasts, which are relatively scarce in number. But as one moves westward, the density of strange beasts increases and the rescue areas decrease. Near the Black Peak Mountain area, the girl looked at the students and said slowly, "There may exist a true D-level strange beast." Although the record officer must maintain an impartial attitude and cannot interfere with the student's route or choices, she can still provide indirect reminders. Through her introduction, everyone understood that the west side of the forest was dangerous and not suitable for the student team's examination. If they wanted to complete the exam smoothly, they should decisively choose the eastern route, as far away from Black Peak Mountain as possible. Sure enough, under her almost explicit reminder, the 4 students exchanged glances for a moment and then nodded in unison, showing her a knowing smile. Chapter 75, The First Strange Beast of the Youngsters, 3,300 words. Early in the morning, military vehicles delivered Lin Xiao and his group to the B3 Route's flat relief station. After getting off the vehicle, Lin Xiao examined his teammates' weapons. Ling Zhu wielded a long-handled saber, while Bai Shan held a single-edged broad-backed giant axe. The record officer senior sister held a giant steel hammer, the length of which nearly matched her height, creating a stark contrast. The most peculiar was Zhuang Jianyu. He had a diamond-shaped large shield in his left hand, a broad-bladed battle knife in his right, and 2 long swords strapped to his backpack, looking like a weapons master, which made him stand out from the rest. The school's weapon selection had no quantity restrictions, so theoretically, everyone could carry multiple weapons. Seemingly noticing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Zhuang Jianyu smirked and proudly explained, "What are those 2 swords on your back even for?" Qing Shui Qian pursed her lips, almost unable to contain her emotions and bursting out. She truly couldn't understand how the swords strapped to his backpack could be drawn out, and it would affect his movements. Lin Xiao looked out over the plain, and everything seemed so peaceful and serene. "Senior sister, it seems there are no strange beasts around here. Because this area is close to the relief station, strange beasts won't stay nearby." Chapter 76, Do You Need Help? 3,000 words. Idiot. Fool. Baldy. Qing Shui Qian had been cursing nearby for a long time. Lin Xiao scratched his head, somewhat confused, and repeated her words, "Bakahohaj." What is senior sister saying? It seems to be a dialect from Sakura province, probably reminding us to pay attention to safety. Zhuang Jianyu pondered for a moment and offered his guess. Everyone suddenly realized that their senior sister was kind-hearted. She might be shy and wanted to care for them, but felt embarrassed to say it out loud, so she mumbled in Sakura language. Looking at the big tree ahead, Bai Shan's eyes were wrapped in a power veil, and a smile formed at the corners of his mouth. There seems to be a shadow blade mantis under that tree. Standing no taller than 14 meters, it was likely a subadult individual. Lin Xiao also activated his true eye to assess the strength level of this strange beast. In the shadow of that big tree, a strange beast resembling an insect was lurking. It stood about 12 meters tall, with 2 hooked claws like giant steel sickles, sharp and covered with backward-facing hooks. The strange beast's body was grey-black and translucent, blending into the surrounding shadows, seemingly using its powers to achieve some form of optical invisibility, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye. Chapter 77, You are the record officer, we will protect you. The red thorn bear, with its legs smashed, fell to the ground with a crash. The steel hammer wrapped in power swung up abruptly, striking the giant bear's cheekbone from the side. Puff! Bones shattered, blood gushed, and the beast's eyes exploded and fell out. Qing Shui Qian raised the giant hammer high, bringing it down for the final blow to the giant bear's forehead. Bang! It was like a watermelon exploding. The powerful D-level beast's skull shattered, and it fell silent. Clap, 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 a round of applause erupted. Qing Shui Qian wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned around expressionlessly. The few students she was supposed to protect were now standing behind her, lined up and clapping in appreciation. Though they had also taken down a D-level strange beast, they were dry and tidy, without a trace of sweat or dirt on them. Qing Shui Qian glanced at the 4 strange beast corpses around her. The shadow giant wolf split in half by a great sword, the flesh-eating elk beheaded by a long-handled saber. The double-horned giant python chopped into several pieces by a broad-bladed battle knife, and the ghost-faced wild boar whose skull was smashed by a giant axe. Each of them had won more easily and cleanly than she did. And they were just 4 third-year students. Qing Shui Qian squinted her eyes and asked in a low voice. Chapter 78, Sea-Level Strange Beasts, Zhuan Huang and Blue-White Surge. What's wrong, Lin Xiao? Seeing Lin Xiao's suddenly serious expression, Qing Shui Qian showed a puzzled look and asked softly. Zhuang Jianyu followed Lin Xiao's gaze toward the mountain peak. Is something coming down from there? Ling Zhu blinked, asking curiously, sea-level strange beasts. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded uncertainly. There must be sea-level strange beasts, and not just one. With 28 points of spirit, Lin Xiao possessed an exceptionally excellent power perception ability. There were 2 terrifying energy fluctuations, high in density and large in magnitude. They should be sea-level strange beasts. But behind them, there seemed to be scattered power fluctuations, some strong and some weak, and because they were too far away, Lin Xiao couldn't perceive them clearly. The situation was a bit urgent, but there was also good news. Those strange beasts were all weaker than him. Sea-level strange beasts. How can they come down the mountain? Upon hearing sea-level strange beasts, Qing Shui Qian was immediately shocked, her tone panicking as she suggested, we should hurry and escape. This is no joke. Ha, they are locked on, they probably won't be able to escape. Lin Xiao placed his hand on the senior sister's shoulder, and felt her body trembling slightly. Chapter 79, Crush them at the fastest speed. Is the general really going to release the 3rd wave of strange beasts? A man in a military uniform, with a majestic appearance, frowned, staring intently at the screen in front of him. It was a surveillance image captured by satellites and multiple drones, then pieced together by AI. On the big screen, 2 young ability users were engaged in a fierce battle with sea-level strange beasts, with the situation stalemated and no winner in sight for the time being. The 3rd wave of strange beasts consisted of a total of 10, 9 D-level high-risk strange beasts, and 1 sea-level strange beast. Now, the 2 ability users were in a tough battle. If the 3rd wave of strange beasts was added, the students might not be able to hold on. The imposing man, jugully, puffed out his chest covered in medals and stared directly at the woman beside him. Military students are the new blood of the Army and the Hunter Association, with the top few geniuses being the pillars of humanity's future. Such orders that could lead to students' premature deaths are truly unacceptable to him. Even if this person is a human general, a top powerhouse capable of crushing him with ease. Ha. Don't worry, Xiaoju, you are too serious. Lan Bao waved his hand, not caring about his subordinate's offense, his face full of a spirited smile. It's completely fine, I've left them some leeway. Chapter 80, Star Key Drawn. Abilities awakened. The dark grey crescent moon swept by at high speed, as fast as flowing light. The slash passed through the giant trees along the way, as if a kitchen knife was slicing through tofu, without any pause. Heading straight for all the extraordinary beasts on the nearby ground. Roar! Pshh! Severed bodies flew up, bright red blood gushing, splattering onto the forest floor. Bang bang boom. At that moment, the trees along the way realized they were affected by that grey slash. Thick trunks leaned, fell, and collapsed, their broken surfaces smooth and flat. Lin Xiao glanced around, seeing 5 extraordinary beasts instantly killed, some cut in half, others beheaded. The remaining 3 were an armored giant elephant, a shield wall ape, and a steel-foot flea. The first 2 focused all their power on defense, suffering heavy injuries to block this strike. The latter leaped dozens of meters into the air, completely unharmed. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged, as he unleashed 2 vertical sword energies again. This time, the 2D class extraordinary beasts had no energy left to resist. And the terrifying slashes cut through their bodies, directly splitting them in half. He then turned his gaze upward toward the treetops. The half-meter-tall steel-foot flea was already scared out of its wits, fleeing for its life, bouncing off tree trunks at a speed of several dozen meters per second. Chapter 81, Two Crescent Moons. The battle in the surveillance had already ended. Duke Wooly, dressed in an officer's uniform, was stunned for a moment. His heroic face full of surprise. "How's it going, Xiao Ju? This batch of students is quite remarkable, right?" Lan Bao clapped the man's shoulder, his face full of a cheerful smile. Yes, Duke Wooly came back to his senses, staring at the student wielding a great sword. Sincerely admiring, his overall level is indeed outstanding, even among C-class hunters. Moreover, with the two ability users, this batch of students has truly extraordinary high-end combat power. Abilities are rare, not every batch of students can have an ability user emerge. Among past students, if there were no ability users, Bai Shan's level would have already qualified him to be the top. This year's third-year students have Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Zhu as ability users, as well as a dark horse student who is not inferior to them. In terms of high-end combat power, it can be said to be quite luxurious. If Duke Wooly's memory serves him right, this should be the most outstanding batch of military students in Luzhu in nearly a decade. Ha ha ha. If the principal finds out, he will definitely be grinning from ear to ear. Lan Bao grabbed his ponytail, a mischievous smile on his face. Chapter 82, Eclipsed Moon and / This is a weapon made of Wimu alloy designed for extraordinary beasts. Whether it's a C-class extraordinary beast or Lin Xiao from before, even using abilities, it could not damage its steel blade. But under this black flame, it appeared so soft, so weak. Is there anything that can resist this energy? Lin Xiao thought about it. If he were attacked by this pitch-black energy, how would he defend? Besides dodging, it seems the only option is to forcibly counter with abilities. Whether it's moonlight or black flame, they are both types of ability particles. However, their characteristics are completely different, and the fields they excel in are entirely opposite. Since they are ability particles, it stands to reason that one can resist with their own abilities. However, to withstand this black flame not only requires a high density of one's own abilities, but also consumes a considerable amount of energy. His own ability is very dangerous. Realizing this, Lin Xiao closed his eyes. His spirit was elevating, his thoughts gradually becoming ethereal. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the starry sky, soaring above the clouds. No, according to teacher Lan Bao, this is his throne, a territory that belongs to him in this world. Chapter 83, Green. Enveloping you after the practical assessment concluded, Luzhu Military University began the final semester ranking battles. In fact, before the third-year students headed to the Extraordinary Beast base, competitions for the first and second-year students had already begun. By the time the third-year competition was halfway through, the rankings for the first 2 years had already been released. It is worth mentioning that the so-called year segment ranking competition is not a hodgepodge. Instead, there is a prior division of scores. For students at the top of their year, all their subjects, including practical assessment scores, have reached an A rating. The gap in strength compared to regular students is significant, and they certainly cannot participate in the same competition area, otherwise, it would be a waste of competition time. The strongest competition among these segments, which used to be called the 5A ranking competition, should now be called the 6A ranking competition with the addition of ability transformation. Its start time is the latest, usually waiting until all area rankings are finished, and then personally hosted by the head of the year segment. At that time, almost all the teachers and students of the entire segment would gather to watch. Looking back, this might have been intentional by the school. The battles of these top students are like a grand event for the year segment, allowing everyone to enjoy and participate. Except for some reclusive students, like the previous Lin Xiao. Chapter 84, 28 Thrones. Damn it, the opponent is not here for a friendly visit. Ha ha, Lin Xiao pulled out a tissue from the table, wiping his mouth, his expression slightly awkward. Classmate Lin Xiao is truly broad-minded. She actually talked about this with her family. Bringing the small ones and then the old ones. This world is really terrible. No, 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 Ling Sen shook his head, chuckling. She didn't tell us at first, but that day she complained all night. And the whole family couldn't sleep because of her. The old man tugged at his beard, a hint of bitterness on his face. Xia Xue was pinned down by her mother and slapped with a slipper for 10 minutes before reluctantly revealing this matter. Hiss! Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp. No wonder she was getting more and more worked up that night. It turned out she had suffered the cruel torture of her mother. Originally, after several hours of text-based abstract emoji attacks, Ling Xiao's anger was about to extinguish. Unexpectedly, that aunt added fuel to the fire midway. And the fiery girl came looking for Lin Xiao, venting on him all night. Remembering the hours-long video voice attack, Lin Xiao's face was filled with the inability to look back. That night, the opponent's aggression was truly overwhelming. His pure and gentle heart really suffered immense trauma. Chapter 85, Ranking Mechanism. After several days of ranking battles, the rankings for the 4 competition areas, aside from the 6A students, have already been released. In the cafeteria, Zhao Xia tightly held her phone, pouting her lips and furrowing her brows into an inverted V shape. Beside her, Chen Feifei leaned in closer with a mischievous expression. Xia Yiyaya, how come you're only ranked 86th? I thought you were 68th. She exclaimed. Oh my. I just remembered, I'm actually the one who's 68th. She added dramatically, covering her mouth in faux surprise. For the cheeky girl next to her, who was sticking out her tongue and pretending to be cute. Zhao Xia didn't hesitate to swing her fist at her. I'll let you know what an 86th place punch feels like. Ha ha ha. Useless, useless. Jealousy makes you look terrible. Watching the 2 goofballs start to wrestle again, Lin Xiao turned to Fang Wen with a puzzled expression and asked, I've always been curious. How exactly are the rankings calculated in our school? Is it really accurate? The competition mechanism for the year group rankings is quite strange. It can't be considered a knockout format since that kind of system only determines the top few positions and involves a significant element of luck. Chapter 86, the 3 major legions. At this moment, there were 3 additional guests at the main table. 2 men and 1 woman. One was a man in a tank top and shorts with messy red hair, casual and carefree. The woman wore a light purple dress. Her slightly curled hair dyed with purple highlights, smiling slyly. The last was a handsome man in a hooded trench coat, with a cold expression and indifferent eyes. Their clothing and personalities seemed quite different, yet they shared one common trait, a thick skin. Facing the unabashed disdain from the old principal, the 3 remained unfazed. Acting as if they were at home, they casually grabbed snacks from the table and poured themselves a cup of tea without any hesitation. Seeing the 3 uninvited guests, the old principal frowned and muttered, every year, you shameless legions come over. How idle can you all be? My students haven't even graduated yet. These individuals were not official members of the Hunter Association, but rather a legion formed by hunter squads, or guilds, as they might be called. There was only one branch of the Hunter Association in Luzhu, but there were many hunter squads. Some powerful hunter squads, after decades of accumulation, had grown in number and developed into guilds. Chapter 87, The Retired Hunters Marriage and Childbearing Support Association, 3,100 words. In a trembling pile of teachers, a middle-aged woman slowly sat down, her expression gentle. Have you all found partners recently? As soon as she said this, a bunch of teachers lowered their heads in silence. Meanwhile, a few married teachers proudly raised their heads, opened their phones, and eagerly showed off. President Shen. Here's a photo of my 2-year-old daughter. Sister Shen. This is my family portrait. Come, take a look at my wedding photo. Am I handsome? My wife is a fellow hunter at my level. The middle-aged woman looked at the teacher's phone albums, her face displaying a gratified smile. You all are truly excellent. Seeing your happy families makes me feel like I can live another 100 years. After her sincere joy, the woman's eyes shifted, slowly looking at the silent teachers. Her smile gradually faded as she sighed deeply. And you all really make it hard for me. Shenru, president of the Retired Hunters Marriage and Childbearing Support Association, Luzhu branch, was dedicated to handling the marital affairs of retired hunters. The marriage rate among hunters is very low, which has always been a concern for the Hunter Association. During service, the tasks are dangerous, and everyone is reluctant to develop romantic relationships, which is understandable. Chapter 88, The Possibility of Black Flames. 6A ranking officially begins, 2,600 words, in the afternoon, at the back mountain of the school. Dark energy particles floated in the air, raging and exuding strong unease and danger. Standing under a large tree, Lin Xiao held a branch horizontally and took a deep breath. The light particles gradually gathered, and a blazing black flame, filled with ominous energy, appeared. Waving his hand, the black flame attached itself to Lin Xiao's palm, looking very obedient, allowing him to manipulate it. But this was only the case for him. Lin Xiao brought the black flame closer to the branch, trying to attach it. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. After climbing 3 centimeters, the black flame completely lost its obedient appearance, erupting violently and directly devouring the entire branch, fully revealing its true nature: sharp, fierce, agitated, chaotic, unstable. Boom! The branch shattered into dust invisible to the naked eye, scattering into the air. Sighing helplessly, Lin Xiao didn't show much disappointment on his face. With a thought, the black flame in his hand continued to transform, bending and shaping into a crescent moon as thin as a cicada's wing, burning with black flames. Whoosh! The black crescent soared, weaving through tangled branches and transforming into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. Chapter 89, A smooth and spectacular performance. The venue was bustling with excitement. The audience was filled with thunderous applause, and the cheers and whistles from the students were incessant. On the main stage, the competition was proceeding smoothly and spectacularly. Yes, smoothly and spectacularly, two seemingly contradictory words were now put together. All right, let's start the next round of competition. A high, clear voice, like a yellow oriole, echoed throughout the venue. On the north side of the venue's terrace, a separate hosting seat was arranged on the left side. A beautiful female host with long black hair raised the microphone, smiling broadly, as she announced the start of the next match. This host, named Zhu Jing, was actually a first-year teacher. Moreover, she had just joined Luzhu Military University this year, making her somewhat of a workplace newbie. Due to her enthusiastic and outgoing personality, she was brought in by the school to serve as the main host for the stage. Of course, it was also because the other teachers were seasoned veterans who were too lazy to take on this job. Let us welcome the next competitors, Class I's Kong Chuanming and Class HS Liu Zhuang. Let's give them a round of applause. Oh! Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, the high-definition screen hanging from the top of the north terrace displayed the information of the two students. Chapter 90, Lin Xiao's Weakness. Unlucky acquaintance. In front of Lin Xiao's right, 4 girls were seated. Fang Wen, Liu Yuqian, and a petite girl with a mushroom haircut from the same class as Liu Yuqian, Li Xiaoyu from Class F. At this moment, these 3 were intently listening to another girl recounting her experiences with a pervert. The girl telling the story was very slender, with a light tan complexion and scattered hair that reached her ears. She looked decent but had a carefree demeanor, giving off a tomboyish vibe. She was the top student in Class H, Feng Miao, ranked 10th in the year group. After spending a long time with class leader Wu Hua, I got along well with several girls, including Fang Wen and Liu Yuqian. That day, everyone was taking the ranking exam, and I was bored. So I wandered around near the back mountain of the campus. Fang Wen and Liu Yuqian nodded, saying that everyone had been competing in recent days, and those of us in Class 6A were just dying of boredom. At that moment, I was listening to music with my headphones. Just thinking about going up the mountain when suddenly, Feng Mao raised 2 fingers and pulled them from left to right. A male shadow dashed past with a whoosh. Shadow. Liu Yuchen frowned and asked, is he very fast? Chapter 91, his skills are quite good. Name, Jiaoshan Jun Class F previous ranking, no. 12 Name, Lin Xiao Class C previous ranking, number 382. Looking at the rankings displayed on the big screen, the audience began to murmur. Is 382 a problem? AI display bug? Is it actually 32 or 38? Why do they all say it's a bug? Maybe that senior has figured things out this year and suddenly became a top student. Do you think this is a game? Is Wei Neng Wuhua really that strong? Did he get stronger because of Wei Neng Wuhua? On the North Terrace, Jiang Wenlong lightly tapped the cap of his file board, curiously watching the students below. Principal Zhong. I didn't expect there would be a child with such rapid progress this semester. The old principal frowned and shifted his gaze to Ling Sen and Lan Bao. Ling Sen was sipping hot tea, seemingly unaware of his gaze, looking very relaxed. Meanwhile, Lan Bao directly smiled at the old principal, full of provocation, but made no move to speak. It was as if she was saying, I know what's going on, but I'm deliberately not telling you. Chapter 92, Boundless Fear. Congratulations to contestant Lin Xiao for winning. The female host, Zhu Jing, announced. Oh? After a brief silence, the venue erupted with huge cheers and applause. This time, the previously silent Class F and Class C also began to shout loudly. Well done, old Zhao. Go take a break in the round-robin tournament and come back stronger in a few days. Lin Xiao is simply a beast. Born to clash with our Class F. That guy. Even the top can't beat him. Whoever runs into him on the first day is in for bad luck. On the Class C side, there was a lot of teasing towards Lin Xiao. Top student. Still looking handsome today. Lin Xiao, I recorded your impressive performance in the match. Vimlis 500, and I'll send it to you. Lin Xiao. I sent the video to your mom. Quickly thank Sister YA. Top student, strike a pose. I'll get you a cool photo. Top student. I recorded your match. Come listen to my storytelling at the next class gathering. Lin Xiao silently watched the event list on the big screen for the round-robin matches on the south side of the venue. In the previous rounds, once the host declared the winner, the list would smoothly scroll up, displaying the subsequent matches of the defeated side. Chapter 93, A Noisy and Sleepless Night Smack. Without any hesitation, the moment the strike was formed, Lin Xiao directly retracted his abilities. The black moon dissipated, blending into the sky, returning to his rightful throne. Lin Xiao himself transformed into a shadow, leaving the back mountain at the fastest speed. Then, he was caught at the foot of the mountain. In a beautifully decorated VIP reception room, a grey-haired man lay quietly on the bed. His hands were resting on his abdomen, peacefully sleeping in the thick night. But in the next moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes. They were vertical pupils with an inexplicable authority, golden and brilliant, shining faintly in the dark. The man got off the bed, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, hands behind his back, and stepped onto an invisible staircase, quickly walking up into the sky. Standing nearly 100 meters high, looking at the unremarkable campus, Jiang Wenlong's face showed a trace of confusion. Whose energy was that just now? An A-level hunter testing a technique. In fact, it wasn't just Vice President Jiang Wenlong who was awakened. Above the principal's dormitory, there was also a hunched old man. He was wearing a set of pink and white cotton pajamas, with a pink nightcap on his head, and he was waving a cane while cursing loudly. Chapter 94, How should this assessment be written? In the central arena, the crowd was roaring. On the main stage, Fang Wen held a battle knife and diamond shield, with powerful abilities wrapping around her limbs. Her opponent was Feng Mao, a girl with a big sword, as fast as the wind. In terms of skills, agility, and ability enhancement, the two were not far apart. However, in terms of strength and speed, Fang Wen was still slightly lacking. Relying on the defensive advantage of the diamond shield, Fang Wen wouldn't lose in a short time, but she also couldn't gain enough opportunity, and the battle entered a stalemate. In the contestant area, Bai Shan leaned close to Lin Xiao's face, asking in confusion, "Lin Xiao, why do you seem so low on energy?" "I only slept for 2 hours last night," Lin Xiao chuckled, squinting his eyes. Seeing this, Zhuang Jianyu raised an eyebrow and said, "This won't do. You have 3 matches today, not taking it seriously is an attitude problem. Jianyu seriously condemns you." "I don't want to either," Lin Xiao sighed. Last night, the F-class instructor, whom he had only met once, added him as a friend and then chatted with him all night. Looking at the thousands of useless chat records, Lin Xiao deeply felt the horror of a chatterbox. Lin Xiao suspected that the other party was seeking revenge since he had repeatedly knocked down her students. Chapter 95, Fighting Wu Zhixing again. After waiting in silence for a while, Lin Xiao looked at the female host on the terrace. "Sister, what are you dazed for? Hurry up and announce the end." Cough, cough. Seemingly sensing his intention, the female teacher Zhu Jing cleared her throat, picked up the microphone, and shouted, "Congratulations to contestant Lin Xiao for winning." The host's words disrupted the atmosphere in the venue, and the audience began to erupt in exclamations. "Wow! Instant win! Wow! Did he just fall asleep on stage? What just happened? How did someone collapse on the ring? Isn't there a problem with the power gap? Kong Chuanming is the top student. I'm so envious. I wish Lin Xiao would pat my head. Old Kong. Ah, old Kong. How did the top student fall so quickly? Can't even last a second." Watching the student who carried his opponent off the stage, Jiang Wenlong pondered for a moment and asked the old principal, "Is this student's strength a bit too strong?" The old principal rubbed his weary forehead and glared at a certain director and the Wuhua class teacher across from him. He. Ling Sen adjusted his long beard and smiled. After all, he defeated the 5th place to become the top student of Class C. His strength is still sufficient. Chapter 96. Another exception. Wu Zhixing's state couldn't last too long, and Lin Xiao didn't waste any time. He only attached a thin layer of power to the soles of his shoes, stared into his opponent's eyes, and said, "I'm coming." Bang! The ground shattered, and a violent wind erupted as Lin Xiao's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of his opponent. Lin Xiao's right leg transformed into black lightning, shattering the air, carrying immense force, and shot out directly. Ha! Wu Zhixing's eyes widened, his muscles tensed and bulged, veins coiling and spreading, as he raised his diamond shield to meet the attack. Boom! Clang! The contact between the fibrous shoe sole and the steel shield produced a sound like metal colliding. At the moment of impact, it was as if a giant powder keg had exploded, unleashing a terrifying air pressure. Parallel to the shield's surface, the air was violently expelled and torn apart, creating visible shockwaves that surged towards the ceiling. Wu Zhixing was sent flying, still maintaining his shield-raising posture, as an unmeasurable force propelled his body. The soles of his shoes scraped against the arena floor, sparking and carving scars over 100 meters long. He hadn't stopped yet. His body left the arena, legs in the air, gliding backward like a cannonball, heading straight for the boundary of the venue. Chapter 97. Power barrier. On the computer screen, numbers and calculation symbols rolled at a frequency of 2 per second. 14835, 453, 582 1122. After a minute, the rolling finally stopped. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, recalling and sorting through hundreds of sets of numbers in his mind, calculating, and finally writing out the result. 2554682476865. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. Rapid note-taking LV1, Experience 7, Mental calculation LV1, Experience 33, Mental calculation LV1, Mental calculation LV2. Potential point 1. Yay. Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his hands in celebration, tears streaming down his face. This thing was really too dull and torturous. His mood was suppressed. His chest felt heavy, and his head was itchy, which was a significant test of his patience and perseverance. The software he was using was discovered a week ago. Called Crazy Mental Calculation Beads, specifically designed for children in mental calculation training classes. It could adjust difficulty levels, with 10 levels to choose from. If the first 3 levels were genuinely intended for students, the later ones were just the programmer's twisted humor. Random numbers and all kinds of calculation symbols. Could a normal student really calculate that? Chapter 98 Ice Blue Descent. Today's central arena was more lively than usual. After several days of continuous competition, the general ranking of the 6A positions had emerged. What remained now was the real main course, the showdown of the top 4 students of the year. Yes, the top 4 of the year. Today, with Lin Xiao being an exceptional student, the number of finalists directly became 4. These 4 represented the pinnacle level of the Luzhu Military Academy students, and their battles were the most anticipated showdowns. It wasn't just the audience students below who held this feeling, it also included the leading teachers on stage. It was that time of year again that the old man, enjoy the most. Principal Zhong rubbed his cane, his smile radiant, even the wrinkles on his face were crinkling. Ha ha. I wholeheartedly agree with President Jiang, who took a sip of tea and chuckled softly. Every year's final day makes one look forward to it. For these two, the more excellent the students cultivated by the school, the more genuine comfort and joy they felt. On the other side, the military corps officials were even more spirited today. Fully entering work mode. Ha ha ha. 2 ability users, 2 exceptions, it's hard to choose between them. Chapter 99 Frost Explosion. Pure azure filled the entire venue. And everywhere one looked was like snowflakes of light. What is going on? Why did it suddenly get so cold? I have goosebumps all over. Is the air conditioning broken? Why do I feel a chill on my body? What happened? What happened? What is wrong with those third-year students? They are not saying anything. The first and second-year students, who hadn't yet encountered the power of martial transformation, couldn't see the snowflakes floating in the air. But they could clearly feel the drop in temperature. The temperature in the entire venue suddenly plummeted, as if they were inside a freezer. For the third-year students who had learned to see the truth, they witnessed the arrival of the power light column firsthand. After a moment of stunned silence, a fervent cheer erupted. Damn! Abilities! It's really abilities. What is that light column? Is it an external enhancement? So this is how the prelude to using abilities looks. I never saw it before. Did Ling Zhu get serious from the start? I thought only the top 2 would use abilities in the final battle. How will Lin Xiao fight now? The second place isn't holding back. Upon hearing the cheers from the third-year students, the first and second-year newcomers were instantly itching with curiosity, widening their eyes to catch a glimpse. Chapter 100 Ice Mountain. Swordlight. A green barrier rose, blocking the onslaught of the cold wave. When the dazzling light faded, the audience could finally open their eyes and look back at the arena. What they saw was a vast expanse of white. Within that green barrier, everything in the venue had been covered by a harsh frost. Especially the arena floor, which had congealed into a thick layer of solid ice, appearing smooth as a mirror, making it slippery to step on. At this moment, Ling Zhu stood in place, and in that ice and snow-covered world, her long black hair stood out remarkably. The entire arena had only her alone. Where did Lin Xiao go? The audience shifted their gaze to Ling Zhu's opposite side. There stood a massive, cylindrical ice block, over 3 meters in diameter, and nearly 5 meters high. Through the thick solid ice, it seemed one could see a dark shadow within. Was Lin Xiao frozen? Students in the audience opened their mouths in surprise, unable to help but exclaim. What? Is Senior Lin Xiao still alive? Damn! He won't be frozen into jerky, will he? Even if he is not frozen to death, he'll suffocate. Why hasn't the director come to rescue him yet? Wait, what is Ling Xiao going to do? Chapter 101 Blue Supernova, reignited sun. A dark grey crescent moon rose continuously. Powerful, sharp, and dense slashes composed purely of power faced off against the giant solid ice. Swish! Boom! Boom! The first slash cut through the ice mountain formed by the abilities, leaving a terrifying scar 5 meters deep. The second slash bisected the massive solid ice in two. The third, fourth, and fifth terrifying slashes of light erupted rapidly, continuously cutting through the hard ice in the sky. In full view of everyone, the massive iceberg shattered into 2 pieces, then 4, then 6, getting smaller and smaller. Just as the fragments of ice were about to fall to the ground, a violent grey flame suddenly surged from Lin Xiao's body, making contact with the scattered ice blocks. Boom! 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 A deafening roar erupted, and all the ice blocks exploded. They shattered into ice shards, drifting in the air of the arena like snowflakes. Beautiful and poetic. As they watched the snowflakes swirling in the sky, the audience members who had just stood up looked somewhat at a loss. They shook their heads, recalling everything they had just witnessed, and found themselves in a daze. Chapter 102, The Disappearing Zhuang Jianyu during the intermission. North Side Terrace. The old principal leaned on the table with both arms, resting his chin on his hands, and sharply scrutinized the 2 Tibetan mastiffs in front of him. So, what's the situation with that kid Lin Xiao? Can you speak now? Next to him, President Jiang and 3 military corps officials nodded in agreement. Staring seriously at a certain director and a teacher from the martial arts class. Xiaozu had fought a few matches with him at the crazy fighting arena, with rather poor results. Ling Sen took a sip of tea and continued, as for why he could unleash his power, I truly have no idea. The old man glanced at the wild-looking woman beside him and said softly, perhaps we should ask teacher Wang Lan. Ha ha ha. Lan Bao covered her stomach with both hands. Her face full of joyful laughter. She had been laughing for about 10 minutes already. Lan Bao. What the hell are you laughing about? Hurry up and speak. The old principal slammed the table, scolding fiercely. Ha, I also don't know how to explain it. In any case, Lan Bao eased her emotions and smiled at everyone, saying, I hadn't been here long when that kid learned to unleash his power. Chapter 103, Shameless Abilities, Mental Threads Central Arena. Watching the 2 contestants in the arena, the students in the audience had subtle expressions. Even the leaders on the terrace now had corners of their mouths lifted, revealing interested smiles. Standing at one end of the ring, Lin Xiao held only a 2-handed great sword. His opponent, Zhuang Jianyu, was fully armed. At this moment, Zhuang Jianyu stood on a long sword, holding a battle knife in his right hand and a large steel shield, half a person high, in his left hand. 8 steel swords floated around him. 4 were single-handed long swords, which he usually used. 3 were 2-handed great swords, the same style as the one in Lin Xiao's hand. And there was one giant weapon, over 2 meters long and nearly 60 centimeters wide, looking like it wasn't meant for human use. If Lin Xiao remembered correctly, this thing was called a giant sword, kept inside the Great Sword Academy. To put it nicely, it was a conceptual model weapon, to put it bluntly. It was just a decoration, a showpiece to adorn the classroom. Unexpectedly, it had been brought over by Zhuang Jianyu today. Looking at the lonely great sword in his hand and then at the full array of weapons by his opponent, Lin Xiao curled his lip and said, why don't you just bring the entire weapons museum over? Chapter 104, The Crescent Moon in the Sky. The abyss covering the ground, combined chapter, looking at those moon-white eyes, Zhuang Jianyu was stunned, his eyes widening slightly, as if he had thought of an unbelievable possibility. At that moment, the sky darkened. The light seemed to be shrouded by dark clouds, and the entire venue fell into pitch-black darkness. In this eerie darkness, a beam of bright moonlight shone down. It was like the only light in the night, dreamy, soft, clear, and beautiful. And the beam of light was to cover the man surrounded by a heavy array of swords. As the moonlight descended, Zhuang Jianyu clearly felt that his mental thread, like a spider's silk touching a raging fire, instantly melted and broke. Clang, clang, clang. The 7 steel blades that had trapped the enemy all fell towards the ring, losing control of their abilities. But Zhuang Jianyu paid no attention to these. He simply looked up, staring blankly at the dome. There. It was no longer the ceiling of the central arena. Instead, it was a crescent moon hundreds of meters wide, filling the entire ceiling. It was entirely white, curving beautifully, splendid and dreamy. And within the arc of the crescent, there was a chilling darkness that seemed impervious to any light. Chapter 105. Only Lin Xiao did not receive an invitation. The following matches also ended smoothly. There was nothing to say about Lin Xiao's battle with Bai Shan. Like Zhuang Jianyu, Lin Xiao limited his strength, and the fight with this young man, who liked close combat, lasted 20 minutes before it ended. Conversely, Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Zu's duel was quite interesting. These two empty-handed ability users actually competed to assimilate the energy particles in the venue for themselves. The energy assimilated by the ability users could not be invaded or assimilated by others in a short time. Thus, the two ability users each grabbed half of the energy and began a relatively frugal battle. Every bit of energy was calculated to the extreme, completely losing the extravagant feeling they had when fighting Lin Xiao. In the end, it was still Zhuang Jianyu, the original top student, who had the upper hand, while the noble Ling Zu regrettably lost and took 3rd place. From her colder aura, it was clear that Miss Ling Zu was not in a very good mood. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were plentiful, pleasantly cool. At Luzhu Military University, the courtyard square was holding a grand farewell party. Including the old principal and the director, the entire junior class of teachers and students gathered here to celebrate the last moments of this cohort of students. Chapter 106. Lin Xiao's strength assessment. In the next 2 days, Lin Xiao accompanied Zhao Xia and the others around the city. This included but was not limited to shopping mall, clothing areas, food courts, amusement parks, aquariums, hair salons, planetariums, cinemas, haunted houses, and so on. Lin Xiao could not understand why their energy was so abundant. His 30 points of physical strength actually felt somewhat exhausted. Lin Xiao was even more puzzled as to why they were scared by the haunted house, when they flailed their tiny fists in fear. Lin Xiao genuinely worried for the safety of the staff. Of course, what Lin Xiao understood the least was why they insisted on taking photos and then wanted him to help like their posts after they were shared. HMPH. In the morning, as Lin Xiao ate breakfast, he quickly completed the task of liking their posts. After finishing, Lin Xiao put away his phone, just as he was about to return to the practice room for footwork. But what he didn't expect was that teacher Lanbao called to ask him to come register his abilities at the school's central registration office. As soon as they met, the teacher from the martial arts class raised an eyebrow and said with a forced smile, "You really know how to hide, huh?" "What are you talking about, teacher? My ability just awakened not long ago." Chapter 107. The arrival of the Legion officers at a high-end restaurant in Luqing district. A tall and muscular red-haired man was proudly introducing his guild to Lin Xiao while holding a tablet. "Lin Xiao, look. This is the central bathhouse of the Rage Legion. Isn't it super luxurious?" "Yeah, it really is quite magnificent." Lin Xiao glanced inside and saw not only giant bathing pools, but also dozens of bathing facilities and leisure areas, all lavishly decorated. Even Lin Xiao, who had never been to a bathhouse, could feel the grandeur of it. But why was he introducing this to him? "In our guild headquarters, everyone bathes, chats, and drinks here every night." The flame beast raised an eyebrow at Lin Xiao, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. When hundreds of people meet openly, the team spirit warms up quickly. "Openly?" "Yeah." Lin Xiao widened his eyes, cautiously confirming, no clothes on. Ha ha ha. Who wears clothes in a bathhouse? The flame beast patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, seemingly appreciating his sense of humor. And our Rage Legion really values martial fighting, sometimes when the atmosphere gets lively. Everyone just starts wrestling on the spot. Chapter 108, Lan Bao's suggestion, late night call ding ding. As the door opened, a cheerful bell rang. Xiao Lin Xiao. Over here. Over here. A soft and sweet voice came from behind. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw Class FS instructor, Li Jingru, standing up and waving at him with a big smile. Her outfit today wasn't much different from usual. She wore a beautiful light pink long dress, with exquisite makeup on her face, and a stylish handbag hanging on the back of her chair. To her left sat a beautiful woman with slightly curly hair and purple highlights. She wore high-waisted jeans and a fashionable shirt with flowing ribbons, and her bright eyes were adorned with purple eyeshadow. At that moment, she rested her chin on her hand, smiling warmly at him. This should be the Legion officer. Lin Xiao stepped forward. Sit. Wu Qinghua patted the chair next to her, signaling Lin Xiao to sit down. Today's instructor looked completely different from her usual self. Not only was she not wearing glasses, but her hair was also down and not tied up. Usually, she always wore a serious teacher's uniform. But now, she was in a creamy white dress with delicate lace trim, looking simple yet elegant. Although it was quite impolite, Lin Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that today's instructor seemed a bit younger. Chapter 109, Core of the Wasteland, Forbidden Zone. The next morning, Teacher Miao Fei, the great sword instructor, found Lin Xiao and brought him to the subway next to the school. Today, Teacher Miao Fei still looked disheveled, with messy long hair and a scruffy beard. However, this time he was carrying a long suitcase, and Lin Xiao could vaguely hear the sound of metal clashing inside, probably containing two great swords. Teacher Miao Fei showed his hunter's license, and the two entered the A1 line subway through the dedicated security check lane. Sitting in their seats, Lin Xiao turned his head and couldn't help but ask, Teacher, where are we going today? Today, the great sword teacher said he wanted to teach him something real, which was inconvenient at school, so he was taking him outside to practice. But Lin Xiao still didn't know where they were going to practice. He. Miao Fei placed the suitcase on the floor, a faint smile on his lips. We are going to the wasteland. Wasteland? Lin Xiao was taken aback. The so-called wasteland is an area beyond the human city's border, occupied by alien beasts. This is not a military established base for alien beasts. There are no safety guarantees, and alien beasts are everywhere, making it quite dangerous. Generally, only well-prepared hunter teams would enter the wasteland, otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Chapter 110, Particle Barrier. Light cannon, charging. There is a gap in talent among hunters. Miao Fei looked ahead, his tone somewhat melancholic as he said, after practicing transformation to no avail. I realized my limits. I can't advance further in the power martial arts. During his speech, the dark grey light mass on Miao Fei's finger had expanded to the size of a tennis ball, exuding a terrifying pressure. The immense power was compressed together in an unimaginable way. Moreover, the method of compression was different from what Lin Xiao and the others usually used. It was more thorough and extreme. The structure inside was quite precarious, condensing the powers together in some way. It looked stable, but it always felt like a dam on the verge of collapse. It seemed that just a small breach could cause the energy, nearing its limit, to explode. After recognizing the fact that my aptitude was mediocre, I began to think about how to become stronger. Manipulating this time bomb, Miao Fei remained unperturbed, continuously channeling power into it. When we face strong enemies, we compress energy to enhance our power's density and strength at a high cost. This compression has its limits, varies from person to person, and is related to one's energy density and mental strength. Chapter 111, Energy Gathering LV1, collapsing Miao Fei. Teacher Miao Fei's thoughts were correct. This thing, indeed, is not about releasing power. Lin Xiao felt that today he had stumbled upon a great surprise. Regardless of how much the skill improved him, he had secured this potential point. He focused his mind and devoted himself entirely to energy-gathering practice. Raw. O. Energy gathering LV0, experience 8, raw. O. Energy gathering LV0, experience 7, raw. O. Energy gathering LV0, experience 9. It was quite difficult. Lin Xiao had to try many times to successfully refresh once in 0.5 seconds. But he wasn't discouraged. After multiple practices, becoming skilled made his success rate gradually increase. And sometimes he could even achieve 2 consecutive updates of the outer layer of energy. Raw. O. Energy gathering LV0, experience 8, O. O. Energy gathering LV0, experience 15, raw. O. Energy gathering LV0, experience 7. Not wanting to disturb the students immersed in practice, Miao Fei glanced around and casually released a few sword energies, crushing all the D-level alien beasts lurking in the distance. After doing this, he observed Lin Xiao's training progress. Chapter 112, Completion of Footwork. Differences of the blood-colored legion. In the footwork practice room, the equipment-assisted passage was in chaos. A torrent of bullets continued to pour down, and from the walls around him, fibers sprang out from various directions at a speed that left afterimages. Lin Xiao wore a transparent eye mask, dodging and running with a ghostly agility. To increase the pressure on himself, he didn't use bullet time or any powers. He relied solely on his physical speed and neural reflexes to evade the flood of mechanisms. It was a struggle, and he was occasionally hit, but overall he managed to hold on. Because of this pressure, the system rewarded him with ample experience points. Footwork LV2, experience 14. Footwork LV2, experience 13. Footwork LV2, experience 14. Footwork LV2. Footwork LV3. Potential point 1. Vigility, 2021. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. His footwork became lighter and quicker, and even the flow of bullets seemed to slow down significantly in his eyes. After 2 minutes, the mechanism ceased. Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a heavy sigh of relief. 8 days, a full 8 days. During this time, apart from meeting with 2 Legion officials and learning new skills from teacher Miao Fei, he had spent almost all his time practicing footwork. Chapter 113. The women of the Lin Xiao family. Are those shoes outside for guests? Oh, are they Azu's friends? Just as Lin Xiao was chatting with the elder, 2 female voices came from outside the door. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw 2 ladies of varying ages walking in. The one in front looked to be in her 40s or 50s. She had black hair styled in a rather retro fashion, with a long hairpin secured at the back of her head. A few fine lines marked her elegant face, showing the passage of time. Behind her was a very young woman. She wore a light-colored knitted top and a loose home-long skirt. Her light chestnut hair fell to her shoulders. Her skin was fair, and her features were exquisite and beautiful, resembling Lin Xiao by about 80%. This should be Lin Xiao's grandmother and mother. Lin Xiao stood up, just about to greet them. However, seeing their smiles fade, he closed his mouth, swallowing the greeting of grandma and aunt back down. Let me introduce. Ling Sen adjusted his long beard and smiled warmly. This is my wife Yang Yuhua, and this is Xiao Shue's mother, Ouyang Jiruo. And this student is Xiao Shue's friend. Chapter 114, Limitations of Spiritual Medicine. Finally home in the spacious workshop, 4 or 5 cameras were set up, shooting from various angles. Standing in the center, Lin Xiao, who was in ash mode, wore a bored expression. The human model Lin Xiao mentioned was actually for her research on ash mode. These cameras seemed to be some kind of professional equipment, capable of capturing his powers. Raise your hands, spread your legs a little. Lin Xiao was nestled in front of a computer, directing Lin Xiao to perform various actions like a director. All right. That's a wrap. After nearly 30 minutes of filming, the female director finally let Lin Xiao go, happily organizing the videos she had just shot. Lin Xiao walked over to her side and picked up 2 sketches from the table. Both were clothing designs. The first was a grey evening gown, styled after Lin Xiao's battle suit, with some flame patterns modified into ice crystal designs. The second design was similar in style, but the color changed to ice blue, matching her ability's color. This woman was serious. She really wanted to imitate Lin Xiao's mode, and even considered the future mutated forms. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and said, "Although I don't want to dampen your enthusiasm, do you have enough power reserves?" Chapter 115, Bodyguard, Family. What's going on? Lin Xiao scratched his head, then took out his phone to send a message to his sister. "I'm home, but why can't I open the door? Mom lost the key a few days ago, and the bodyguard helped us change the lock." "Wait a minute, I'm going back now." So it was the lock that was changed. Looking at it now, it indeed looked quite new. Lin Xiao felt relieved, thinking his family hadn't abandoned him and moved away. Huh? Wait, bodyguard? Lin Xiao frowned. Where did a bodyguard come from? 10 minutes later, a girl with shoulder-length black hair and carrying several bags came up the stairs. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, wearing a simple white t-shirt, faded jeans, and canvas shoes. Under her eyebrow-length bangs, her beautiful and delicate face bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiao, making it clear they were cut from the same mold. Lin Shanshan, Lin Xiao's younger sister, was about to enter her second year of high school next semester. At this moment, she was carrying a 50-kilogram bag of rice on her right shoulder and holding many bags in her left hand. There were vegetables, meat, fruits, and bathing supplies, suggesting she had just returned from a market spree. Looking at his sister's face, which had lost some of its childishness, Lin Xiao grinned widely and opened his arms. Chapter 116, The generosity of the Legion. Lin Xiao's protective period at home had ended, and the more his mother looked at him, the more displeased she became. Under the onslaught of the mop, Lin Xiao reluctantly put away his family's go board and walked out of the community. To say he hadn't visited anyone was not entirely accurate. He had at least dropped by Teacher Zhao's house. Mainly, he had been lured by his mother's gentle demeanor, thinking it would be nice to stay home, chat with family, and brush up on his Go skills for a couple of days. Unfortunately, such warmth from his mother couldn't last too long. Sighing lightly, Lin Xiao felt it was time to get down to business. He took out a business card and dialed the number on it. Beep, I'm Ghost. Soon, the call connected. In a high-end tea room in the Shuixian district, sitting across from Lin Xiao was a man in a hooded trench coat, with a handsome yet aloof face. He was the vice captain of the blood-colored wolf pack. A-class hunter Ghost. I thought you would rest at home for a few more days, the man said, his tone flat as he handed Lin Xiao a cup of hot tea. I've rested enough, I'm in your care now, Lin Xiao replied. Small matter. Seeing Lin Xiao's slightly puzzled expression, Ghost smiled knowingly and said, You don't need to worry, everything you promised your family is true, including your childhood friend's family as well. Chapter 117, Spiritual Liquid as Brilliant as Gold. What? Because you joined the blood-colored wolf pack, my family can move as well. Zhao Xia's eyes widened, her expression one of disbelief at such good news. Sitting on the sofa in Zhao Xia's house, Lin Xiao smirked. Do you have anything to say to me? Zhao Xia's expression darkened, revealing a struggle. Then a hint of determination flashed in the girl's eyes. She lowered her proud head and handed over the teacup. Please drink tea. Brother Lin Xiao. Well done, Xiaoya. Lin Xiao crossed his legs, feeling as if he had never been so impressive in front of his childhood friend. Chen Feifei squinted her eyes and watched for a while, then asked her friend beside her, Fang Wenwen, is this what they call one person achieves the Tao? And the chickens and dogs rise to heaven? I feel like this term isn't quite right. Fang Wen looked at her friends fooling around and said with a wry smile, Lin Xiao, are you guys moving in a few days? Do you need our help? No need, there are staff from the Legion taking care of it. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, do you want to come with us to look at the house? Fang Wen should also have a housing arrangement, right? Seems like it. Fang Wen nodded, thought for a moment, and said, the Thorns and Roses said that as long as I choose to intern with them, they will immediately help my family move to Luching District. Chapter 118, Unprecedented Improvement. The Legion has already delivered the promised top-tier spirit liquid. According to the ghost's words, the earlier it's used, the faster Lin Xiao will progress. Although Lin Xiao definitely won't run away. It's bold to give him such a precious item when he hasn't officially joined yet. This blood-colored wolf pack truly has guts. Picking up a piece of top-tier spirit liquid, Lin Xiao planned to use it today. Ordinary spirit liquid no longer had much effect on him. Even if he used all 10 pieces of ordinary spirit liquid provided by the Legion, it would be a drop in the bucket for him now, simply a waste. He gave 7 pieces to Chen Feifei and 3 pieces to his mother. The reason he didn't give all to his mother is that the ghost told him he could buy more through the Legion's channels anytime in the future. 6 pieces of spirit liquid are enough for Lin Xiao's mother to use for half a year, and during this half year, Lin Xiao believes he can earn a lot of money. The first 3 pieces of ordinary spirit liquid are the most effective, the effects peak at 10 pieces. And the effects after that are negligible. Students like Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei, who are in a 5-year program, will also receive 3 pieces of ordinary spirit liquid from the official sources. The wolf pack gave Zhao Xia 7 pieces, and Lin Xiao gave Chen Feifei 7 pieces. Thus both of their growth will reach their peak. Chapter 119, Students mixed in Sequence 3. The Crazy Fighting Arena. A burly man walked through the quiet passage of Sequence 3. He had an exaggerated afro hairstyle, standing over 1.9 meters tall. His eyebrows were thick and black, with fuller lips, and his expression carried a hint of nonchalance. At the end of the passage, the man stretched out his hand and pushed open a soundproof large door. Oh! In the vast arena, the sound of people was deafening. In the surrounding audience seats, nearly 5,000 spectators were densely packed. At this moment, they waved their hands excitedly, looking at the big screen above. It showed the battle between 2 male hunters, their bodies wrapped in thick powers. Between punches and kicks, surging grey energy, like a shockwave, struck the air, exhilarating like a blockbuster movie. This was captured and edited in real time by dozens of high-speed cameras and super AI. The reason for not directly watching the arena was simply that the warrior speed was so fast that they couldn't see clearly. The military energy barrier was in operation. A hemispherical shield covered the arena to prevent the hunter's powers from harming the audience. On the 200 by 200 meter arena, the floor was laid with a rough steel surface. Chapter 120, Top Tier in C-Class, Fighting Skill LV3. Come on, Hugh, this kid is yours. Remember to go easy, he's just a student. Afro. Show the young man the style of top-tier C-Class warriors. You need to give him time to use his abilities, don't just knock him down right away. It's the explosive fist Hugh. The man scratched his fluffy hair, feeling somewhat baffled by the enthusiasm of familiar faces. After a few months apart, he had become so popular among hunters. Is this what they call beauty from distance? After marveling at the wonders of interpersonal relationships, the afro-haired man casually walked onto the arena, with his hands in his pockets. Welcome my next contestant. Explosive Fist Hugh. The female host's high-pitched voice rang out, and the audience outside immediately brightened their eyes. It's the Afro. It seems like it's been a while since we last saw him. Wow! The first batch of contestants is here. His words should be able to transform Ash, right? Ash has become increasingly outrageous. At first, he could still lose a few rounds, but now he stood firmly on the arena. When the contestant information displayed, the afro-haired man knew he had been set up. Name, Explosive Fist Hugh. Chapter 121, Have you ever had a nightmare? Lying on a soft big bed, Lin Xiao held his phone up, leisurely scrolling through the final Go experience. Finally, after a quick match lasting several minutes, the professional second dan female player across from him finally lost. Congratulations on your victory. Go LV2, Experience 30, Go LV2, Go LV3. Potential point 1, putting down his phone, Lin Xiao stood up and comfortably stretched. This long holiday was nearing its end. Tomorrow, he would report to the Hunter Association and choose an internship team. Now he had finally secured the scheduled potential point. Mainly because he usually focused on training in fighting skills and power manifestation, he would only play a game of Go in his spare time, otherwise he could have progressed even faster. Opening the panel, he added the potential point to his spirit. Lin Xiao's current attributes are: Name, Lin Xiao. Title, Crown Prince of the Throne. Potential point, 0 Strength, 27 Agility, 27 Constitution, 40 Spirit, 36 Ability, Moon Erosion Blessing, Gift of the Brilliant Stars. Skills, Power Extraction Method incomplete, LV 2742. Fighting Skill LV 306, Two-Handed Sword LV 2453, Step Technique LV 312, Power LV 2828, Energy Gathering LV 1443. Chapter 122, Dream-Weaving. Lin Xiao came back to his senses. The world had changed. He was no longer in that fragrant courtyard. Instead, he was in a blood-soaked wasteland scattered with bones. Bright red blood flowed like a river between white bones and decaying flesh. In the distance, terrifying monsters were crawling among the mountains of corpses. Some looked like humans, while others resembled beasts. They had no skin or hair, their flesh was torn, maggots crawled all over, and yellow pus oozed, revealing glimpses of the filthy white bones inside. Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the small pavilion he was in. At this moment, this place had transformed into some kind of monstrous skull. The chairs had become molars crawling with flies, and the table was a mushroom covered in fuzz. The originally fragrant tea set and cups were now replaced by a gigantic pitch-black spider. It crawled on the table, its back and legs covered in human eyes. They varied in size, filled with bloodshot veins, all fiercely staring at Lin Xiao, radiating an indescribable malice. Behind the spider sat a set of human bones. In its right hand, the bony fingers pinched a small spider, its mandibles opened wide, ready to bite down. Phut! A foul yellow juice sprayed out from the gaps in the bones, flowing and staining the entire skeleton with a filthy color. Chapter 123, The most terrifying scene. Moonlight-colored radiance suffused the air. The iron cage's cabinet door was opened. But the little white mice inside were in a state of extreme agitation. Squeak! 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 They screeched loudly, frantically jumping and climbing within the grid, as if something terrifying had entered from the other side of the cabinet door. Squeak! Suddenly, one white mouse lay on the ground. Its mouth opened and closed, emitting a sharp, mournful cry, its limbs clawing and flailing upwards. Clearly, nothing was touching it, yet the white mouse's head remained motionless, as if an invisible creature had bitten down on its skull. The ghost paused, then a shocking hypothesis surfaced in his mind. The pale flames rippled, and the hunter invaded the white mouse's perception, witnessing an illusion belonging to the world's interlayers. It was a vividly lifelike tabby cat, hungry and fierce. It was currently biting down on the white mouse's head, gnawing and chewing. Fur, body temperature, scent, pain, the bursting of eyeballs, the sound of chewing, the sound of bones breaking, the sound of blood being drawn, everything was so real. For this white mouse, it was now in the final stage of its life. Flesh was being torn, bones crushed, light no longer reached its eyes, and excruciating pain eroded its nerves, making its struggles increasingly feeble, and its breath more thin. Chapter 124, The Great Horror, Black Greatsword Wire-Made Cafe. A new genre horror movie. The ghost furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat confused. This exquisite and beautiful restaurant lacked any elements that instilled fear. Ding ding ding. Just then, A light wind chime sound rang out. The hunter turned his head, looking in the direction of the sound. There was a corner that presumably connected to the kitchen, meaning a waiter was coming. The ghost slightly perked up, a hint of curiosity appearing in his eyes. First, a pair of black round-toed leather boots came into view. Their style was very fashionable, and aside from being a bit large, they had a cute girl vibe. Then came a pair of full, long legs, adorned with bulging muscles, with curled leg hair fluttering in the wind, adding a bit of decoration. Above those long legs was a black and white apron with lace. Its style was light and fluttering, but now it was stuffed with exaggerated, swollen flesh. With the appearance of the dinner plate, the maid finally revealed her full figure. She stood over 2 meters tall, wore pink twin-tail wigs, and her chest muscles were bulging. Her face, full of flesh, was adorned with bright lipstick and eyeshadow. Chapter 125, The Scarlet Wolf King. Exquisite stone carvings, elegant murals, bright red carpets. Walking in the exotic Gothic castle, Lin Xiao couldn't suppress his curiosity and quietly asked the ghost, "Deputy Captain, what is an S-class hunter?" "Those who are granted authority and exercise the will of a king," the ghost explained, his gaze unwavering and tone calm. "They are those who serve the king. The king's subjects. Compared to ordinary A-class hunters, they possess greater power and are closer to the authority of miracles." Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. The deputy president of the Lu Chao hunters, Tyrant Jiang Wenlong, was indeed an S-class hunter. The authority granted to him was from our S-class monarch of Lu Chao, who is also the president of the Lu Chao Hunters Association. The ghost glanced at Lin Xiao and continued, "Our team leader is one of the only 2 S-class in Lu Chao besides Jiang Wenlong. As for who her monarch is, I cannot disclose that unless the team leader tells you herself." Okay. Such matters involving high-level secrets were clearly not something a preparatory member like him should know. In front of a double opening door adorned with a blood wolf flag, the ghost stopped. Chapter 126, Cutting Off Concepts. Wait a minute. Suddenly, the blood wolf leader frowned, turned, and leaned closer to the moonlight particles. Something's off, they seem to have some other characteristics. Other characteristics? Lin Xiao was taken aback, uncertain about what the leader meant. Yes, they are not very conspicuous now. Lin Xiao, can you turn them into an attack? Snap. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and the moonlight began to gather, forming a bright white crescent slash. Leader Rek reached out again to touch this white moon. This time, her finger passed through directly, as if the crescent moon were an intangible illusion, not colliding with her physical body. However, the energy of the slash was indeed consumed, and the bright white crescent became transparent and thin. It is indeed attacking my mind and soul, but it feels like there's more, something else. The female leader crossed her arms, her tone uncertain. There are other, more abstract characteristics. After hearing the leader's words, the ghost pondered for a while and then asked Lin Xiao, "Do you understand this?" "I think I have a rough idea." Lin Xiao scratched his head. Speaking somewhat ambiguously, there might be rules and concepts mixed in with my moonlight particles. Chapter 127, Human Pinnacle, Demigod, Secret Realm. After Lin Xiao agreed to the request, Leader Rek obviously felt much more relaxed. She sent a message on her phone, and the regiment staff pushed over a pile of afternoon tea. Cakes, puddings, macarons, cookies, chocolates, ice cream, egg tarts, colorful desserts filled the entire table. Judging by this setup, it seemed she wanted Lin Xiao and the ghost to accompany her for tea and chat. Really appreciate the leader's hospitality, but isn't this a bit too sweet? Struggling to swallow the cake in his mouth, Lin Xiao felt his blood sugar rising significantly today. Next, you will follow the procedures and intern in the team. Leader Rek stirred her coffee and softly instructed, "The path to the pinnacle of humanity is long and distant. You can first aim for A-class hunters. If you have any questions, feel free to consult the regiment directly." "Okay, may I ask what the pinnacle of humanity is?" This suddenly emerging new term left Lin Xiao somewhat puzzled. The so-called human pinnacle refers to the peak of humanity. The expressionless ghost was chewing on a biscuit and explained to Lin Xiao, generally, we refer to S-class monarchs. Lin Xiao had guessed this. But his question was not about that. Why is a monarch considered the pinnacle of humanity? Chapter 128, Punk Girl. Contact of the intern team for the sake of Vice Captain Ghost's life, Lin Xiao sincerely said that the sweet coffee was good after swallowing it down. The blonde lady showed a rather bright smile, probably feeling that her taste was recognized by others. In fact, it was quite all right, just like drinking a sweet beverage. Nothing too hard to accept. Before leaving, Lin Xiao paid 4 million to the Legion for a few bottles of elixir his mother needed. Although the captain intended to give it for free, Lin Xiao, being shy, insisted on paying. Of course, this was also related to his recent financial stability. In the third arena of the Crazy Fighting Dojo, the prize for winning a match is 10,000. And the rules for defending the arena are the same as other arenas. Lin Xiao spent more than a month in the dojo, making a small profit of about 10 million. He originally intended to check out the second arena, but found that the access to the fourth arena was only 4 and 3, making it impossible to enter the second room. For the first time, Lin Xiao realized that his access level was insufficient. Why didn't the man in black help him upgrade this time? Later, when Lin Xiao took the initiative to contact them for an upgrade, he learned that many B-class hunters had been busy lately. And the free hunters saw too few people in the rooms, and were too lazy to come to the dojo. Chapter 129, Silver Shield Jiang Jing. Butcher Sun Ke early in the morning, Lin Xiao spent more than an hour refining his power to adjust himself to the best state. His current attributes are, Strength 28, Agility 27, Constitution 40, Spirit 37, Two-Handed Sword LV 2459, Power LV 2849. His strength increased by 1 point the day before yesterday. And the potential points he gained yesterday were added to his spirit attribute. As for future internships, Lin Xiao plans to hone his swordsmanship through practical combat to upgrade his two-handed sword to LV2. As for power LV2, the experience points really decrease more and more. To speed up the process, he probably has to wait until he makes progress in transformation. Compared to unleashing power, transformation is indeed much more difficult and quite obscure. Hard to articulate. No wonder teacher Lan Bao said that at this stage, the martialization of power truly begins to move towards the extraordinary. No wonder so many powerful C-class hunters are stuck here, unable to advance their entire lives. Wearing the combat uniform issued by the Legion, Lin Xiao took his backpack and big sword, fully prepared. The wasteland is full of dangers, you must be careful and follow the arrangements of the old hunters. Chapter 130. The night before the mission. My name is Wang Jianbin, and the team leader gave me the nickname Wrath Hammer. You can call me Angry Hammer. Or like them, just call me Abin. Standing in front of Lin Xiao was a tall and strong young man. He had a crew cut, a somewhat rugged face, and a broad smile, looking like a straightforward and easygoing person. Lin Xiao stood up and shook hands with him. Senior Abin, my name is Lin Xiao. Please take care of me. Ha ha ha. No problem. Angry Hammer Abin patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and encouraged him. Lin Xiao, you are very tough, looking very spirited. As long as you don't get timid, we can slaughter the alien beasts like pigs tomorrow. Okay. Lin Xiao found it hard to follow what the other person was saying. So he changed the topic. Are you also a graduate this year, Senior Abin? Yes, Abin is in the same class as me. Jiang Jing, who was beside them, replied quickly. Abin patted his chest and grinned. I'm not as good as Jiang Jing, my ranking in the class is lower than hers. Although he said that, Lin Xiao felt that the two were not much different, both being exceptional D-class hunters. They were probably just one step away from becoming true C-class hunters, which was likely just a matter of unleashing their power. Lin Xiao didn't know how other hunter teams operated, but this thunderclap team was indeed small but elite. Chapter 131, The Predatory Hills. This was a massive alloy war vehicle. Different from the one teacher Miao Fei drove last time. Its exterior was dark grey, with a marvelous crystal device on top, subtly emanating power. The heavy bottom had 8 large off-road tires, and the rubber material was quite strange, seemingly made from some kind of alien beast's tissue. Thunderclap Colonel. The supplies are ready. Thank you for your hard work. The military soldier left, and Butcher Sun Kei opened the car door and sat down in the driver's seat. Seeing Lin Xiao's somewhat surprised expression, Captain Thunderclap explained, "It's necessary to drive a war vehicle, otherwise, transporting materials would be a hassle. Won't this be damaged by alien beasts? This war vehicle is very sturdy, although its strength is not as high as Wiam alloy, even C-class alien beasts would take some time to break it." Moreover, Thunderclap pointed to the crystal device above and said in a deep voice, "There is a military barrier device here, although its strength is not high. It can temporarily resist C-class alien beast attacks. For weaker teams, the war vehicle can sometimes save their lives." After educating Lin Xiao, everyone boarded the vehicle. Chapter 132, Snake-tailed Horned Sheep, Giant Grey Wolf. Stop. Sure enough, as they approached the top of the slope, Jiang Jing came to a halt. She raised her rhombus shield, staring intently at the protruding rock ahead. "A bin. Blast that rock to pieces." "All right." Abin picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it in his hand. And then grey flames wrapped around it. Boom! The grey meteor shot straight at the rock on the slope, exploding like gunpowder, turning the several-meter-wide stone into fragments. Thick grey dust rose, obscuring the view above. Jiang Jing and Abin held their weapons, quietly waiting for the smoke to settle, not acting rashly. But just then, whoosh! A grey energy slash tore through the smoke, striking down towards the group. Clang! A silver-glinting rhombus shield blocked in front, taking the brunt of the power attack. Jiang Jing, whose limbs were enveloped in grey flames, raised her head and looked at the beast shadow on the slope. There were 2 strange goats. One was large, reaching 3 meters. And the smaller one was nearly 2 meters tall. One horn stood tall, with a long goat head, 2 rows of sharp teeth gleaming, dripping with viscous blood. Their bodies were robust, devoid of fur, but covered in deep brown scales. Of course, the most bizarre aspect was the metallic gloss tail. Chapter 133, The Fierce Wolf King. Giant Grey Wolf Pack. A C-class Wolf King and 13 giant grey wolves. Captain Lei Ming's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly, "No, this intensity exceeds 3 C-class aberrant beasts. Even if Lin Xiao uses his abilities, he won't be able to cope. Then I'll go and take care of the wolf pack, leaving just 1 Wolf King for him." Butcher Sun Kei, holding a beast knife, was about to step forward when something suddenly caught his eye, causing his pupils to contract. Swish! A deep grey sword energy shot out. It carved a trajectory hundreds of meters long, cutting through everything in its path, passing just in front of the 3 hunters and leaving a deep scar on the ground. Watching this terrifying sword energy, Lei Ming slowly widened his eyes and stared blankly at the young man in the distance. The intern, holding a large sword, was smiling lightly and waving at them, making his meaning very clear. "I can handle all of this, you don't need to intervene." The 3 hunters fell silent for a moment, and they all saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. When did the intern also release such power? Captain Lei Ming scratched his head, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Where did this brat come from? Chapter 134, Lin Xiao, we need to talk. You all are running low on energy, so don't go adding to the chaos. Hearing that familiar male voice behind her, Jiang Jing's face stiffened, and blood surged to her brain. She turned around, grabbed Captain Lei Ming by the collar, and shouted with a twisted expression, "Hey! You lazy bum! Why aren't you supporting us?" Angry Hammer A Bin, although not as impulsive as Jiang Jing, looked at the several seniors with confusion. "Calm down, Jiang Jing. You need to work on that easily agitated temper of yours. Looking at the young man in front of him with a flushed face, Lei Ming sighed helplessly. First of all, our support is predicated on Lin Xiao needing it. Huh? Jiang Jing's face froze. Bang! A hook punch landed on the back of Jiang Jing's head, knocking her to the ground. If you're afraid of seeing your teammates die, you should be even calmer. I should have warned you about this, right? Butcher Sun Ke clenched his fists, speaking in a cold tone. Sorry. Crawling up from the ground. Covered in dust, Jiang Jing lowered her head, her expression no longer fierce. Twin Sword Lasushan gently massaged the girl's brows and said in a friendly tone. Come on, let us take you to see the real battle situation. Chapter 135, Material Collection, Lin Xiao's self-evaluation. All the corpses of aberrant beasts were gathered together. Lin Xiao, holding the grey flame small steel knife, collected aberrant beast materials along with the hunters from Lei Ming's team. The single horn of the snake-tailed horned sheep, the snake tail. The steel claws and fur of the giant grey wolf, and the canine teeth of the wolf king, etc. The reward for that C-class snake-tailed horned sheep is 50-50 for Jiang Jing and a bin, while all the other aberrant beast materials belong to you. Captain Lei Ming, holding a tablet to record, explained to Lin Xiao, when the Legion sells them later, you will get your share, and the amount will vary from person to person. Okay. Lin Xiao raised the broken wolf skin in his hand and asked, is this kind of material priced lower? Yes, the more intact the material, the higher the selling price. Well-preserved giant grey wolf skins can sell for over 100,000, and for the wolf king, the price can multiply by 10 or more. The wolf king, which he decapitated, has no significant damage to its skin, so it should be preserved fairly well. The division promised by the vice captain is 80%. That means the giant grey wolf king, excluding canine teeth and steel claws, can bring him around 800,000 in income just from the beast's skin. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, satisfied with this income. With the help of the old hunters, the aberrant beast materials were quickly collected and sealed in military bags. Chapter 136, Tactical Arrangement. The next stop for the battle vehicle my ability is actually just energy release. Staring at the flame flickering at his fingertips, Lin Xiao explained lightly, the black flame has strong lethality and a high destructive effect on both matter and energy. He could feel Captain Lei Ming stroking his chin, carefully examining the aberrant ability flame in front of him. Have you tested its attack strength? Yes. Lin Xiao's eyes shifted. Speaking somewhat ambiguously, it can break through the defenses of B-class aberrant beasts. Really? Lei Ming's eyes lit up. The other two C-class hunters were also taken aback, staring at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Really? Ha ha ha. That's great news. After receiving Lin Xiao's confirmation, Captain Lei Ming's mouth broke into a broad smile, his face filled with excitement. Originally, I had to grind down that dragon lizard, but now with your ability, this mission is much more secure. Captain, is that lava dragon lizard very strong? Seeing the man's relieved expression, Lin Xiao was a bit curious. I don't know. Lei Ming shook his head and sighed. There are strengths and weaknesses among hunters. And the same goes for aberrant beasts. But even the most ordinary B-class aberrant beasts possess aberration abilities, and their physical strength and energy strength far exceed that of C-class hunters. Chapter 137, A left-arm Old Xiangnan City, although a low-risk area, has a wide variety of aberrant beasts, including many insect-like monsters. Captain Lei Ming knocked on the window, pondering for a moment. The aberrant beasts in this city are too dense, we can't stay long and can't collect materials here, or we'll be surrounded by countless aberrant beasts. Captain Lei Ming opened the car door and said, Abin, drive forward. The rest of you, get out and follow to guard. Everyone grabbed their weapons and got out of the car, with angry hammer Abin taking the driver's seat. Lin Xiao, you can practice your sword skills, but you can't delay. Captain Lei Ming looked at Lin Xiao seriously and said, we need to leave this city quickly. You can kill aberrant beasts nearby. But you must keep pace with the battle vehicle. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded. Knowing his power intensity and actual combat ability, Captain Lei Ming was not worried about Lin Xiao being harmed by low-level aberrant beasts. What he feared was Lin Xiao delaying too long and being surrounded by the aberrant beasts in the city. After all, human stamina and energy reserves are limited. Once the number of aberrant beasts becomes too great and energy is exhausted, the situation could become dangerous. The battle vehicle's engine started, advancing at 80 km/h. Captain Lei Ming, Silver Shield Jiang Jing ran on the right flank of the battle vehicle, while Butcher Sun Ke and Twin Sword Lisushan guarded the left flank. Chapter 138, Two Types of Ant Beasts. Boom. A deep grey light sphere, dozens of meters wide, shot into the sky, and when it reached several hundred meters high, it suddenly exploded, dark energy chips scattering everywhere, resembling a magnificent firework. Watching the energy fireworks in the sky, Lei Ming's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Jiang Jing! Get in the car. Abin, floor it. We're moving at full speed." "Yes." Boom. 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 Several old hunters successively unleashed punches to clear the beast corpses and rubble. And the battle vehicle surged forward at full speed toward the location where the light sphere had risen. After signaling to the captain, Lin Xiao explored the interior of the abandoned war vehicle and picked up the arm. It was the left arm of a female hunter, and from the clean cut, it could be seen that it was likely severed by the steel claws of an alien beast or a powerful strike. There were many packages piled up at the back of the war vehicle, which appeared to be materials from alien beasts. This arm was very close to the cockpit. There were no weapons dropped inside the vehicle, and there were no human corpses nearby. Lin Xiao speculated that a certain hunter team had encountered an unresistible alien beast and abandoned the vehicle to escape. The female hunter driving must have been a moment too slow, and lost her arm to the alien beast's attack. As for the direction in which that team fled. Chapter 139, Black Lion Team. The man with a buzz cut let out a tragic howl. This exceptional D-grade hunter had already been weakened by the power flame on him, and the beam from a C-grade alien beast directly extinguished his last line of defense. His skull shattered, his cervical spine broke, and his body fell to the ground. A white gelatinous substance remained on him, rapidly corroding his flesh and soon revealing stark white bones. "Old bull!" The female hunter cried out in a mournful shout, wanting to rush over to rescue her teammate. But she was already struggling to fend off several ant beasts. "Ah!" The hunter captain's eyes turned red, and the war knife in his hand erupted with grey flames, slashing at the airborne jade cocoon white, and with several blade lights. A grey flame barrier formed in front of the C-grade white ant. But the furious slashes of a high-rank C-grade hunter were not so easily defended against. After blocking the first two blade lights, the barrier shattered, and the third blade light directly struck the forelimb of the white ant, which was covered in grey flames. Boom! A white, jade-like insect limb fell from the sky, clearly. Its body strength was not as strong as that of the steel, and could not withstand such high-intensity blade lights. The jade cocoon white ant, having lost a foot, gained altitude as the grey light at its tail gathered once more. The hunter captain bent his body, just about to chase and kill it. But the C-grade shadow steel, and on the ground had already approached him. Chapter 140, The Undead, Underground Movements. Hearing the unfamiliar male voice from across the way, Black Lion Liu Kaifeng quickly reacted. "Did you save my teammate? Thank you so much. We will reward you." "No need, just a small effort." The male voice on the other side was very calm, devoid of any emotional tone. Liu Kaifeng turned to look at Captain Lei Ming, and after receiving a nod from him, he asked, "Is your location safe? We can head over to meet you. Without me leading, you won't find my base." The abrupt tone left everyone present momentarily stunned. "Then will you come over?" Liu Kaifeng pondered for a moment and asked the other side. Your teammates are all injured and in poor condition. I cannot guarantee their safety outside. What do you mean? Black Lion Liu Kaifeng furrowed his brows. I'll come over to guide you. By yourself? Yes. Liu Kaifeng looked at Lei Ming and directly handed the phone to him. Lei Ming's expression was serious as he asked in a low voice, "Isn't it risky for you to come alone?" "I'm used to it. I've been here for 2 years." "What?" Everyone's eyes widened, including Lin Xiao's. Chapter 141, The Sound of the Blade, left show the corpse of the alien beast soared into the sky. Along with it, a large steel plate also flew up, which had just been wedged in the surface of the ruins. The blood pool was shaken apart by the tremendous impact, momentarily dispersing to the sides, revealing a hollow space less than a meter wide below. Lin Xiao focused on the opening beneath the beast's corpse and the steel plate. A head of an ant beast protruded from there. It was half a meter wide, entirely white, resembling jade and emerald, with exquisitely beautiful patterned horns. Jade cocoon white ant. Lin Xiao, on high alert, frowned, never expecting it to be an ant beast. According to official records, the jade cocoon queen ant was only equivalent to a top C grade. And throughout history, only 2 of the strongest queen ants had reached B grade. How did it evade my detection? A special ant species. Suddenly, the ant head moved slightly. Lin Xiao gripped his great sword tightly, not relaxing his vigilance. But what happened next left him stunned. Below the ant head, a human arm stretched out. It lifted the ant head as if removing a hat, revealing its true appearance. It was a man with slightly long hair. He had a handsome face, an expressionless demeanor, cold yet possessing a scholarly aura. Chapter 142, Left Show's Purpose, and Beast's Nest. There is a bit of a problem, Mr. Left Show. Captain Lei Ming rubbed the tousled hair on his head and asked in a low voice, "My team members say you came out of the ant path. Do you know a lot about ant-type alien beasts?" "Very much." Daoming Left Show admitted calmly, "Especially the jade cocoon white ant. I know their attack methods, living habits, and activity patterns very well." "Did you specifically study them?" Nodding slightly at Left Show, he replied expressionlessly, "For the past 2 years. I've been tracking the jade cocoon white ant every day, including the encounter with the Black Lion team today." "May I ask why?" Lei Ming's brows furrowed slightly in confusion. "You live alone in this extremely dangerous wasteland, just to observe these ant beasts?" Daoming Left Show looked directly at Captain Lei Ming, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "I want to hunt down and eradicate all the jade cocoon white ants in this city." "What?" Upon hearing his words, everyone, including Lin Xiao and the guards outside the vehicle, was stunned. What kind of idea is it to eradicate the ant colony in a wasteland city? Lei Ming rubbed his brow and sighed, asking, "Is this related to the massacre of the Daoming team 2 years ago?" Chapter 143, Lin Xiao's card flip for help. The war vehicle sped along at high speed. Deep grey slashing fists burst forth continuously, destroying the alien beasts and obstacles along the way. Abin was still driving the war vehicle, but this time, the co-driver was not Captain Lei Ming, but rather the butcher Sun Ke. Captain Lei Ming and Daoming Left Show sat in the first row behind the cockpit, each on one side with an aisle between them. Jiang Jing took care of the one-armed female hunter Feng Lu, sitting in the middle, while Black Lion Liu Kaifeng was next to her. In the rear of the war vehicle were Lin Xiao and Le Suxin, each guarding a side window to defend against alien beast attacks. During the journey, Daoming Left Show glanced at the battle axe on Lei Ming's knee, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Captain Lei Ming, why does your weapon always maintain its altered attachment? Isn't that a waste of power?" The massive alloy battle axe blade was wrapped in a layer of azure light particles, refreshing and moist with a hint of vapor. "Excuse me." Captain Lei Ming put away his phone and said with a hint of embarrassment, "The old Xiangnan city is really too dangerous. Especially after seeing the condition of the Black Lion team. As the captain, I feel some pressure inside." "No, that's very normal. Dao Ming's Wuxiu nodded slightly and said, "It's good to keep yourself cautious, but you should still save some energy, otherwise, it could be dangerous at a critical moment." Chapter 144, Ant Queen's Nest. The issue raised by Abin was also noticed by the hunters guarding the window. The more the armored vehicle advanced, the lower the density of the alien beasts became. From frequent appearances and group ambushes to now, it might take several minutes to encounter one. It was completely unlike the density of alien beasts in the old Xiangnan city. In response, Captain Lei Ming remained silent, merely shifting his gaze to the wandering hunter across from him, as this place was once the old nest of the jade silkworm ants. Dao Ming's Wuxiu looked straight ahead and replied calmly, "Those alien beasts have suffered predation from the ant swarm and are well aware of the dangers in this area. They almost never come here. That's why I said that the old nest of the ant swarm is, in fact, the safest place in this wasteland." "I see." Captain Lei Ming nodded slightly and continued to scroll through his phone. The members of the Lei Ming team also remained silent, watching their respective posts. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze and continued to check the new skills. Static Energy LV0, Experience 8, Static Energy LV0, Experience 9, as proficiency increased. The number of particles Lin Xiao controlled became larger, and his experience grew richer. 30 minutes later. Static Energy LV0, Experience 13, Chapter 145, Doubts and Justifications. Looking at the blue battle axe hovering above his head, Dao Ming's Wuxiu's expression remained unchanged. Black Lion Liu Kaifeng's lips moved slightly, but he did not voice his doubts. Lin Xiao and Lasuxin stood behind the lone hunter, blocking the opponent's movement trajectory. "Sorry." Captain Lei Ming smiled lightly and said, "For safety reasons, I think it's better to restrict your personal freedom. I know my actions are suspicious." Dao Ming's Wuxiu said calmly without getting angry, "But everything I said is true. I am not lying to you. If you have any doubts about what I said, feel free to express them now. Being honest would benefit both sides." "Is that so?" Captain Lei Ming raised an eyebrow, a hint of a cold smile on his face. "Then that's probably everything. It's simply too fake. How stupid do you think people are to be fooled by you? Even the kid next door can tell you're lying." "You say?" Dao Ming's Wuxiu rested his elbows on his knees, looking expressionlessly at Captain Lei Ming. 2 years ago, the entire Dao Ming team perished under the ant swarm. Captain Lei Ming took out his phone and asked coldly. Chapter 146, Wuxiu's favorite reunion. "After I finished the call with you, in order to prevent their condition from worsening, I let them rest inside." Dao Ming's Wuxiu scanned the crowd and said coldly, "In that cocooning room, they will fall into a state of deep sleep, but their physical condition will also stabilize. If you're suspicious of my intentions, wouldn't it be clear if you went in to take a look?" "Of course." Dao Ming's Wuxiu paused and provocatively said, "If you fear an ambush, I can understand. You can kill me first and then confirm whether what I said is true." Seeing the silent Captain Lei Ming, Black Lion Liu Kaifeng stepped forward and said, "Captain Lei Ming, let me go confirm. If there's an ambush, let me die inside. It's my team. And the risk is mine to bear as the captain." Captain Lei Ming pondered for a while and looked at Lin Xiao and Lasuxin. "You too. Follow behind Black Lion Captain, but do not enter the cocoon room." Lin Xiao and Lasuxin nodded. Then Captain Lei Ming instructed Black Lion Liu Kaifeng, "Do not breathe. Do not spare your power, do full body defense, and do not touch anything directly with your body." "Okay." As the three walked toward the cocoon room, Captain Lei Ming looked at the calm lone hunter and said in a deep voice, Chapter 147, Timing. Purple lightning swirled around the giant axe. The steel edge moved from stillness to speed, and in a flash of lightning, it ruthlessly slashed down. Clang! The grey-white wave-patterned steel shield blocked the strike of the thunder axe, and Dao Ming's Wuxiu was sent flying dozens of meters by the immense force. The collision between the shield and the axe peak produced an extremely ear-piercing sound, and the visible waves rapidly spread throughout the area. Buzz! As the sound waves swept over, Captain Lei Ming frowned slightly, purple lightning crackling around him, but his expression showed no signs of change. Roar! Lin Xiao instantly activated Ashen Mode, grey flames surged around him. And a deep grey power barrier enveloped Lu Suxin and Liu Kaifeng in an instant. Crack! The power barrier made contact with the grey-white waves, instantly covered in cracks. As the weakened sound wave attack penetrated inside. In Ashen Mode, Lin Xiao remained expressionless, as if merely brushed by a light breeze. Lu Suxin, surrounded by power, only paused slightly, her eyes cold. However, Black Lion Liu Kaifeng, who had the weakest strength, was in a dazed state and had no protection on him. So he didn't fare as easily. Blood dripped from his ears, and his body trembled, as if his internal organs had suffered some damage. Enduring the pain. Black Lion Captain's expression showed no change. Chapter 148, The Flow of Light, 2 and Queen's first update, later edit, crash. The thunder strike exploded early, transforming into a deep purple, sinister electric net that surrounded the lone hunter. Captain Lei Ming's hand emitted a purple vein, connecting with the electric net, supplying it with energy. This unfamiliar attack method caused Dao Ming's Wuxiu's figure to pause slightly. In that brief moment, the three outside the battlefield seized the opportunity to attack. Crack! The power barrier instantly shattered and withered. Whoosh! With a crazed expression, Black Lion Liu Kaifeng swung down his battle knife, unleashing a blade of power filled with his boundless fury. Lu Suxin, wielding dual swords, slashed down with a round of silvery white strikes that tore through the air, carrying a terrifying sharpness. Dao Ming's Wuxiu also noticed the attack from this side. He didn't think much of the C-rank hunter's attack. He could shatter it with a wave of his hand. The silver-haired female hunter's mutated sword energy was strong, but as long as he took it seriously, it wouldn't cause him much trouble. What truly made Dao Ming's Wuxiu's nerves tremble was the giant light sword aimed at him, expanding and contracting, emanating energy waves that could make even B-rank hunters' hairs stand on end. And now, the deep grey light sword was swinging down. Boom! The flow of light surged forth. Chapter 149, The Ant Queen's Strange Ability. When the overwhelming two swarms of ants appeared in an instant, Lu Suxin and Black Lion Liu Kaifeng's eyes widened, feeling a tingle on their scalps. Even the mighty Captain Lei Ming looked somewhat astonished. Before just now, he had completely failed to detect the energy fluctuations of these ant beasts. The ceiling and the floor were merely inanimate objects, harboring no signs of power. Upon seeing the densely packed, grey-white ant beasts that covered the earth and sky, Lin Xiao finally understood where that extremely uncomfortable feeling of being watched came from. This was not a human gaze at all. They were crawling on the floor, lurking on the ceiling, evading everyone's probing senses, completely motionless, even hiding their energy fluctuations. How could this be possible? The cocoon-white ants were understandable, after all. The silent energy techniques of Dao Ming's Wuxiu were inspired by their metamorphosis. But what about the shadow steel ants? Their wings did indeed possess stealth mimicry techniques that could reduce their energy fluctuations, but they could not completely conceal their power-like metamorphosis. Moreover, the cocoon-white ants and the shadow steel ants were rival ant colonies. They would not only refrain from killing each other, but even cooperate in ambushes, obeying the command of a human. Chapter 150, Wuxiu's self-questioning and answering impressive, as expected of Captain Lei Ming. Looking at the hunters trapped beneath the Lei Kai barrier, Dao Ming's Wuxiu was quite pleased. He did not let the two ant queens join the battle, instead, he refined his power while smiling at everyone. As a reward for still being alive, let me help you solve your confusion. Captain Lei Ming's gaze was cold, ignoring the other. Dao Ming's Wuxiu didn't mind. He raised a finger and self-asked and answered, "First, why do the ant colonies obey my commands?" Gazing into Captain Lei Ming's eyes, Wuxiu smirked. "That's because I can communicate with the ant queens. My mutation, called sound wave, is not entirely accurate." Buzzing. A grey-white wave surged from Zhu Xiao's finger, producing a strange, buzzing sound. Upon hearing this sound, the two ant queens lowered themselves, placing their aesthetically different ant heads beside the man. Insect chirping is the true ability of my mutation. Stroking the ant queen's heads, Dao Ming's Zhu Xiao chuckled. I mastered my mutation 3 years ago, and have tried to communicate with many insect mutants, but the results were not ideal. Only these two kids are the wisest. They can think, communicate with me, self-learn, and understand what they need. Chapter 151, Black Flame New Moon Whoosh. When the pitch-black crescent moon rose, the extreme sense of deadly crisis halted both sides of the fierce battle. Under the instinct of life, both hunters and mutants couldn't help but look towards the sky. It was a crescent moon rising into the heavens, thin and light, with its edges burning with black flames. It exuded extreme sharpness, chaos, and ominousness. Just by looking at it, one felt a chilling impulse to quickly retreat. The black moon transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight up to the ceiling. Whoosh! It sliced through tofu, stone slabs, bricks, concrete, rebar, hard soil, and rock in an instant. The black moon did not pause for even a moment. It cut through some materials blocking its path, drilled through the deep underground ant nest, and broke through the surface ruins. It rose leisurely above the old Xiangnan city, dissipating into the clouds. The black flames attached to the black moon burned everything in its path, creating a 2-meter-long, 20-centimeter-wide skylight for this underground nest, letting a beam of sunlight shine down, bringing light that had not been seen for years to the ant nest beneath the ruins. Watching the power of this black flame crescent moon, not to mention others, even the members of the Lei Ming team, who were already psychologically prepared, felt their scalps tingle. Chapter 152, Leaving the Old Xiangnan City. Post-battle chat. Because taking the ant path was too troublesome, Lin Xiao burned a passage with black flames. Everyone carried the remains of the Black Lion team and flew directly to the surface. Captain Lei Ming contacted the Butcher Sun Ke, and soon the team's battle vehicle met up with them. The one-armed female hunter broke down upon hearing the bad news about her teammates being tightly embraced by Jiang Jing, unable to even cry out. The disheveled leader of the Black Lion team, Liu Kaifeng, was also in a lethargic state, dazedly guarding the remains of his comrades, with no trace of fighting spirit on his face. After reporting the situation to the Hunter Association, Captain Lei Ming returned to the team, looking at the dejected Black Lion team, and sighed. They will probably retire directly after this. Including Lin Xiao, the members of the Lei Ming team nodded. These two hunters were in a very fragile mental state, and could no longer continue their careers. They needed to return to normal society for proper recuperation, otherwise problems would arise sooner or later. Hunters have long lifespans, and most retire early for a reason. Dual Sword Lasushin looked at the newcomers Lin Xiao and Abin, softly saying, fear of danger, fatigue from killing, having loved ones, and stagnation in strength. All sorts of factors exist. Chapter 153, Night Talk, Sisterless Folk Remedy at Night. The Lei Ming team took turns keeping watch and resting. The first half of the night was Captain Lei Ming, Butcher Sun Ke, and Silver Shield Jiang Jing. The second half of the night was Dual Sword Lasushin, Furious Hammer Abin, and Lin Xiao. After sleeping for a few hours, Lin Xiao and others left the vehicle. Abin picked up a pile of stones and sat near the battle vehicle to practice releasing his power, just like Lin Xiao used to practice. He wrapped his power around the stones, throwing them as far away from his body as possible. Abin and Jiang Jing's progress was actually quite fast. They estimated that in another month or two, they would succeed. By then, the Lei Ming team would be a truly elite team composed entirely of sea-level or above combat power. As for Lin Xiao, he was called over by Dual Sword Lasushin for a chat. Young man, is your special power release taught to you by the mad sword Miao Fei? Yes, Sister Le, do you know teacher Miao Fei? Lin Xiao asked curiously. I chatted with him a few times when collaborating with the Furious Legion team, He is an excellent hunter with swordsmanship. The silver-haired female hunter nodded slightly and said, back in the day, his attack method was very famous, but very few hunters could learn it. And the time required for practice was too long. Lin Xiao understood this. Chapter 154, Sinew Boundary, Mimetic Fluctuation. 4 days passed. Along the way, the Lei Ming team stopped and went. They passed through the blood plains filled with giant-toothed lions and carnivorous wildebeests, the rocky wasteland with crushed stone rabbits and long-snouted jackals, the golden sand with death sandworms and six-clawed vultures, and the colorful flower clusters filled with many plant mutants. They encountered many powerful sea-level mutants, and also faced areas where the battle vehicles struggled to pass. However, under the guidance of 3 veteran hunters, the Lei Ming team's journey was relatively smooth, without encountering unexpected dangers. In contrast, the first day's old Xiangnan city was truly fraught with crises. Stop. Under the control of the butcher Sun Ke, the war chariot came to a stop. The terrain ahead was quite peculiar. On the right side was a lush forest, while on the left was a lake of unknown depth. At the junction of the forest and the lake was a rugged, winding road about 610 meters wide, separating the 2 terrains and preventing any crossing. The ground was pockmarked, with many trees that had grown beyond the boundaries uprooted, as if some creature was maintaining the separation between the forest and the lake. Captain Lei Ming gazed ahead and said solemnly, Chapter 155, The Pink Hunter. Roar! A 3-meter-tall steel monster was furiously hammering the ground. Grey flames wrapped around its limbs, and the muscular beast's body was adorned with floating crystals of power, protecting its vulnerable parts like a heart shield. Boom! 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 The terrifying power of its punches shattered the ground, crushed nearby trees, and even distant D-class monsters were caught in the crossfire, turned into pulp by the deep grey light, while it recklessly displayed its own power. This C-class high-risk monster did not show any pleasure. Its opponent was a tiny human. He wielded a great sword, weaker in strength and slower in speed. And without any power wrapping, he looked like he could be crushed at any moment. But for some reason, despite having fought for a while and giving it his all, this weak human still had not died under its fists. In the face of its attacks, the human either dodged or struck back with his weapon. When he could not evade, he would unleash a power flame from his body and endure its attacks. What the steel monster could not understand was that even when taking its attacks head-on, the human appeared completely uninjured and did not even slow down. Chapter 156, Just Make Do. Captain Lei Ming, long time no see. A gentle and pleasant voice, as sweet as candy, reached him. The pink-haired female hunter stepped in front of Captain Lei Ming, her eyes curving with a smile. It seemed like it had been more than a year since their last meeting, and seeing you truly brings back memories. Long time no see, Captain Pink Candy. Captain Lei Ming squinted his eyes and responded somewhat coldly. Pink Candy by Meng Mai belonged to the Thorns Rose Legion, and was a senior B-class hunter. Oh? Just call me Meng Mai, it's fine. Friends shouldn't use nicknames. The beautiful female hunter pretended to be angry and glared at Lei Ming, looking quite adorable. That would be too impolite. Although her tone was very friendly, Lei Ming remained unaffected, maintaining a distant attitude. To this, Captain Pink Candy didn't mind, instead. She turned around and shouted to her team members, "Everyone, come over quickly." Upon the captain's signal, soon 6 hunters from the Pink Candy squad gathered in front of Lei Ming. Although he recognized a few of them, he still reintroduced them. Captain Pink Candy by Meng Mai extended her right hand and smiled warmly. Chapter 157, The Struggling Student, Pink Mutation. Just make do. Captain Lei Ming shook his head, looking troubled. Seeing this, Captain Pink Candy smiled and comforted him. Oh, Captain Lei Ming, don't be disappointed. After all, the intern just came out of school. We can't judge him solely on his current strength. By arranging a few D-class monsters for him each day, we can cultivate his practical experience. And in a year or two, he'll be a qualified hunter. D-class monsters. Lei Ming frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed, as if dismissing the idea. Forget it. I'm afraid he can't handle it. D-class is not enough. How can that be? Captain Pink Candy furrowed her brows. To come to the Hunter Squad for an internship, he must at least have some strength, right? Otherwise, why would he come here? He could just join the military, or be a 5-year graduate. How could such a student be assigned to the wolf pack? And still to your squad? Looking into Lei Ming's eyes, Captain Pink Candy was filled with suspicion. Although the internship was arranged by the Hunter Association, squads from the 3 major legions generally had higher quality students. Especially in elite teams like Lei Ming's, the minimum requirement for interns should be to have learned power rapping, right? Chapter 158. This in turn is hard to arrange. In Captain Pink Candy by Mingmei's perception, in the middle of the Moshui forest, a quite obvious wave of power suddenly surged. He had stopped now, motionless, seemingly resting in place. Captain Lei Ming also felt this wave and expressed familiarity with it. Yes, that is my intern. Captain Lei Ming lowered his eyelids and spoke coldly. That kid is clearly very strong. Captain Pink Candy felt it and asked in surprise, is he an exceptional student? I feel like his strength is similar to your 2 new recruits. Jiang Jing and Abin scratched their heads, a bit confused about what she was saying. Meanwhile, Le Sushin and Sun Kei pursed their lips, trying hard to manage their expressions. He is an exceptional student. Captain Lei Ming nodded slightly and sighed. If I remember correctly, his ranking should be higher than your Liu Yuqian. Then why do you look so dissatisfied? Seeing Captain Lei Ming sighing, Captain Pink Candy crossed her arms and looked quite upset, feeling like she had been played. His strength is okay, but he is very hard to arrange. Captain Lei Ming shook his head, seeming still a bit displeased. Chapter 159. The relationship with Liu Yuqian. Placing the potential points of his 2-handed sword at level 3 into spirit, Lin Xiao felt the surge in his spiritual strength and comfortably squinted his eyes. His spirit attribute had now reached 39 points, and this increase in spiritual strength also boosted his ability strength. Compared to before, the area of the eclipse moon on the throne had expanded significantly. Lin Xiao was unsure of his current destructive limit, in any case. He was stronger than when teacher Lan Bao tested him, and by quite a bit. After putting away the monster materials, he returned to Captain Lei Ming's side. Lin Xiao then noticed that Captain Lei Ming was in a very good mood, looking quite pleased, with a broad smile on his face. Beside him, the pink-haired lady looked dispirited, now staring at Lin Xiao with an extremely resentful expression. Her beautiful face bore a complex expression of shock, admiration, envy, grievance, jealousy, and greed. It felt like a little girl seeing a beautiful toy at a friend's house, loving it but unable to have it, only able to show a face twisted with jealousy. What is going on? Lin Xiao felt a bit nervous under her gaze. He had sensed this group of unfamiliar hunters from the beginning. But since Captain Lei Ming's squad hadn't clashed with them, he focused on leveling up his experience. Chapter 160. The true essence of Captain Pink Candy's ability. Hypnosis LV1, 4000 words. Captain Pink Candy, just call me Sister Mengmai. The pink-haired female captain on Lin Xiao's left blinked and kindly asked, Little Lin Xiao. Our legion must have invited you to Rose, right? Lin Xiao nodded. Who are they recruiting this year? The sweet-looking Bai Mengmai asked with sparkling eyes. It's Lady Xiao. TSK. Captain Sugar frowned and whispered, does that woman have an aging smell? How come she hasn't snatched anyone yet? Lin Xiao awkwardly smiled, pretending not to hear the complaint. And continued, Sister Mengmai, can I ask a question? Go ahead. In Lin Xiao's impression, this female captain was very friendly. Sister Mengmai, is your ability mind control? Captain Sugar paused for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. It does affect the mental realm, but it's not quite accurate. Just as Lin Xiao was still puzzled, Captain Lei Ming spoke up, this woman is a fox spirit, her ability is enchantment. It's admiration. It's not as harsh as you say. Bai Mingmai shot a glare at Lei Ming. Then explained to Lin Xiao, Chapter 161, parting with the sugar team since the destinations of the two teams were different. Lei Ming's team had to part ways with the sugar team. After adding Lin Xiao as a friend, Bai Mingmai held his hand and softly said, Little Lin Xiao, I'll take you to Thorn Rose to play when there are no missions. Xiao Qian said you have a few friends at Rose, right? Okay, thank you, Sister Mingmai. Lin Xiao's expression was very stiff, because Captain Lei Ming was staring at him intently. That expression was as if their child had encountered a human trafficker, quite sinister and severe. On the other side, the dual sword user Lu Suxin was also held back by the three female hunters of the sugar team. They seemed to have a good relationship. In just a few minutes, Lin Xiao had already heard them discussing a 3-day trip to Rose, including dining, shopping, bathing, massages, spa, and bus services. The two newcomers from the sugar team briefly spoke with Lin Xiao after saying goodbye to Jiang Jing and Abin. My name is Wu Jiao. This senior, with a small mole at the corner of her mouth and a charming smile, shook hands with Lin Xiao and softly exclaimed, Junior Lin Xiao is really amazing. It feels like you're stronger than our chief. You're overpraising me. If Lin Xiao remembered correctly, Senior Qing Shui Qian had said that their chief was also a superpower user. But he didn't know what type of ability it was. Chapter 162, Lin Xiao's new training method Creek. The speeding war chariot came to a stop. There are so many miscellaneous items in this area. Looking at the unevenly piled rocks ahead, Captain Lei Ming opened the car door and was about to get out to clear the way with a few punches. But at that moment, a team member spoke up from behind. Captain, let me do it. Lin Xiao gripped his dark-colored large sword, his smile bright. Sure. Lei Ming was momentarily surprised. Then immediately lay back in his seat, looking relaxed and happy. Buzz Energy Gathering LV1, Experience 6 Energy Gathering LV1, Experience 6 Energy Gathering LV1, Experience 7, Lin Xiao slowly walked towards the front of the vehicle. The deep grey energy on the large sword rapidly condensing, expanding, and contracting like a heartbeat. Why so slow? What is that kid doing? The pure energy fluctuations surged sharply. Just as Lei Ming was puzzled about why Lin Xiao hadn't opened the way, he suddenly held his breath. The other hunters in the vehicle also trembled in fear, looking towards the front of the war chariot in unison. The young man in front slowly raised the large sword. And a deep grey energy orb condensed on the sword body, compressed under high pressure, growing stronger every second, emanating a chilling energy might. Chapter 163, The Origin of the Crimson Stone Mountains. After passing through the Bittervine Woods, Lei Ming's team continued onward. Every time they encountered an obstacle, it was Lin Xiao's energy cannon that blasted it open. The members of Lei Ming's team had gotten used to it. And now they remained unfazed by the sight of such a high-caliber weapon swatting mosquitoes. The next day, the war chariot arrived at the gravelly hills, where there were many C-class exotic beasts such as rock pangolins, spiked porcupines, and horned ferocious pythons. Lin Xiao hypnotized a bunch of C-class exotic beasts, leaving a few for his teammates to practice on, and took the rest as experimental subjects for illusions. That evening, Lei Ming's team arrived at the foot of the Crimson Stone Mountains. Captain Lei Ming directly decided to rest, allowing everyone to adjust their state tonight, starting tomorrow. It would be the main course of this mission. Late at night, Lin Xiao stood outside the vehicle, his eyes slightly closed, conducting his daily power refinement. High-density power light columns fell from the ceiling, continuously pouring into his body, strengthening every aspect of his physical form. Strength, 28-29. The light columns gradually subsided, and Lin Xiao exhaled a breath of turbid air, stretching comfortably. His strength, which was at the critical point, had finally increased, marking another significant rise. Now that he activated Ashen Mode, his strength was likely already stronger than Li Ji, infinitely close to a lower B-class hunter. Chapter 164, The risks of hunting forbidden evils. Mutation. This Crimson Stone Mountain range actually has a special connection with the Blood Wolf Pack. Unexpectedly, over 100 years ago, Captain Laker was already an A-hunter. This place was once where she showcased her divine prowess. Lin Xiao looked at the mountain range in surprise, never expecting such a legendary story existed in this wasteland. Jiang Jing and Abin also looked shocked, probably unaware of the wolf pack's history. On the contrary, the dual sword user Lu Suxin and the butcher Sun Ke, two veteran hunters, smiled silently, clearly having heard this secret more than once. The supporting monarch slayed the demon dragon, and the overwhelming power intimidated this area for many years, making B-class exotic beasts unwilling to approach. Plus, with the interference of the Hunter Association, this place gradually downgraded to a low-risk wasteland. Captain Lei Ming stared ahead and continued. The lava dragon lizard we are going to hunt has powers similar to that of a demon dragon. The temptation of the Crimson Stone Mountains outweighs the fear, which is why it hides in this mountain range. This is not surprising, Lei Ming shrugged and said, in fact, every few years, similar exotic beasts try to settle here. Moreover, they will try their best to conceal their presence so that humans do not discover them. Chapter 165, Network-Style Exploration. The next day, Lei Ming's team reached the mountain top. There was no search along the way, nor exploration of the messy excavated caves. Everyone flew directly to the summit and stopped at the entrance of a large cave. The cave was winding and long, but not pitch black. The internal rock walls were filled with flickering fiery red glowing ores, emanating scorching energy particles. The temperature of the Crimson Stone Mountains was slightly higher than that of the external wasteland, approximately 5 or 6 degrees. However, the temperature inside the Crimson Mountain cave directly rose by over 20 degrees, becoming increasingly terrifyingly high as it approached the core of the mountain. Yesterday, the Thunder team explored the first Red Mountain, where the highest temperature inside the cave reached over 80 degrees. In such a high-temperature environment, even Jiang Jing and Abin felt very uncomfortable and had to use some powers to protect themselves. Ordinary animals and humans simply cannot survive here. After being trapped for too long, they would directly become cooked. Even the mutated beasts that have undergone power baptism would not foolishly stay in such a harsh environment. The creatures that can dwell in this cave for a long time are either those beasts whose life characteristics have changed due to the erosion of the magic dragon's rules, or beasts like the lava dragon lizard that inherently possess heat energy. Chapter 166, Lin Xiao is dead. The hot mountain cave is rugged and winding, extending downward. 3 blazing bats led the way in front, followed by the members of the Thunder team and a C-class high-risk fire claw bear. Lin Xiao walked at the forefront, surrounded by moon-white light spots. The phone emitted a low humming sound, and the hypnotic sound waves were released at a certain frequency, with only one effect: to make the beasts along the way ignore them. There was no choice. The number of beasts in the Red Mountain was too many for Lin Xiao to completely control. If a battle broke out, it could alarm the dragon lizard. A simple hypnotic command like this was, at this time, the most effective, not only saving time, but also catching that B-class beast off guard. After various winding paths, the Thunder team had delved deeper into the mountain. Lin Xiao and the others did not enter from the mountain top, but from an entrance at the base of the mountain. At that time, after confirming that the dragon lizard indeed existed in this Red Mountain, Lin Xiao used an illusion to scale down the mountain proportionally, allowing the beasts to identify the location. The smartest fire claw bear stepped forward, pointing its claw towards the bottom of the Red Mountain. Chapter 167, The Confusion of the Lava Dragon Lizard after crushing the ambushing bug. The lava dragon lizard did not return to lie in the magma lake to heal, but turned to look at a certain entrance. The moment that human launched an attack, 3 auras rushed over quickly, one of which posed a threat to it. Undoubtedly, it was that damned hunter's companions. Boom! The surrounding red crystals shattered, turning into pure flame flow that surged into the dragon lizard's body. This made its lava armor more solid, And the internal organs in its chest and abdomen were wrapped in a thick layer of crimson energy, resembling fluid magma, showing no signs of weakness. The lava dragon lizard raised its sword-like tail, which sparkled with red light, as surging hot energy gathered within. At the moment the dragon lizard finished this, 3 shadows had already rushed out of the cave, stunned against the rock wall, seemingly sensing the bad news of their companion's death. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the lava dragon lizard, as its red giant tail swung down. Boom! A lava slash, several meters wide, shot out. The extreme high temperature engulfing those 3 hunters. When Lin Xiao's terrifying ability strike erupted, the veteran hunters of the Thunder team instantly shot out, rushing to provide support. Chapter 168, Mission completed, Team returns the right claw, and sword tail of the lava dragon lizard fell into the magma lake. And Lin Xiao went down in ash mode to retrieve them. The sensation of soaking in magma was wonderful, hot and thick. A feeling that a home bathtub could not provide. Captain Thunder and Sun Ke carried the massive beast's body, weighing around 70 to 80 tons. While Lu Sushan picked up the dragon lizard's head. The group passed through the mountain path, and quickly reunited with Jiang Jing and Abin. After leaving the Red Mountain, the Thunder team returned to the vicinity of the battle vehicle, and everyone felt the atmosphere relax. The corpse of the lava dragon lizard was placed in an open area, and everyone took out food and snacks, happily enjoying the pleasure of completing the mission. After contacting the Hunter Association, Captain Thunder returned to the vehicle and silently stared at Lin Xiao. "What's wrong, Captain?" Lin Xiao blinked. Captain Thunder looked directly into his eyes. His expression serious as he said, "Lan Ran, when did you use the mirror flower, Water Moon?" "Huh?" Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then realized. "You mean the illusion?" No, Captain Thunder waved his hand, correcting him, "You should respond like this." The man's deep eyes slightly lifted, his expression calm. And his steady tone carried a hint of questioning. Chapter 169, Captain Thunder's request returning from the wasteland to Luju, it was already close to evening. The Thunder team did not go their separate ways, but headed to the team suite on Wanghai Avenue. After coming back from the wasteland, hunters carry an invisible killing intent. Captain Thunder opened the suite door and explained to Lin Xiao, "We might not feel it ourselves, but for ordinary people, it will be very obvious. To avoid scaring our families or making them feel unfamiliar, it's best to rest here for a day or 2 before going back." "Okay." Lin Xiao entered the room and asked, "Captain, when is our next mission?" Uncertain, Captain Thunder shook his head and smiled, "We can actively take missions. Or we can wait for arrangements from above. The Hunter Association and the Legion will adjust our rest duration based on the difficulty and completion time of this mission. If we had been on this mission for months, we should get more than a month off. But in reality, we finished it in about a week." Captain Thunder pondered for a moment and said, "This vacation will probably be less than 2 weeks. If the Hunter Association urgently needs manpower, we might also be called back early." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed that hunters always get a relatively long rest period after each mission. Chapter 170, A Perfect Idol. A tough guy in tears. Lin Xiao opened the live stream of this anime woman, and a flood of lustful comments overwhelmed the screen, giving him a sense of suffocation. After fumbling around for a while and closing the comments, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the membership chart and found 4 tiers of VIPs. Probably imitating the classification of hunter levels. DVIP, 299, CVIP, 29.99, BVIP, 29,999, AVIP, 299,999. And the SVIP that Captain Thunder just activated, 2,999,999. 300,000 yuan. Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and asked without expectation, "Captain, which VIP should we activate?" S-Class. Don't insult my love for Yushin with that cheap stuff. Lin Xiao, I can't imagine how much Captain Thunder has spent on this streamer. Captain, why do you have to get to 10? 000V. Jiang Jing complained, pouting while holding her phone. This damn dog platform set up a BKML concert. Only virtual streamers with 10,000V can participate. Captain Thunder gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "This bullshit platform just wants to fleece users. Always thinking about emptying wallets." Chapter 171, High Rewards. Concerned families. After staying with the Thunder Squad for 2 nights and a day, Lin Xiao was ready to go home. However, early in the morning, he suddenly received a remittance amount. A long string of numbers made his head spin. 124,000,000, 124 million. Although he knew he had made a lot of money this time, it was still too much, and could the Legion really sell the materials so quickly? Confused, Lin Xiao sought out Captain Thunder. "That's the advance payment after the Legion's appraisal, and it's normal for you to have this income," Captain Thunder said with a light laugh while having breakfast. "For the 2B class and queens, I give you 60, for the lava dragon lizard, I give you 90. Plus those hypnotized exotic beasts, all credited to you. Your income from this mission actually surpasses many B-class hunters. Is this division really okay?" Lin Xiao hesitated and said, "Captain, doesn't that mean everyone's income is significantly reduced? Dividing based on merit is very reasonable." Captain Thunder shook his head and said, "And don't pay too much attention to money. Such things are enough. For example, Jiang Jing and Abin, they fought against the C-class exotic beasts you hypnotized. Although they didn't earn money, they gained safety and a faster pace of progress." Chapter 172, Pet Beasts in the Air, pale blue light spots slightly illuminated. The crow, Xiaohei, stood on Lin Xiao's knee, its beak opening and closing, producing a somewhat funny quacking voice. "Hello. Oh, sir. Oh, madam. I need to go to the bathroom. Time to eat. Hypnosis LV1, Experience 3, Hypnosis LV1, Experience 3, after 10 minutes, Xiaohei's eyes slightly closed, seeming to feel tired. Lin Xiao sighed lightly and cancelled the hypnosis. "Isn't it learning very quickly? Why do you look somewhat dissatisfied?" Lin Qingrong asked Lin Xiao, as she placed Xiaohei in a plush bird nest on the table. "It's nothing, just a bit different from what I expected." Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. The crow could indeed learn to talk, but not in the way Lin Xiao had imagined, where it could communicate effortlessly with humans. This was limited by its brain capacity and development. This crow was already very intelligent, but it was still just an ordinary bird, not an exotic beast. Even with Lin Xiao's hypnosis assistance, it could only say simple phrases and understand some human speech. Beyond that, it couldn't manage much. Chapter 173, Meng Bai and He Yu. Mysterious Virtual Life. At Luzhu Institute of Technology, Room 302, Building 8. Night, 1940. The sound of mouse clicks and intense keyboard strokes. The rise and fall of game sound effects and teammates' banter formed a familiar landscape of university life. Li Yang returned to the dormitory from the school's small supermarket. He carried a large bag of snacks, instant noodles, 2 rolls of toilet paper, 3 rolls of trash bags, and 4 bottles of cold drinks, along with several delivery boxes. Suddenly, the room was filled with howls, as he listened to his adoptive father's voice. "Today, I gained a few non-biological sons again," Li Yang said with a complex expression, as he sat back at his desk. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about one of his roommates. Across the table, Chen Maolin was streaming Beaker, and although the stream was still a black screen, the comments were already flooding in. "Ah? Meng Bai. He. I didn't see Meng Bai yesterday. I stayed up for 7 rounds and couldn't sleep. I kneel to everyone. Please get out. Don't compete with me for the viewing spots. Women, hurry and leave the stream. Your Hey You brother won't start until 9 o'clock. There's still an hour. Can't a woman like Meng Bai? I like both." Chapter 174, Dreamweaving LV2, Physique 41 time was up, goodbye. The pale blue girl waved her hand. And the world shattered like a bubble. The stream scene transformed back to that wooden desk. Li Yang came to his senses, realizing it was already 2050. Time really passed so quickly. The sounds of Meng Bai's chat, singing, and her dancing figure on the water surface lingered in his mind for a long time. In this feeling of loss, he opened the comment switch, and various colored texts instantly flooded the screen. Meng Bai. Don't go. How can I live without you? Why didn't I see it? Who stole my spot? My soul has been elevated, Meng Bai has soaked my heart, washing it from yellow to white. Men. Can you leave? Hey you stream is starting soon. Please, hurry up and get out. I've already taken off my skirt. Don't compete for spots here. HMPH. If you girls want to watch, we boys want to watch too. Hey you baby brother is coming. Chapter 175, Lin Xiao's pet status after taking a shower. Lin Xiao walked out of the bathroom with damp hair. Then, he heard the sound of water running from the next room. It was a room with just a curtain. Labeled pet drying, bathing, restroom. As soon as one entered, it was the drying room, equipped with multiple cylindrical dryers and smart floor cleaners. After the pets washed themselves, they would stand in front of the dryer, which would automatically activate hot air to dry their fur. Inside the drying room, there were also 2 doors. The left one led to the restroom, which had 3 sizes of smart toilets, large, medium, and small, that would wash and dry their bottoms automatically, eliminating the need for toilet paper. Each toilet stall had glass partitions, requested by the pets themselves, as they disliked the smell when going together. The right door led to the bathroom, where the bathtubs and showers came in various sizes, but had no partitions. The water sound just now was coming from inside. Lin Xiao curiously peeked in to secretly observe the bathing situation of his pet. The clean bathroom was filled with steam. In a medium-sized bathtub, slightly wider and deeper than a wash basin, a pink cat was lounging in the foamy hot water, exuding an air of leisure. Chapter 176, Hypnosis LV2. Friend's current status. Just as Lin Xiao was lost in thought, a soft, fluffy ball brushed against his cheek. Lin Xiao slowly turned his head with the pressure on his face, only to see a pink cat snuggling in his arms. Her fur, a mix of pink and white, was soft and fragrant, with a bow on her left ear, making her look very cute. It was the freshly bathed pink seduction cat Meteor. At this moment, she tilted her head up, her round, pink eyes fixated on him, beautiful and clear, glimmering with a hint of flirtation. The corners of her white-furred mouth curled up, as if smiling, mischievous, cute, and carrying a touch of allure. Meow, gently stroking Lin Xiao's cheek, Mia let out a soft, spoiled-like sound. The sound was long and gentle, seemingly able to stir one's heartstrings. Seeing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Although he had heard the salesgirl's introduction, this was the first time he experienced it in the past few days. This was an ability evolved from the charmer cat, which had a hint of charm effect, allowing it to gain more affection. In terms of personality, it was a bit teasing, a bit coy, and had a hint of a vixen's feeling. For Lin Xiao, as long as he wanted to resist, let alone the charm of the charmer cat, even the charm of a B-class hunter, Captain Sugar, would be useless. Chapter 177, Border Clearance. Your identity has been registered. Thank you for supporting the border clearance battle. Lin Xiao, carrying a large sword, walked out of the registration office, where 2 young girls in military uniforms were guarding outside. Where's that cool giant gun? Why has it turned into a cold weapon again? Looking at his 2 friends, Lin Xiao teased. Zhao Xia, carrying a giant hammer, crossed her arms and explained calmly, we use military weapons during guard duty. But the border clearance is to train our frontline combat ability. Of course we need to use weapons. Have you fired a gun while on guard? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Of course. Zhao Xia made a gesture of holding a gun, proudly saying, once those beasts enter the shooting range, we can fire. With a loud bang, a D-class beast was instantly shot in the head. It seems the military's anti-beast firearms are quite powerful, but if it's a high-risk D-class beast, it might be able to react and use its power to resist a shot. At that time, other heavy weapons would have to be used. Lin Xiao. You guys seem to be starting quite early, right? Chen Feifei, carrying a sword and shield, said, our army only crosses the border at 8 o'clock. Right. I set off at 7 o'clock. Lin Xiao nodded and said, we need to clear out the stronger beasts in advance to ensure that the new recruits won't suffer serious casualties. The army will provide a uniform reward of 2 million. Chapter 178. A false alarm for the lieutenant colonel, hiring Lin Xiao. Under the puzzled gazes of the hunters, Lin Xiao stopped, took off the large sword. Following his line of sight, everyone suddenly realized. The hunters were very perceptive. They had just focused their attention on Lin Xiao, and hadn't he specifically observed the situation in the distance. Lin Xiao hadn't he either. But his exaggerated power detection had already locked onto the beast's movements. Watching Lin Xiao lift the large sword, the hunters stopped in their tracks, curiously observing. In their expectations, Lin Xiao would prepare his state in advance, using his power to fill up, wrapping his body and weapon in power, and then charging up to fight that high-risk D-class beast. But the situation might not be what they thought. The dark grey power flame did indeed climb up the large sword, but suddenly, it shrank back. Buzzer charge LV1, experience 6, charge LV1, experience 5, the dark grey light on the dark sword constantly expanded, contracted, and condensed, like a flickering light mass. When they first saw this condensed light mass, including several C-class hunters, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Chapter 179, Growing Up Watching You at the Border Checkpoint. Rows of soldiers stood in an orderly manner. They wore standardized blue combat uniforms, of various ages, with experienced soldiers, rookie soldiers, interns, and young recruits. At this moment, they held weapons, their eyes fixed on the checkpoint. In their resolute gazes, there was a hint of tension and anxiety, especially apparent among the newcomers. After all, what was coming next was a direct confrontation with the beasts, relying not on military machinery, but on the weapons in their hands. The opponents were real D-class beasts, which normally could use their powers to wrap themselves. If it were a one-on-one fight, apart from the experienced soldiers, most new soldiers would probably not be their match. Facing such strong enemies, the soldiers naturally could not avoid being nervous. But what everyone did not expect was that the border clearance operation was delayed. Such sudden changes in arrangements were rare, and the military soldiers were somewhat puzzled. Could it be that there were too many high-risk beasts this time, and the hunters' clearing work encountered difficulties? However, as a basic quality of a soldier, everyone patiently waited without asking questions. Finally, around 9 o'clock, the border gate opened. Chapter 180, Military Reward. Weeding worker Lin Xiao, Go Game LV3, Experience 33, after playing a game with a professional 7-Dan master. Lin Xiao put away his phone and adjusted his static power structure again. In an instant, his energy fluctuation changed from top D-class to ordinary C-class. Of course, the amplification effect couldn't be lost. It had to be fed to those D-class beasts so that they could easily detect it. Static power LV1, experience 8, your power fluctuation is really variable. The man in an officer's uniform returned, followed by that secretary sister. Lieutenant Colonel, are you done over there? Lin Xiao asked. The soldiers' practical training was proceeding smoothly, and the beasts had not shown any signs of losing control. Lieutenant Colonel Chuzan looked at Lin Xiao and sighed heavily. Although they are just D-class beasts, the sheer number is so large that you can still control them. This is truly incredible. Your energy reserves and mental strength have surpassed most B-class hunters. You're overpraising me. Lin Xiao humbly waved his hand. Forget it. The Lieutenant Colonel shook his head helplessly and said, I have already applied for your reward. Huh? Chapter 181, Support Mission, Joint Beasts. The Hunter Association's aircraft tore through the sky, leaving a long trail of flames. Due to the urgency of the mission, the Thunder team did not take the battle vehicle, but was directly airlifted by the officials. This time, there were two teams requesting support. One was our Wolfpack Scale team, and the other was the Rose's Explosive Flame team. On the aircraft, Captain Thunder said to the team members, "They are both executing the hunting task for the out-of-bounds beasts, but there has been a bit of an accident." "Is the beast too strong?" Slaughter Knife Sun Ke frowned. "No," Thunder shook his head. With a strange expression, both Gale team leader and Explosive Flame team leader are powerful B-class hunters. The monsters they are chasing are tough, but within manageable limits. "But the problem is," Thunder paused and said, "one of those monsters is in Decay Mountain, and the other is in Dry Rock Hill." Decay Mountain and Dry Rock Hill. Dual Sword Lasushan checked the map on her phone, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. "So close, these two places are less than 20 kilometers apart." "Right." Thunder nodded slightly and said, "Because of the hunter's pursuit, these two monsters coincidentally ran into each other. And then, they actually teamed up." The captain spread his hands and smiled wryly. Chapter 182, Earth Rock Giant Turtle, Dead Flame Vulture Boom. The powerful Zhuan Huang light sword exploded, and a massive shockwave reverberated. Under the full force of the ability user's attack, the Earth Rock Giant Turtle below remained completely unscathed, not even shaking its body. A gem-like light shield formed around it, colored in earthy yellow, giving a sense of solidity like the earth itself. Without confirming the results of the attack, as soon as the Zhuan Huang light sword was thrown, Ling Zhu descended from her throne. Like Zhuang Jianyu, it was only half a meter wide. However, the amplification of the throne's energy indeed made her extreme cold light sphere even more terrifying. Now, this blue-white light sphere descended, crashing onto the top of that earthy yellow light shield. Boom! The blue-white energy storm exploded, its terrifying coldness seemed to freeze everything, spreading wildly. This time, the earthy yellow light shield remained unharmed, but a thin layer of frost crept onto the shield's surface, as if even the energy could be frozen by that extreme cold. Although it was very slight, the B-grade turtle's shield was indeed weakened. "Ha ha ha. Well done, Xiao Xue." The cute face of Captain Baoyang displayed a rather wild laugh. Like a volcanic eruption, crimson energy burst forth from her body, flowing into the red knight spear in her hand. Chapter 183, Tactical Discussion. Friends chatting after Captain Jifeng completely halted the Earth Rock Giant Turtle, the three hunter teams gathered together. Everyone's configuration was similar, with several veteran hunters, a couple of newcomers, and an intern. "So you're the one supporting us?" Captain Lei Ming smiled warmly at Captain Jifeng, saying, "With your thunder slash, we will definitely break through that giant turtle's defense." "It's hard to say." Captain Baoyang crossed her arms, her expression somewhat grim. "That kid Lei Ming's mutation is the highly malleable purple thunder, not the aggressive, most penetrating golden fury. His cooperation with me probably won't quickly break the yellow shield. That damn bird will definitely counterattack." Captain Lei Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Although I haven't tested it personally, since Captain Baoyang says so, the conclusion should be correct." Don't be fooled by how young Captain Baoyang looks. She is actually a quite experienced B-grade hunter in the Rose, having served longer than Lei Ming. In terms of destructive power, the mutation of the daughter of Baoyang surpasses Lei Ming. And coupled with her strong energy reserves, she is indeed a good breaker among B-grade hunters. "That's troublesome," Captain Jifeng said with a bitter smile. "Are we going to bring C-grade hunters and ability users over? Should we all work together to break through and give it a try?" Chapter 184, How to Enhance Mental Attributes. Testing the field currently. Lin Xiao speculated that the best training effect for mental strength is through the weaponized ability, followed by ability manipulation, and then the refinement of power. As for why weaponization is better than ability manipulation in terms of training effects, Lin Xiao didn't quite understand. He just felt that the assimilation, condensation, movement, An even slashing of ability particles did not consume much of his mental power. It seemed that they moved on their own as long as he conveyed his will. Of course, this excludes special techniques like dream weaving or hypnosis, as these are not the true uses of his abilities. In contrast, weaponization requires him to personally control these powers with his mental strength. In the past, when teacher Xu Ruomei first taught him weaponization, Lin Xiao had experienced situations where his mental strength was insufficient and energy dragging was difficult. This shows that training in weaponization is indeed a good exercise for mental power. But this is clearly not comparable to the physical attributes enhanced by spiritual liquid. Even Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Zhu, both with buffs as ability users, have only increased a little over this long time, let alone ordinary hunters. For example, the attributes of the Butcher Sun Ke are Strength 31, Agility 31, Physique 25. Mentality 15. The gap is quite significant. Chapter 185, Is This My Full Power? Boom boom boom, the giant turtle, as big as a small mountain, moved at a steady pace, each step causing the nearby ground to tremble slightly. The dead flame vulture, emitting a stench of decay, stood atop the turtle shell, its pale blue eyes burning with grey-black flames, acting as the giant turtle's guardian. Nearly 1,000 meters in the air, stood 3 hunter captains, and a young intern hunter. The earth-rock giant turtle stepped out from its shell, its yellow shield's defensive power greatly reduced. Captain Jifeng explained to Lin Xiao and Captain Lei Ming, at the moment the giant turtle activates its defense, its shield will have a brief energy repulsion effect. Captain Lei Ming crossed his arms and pondered, so the results of the first strike will be poor. Exactly, Captain Jifeng nodded gently, saying, we need to force out its light shield in advance before launching a real high-intensity attack. Moreover, it's best to break the defense in a short time, otherwise, once it returns to its shell, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Once that stinky turtle's light shield shatters, it will take at least 3 seconds to gather again. Captain Baoyan's lips curled into a slightly savage smile. In those 3 seconds, we must slaughter them all. I understand. Captain Lei Ming turned to Lin Xiao. Locking eyes, are you ready on your side? Chapter 186, We Have No Rivals Ahead. A massive black flame crescent suddenly descended. The first to greet it was the dead flame light pillar, filled with decay and withering aura. This grey-black light pillar was the full power strike of the dead flame vulture. Nearly 5 meters wide, emitting energy fluctuations that horrified living beings. Even several strong hunter captains would lose half their lives if hit by it. At this moment, this terrifying dead flame light pillar made contact with the black moon. PFF. There wasn't even a moment of stalemate. Under the shocked gazes of all the hunters, the dead flame light pillar was cleaved apart, like a sharp knife slicing through the air. The dead flame vulture's full power strike not only failed to neutralize the energy, but it couldn't even slow down the speed of the black moon's strike. This was an absolute disparity in strength. The pitch-black crescent completely ignored the dead flame light pillar. It fell along its intended trajectory, firmly locking onto the earth-rock giant turtle. Gah! The dead flame vulture, witnessing all of this, let out a terrified shriek. Hearing its cry, the earth-rock giant turtle immediately retracted its limbs into its shell. The earthy yellow light shield instantly solidified, heavy as the earth. And extreme concentrations of mutated light particles flowed over its shell. The giant turtle actually adopted a defensive stance directly, and the captains showed anxiety. But Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Chapter 187, The Red Ghost Mulberry Tree, 2-in-1 chapter, on the return trip, aboard the official transport aircraft. The hunters from the 3 teams sat in their seats, eating military snacks while quietly listening to their captains chat. There are indeed many over-level aberrant beasts now. Captain Jifeng sighed softly and said, it used to take a long time to see one, but now, in just a few months, there have already been dozens of cases. Our last mission was also an over-level aberrant beast. Captain Lei Ming stroked his chin and pondered. It feels like the three major legions are currently only taking on hunting missions. Isn't that because the B-grade hunters in the legions are the most. Captain Blaze waved his hand and sneered. The weaker B-class hunters are simply not allowed to take over by the officials. They might end up getting themselves killed. But if this continues, it goes against our responsibilities. Captain Gale smiled bitterly and said, originally, our true task as captains is to cultivate new blood for the Legion and do our utmost to ensure their safety in the wasteland. After all, we are not the cadre team. Captain Gale shook his head and said, hunting B-class, most team members can't help at all. Not only does it not provide much training, but it also puts them in unnecessary danger. Chapter 188, Lin Xiao, help me on Saturday. Lin Xiao's mother, Lin Qingrong, took their snow wolf dog, Bai Jing, and parrot Cai Wei, out for a stroll. However, there was an extra guest at home. On the soft, clean carpet, the black-haired ice and snow girl was sitting like a duck, tilting her head up to look at Lin Xiao, her big eyes filled with pleading. Lin Xiao, I want. To this, Lin Xiao just glanced at her coldly, his tone slightly indifferent. I won't give it to you. You're so mean. Ling Zhu threw herself down and began to roll around in a huff. The pink seduction cat, Meteor, held in her arms, felt dizzy, her cute round face showing signs of panic. Meow. Oh? Miss Ling Zhu. Please calm down a bit. Miss Meteor is already disheveled. Sister Zhu, get up quickly. With Lin Shanshan's help, Ling Zhu reluctantly sat up from the ground, while in her arms. The pink seduction cat Mia had a vacant expression, even the butterfly knot on her ears was askew. Meow. Mia crawled into Shanshan's arms, feeling that her owner was so safe at this moment. Will you still dare to misuse your abilities in the future? Lin Xiao rubbed the pink seduction cat's cheek, wearing a mischievous smile. 2 days ago, Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Zhu came to visit. Chapter 189, The Path of Conquest. True power. What does the power transformation mean for hunters? Lin Xiao frowned and asked with some confusion, are you referring to the ultimate goal of power transformation? No, no. No, Ling Sen waved his hand and chuckled, the throne of the sky is the result, but what I am asking about is the process of cultivating power transformation. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said uncertainly, does it mean gaining power? Power is just a byproduct. Ling Sen shook his head and corrected him. If I had to use one word to describe it, then this process should be conquest. Conquest? Lin Xiao's eyes widened. He. Ling Sen adjusted his long beard and quietly activated the refining method. Boom! A beam of light descended, and in an instant, the air was filled with colorful energy particles. If the starry sky is regarded as an immensely vast kingdom, then power is its citizens and the basic particles that draw the laws of the stars. Ling Sen extended his palm, holding a handful of light particles, and said to Lin Xiao, each energy particle represents different responsibilities, different tendencies, and different possibilities. And we absorb the power and store it within our bodies. Ling Sen pointed to himself and said, Chapter 190, Conversation. Blood. The blonde lady picked up her teacup and took a small sip, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. What do you want to say by calling me back from the wasteland? Captain Leek looked at the elegant man across from her and asked calmly. A few days ago, the cadre team found the culprit behind the chaos in the wasteland. Jiang Wenlong wiped the water stains on the tea table and said slowly. The location is in the Frenzied Forest, a B-class high-risk mutated ghost mulberry tree. The elegant man raised his eyelids and said softly, it possesses a certain degree of immortality. And the mutation effect is also related to the blood. Hearing this, Captain Leek raised an eyebrow, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Do you suspect it was me? Ha ha. Not at all, Jiang Wenlong chuckled and shook his head. I just wanted to ask about the state of the crimson shattered beast during this time, is it stable? I'm worried that it went mad and blood dropped in the frenzied forest, which might have been absorbed by this ghost mulberry tree. It has been sleeping and dazed in the center of the forbidden zone for these years, and there has been no tendency for self-harm. Captain Leek twirled the cup with her left hand and said softly, I have already retrieved the blood it spilled before. And those beasts that drank the crimson blood have all been slaughtered by me. Chapter 191, The Passage of Time. The return to normal in the wasteland at a certain MFC restaurant. Fang Wenwen, is this membership card really for us? Is this the legendary Thorn Rose membership card? The one my mom has but I don't. Chen Feifei and Zhao Xia stared at their phones, exclaiming in surprise. Ah ha ha ha. Why does your mom have it? Fang Wen brushed her bangs behind her ear, her expression slightly puzzled. I heard it was given to her by a kind person when she visited Lin Xiao's house. Zhao Xia sighed and said, I was in the army at that time. What a pity I couldn't get it. It was given by Ling Zhu, Lin Xiao explained while chewing on fries. I wasn't there at the time. She applied for it herself to the captain. Oh. Fang Wen nodded in realization, smiling a bit shyly. I also asked the captain to help apply, after all. I wanted everyone to have fun together. Woo, Fang Wen. I love you to death. Fang Wen, let me mew you. Hey. You guys don't hug me, stop. Others are watching. Fang Wen, blushing, was almost in tears from the strange looks of the guests in the restaurant. Especially since her long period of internship had made her appearance more cold and aloof, but this shy personality seemed not to have improved. Chapter 192, The Eerie Three-Eyed Hyena. The Three-Eyed Hyena, a pack hunting, has individual strength between D-class high risk and C-class high risk. It stands 2.3 meters tall and measures 3.6 meters long, covered in brownish-yellow quills, and its fur is extremely tough, resembling highly elastic armor. Its dog-like mouth is long and pointed, with sharp hooked fangs. And it has a vertical eye of deep brown between its brows, capable of firing lacerating energy beams that can tear through the prey's tough flesh. At this moment, a pack of nearly 20 three-eyed hyenas was attacking a hunter team. Puff! The long-handled battle knife, adorned with dark copper glimmer, swung down suddenly, sending a three-eyed hyena nearly 3 meters tall, flying. Its chest was drenched in red, flesh torn, and even its bones were faintly visible. Yet, even so, the injured hyena showed no sign of pain on its face. It stabilized its body in mid-air, and the vertical eye on its forehead glowed brown. Boom! A high-density light beam, only 10 centimeters in diameter, shot out like a spear, directly targeting the hunter who had harmed it. TSK. The hunter wielding the long-handled machete flashed a look of irritation as he dodged the light spear by sidestepping. But around him, 4 beast shadows took the opportunity to pounce. Their fangs wrapped in a layer of power crystals, sharp and deadly, biting fiercely into the hunter's body. Chapter 193, The Confused Copper Cutting Team. The young male hunter's battle knife severed the hyena's head, but before that, a brown light had already shot over. The D-level hyena's beam is not strong, but it is still quite threatening to newcomers. Previously, Shimizu Akane took a hit, consuming 20 of her internal power. And her right leg was aching faintly. With insufficient energy, she absolutely cannot take it head-on. Without hesitation, Shimizu Akane darted to the right, narrowly dodging the beam. But before she could adjust her posture, the 2 three-eyed hyenas that were entangled with her lunged towards her. Their sharp teeth dripped with a grey flame, exuding a terrifying sharpness, as they viciously bit at her arm and neck. Akane. A tall man's eyes widened in rage. Is she going to die? Despair and confusion flashed in Shimizu Akane's eyes. She couldn't dodge anymore. She could smell the bloody, corrosive scent from the hyena's mouth. And her skin felt the stinging sensation brought by its fierce power. In this situation, Shimizu Akane could only wrap a grey flame thread around her neck to delay her death, as much as possible. Then, like a revolving lantern, she saw a moon-white light. And she saw the hyena slowly closing its fangs. Chapter 194, the whole Luz who whispers your name looking at the young man in a grey flame battle robe. Holding a pitch-black lightsaber, who had killed the special hyena in one strike, Captain Copper Slash was momentarily stunned. He looked at the other hyenas and saw that they had all stopped, their crimson beast eyes transformed into moon-white, appearing so tranquil and peaceful. Even in Captain Copper Slash's probing senses, his team members' energy fluctuations had stabilized. Presumably, the battle over there had already ended early. The senior B-level hunter Captain Copper Slash, who had undergone dual mutation, immediately made a judgment. This man definitely does not look as young as he seems. Although he didn't understand why the other party chose to use native power to form battle attire instead of mutated particle enhancement. The power and speed had already surpassed that of ordinary B-level hunters, not to mention the dual mutation ability that could kill a group of hyenas with one strike. Thinking of this, as a quasi-newbie among B-level hunters, Captain Copper Slash straightened up and said solemnly, "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance." Lin Xiao blinked, a question mark slowly rising above his head. Huh? What is this bronze-skinned uncle talking about? Due to the unexpected situation, Lin Xiao contacted the captain. And the members of the Thunder team also rushed over. Chapter 195, The inspection forces of the wilderness area descending from the aircraft was a man with a frivolous expression. He had a handsome face, with slanted, squinting eyes, smiling slyly like a cunning fox. The sly dragon Zhao Junshui actually came in person. Captain Thunder was momentarily stunned. Captain? Is he someone special? Lin Xiao asked curiously. He is the head of the low-risk wilderness area in Luzhu. Captain Thunder of the inspection forces of the wilderness area said softly, and also the top B-level hunter. Oh dear, Captain Thunder, your compliments make me feel quite flattered. Zhao Junshui said with a slippery tone, walking over with a beaming smile. Captain Thunder raised an eyebrow and joked, after all, you are a big shot. Let my team members get to know you. How can someone like me, who isn't even an A-level hunter, be called a big shot? Zhao Junshui shrugged exaggeratedly, then turned his head, as if just noticing Lin Xiao. Oh? Isn't this Lin Xiao, who is praised by President Jiang as the most outstanding genius of modern Luzhu? Lin Xiao showed a puzzled expression. Although he wanted to chat with someone like you who has unlimited potential, this time, there is indeed something serious to discuss. Chapter 196, The unusual black flame particles. The Copper Slash squad returned with the official team. The Thunder squad continued onward and arrived at Heisong Mountain by noon the next day. That afternoon, they found the target beast, the Ice-Eyed Mad Tiger, a sea-level special. It was a giant tiger with a white and grey coat, standing nearly 4 meters tall and over 7 meters long. Its silver-white claws were like sickles, long and sharp. And its beastly ice-blue eyes were crystal clear, seemingly drifting with frost and snow, giving off a cold and fierce beauty. This white tiger looks quite good. Looking at the snow-white giant tiger 2 kilometers away, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, watching with great interest. He had to admit that this beast's appearance somewhat matched his aesthetic. Lin Xiao, you have great taste, Shuangjin Yexuxin twirled her hair, smiling in agreement. I also like white tigers, they really look clean. Right. Unexpectedly. Today he could find common ground with Sister Le, which made Lin Xiao feel quite moved. Le Suxin, they are all ready over there, you can go. Captain Thunder's voice came. Nearby, Butcher Sun Ke, Silver Shield Jiang Jing, and Angry Hammer Abin gripped their weapons tightly, ready to go. According to the plan, this battle would have Le Suxin as the main attacker, while the other three would assist. Chapter 197, The beginning of the conquest with the support of her teammates. Shuangjin Yexuxin spent 20 minutes successfully slaying the Ice-Eyed Mad Tiger. The Thunder Squad did not delay and contacted the Hunter Association, leaving the wilderness area that same day. As per usual, everyone went to a familiar restaurant for a meal, and after returning to the dormitory to wash up, they began chatting on the sofa in the living room. TSK. That soul beast didn't start the stream. Captain Thunder threw down his phone, looking somewhat irritated. She wouldn't have sensed my presence and hid out of fear, would she? Captain, are you talking about Miss Dream? Jiang Jing was lying on the sofa, chewing on chips, and said, I searched last time, and that Miss Dream's streaming frequency has always been intermittent, and she often goes missing. That's right, Captain Thunder said, crossing his arms and nodding, but for some reason, I always seem to catch that beast's stream during my breaks. Really? That's quite a coincidence. How admirable. Abin grinned. Ah, I guess so. Captain Thunder was momentarily taken aback. Captain Jiang Jing's eyes squinted, and she chuckled. Why don't you promote Miss Dream? Her. Captain Thunder shook his head and shouted angrily, how could that be? I'm devoted to you, Shin. Chapter 198, Your Eyes. Luzhu Hunter Association, Low-Risk Wilderness Area Inspection Department. The sly dragon Zhao Junshui sat at the head of the conference room. He clasped his hands, elbows resting on the table, his slanted eyes squinting as he listened with a smile to the hunter's reports. Through the investigation of the frenzied forest, we have confirmed the fact that the blood-colored ghost mulberry is still alive. The speaker was a woman with dark green long hair, dressed in a white long skirt. She had beautiful double eyelids, a small, straight nose, and relatively thin lips, with a serious and solemn expression on her beautiful face. Qilong Linyin, Deputy Team Leader of the Wilderness Area Inspection Department, a top B-level hunter proficient in the plant mutation called Bisight. Using my plant perception ability as the main exploratory means, we spent 20 hours from point to area and finally discovered that beast on the northern side of the forest. The cunning dragon pondered for a moment and asked, are you sure it's the same blood-colored ghost mulberry? Its energy fluctuations are almost identical to the one you captured. The emerald dragon Lin Yin nodded slightly and coldly replied, I suspect this is a clone produced by the blood-colored ghost mulberry before you captured it. It really fits the style of plant. Cunning dragon Zhao Junshui had a hint of helplessness in his smile. Chapter 199. After several months, Lin Xiao resumes his lazy demeanor. Yin, what happened to your eyes? Lin Yin's lips curled up. Zhao Junshui pursed his lips and cautiously asked, did you put in colored contact lenses? The female hunter's originally emerald green eyes had turned deep purple, with star-like specks sparkling on them. Exactly. The emerald dragon Lin Yin blinked and asked with slight anticipation. How do they look? Pretty. Zhao Junshui was silent for a moment and said with a subtle tone, it feels a bit off, and isn't this something young girls wear? What do you mean? The female hunter narrowed her eyes. No, I mean. The cunning dragon raised both hands and smiled apologetically. We've known each other for about 30 years, and I think your original eyes are the most beautiful. Shui, you're really not thoughtful. Lin Yin glared at him, then tilted her head and slowly took off the 2 contact lenses. These are the latest trendy ones. I heard they represent some virtual idol. Carefully putting away the lenses, the female hunter looked at the cunning dragon, her emerald green eyes filled with resentment. Seeing those familiar green eyes, Zhao Junshui's expression softened, and he joked. Virtual idols are something for otaku to watch, their taste might not be that good. Chapter 200. Abyss Mode. Sitting on his own sofa, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, focusing all his mental energy on his body. In his mind, there was a scene like a sea of energy. Dark grey points of power filled his body, their numbers too vast to count, with a strong and surging might. Like the residents of a superior city-state, they were strong and vigorous, law-abiding, yet with a hint of freedom. But at this moment, these residents' free lives had come to an end. Invisible soldiers, bearing the Lord's command, descended. They possessed overwhelming martial power, leaving the residents powerless to resist. Their only demand was to sign this contract, pledging complete loyalty to the Lord and becoming true citizens of this city-state. The residents succumbed, swearing their loyalty to the starry sky. From now on, they would have only one master. His glory would shine upon them, his will was everything. They must not defy or resist, but must be loyal and obey absolutely. Then, they began to transform, changing their inclinations and converting their characteristics. From the center of chaotic containment, they deviated into the realms of matter, energy, and ultimately to the extremes of destruction and devastation. Chapter 201. An A-class hunter sends a dual request in the Meteor Garden community, Xinlu Milk Tea Cafe. Lin Xiao sipped his lemonade and tapped on his phone screen. Deputy Leader, are you free? I have a question. What if the power of energy amplification is too great, causing the nerve response to lag? Confused, scratching head JPG, after waiting for a few minutes with no response, he figured they must be busy. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. So he directly opened the chat group of Class C sisters, and a male member. Everyone, I'm back from the wasteland. Little cat peeking JPG, Fang Wenwen. Did your mission end so soon? In less than a week. Your sister YA is shocked. I don't know either. It seems another team took over the mission, so we returned early. Even though I don't know what is going on, that is great. We have a day off tomorrow, and Lin Xiao will be there, let us go eat. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Are you holed up at home again? Come out tomorrow. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao typed a 1 and then exited the group, letting them discuss on their own. Next was the Luju military group chat. Dear friends. I finished my mission early. GNU 2 was halfway through collecting materials when another team of hunters came to take over. Chapter 202, In the Roses, familiar faces crossing through the mansion-like outer gate, past the crystal statues of colorful roses. One enters the outer living area of the thorny roses. A clean stone-paved road and an elegant pedestrian street. The air was filled with a pleasant fragrance. With various exquisitely decorated shops lined up, each showcasing its charm. Compared to the interior of the wolf pack, the flow of people here was much greater. With over 90% being women. These were either hunters or the friends and family of hunters. They varied in age, dressed in stylish dresses, wearing good makeup. Linked arm in arm, leisurely strolling down the pedestrian street. At this moment, in a popular restaurant named Fire Chef Sister, a slightly subtle scene was unfolding. At a round wooden table sat several young people. On the left side were Zhuang Jianyu, Bai Shan, and Ling Zhu, while on the right side were Fang Wen, Chen Feifei, and Zhao Xia. Lin Xiao sat in the very middle. Sorry, everyone. With a bruised face and numerous injuries. Lin Xiao raised his cup and looked at his friends, saying apologetically, I didn't have time to adjust, and our schedules clashed, so I'll drink a cup myself. After saying that, he downed the iced green tea in one go and wiped his mouth, looking somewhat hearty. Come on, let us eat, the dishes here look really good. Chapter 203, Do you want to go practice too? Wolfpack Headquarters, Back Mountain Wilderness. At this moment, it had turned into a world composed of scarlet. Blood-colored energy crystals filled the sky and the ground, spanning nearly 10 kilometers, like a rosy barrier, enveloping the internal space. In this scarlet world, two streams of light, black and bright red, were engaged in a battle at speeds several times the speed of sound. They sometimes shot up into the sky, sometimes landed on the ground. With each collision, it sounded like a large bomb exploding, the terrifying pressure creating shockwaves that disturbed the air currents within the entire scarlet barrier. Boom! Clad in a black flame battle robe, Lin Xiao, with his moon-white eyes shining brightly, raised his right arm to block the incoming knife hand strike. That hand looked so frail. Wrapped in red gauze, like a thin silk glove. Yet this delicate hand carried a power that surpassed all B-class hunters Lin Xiao had known. The fully powered black flame battle suit was crushed, striking directly against Lin Xiao's arm. In an instant, a bone-piercing pain surged into his mind. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and endured, lifting his right leg, his flaming black whip leg breaking the sound barrier, as it swept toward the opponent's waist. Boom! The blonde woman slapped downward with her left hand, instantly nullifying Lin Xiao's attack. Chapter 204, My name is Lin Xiao, and I am a senior intern. The meeting room was silent. Maintaining the posture of making a phone call, the slightly open pupils of the cunning dragon revealed a hint of astonishment. However, he quickly put away his phone and smiled as he said towards the direction of the door, "Please come in." The door slowly opened, and the hunters, with curious eyes, closely watched the figure outside. He was dressed in ordinary combat gear, carrying a dark large sword on his back. Beneath his naturally tousled hair was a slightly bruised handsome face, and he looked a bit too young. The hunters were taken aback for a moment, but they didn't seem overly surprised. After all, for B-level hunters, appearances can be deceptive and are not a definitive indicator of age. They simply stared blankly at this unfamiliar colleague, marveling at how well he maintained himself. Even his gaze was so deceptive. As clear as an intern from a military weapons university. Those who truly knew Lin Xiao, however, reacted completely differently. Phut! The moment Captain Thunder roared saw Lin Xiao. He spat out the mineral water in his mouth, now coughing and glaring over here. Candy Sugar by Meng Mai clasped her hands together, her radiant smile filled with surprise. Chapter 205, Multi-Attribute Mutated Particles. The chaotic forest is a paradise for alien beasts, and the number of magical beasts inside is unknown due to years of accumulation. To avoid being surrounded and defeated, we will not adopt a strategy of dispersed hunting, but instead, focus on hunting the blood-colored ghost mulberry as our primary target. Everyone, enter from the southern side of the forest. Looking down at the hunters, the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui continued, the main exploration force will be entrusted to the deputy captain of the inspection team, the emerald dragon Lin Yin. The cunning dragon extended his right hand and gestured to the dark green-haired female hunter beside him, introducing, the mutation of the emerald dragon is by Kui, which is a type of green plant mutation, possessing powerful plant detection abilities. The blood-colored ghost mulberry cannot escape her search. Everyone should progress at her pace, centering around her. Including the 3 core leaders, the hunters nodded in agreement with this plan. Every skill has its specialization. If the blood-colored ghost mulberry hides underground, the difficulty of normal hunting would be exceedingly high. Then there's the issue of interference from the frenzied alien beasts during frontal combat. Captain Candy Sugar's abilities have been tested, and as for young Lin Xiao, the cunning dragon glanced at the young man, a pleasant smile appearing on his face. Chapter 206, The Brave Lone Walker. Meng Mai, what are you talking about? With a playful smile different from that on stage, the emerald dragon Lin Yin tilted her head, her eyes darting between Captain Candy Sugar and Lin Xiao. Candy Sugar by Meng Mai smiled mysteriously, stood up, and lightly wrapped her arms around the green-haired female hunter's neck. Just now, little Lin Xiao showed great interest in the beautiful Lin Yin, so I told him a bit about your heroic feats. The emerald dragon Lin Yin shifted her gaze over. Ha ha. Lin Xiao's eyes twitched awkwardly at the corner, and he quickly said, "It's just that I've never seen a plant-based mutation, so I was a bit curious. Director, please temporarily disappear from my memory. In fact, this is not a particularly rare ability." The green-haired female hunter smiled and extended her right hand. A green light flowed from her fair palm, gathering and gradually extending upwards, eventually forming a curved branch. It resembled a tree branch vine, yet also looked like a jade-like crystal. Looking at the young man, who observed with curiosity, Lin Yin explained in a friendly tone, unlike other plant mutations, Baikui focuses more on shaping, toughening, and growth, and is not very effective in healing or restoration. Thank you for the guidance. Lin Xiao sincerely expressed his gratitude for the generous demonstration from this senior hunter. These are all good people. Chapter 207, The Indigo Dragon. In the long corridor, a teasing tone echoed. Oh, isn't this our little genius? Why are you going back alone? The cunning dragon leaned against the wall, smiling at him. Nothing, Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Ha ha, the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui scratched his cheek, puzzled. Why do I suddenly feel some hostility from you? That's your illusion. The inspection team leader Lin Xiao pouted and asked, Are you waiting here to find me for something? Very perceptive. The cunning dragon raised an eyebrow and said with a sticky tone, how should I put it? Although I agreed to let you participate in the battle, I still can't feel at ease. If something really happens to you, I, Zhao Junshui, wouldn't know what to do. I doubt even death would suffice to repay the debt. After all, the cunning dragon opened his watery vertical pupils and chuckled, you represent the Wolf King's long-cherished wish, and the new future of Lu Ju. You are being too serious, Lin Xiao frowned and said, rest assured, I will protect myself. Ha ha. Spare me. The cunning dragon shook his head and sighed helplessly, this time it's really too dangerous. I can't risk trusting you. Chapter 208, The Beast Horde Attacks. Battle erupts. What are you looking at? Thunder patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and said, the cunning dragon is ready to advance, let's follow. Okay. Retrieving his gaze from the sky ahead, Lin Xiao calmly took down his large sword and followed the expedition team. In the dim forest, the leaves rustled. Thousands of ghost mulberry trees swayed their branches, their palm-like leaves shaking chaotically, as if countless people were waving. Their shadows were cast on the ground, dark and dense, writhing ominously, giving a chilling sense of eeriness. Today, the chaotic forest was unusually quiet. The once rampant roars of alien beasts that filled the entire forest had now completely vanished. Only a lifeless silence remained. The expedition team advanced normally. On the left and right flanks were the members of the Fury Corps led by Chen Han, and the blood-colored wolf pack led by Jian Duan Muzan. Ahead were the inspection team hunters led by Zhao Junshui and Lin Yin, while the rear was followed by the Thorn Rose members led by the cursed witch Shuyu. The cunning dragon stood by Lin Yin's side, while Lin Xiao and Candy Sugar by Mengmai were in the middle of the team, very close to the witch Shuyu. Chapter 209, The Dark Meteor on the Battlefield. Except for a few top officials, most B-level hunters actually do not have overwhelming advantages when facing frenzied magical beasts. It's not due to their strength, but rather their formidable recovery abilities. They are not afraid of death, and their vitality is terrifyingly strong, unless you sever their heads or limbs. It's very difficult to diminish their combat strength, especially for B-level hunters like Captain Gale, who has relatively weak attack power. They are currently entangled in combat. Whoosh! The dark blue wind blade sliced through a few sea-level alien beasts, carving deep blood gashes into the beast's chest. Although the effect was good, Captain Gale frowned tightly. The 10-meter-tall silver giant bear was already covered in wounds, with deep knife scars visible all over its body. The freshly opened wound was now visibly stopping the bleeding at an astonishing speed, and a delicate pink membrane began to form over the exposed bone. Meanwhile, the beast's momentum showed no signs of weakening. Its beastly eyes were blood-red, and sharp silver light flowed from its 1-meter-long giant claws as they continuously swung towards the hunter. The silver claws were sharper than blades. Captain Gale deftly dodged while his mind raced to devise an effective way to kill the beast. Just as the hunter locked his gaze on the giant bear's neck, Chapter 210, Flame Sorceress, The Fusion of Energy Particles. Let me see. See what? Staring at the calm expression of the other party, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The dark flame sorceress Shu gazed into Lin Xiao's eyes and asked in a flat tone, I want to understand, do you allow it? Lin Xiao came to a realization. Captain Thunder had mentioned that the sorceress Shu's mutation was called a sorceress, and further, she was a flame sorceress. Lin Xiao's black flame might be something she found worth paying attention to. There. A dark flame ignited in Lin Xiao's hand as he curiously asked, Miss Sorceress, can you transform this kind of energy? Sorceress Shu quietly stared at the black flame, and after a moment, she lifted her eyelids. May I touch it? Yes. Lin Xiao had already suppressed the destructive nature of the black flame. The cursed sorceress nodded slightly, extending her fingers into the black flame, carefully feeling its properties. After a few minutes, she withdrew her right hand, and a nearly transparent energy flowed from her palm. Sorceress Xiao closed her eyes and fell silent for a few seconds, then she softly uttered, "Black flame." There. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, a similarly dark flame ignited from her palm. It was so familiar, so violently chaotic. Chapter 211, The Blood-Colored Ghost Mulberry appears. Following the predetermined route, the expedition team continued to advance. At certain intervals, the team would stop to allow the Emerald Dragon Lin Yin to conduct wide-area scouting. The hunters moved quickly, and Lin Yin's plant scouting took little time. However, the team's speed of progress was not fast. As the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui had said, for this beastly paradise, the initial beast horde was not the entirety of the frenzied forest. That was just a corner of the forest. Now, in the northwest side of the frenzied forest, the expedition team faced another wave of beasts. This was the fourth wave. As before, 3 types of mental mutations swept across the entire beast horde. Seizing this excellent opportunity, the hunters did their utmost to concentrate fire on the frenzied magical beasts. Boom! 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 Dozens of mutated attacks formed a dense and terrifying barrage. In an instant, the number of B-level beasts was reduced by more than 15, and low-level beasts were crushed to death by the residual waves. The remaining ones posed no serious threat to the expedition team. Including Lin Xiao, the hunters collectively charged forward. Everyone was now familiar with the routine, and their cooperation was quite tacit. The hunters with weaker attacks would coordinate with their teammates to swiftly kill the magical beasts, not giving them any time to recover. Chapter 212, The Green Dragon. This impending disaster's vine attack struck like a flash, shooting towards the 3 mental ability users like a blood-colored spear. Faced with the crimson laser exceeding 20 times the speed of sound, Sorceress Xiao's pupils filled with a black mist. There, a mass of black flames erupted in front of her, withstanding the direct hit of the blood-colored vine. Although it was torn apart in less than half a second. That brief moment allowed Sorceress Xiao to retreat to a safe distance. In the Abyss mode, Lin Xiao intended to sever the vine with a sword. But in an instant, he thought of something even worse. Whoosh! A 10-meter-wide black crescent shot out, ignoring the blood-colored spear aimed at him. Lin Xiao suddenly sidestepped and unleashed his ability strike at the fastest speed. In that direction, there was also a hunter being attacked. She was not a top-tier captain, merely a seasoned B-level hunter, and her mental enhancement was relatively weak. Faced with the sneak attack of the impending disaster, and the crimson flash exceeding 20 times the speed of sound, the candy-colored by Mingmei's mind reacted. But her body couldn't evade in time, leaving her to watch the blood-colored vine shoot towards her. Her thin veil, intertwined with mutations, would surely be as fragile as paper against the attack of the impending disaster beast. Chapter 213, Black Flame Condensed Light Sword. Boom! 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 Like swatting mosquitoes, the blood-colored ghost mulberry's vines kept slamming down, and that terrifying scarlet whip crushed, smashed, and broke the green dragon's body. However, because of the water particles within the dragon's body, each time the green dragon was harmed, it would regenerate rapidly like a plant. This bloody plant probably never expected that its opponent was also of the regenerative type. Whoosh! Having dodged the strike of the blood-colored whip, the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui and the emerald dragon Lin Yin wore grim expressions. Although the blood-colored ghost mulberry seemed to be entangled with the green dragon, those familiar with the situation knew that this battle was far from favorable. While the green dragon could regenerate, its energy also came from the 2 supervisory team members. And although the green dragon's attacks appeared fierce, to be honest, they had not caused any effective damage. This blood-colored ghost mulberry was not a frenzied magical beast. Its immortality was genuine. The branches bitten off by the green dragon were either wrapped in thick blood plasma, or had already completely restored. Moreover, the cunning dragon raised its head and looked at the top of the blood-colored ghost mulberry's branches. Among the countless scarlet leaves resembling ghostly hands, some scarlet light points were starting to bloom. Although it was slow, that blood-colored light cluster was indeed gradually expanding. Chapter 2:14, The Pitch-Black Flood. Like the Sword of the Abyss. The pitch-black greatsword, expanded to 2 meters long, pulsated with deep ink-like mist, resembling the heart of an abyssal demon king. Radiating a turbulent, ominous energy that sought to destroy everything. The surrounding air felt oppressive, and the sunlight seemed to be dulled by the darkness, dimming within several dozen meters. Upon seeing that streak of darkness, several top-tier B-level hunters understood everything. The cunning dragon Zhao Junshui's eyes sparkled with ecstasy, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. He raised his palm, indigo light flickering, and shouted, "Sorceress! Prepare the death flame." Those who understood the situation were not just the hunters, but also the blood-colored ghost mulberry. As the energy of the abyssal flame sword became increasingly ominous, this impending disaster sensed an extremely terrifying threat. It could not allow this to continue. It had to destroy the opponent before the black abyss erupted. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of blood-colored vines transformed into scarlet spears, blocking the hunter's escape routes like a torrential rain. Before it launched this nest attack, the verdant dragon controlled by Lin Xiao suddenly erupted, frantically biting at the body of the blood-red ghost mulberry. The branches of the crimson plant broke apart like ruptured arteries, with scarlet liquid gushing out violently. Chapter 2:15, Azure Dragon's Domain. Blood red emerges on the jagged cross-section of the blood-red ghost mulberry's trunk, crimson blood surged backward, as if a blood bank had collapsed. Trying to fill this horrifying wound. Unfortunately, such a severe injury, even with the immortality of this quasi-catastrophe plant, could not heal in a short time. Moreover, the top B-grade hunters here could not give it any breathing room. With my spirit, wield the power of the Dragon King in the hands of the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui, an indigo dragon flew out, taking away nearly 40 of his energy. Its speed seemed slow, but in the next instant, it had already appeared above the blood-red ghost mulberry. The indigo dragon circled in the air, growing larger and larger. Its scales were elegantly beautiful, and its long tail was exquisite. With 5 claws grasping, it seemed to hold invisible power. When the 200-meter-long celestial dragon lowered its head and looked down upon all things with its green vertical pupils, the body of the blood-red ghost mulberry froze. Its blood ceased to flow, and its energy stopped circulating. The dragon's might from the higher realm even solidified all the power particles in the air within 1,000 meters. The energy contained within this azure dragon could not match Lin Xiao's black flame energy slash, but in terms of rank, it could crush a true catastrophe. Chapter 2:16, The White Moon Shines Alone. Whoosh! The weaponized entity, entwined with aberration, transformed into a stream of light, bursting forth with lethal force. The hunters, who were focused on refining their powers, either had their pupils constrict or turned in shock, looking incredulously at the attack initiated by their companion. It was a sneak attack. Calculated yet unexpected. The distance was too close, and the speed was too fast. By the time they reacted, the chilling weapons had already approached their necks and hearts. Despair surfaced in the eyes of the attacked hunters. But just then, another change occurred. Crack! As if it had jammed. At the moment of impending death, those weapons suddenly stopped. The hunters who narrowly escaped death retreated sharply, clutching their torn chests and feeling the blooded skin, their expressions revealing fear. Damn it! Are these people crazy? The captain of the explosion flame team grabbed a knight's gun, a fierce anger creeping onto her small face. Look at their eyes. Under the furious shout of the Gale team captain, the hunters looked towards the assailants' eyes. In their gaze, 2 kinds of light alternated, sometimes blood red, sometimes moon white. It seemed that 2 powers were battling within their brains. Their bodies trembled slightly, their expressions wavering between madness and terror. Chapter 2:17, Flesh Giant. Eternal Kiss. The verdant dragon Lin Xiao suddenly raised her head, her eyes losing focus, and fell backward. A yin. The cunning dragon Zhao Junshui flickered and instantly appeared behind her, catching her body. The female hunter closed her eyes, seemingly falling asleep, her face regaining tranquility. Lin Xiao. What's going on? Zhao Junshui's expression was uncertain. She has too much madness in her spiritual domain. After it was completely eradicated, her brain couldn't adapt immediately. That's good. Zhao Junshui's expression relaxed. He immediately looked at the B-grade hunters of the inspection team, his watercolored vertical pupils containing sharpness. You all. Explain the reason now. The 11 hunters of the inspection team also stiffened, coming back to their senses from confusion. Surrounded by the vigilance of the 3 major legions. A male hunter briefly recounted the events. During that investigation, we were all killed by the blood-red ghost mulberry. Until just now, our minds had been in a dazed state. Unable to distinguish what we were doing. We are truly very sorry. Did you get infected with madness after being killed? The giant Chen Han frowned and asked. Do you still have wounds on you? Chapter 218, I Came for Revenge. Atop the cloud peak. A man in a white shirt stood with his hands behind his back. His golden-hued vertical pupils peering through the mist at the soaring azure dragon. His refined face lacked expression, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. The verdant dragon Lin Yin. Despite being completely manipulated, with her soul hijacked by a catastrophe, still managed to repeatedly maintain her awareness. Sending out a distress signal to the outside world unnoticed by the blood-red ghost mulberry. Her will was stronger and more resolute than imagined. The old man with white hair stroked his long beard and continued, Zhao Junshui, because he was manipulated and completely trusted the person, his psychological defenses weakened. And he did not notice the abnormality, thus failing in his duty. But the old man with white hair paused, smiling lightly, when facing the most hated enemy. He was not engulfed by hatred. Zhao Junshui controlled his raging heart. Rather than venting in despair, he chose to preserve the living strength of the Hunter Association. Fulfilling his own responsibilities. Listening to the words of the retired A-grade hunter beside him, Jiang Wenlong slightly nodded, but did not express further opinions. Shouldn't we take action here? A lady with platinum long hair, her arms crossed, said to Jiang Wenlong. Chapter 219, Black of Destruction. White of silent souls, the massive azure dragon crossed the forest and landed on the ground. Its form gradually became ethereal, dissipating into the air. Leaving only a leaf glowing with indigo light, slowly drifting down. This was a priceless object imbued with the power of a ruler, but at this moment, the entire expedition team paid no attention to it, allowing it to lie in the dirt. Lin Xiao. Where's Lin Xiao? Captain Thunder roared, clutching his side. His face anxious as he scanned the surroundings. Wasn't he sent out together? I clearly saw Lin Xiao being swallowed too. Pink candy white dream, supporting Thunder. Said with worry and confusion. The hunters exchanged puzzled glances, their senses blurred within the body of the energy azure dragon. Just then, a voice came, flat and unchanging. He ran out, I couldn't stop him. Everyone's expression shifted in surprise, looking at the short-haired black female hunter. What's going on? Di Yang, furious, furrowed his brows and asked, is he trying to save someone? That's too reckless. It will only waste Zhao Junshui's sacrifice. The hunters nodded. When the azure dragon lunged towards them, they all understood Zhao Junshui's intentions. Chapter 220, Rose Queen, Beast of Fury. The next day, the Hunter Association was set to hold a corresponding meeting regarding the recent battle against the blood-red ghost mulberry. In the guest hall of the Hunter Association, the hunters from the expedition team gathered in groups, scattered across the sofas, chatting while waiting for the official start of the meeting. Lin Xiao was also called over. Next to him were familiar faces, Lei Ming, Fen Tang, Ji Feng, Bao Yang, and several other hunter team leaders. There were also 2 inspectors from the monitoring team, who came to receive them. Although it was said to be a meeting, it was actually to reward or punish based on the performance in this battle. The cunning dragon Zhao Junshui held a teacup. Squinting and smiling bitterly, I really failed this time. I probably can't keep my position as a captain. If you lose your position, you lose it. As long as you keep your life. Lei Ming said with a grin. Fentang by Mengmai raised her eyelids and smiled mischievously. You came down just in time for Lin Yin to take your place. The cunning dragon and Lin Yin exchanged glances, both smiling. Yes, surviving is better than anything else. The cunning dragon looked at everyone, slowly opened his eyelids. And sincerely said, I'm sorry. Because of my negligence, everyone was put in danger. Qilong Lin Yin even bent down, expressing his apologies seriously. Chapter 221, Punishment and Reward. The hunters sat in a spacious conference room, the atmosphere serious. At the podium was Vice President Jiang Wenlong, along with the leaders of the 3 major legions and A-level hunters. I believe everyone knows that the Chaos Forest battle was conducted under the supervision of the association. Jiang Wenlong clasped his hands on the table, looking at the hunters below, and said gently, the association knew about the blood-colored demon Sang's conspiracy. And the reason we allowed it was to let everyone accumulate experience in large-scale combat. He tapped the table and chuckled, you are all the backbone of the association. And this time, it also has a certain assessment significance. The monarch wants to see everyone's performance, including the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui and the leaders of the 3 major legions. The hunters below immediately straightened their backs, their expressions solemn and tense. It seems that in the eyes of these B-level hunters, the term monarch carries unimaginable weight. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Xiao also followed suit and tightened his own expression. Next, Jiang Wenlong followed the order and briefly commented on each hunter's performance, but he skipped the 2 inspectors and a certain intern. Chapter 222, The Heavenly Dragon Monarch, Combined Chapter, Going to the Sacred Domain to Meet the Monarch. What should I pay attention to? When Lin Xiao asked this question, Lei Ming, Captain Fentang, and others were puzzled. Not only did they not answer any questions, but they also blinked, pleading for him to hold a storytelling session in the future to broaden their horizons. It seems that for B-level hunters, the term monarch is truly too distant and sacred. This can be seen from the envious and expectant gazes of the hunters in the expedition team. So, Lin Xiao threw the question to others. To his surprise, apart from the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui, the leaders of the 3 major legions had also been to the sacred domain. Maintain or. This was the suggestion from the bald giant, Di Yang Ruo Huo Chen Han. You ask, he answers. If he wants to tell you, he will. The witch Miss Shuyu said. Shunjian Juanmuxin patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and advised, don't ask unless he wants to tell you. As for the official staff, the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui said, although I go to the sacred domain every month, I rarely see that gentleman. The cunning dragon shrugged and smiled bitterly. In front of him, I always act very seriously, completely unable to act shamelessly. In the association, apart from Jiang Laodar, no one dares to visit the monarch proactively. Chapter 223, Zero Bug, Devouring Demon Ring. In an elegant wooden box, there were 3 items. One was a liquid as brilliant as gold, which Lin Xiao was very familiar with. It was top-grade spirit liquid. The other 2 left Lin Xiao somewhat puzzled. They were nearly transparent colloids, about 30 centimeters long and 10 centimeters thick. They looked like long worms, but also resembled some kind of egg. The surface appeared very hard, yet seemed to have some elasticity. Moreover, Lin Xiao felt that it seemed alive. The last item was a ring. It was completely black, engraved with dragon-like patterns. At first glance, it looked metallic, but when viewed from another angle, it resembled a gem or crystal. What are these good items? Lin Xiao curiously squatted down to examine them closely. That is the Zero Bug. A calm and serene voice came from all directions, directly entering Lin Xiao's mind. It was the voice of the Heavenly Dragon Monarch, accompanied by the sound of a pen sliding across paper. It seems that the monarch had previously asked Lin Xiao to leave just to continue writing that high-level secret. The Zero Bug is. It can devour power and evolve itself. It is the main material for level 1 alloys. What? Lin Xiao's eyes widened. So the evolutionary nature of level 1 alloys comes from this bug. Chapter 224, Power Level 3, Ladder of the Gods. Mom, I'm staying in the dorm for a few more days. I'm at a critical period of cultivation. Sunshine Handsome Guy Fist JPG, oh. Sister, I'm staying in the dorm for a few more days, don't think of me. In the middle of an exam. Do not disturb. Automatic reply. Putting away his phone, Lin Xiao looked up at the ceiling, his expression desolate, feeling that he was suffering from his family's cold violence. Boy, what's wrong? Xuanjian Lessixin, curled up on the sofa, asked casually, are you feeling sad because you have a long weapon, but no place to use it? What do you mean? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. What I mean is, the silver-haired female hunter looked at Lin Xiao seriously and said, if you really can't hold back, you can try to take action against Jiang Jing. I always feel she possesses a famous weapon. Thud. A cushion hit Lessixin's face, accompanied by the girl's desperate shout, Les. What are you talking about? Lin Xiao turned his head, looking at the red and white-faced silver shield Jiang Jing. And roughly knew that Les had said something inappropriate again. However, looking at the crowd in the hall, Lin Xiao asked in confusion, isn't it a holiday now? Why are you all staying in the dorm? Chapter 225, Ode, Overlord, Possibility of Black and White Cooperation Ladder of the Gods. Looking at the words on the panel. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. The throne is called demigod, and the pinnacle within the throne is even regarded as the one who approaches the gods. Indeed, the path of power transformation is essentially the sublimation of life and the ascension of rank. And when the authority of the demigod truly perfects, it is estimated to reach the so-called pinnacle. That ethereal god. In Blue Star, has any demigod ascended to this realm? Probably not. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled the words of the dragon monarch, new authority will eventually return to the world. And the witch Miss Xu also mentioned, after the fall of a demigod, their star key, or authority, will be offered to the starry sky. At the peak of this divine staircase, there might be a barrier that is nearly hopeless. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao no longer considered such distant matters. Instead, he focused his attention on the refreshed panel. Title, Heir to the Throne. Conqueror of Potential Points, 1 Strength, 34 Agility, 36 Constitution, 42 Spirit, 44 Ability, Moon Erosion of Blessing, Gift of the Dazzling Stars, Ode to the Dazzling Stars Skills, Power LV 301. Static Ability LV 1981, Chapter 226, Dual Transformation Achieved, Target the next day, evening. Bang bang. Jiang Jing covered her mouth with her hand like a megaphone, elongating her soft, doll-like voice, Lin Xiao. Want to go out for dinner? Click. The door opened. Lin Xiao stepped out, his eyes vacant and his steps unsteady, as if he might faint at any moment. Wow. What happened to you again? Jiang Jing quickly supported Lin Xiao's body, and helped him onto the sofa in the living room. The young swordsman, Lu Suxin, lowered his eyelids and said softly, although I know you are training in transformation, it's really hard not to misunderstand your exhausted appearance. Please do not misunderstand, Lin Xiao slumped on the sofa, quickly alleviating his mental fatigue. What's going on with you? Didn't you say the transformation was almost over yesterday? Captain Lei Ming frowned slightly, puzzled. At that time, I had completed the transformation, and my mental strength was rising steadily. I felt very comfortable, and didn't feel fatigued at all. The transformation has long ended. Lin Xiao nodded heavily and said weakly, my mental strength has indeed increased. Right. Then why do you look like this? Lei Ming looked at Lin Xiao curiously. Chapter 227, Feeding Two Little Cuties. Wolfpack Headquarters, innermost layer of the equipment warehouse. On a large alloy table lay two lumps of dark silver metal. They are 2 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters high, and aside from two protrusions at the tail resembling handles, they had no weapon shape. These are two pure iron columns, and they are wrapped in a thin layer of static ability crystals. Lin Xiao could see that this was not ordinary ability, but static ability. Its source was a huge crystalline device in the room, which looked very advanced. The static ability produced by it was purer than what Lin Xiao could create himself, and could even form crystals, condensing in the air. After upgrading to static ability LV1, could he also achieve this? After putting away his curiosity, Lin Xiao focused on the two metal columns. Is this my weapon? An alloy that can accommodate the zero worm. Lin Xiao turned his head in confusion to look at the two big shots behind him. Didn't the team leader say it was already completed? Yes, the blonde lady said. Hands on her hips, somewhat mysteriously, this is your weapon. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Wow, so in the wasteland. I'll just pick up two iron rods and swing them around to smash beasts, right? Chapter 228, Black Sword and White Blade, Static Crystals. Time passed. Because Lin Xiao kept pouring in ability, the structure of the two alloys kept strengthening and evolving. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to breathe. Finally, the structure of the two alloys stabilized. This was the maximum value that Lin Xiao's energy intensity could achieve. At this moment, the ability within him was also unusually low. Huff! Lin Xiao took a deep breath and opened his palm. The two alloys on the table had turned into pure black and white jade. Their texture resembled gemstones. Like crystal, incredibly pure yet opaque, emitting a mysterious and enchanting halo. Now, Lin Xiao knew how to use them. Come here. There. The pitch-black crystal column ignited, transforming into a wisp of black flame, restructuring in Lin Xiao's hand. Starting from the hilt, it gradually extended upward, the black blade becoming sharp, continuing to condense until the tip of the sword was formed. A sword with a 40-centimeter hilt, and a total length of nearly 1 meter and 80 centimeters. With a hilt adorned with flame patterns, was completed. Lin Xiao glanced at the pitch-black greatsword and continued to extend his left hand. Vaz? The moon-white jade column shone brightly, transforming into a beam of light that gathered in Lin Xiao's hand. Chapter 229, Research on Static Crystals. Gathering the throne's black flame in front of the camera, the moon-white light spot gradually disappeared. The screen was filled with the shouts of countless homebodies. Dream Miss Bai. Don't go. Brother Black Moon. I can't live without you tonight. Streaming together is quite interesting. Woo woo woo. Why is there no recording? Why is there no recording? After finishing the illusion training, Lin Xiao stretched comfortably. Since the last battle in the frenzied forest, the Hunter Association had lifted the restrictions on Lin Xiao's live streaming. Perhaps Vice President Jiang Wenlong had helped him with it. Lin Xiao no longer had limits on the number of viewers or duration, and the number of viewers in the live room was rapidly increasing. However, for the sake of effect, Lin Xiao limited the number to no more than 5,000 people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain such a long streaming time. And the effect of the illusion would weaken. As he manipulated the mouse, just as he was about to close the page, Lin Xiao suddenly saw a familiar ID. Lei Ming Yushin, oh, is it over again? Dream Miss Bai, will you stream tomorrow? Lin Xiao squinted his eyes, unsure of what to say. Forget it. Let it be. He turned off the computer and adjusted his static ability as per his habit. Chapter 230, Self-Evaluation, Future Planning. It was a huge eclipsed moon. Its diameter was about 48 kilometers, with black flame and moon white distributed in a 7:3 ratio, not appearing as one entity. Strange and abrupt. It seemed forcibly pieced together, emanating a sense of disharmony. Sitting on his throne, Lin Xiao gazed at the stars, contemplating his current strength positioning. Firstly, in the Abyss mode. His strength was undoubtedly among the top tier of Class B. In terms of destructive power, aside from using the Monarch's power from the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui, None of the others, including Di Yang Chen Han, Wit Shuyu, Shun Jian Duan Mu Zun, and Kui Long Lin Yin, could match Lin Xiao. After all, these individuals were not hunters with high-risk transformations. Then, regarding his physical quality, with a constitution of 45 points and the powerful black flame battle suit, only a natural disaster, or a beast mastering high-risk transformation could injure him. Lin Xiao wasn't quite sure. But ordinary natural disasters would definitely not be as simple as imagined when it came to defeating him. Then there were his attack methods. The black flame energy slashes he unleashed in the frenzied forest had already surpassed the B-rank hunter category and touched the A-rank realm, approximately at the lower level of A rank. And now, he could perform black flame energy gathering through the power of the throne. Chapter 231, Monarch's Secret Realm. Walking in the abstract domain, combined chapter, early the next morning, Lin Xiao arrived at the manor of the Phantom Vice-Captain. At the steaming tea table, Lin Xiao took a sip of the clear tea and curiously asked, "Where are you going on a business trip?" "Yuzhou. Next door." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Yuzhou was indeed neighboring Luzhu, bordering the Xianyou district. Moreover, Yuzhou was established long before Luzhu and was much larger, being one of the giant cities in Huaya. A few days ago, a hunter team in Yuzhou discovered a secret realm in a certain wasteland. Phantom, managing the tea table, said lightly. Because the authority inside seems to involve the realm of the undead, the Yuzhou Hunter Association requested assistance from headquarters, and many spiritual realm hunters have been dispatched. Hidden world. Lin Xiao blinked and couldn't help but ask, "Is it the throne of demigods?" "No," Phantom shook his head and said, "this time it's just the territory of a monarch. Yuzhou can still discover a monarch's secret realm." Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered that the Phantom Vice-Captain had told him that the throne of demigods was located on the outer side of the world, and the hidden realm would take hundreds or thousands of years of drifting to approach the world and open an entrance. Chapter 232, The Iron Team. Dark Valley in the creeping grass forbidden area, the familiar repairmen returned once again today. Boom, boom, boom. 4 dark beams of light plowed through, as if a hair clipper was giving the lush land a buzz cut. Lin Xiao, with his hands in his pockets, leisurely watched this land. Thanks to his hard work, half of the creeping grass forbidden area had already been stripped bare. Dark particles filled the surrounding space for nearly 1,000 meters. To have enough ammunition, Lin Xiao specifically refined the power, pulling down large areas of power particles for assimilation. On both sides of Lin Xiao, 4 blocks of black flame crystals floated in the air, resembling floating turrets. Snap! Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. The black flame particles in the air began to surge, pouring into the crystals, compressing and condensing. Buzz Energy Gathering LV2, Experience 7, Static Energy LV2, Experience 5, Energy Gathering LV2, Experience 8, Static Energy LV2, Experience 6, the panel began to roll with dense experience points. Conducting 4 energy gathers simultaneously was very difficult. Moreover, the energy gathering limit was also very low, and its power was not much stronger than a normal black moon slash. Chapter 233, White Moon Mode. In the evening, Lin Xiao was receiving his sister's fashion guidance. Add a waist cincher to your belly, otherwise it looks loose and saggy. Make the boots into a long tube cloth boot style, this looks more harmonious. The bangs in the front should be a bit longer, yes, sweeping down from the side. Can we add an earring? It would look better. Wearing moon-white crystal glasses, Lin Shanshan took 2 steps back to assess her brother's image. He wore a white robe, with a beautiful satin ribbon gently cinching his waist, resembling a scholar from ancient Huaya. Through the rich control of energy particles, light, delicate crescent patterns were drawn on the clothing. His long, pure white hair flowed down naturally to his waist, emitting a subtle glow. On the left earlobe hung a string of crescent-shaped earrings, resembling white jade gems, clear and elegant. As the earrings swayed, they accompanied a crisp and graceful melody. Beneath the white eyelashes were bright, ethereal moon pupils, paired with his fair and handsome face, revealing an otherworldly and tranquil temperament. Coupled with the flashing white light, it formed a slender white moon-long knife held in the man's hand, adding a touch of elegance and a cold aura to him. Ding Ding Chapter 234. Extracting the remaining value of exotic beasts, the war chariot was wrapped in pitch-black mist, speeding along the roads of the wasteland. 4 black crystals floated around the war chariot like floating cannons. The black mist transformed into black flames, filling the crystals, charging and condensing, with terrifying energy fluctuations never ceasing. Boom! 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 The black torrent surged, engulfing the trees and boulders blocking its path, incinerating the exotic beasts along the way. It carved out broad and flat roads in the wasteland. To the exotic beasts in this low-risk wasteland, the war chariot shrouded in black mist resembled a brutal and terrifying destructive beast, demolishing everything that stood in its way. Inside the war chariot, after a long period of adaptation, the members of the Thunder team had transitioned from fear and shock to being calm and composed. Their faces were filled with tranquility and ease, as if they were on an outing. Cool. 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 As the driver, the butcher's son Ke had an excited expression on his face. Compared to the previous stop-and-go journey, the roads in the wasteland were now so smooth. No need to brake. Just floor the gas pedal. All obstacles ahead could be ignored, as they would cease to exist in a few seconds. Under this black flame turret, nothing could hinder the progress of the war chariot. Chapter 235. The Realm of the Dead. This was a world made up of bones and rotten flesh. The earth's soil resembled decaying meat, the rivers were black-red blood water, the trees were giant skeletal hands, and the fruits were human heads. In this horrifying world walked some beings that seemed to belong to the underworld. They were the skeletons of humans and exotic beasts. They crawled out from the rivers and soil, adorned with decaying flesh. Azure flames burned in their skulls, like the materialization of souls. These were the long-dead deceased. They treated this land as the underworld, wandering here, dazed, and fighting. They acted like exotic beasts, surging with various energies, wielding weapons, and aimlessly exercising violence. The attacked deceased sometimes fought back, while others shattered into fragments, wilting on the ground. But no one would truly die. The underworld retained their soul sparks, and their bones converged and reassembled on the ground. With the passage of time, these deceased would crawl out from the land of corpses once again. This was the authority of the monarch, affecting all existences in this world. Without his permission, no deceased could find eternal rest. Chapter 236. Lakeside Safety Zone. Dual Sword Dance Thunder Team, 3rd day of the mission. In the first half of the night watch personnel were Dual Sword Su Xin, Silver Shield Jiang Jing, and Lin Xiao. Using static power crystals, Lin Xiao made several chairs for everyone to relax. Li Ji was practicing transformation. Jiang Jing seemed to be interested in Lin Xiao's crystal chairs, holding grey flames in her hands, studying the solidification method of the power crystals. Lin Xiao had just finished grinding experience points, and was now taking a break with his phone. Bai Ling and Lin Kun from Luzhu military arms were present. And Bai Shan was sharing his experiences from today. Friends, we arrived at the Dark Valley today. I'm exhausted. Those wraiths are really hard to deal with. Physical attacks are ineffective. Although powers can harm them, the energy consumption is 2 to 3 times higher than usual. Jian Yu knows. Where's the map? Where is the map? 1. Where is the map? 1. Everyone happened to have free time to check their phones tonight, causing a wave of repetition. Can't get a good shot. Ha ha ha. Captain Jitai said the number of wraiths this year is much higher than before. It's really tough for our small team. I don't know how long it will take to clear them out. The captain has already reported to the association. There should be 2 teams coming to help in a few days. Chapter 237. Yuzhou Secret Realm Conference, Envoy. In the Yuzhou Hunter Association, first conference room. Under the guidance of official hunters, the Wraith walked in. In the spacious and serious conference room, more than a dozen hunters were already seated. They turned their heads to look at the newcomer, their eyes filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and friendliness, some even nodding slightly. These individuals exuded an extremely powerful aura, all being A-level hunters. There were locals from Yuzhou, as well as those dispatched from other places. Among them, the supporting hunters all possessed energy fluctuations similar to the Wraith, belonging to the abstract domain. The Wraith scanned the surroundings, taking in the figures of the hunters. Some of them he recognized. Nightmare S. Grip Yimai, affiliated with the Magic City Guild, Flame Soul Succubus Xia Ming, affiliated with the Yunju Guild, Spirit Cutter Li Mo. These individuals were notable masters in the soul domain. Wraith, long time no see, came an elegant male voice from behind. The Wraith turned around, a smile appearing on his stern face. It was a man wearing a long coat, with shoulder-length hair, a handsome face, and light blue eyes. He wore a gentle smile, exuding the aura of a nobleman. "Dreamer, are you here to host the meeting today?" the Wraith asked with a faint smile. Chapter 238, Evangeline Clemens, 2-in-1 chapter, in the Yuzhou Hunter Association, in the bright conference room. 3 envoys from Europa stood at the front, facing the A-level hunters present, politely placing their hands on their chests and bowing slightly as a gesture of respect. The one standing at the forefront was a man dressed in old formal attire, with deep brown hair, an aquiline nose, and deep-set eyes. He leaned on a black cane, his steady voice carrying a slight foreign accent. "I am MacArthur Douglas, an A-level hunter from Europa, here to assist you all in exploring the Monarch's secret realm. I hope to work together sincerely and live in harmony from now on." The name MacArthur Douglas was familiar to nearly all the hunters present. He was a veteran powerhouse from Europa, holding the rank of 5-star general, codenamed Piercing Gunfire. His presence was often noted during the multinational Throne Secret Realm missions a century ago. Although he had never served as the vice president of the Hunter Association, he was indeed not just an A-level hunter. With multiple achievements, MacArthur had long since attained true monarch authority, making him a genuine super A-level hunter. Moreover, he was an expert in cracking secret realms. Sending this veteran hunter from Europa was indeed a powerful aid. Chapter 239, The Goal of the Demigod's Daughter. When facing Lady Letitia, you shouldn't feel constrained, right? When the blonde girl said this, the Wraith's expression did not change much. He merely adjusted his hood and said, "Captain Lake's situation is not comparable to yours." Then, as if to avoid continuing this topic, the Wraith continued, "Miss Evangeline, when did you become a B-level hunter?" The last time he saw this girl was when she had just graduated from the Military Arms University. At that time, Evangeline had already mastered the use of her powers, but had not yet started her transformation training. 3 months after graduating from university, "I successfully conquered the first power particle within me," the girl with the side hat said with a smile, elegantly and honestly. "It took me a month to complete the energy transformation throughout my body and advance to a true B-level hunter." In other words, shortly after leaving Huaya, she became a B-level hunter. It has been about a year since then. The Wraith was stunned. This speed was astonishing, far beyond the comprehension of normal hunters. But for some reason, the Wraith did not feel a sense of absurdity in his heart. Chapter 240, Preliminary Exploration of the Sanctuary, Dark Night Bang. It sounded as if a flintlock had pulled the trigger. The iron-grey energy bullet, carrying the momentum to penetrate all things, crossed the distance and instantly hit the skull of the skeletal giant horse. The 10-meter-tall bone horse shook its neck, staggered 2 steps, then raised its head. There was already a hollow in the middle of its skull, penetrating from front to back. Through the bone hole, the flickering azure soul fire inside could be seen. The skeletal giant horse turned its head in the direction of the attack, looking at the hunters at the entrance of the sanctuary. Nay, despite having no vocal cords, the energy within the bone horse still resonated with the air, producing a sharp cry. With this cry, all the undead near the entrance of the secret realm froze. raising their heads to look at the unexpected guests inside the sanctuary. Raw. Various energy lights surged from the undead, some stormy, some fiery, some thundering, some toxic, and some corrupting. They either raised their weapons or waved their bony claws, as if to strangle the invaders, all rushing towards the hunter team. MacArthur leaned on his cane and said softly, "Please everyone, exert your strength to eliminate these undead." The hunters nodded slightly, their expressions unchanging. Chapter 241, Preliminary Exploration. The disappeared team. The knight in black armor stood in midair. His height was less than 1.9 meters, making him seem so small compared to the soaring corpse dragon and the 500-meter-tall skeletal giant. However, the aura of this black-armored knight far surpassed those two top-tier calamities. He emanated two types of energy. One was a metallic black steel, carrying characteristics of toughness, weight, and power. The other was a sky-blue flame resembling the soul fire of the deceased. The azure spirit fire not only enveloped his black steel knight sword, but also erupted from the dark helmet's eye sockets, resembling a pair of fiery eyes. The earth, the sky, and the thick azure light points scattered near the bone city were all converging towards the man. Even the undead beneath him began to lower their bodies, and the spirit fire within their skulls settled down. It seemed that this black-armored knight possessed authority recognized by the Holy Domain. Super A-Class, Vice President Wu Qi frowned, her expression somewhat grim. She gazed at the black-armored knight, took out a lady's cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff. Exhaling smoke rings, MS. Wu Qi raised an eyebrow and said, Chapter 242, White Bubbles, Dreamscape. Another night watch shift had begun. Captain Thunder, Butcher Sun Ke, and Angry Hammer A Bin were resting inside the vehicle. The night watch personnel for the first half remained Lin Xiao and a few others. Sitting on the crystal seat, Lin Xiao slightly closed his eyes as a pillar of overwhelming power fell from the sky, pouring into his body. Although he was refining his power, Lin Xiao's mental energy still enveloped a radius of 10,000 meters of the ground. Any movement of the beasts could not escape his probing nerves. An hour later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of hot air. Strength, 36-37. Stretching lazily, Lin Xiao looked at his stats in a good mood. Strength, 37. Agility, 37. Constitution, 45. Spirit, 45. And the several skills he had been frequently leveling: Energy Gathering LV 2653, Static Energy LV 2424. These two were his dual combination skills for opening paths, also his main leveling skills. Dreamweaving LV 2182, Hypnosis LV 2142, One-Handed Sword LV 1139, Painting LV 1161, Jiuzheng LV 192. These 5 skills were Lin Xiao's comprehensive service prepared for the beasts. Chapter 243, Bidirectional Channel Confirmation, Energy Outpouring after the last exploration of the undead secret realm. The Yuzhou Hunter Association did not plan to take direct action, but instead made careful preparations for observation. Firstly, within this undead secret realm, A-class hunters were not allowed to use power assimilation. In the face of unrestricted undead, they were inherently at an energy disadvantage. Moreover, once formal combat began, spirits from another holy domain had a high probability of coming to support. This also meant that the hunters would have to face enemies from 2 secret realms. And the distance from the holy domain entrance to the Black Knight's position in Bone City was quite long. The hunters needed to advance while fighting and defeat all obstacles along the way, especially those catastrophic undead that posed threats. It was evident that under such circumstances, relying solely on the A-class hunters themselves and the energy reserves of first-level alloys was far from sufficient. Therefore, Vice President Wu Qi submitted a request to the Huaya Hunter headquarters to temporarily call for more A-class demon-devouring rings. In addition to storing others' particles, the demon-devouring rings could also store their own energy. At that time, the hunters would use their own powers to fill the demon-devouring rings. effectively possessing an external energy warehouse. Chapter 244, Thunder Team Task Completion. Deep in the wilderness forest, hundreds of beasts were frantically attacking a young man. They were all wrapped in power flame silk, and even the claws of a couple of beasts shimmered with an alien luster. The beasts attacked with all their enhancements, filled with rage. And that young man held a slender black dagger, with no trace of power aura about him. Relying solely on pure physical strength, he wielded the blade, engaging in a fierce battle with the enraged beasts. It was a completely unfair duel. Yet strangely, the one gaining the upper hand was the human, who did not use any energy. Clang! Thud! Thud! The black long knife swept past, terrifying power crushing the power entanglement of a C-class beast. The blade tore through flesh, spilling bright red blood, as the beast's figures fell one after another. Lin Xiao wielded the black blade, moving freely among the beast horde. He focused on each slash and thrust, feeling the sensation of the light blade tearing through the beasts, constantly summarizing in his mind. One-handed sword LV1, experience 5, one-handed sword LV1, experience 6, one-handed sword LV1, experience 6. Half an hour later, the ground was stained with blood, and all the beasts lay beneath the slender black knife. Chapter 245, The Rose Team has arrived at their destination on the return flight. Lin Xiao and Captain Thunder stood up midway to greet their teammates. We are heading to the Dark Valley with the captain, you all head back first. What are you going over there for? Jiang Jing asked curiously. To uphold justice when seeing injustice. Captain Thunder crossed his arms and grinned. To meet a few cool people. Lin Xiao waved his hand and laughed. After saying that, the two opened the hatch and shot out like shooting stars. Silver Shield Jiang Jing closed the hatch and, after returning to her seat, still felt a bit itchy, so she asked the silver-haired female hunter beside her, Li Ji, do you know what they are going to do? The captain is going to find his old flame, double sword Li Suxin, she said lightly. As for the boy, I've heard he has several classmates from the Rose Corps over there. Oh? Jiang Jing blinked, realizing, so they are going to catch up. It should be to have a silver party. Huh? The girl's smile froze. After enduring for so long, it's indeed time to vent a little. The silver-haired female hunter sighed lightly, then turned her head to look at the unmoving Jiang Jing and asked, What's wrong, do you want to join in? Do you need me to call the boy? Chapter 246, The Ghostly Noblewoman. Where did everyone go? Captain Explosive Flame walked to the vehicle of the Fiery Iron Team, unceremoniously opening the door and peeking inside. What came from the vehicle was a strong masculine aura, entirely different from that of the Rose Team. The interior was empty. The furnishings were normal, and a few water bottles and jerky were casually left on the seats. Bang! Captain Explosive Flame closed the door, smacking his lips and saying, They must still be outside clearing ghosts. Should we go find them? Or just take a break? Captain Cotton Candy looked at the team members, smiling brightly. You all look quite tired, let's wait for them here. All the way here, aside from 2 B-class hunters and the supernatural user Ling Zhu, the other hunters looked weary, having expended a lot of energy. Seeing this, Captain Explosive Flame nodded in agreement. After receiving the nod from the 2 captains, the hunters began to refine their powers and recover their states. After resting for a while, the least exhausted Ling Zhu quietly walked to the lakeside, standing beside the 2 hunter captains to eavesdrop on their conversation. Why do they treat this place as a safe zone? Captain Blazing Flame crossed his arms and frowned as he surveyed the surrounding environment. Isn't this energy quite dense? How could it not produce any ghosts? Chapter 247, Listen. The sound of wind chimes, 2 in 1 chapter. Ling Zhu froze, unable to move. In her field of vision was a pale and horrifying female face. With a fierce and twisted smile, their eyes met closely, as if it were pressed against her forehead. Below the face, there was nothing. She seemed to have only a head left, and below her neck, the body of the noblewoman ghost had vanished. Ling Xiao knew where it had gone. The ghost's body was hidden within her own flesh. When Captain Blazing Flame had shouted for the team members to drop their weapons and gather, the girl's body had already become immobile. A strange force was vying for control over her body, to resist the possession of the B-level ghost. The power within her was being consumed at an unimaginable speed. It was dwindling, becoming weaker and weaker. Ling Xiao was horrified to discover that her right hand had begun to automatically grip the weapon. Then, whoosh! The bluish metal blade swept up, as if intending to commit suicide, slashing towards the girl's own neck. Bang! Captain Blazing Flame reacted quickly, grabbing Ling Xiao's right hand. Then, she seized the long pole of the battle knife and pulled hard, causing the weapon in the girl's hand to fly out. Damn it! Ling Xiao had been possessed by her. Chapter 248. The special nature of the noblewoman ghost. As soon as Captain Thunder heard that Sister Mengmai was here, he couldn't help but follow. When Lin Xiao's indifferent voice fell, the entire scene fell into a brief silence. Captain Thunder's body stiffened, as if he were a rusty wind-up toy, slowly turning his head to look at Lin Xiao. His eyes widened, mouth opening and closing, his rugged face now showing a thick confusion. In his gaze was disbelief, as if he were looking at an ancient traitor. Captain Blazing Flame crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth curling into a teasing arc. Captain Candy was momentarily stunned, her pink lips slightly parted, her ears tinged with a hint of red. But soon, Bai Mengmai shook her head, shaking off the shyness on her face. She smiled slyly at Captain Thunder and playfully said, "Oh, it's only been 10 days. And you miss your sister this much?" Who would miss you?" Captain Thunder's tone was tense as he loudly retorted. "I just heard that there are too many ghosts this year, and out of a hunter's duty, I came to help along the way. If you're this clingy, then when sister goes back, I'll reluctantly visit you often, okay? Stop talking to yourself. Listen to me." Chapter 249, Moonlight Boy. The assault on the sacred domain begins earlier. The battle vehicles of the Rose 2 squads had parked not far from the stronghold of the Blazing Iron squad, after the B-level ghost was eliminated. In order to let Ling Xiao rest properly, the hunters from Captain Candy and Captain Blazing Flame brought her over. As Lin Xiao walked over, the hunters who had met him a few times instantly turned their full attention to him. They began to whisper among themselves right in front of him. "That was a mutation, right? Lin Xiao is just an intern, and he has already learned to mutate. The ghosts that the captains found helpless were easily dealt with by him. Yeah. I saw him enter little Zoo's body. That pose was so cool. As a woman, I almost felt something for him. In terms of looks, he's already not inferior to me." Lin Xiao twitched his mouth, suppressing the urge to complain, and walked straight onto the battle vehicle of the Blazing Flame squad. Inside, lying on a soft seat, was a black-haired girl. She had her hands resting on her abdomen, eyes closed, breathing steadily, seemingly in a deep sleep. Lin Xiao stood beside her, glanced for a few seconds, confirmed there was nothing wrong, and intended to leave. However, as if sensing someone nearby, the black-haired girl's eyelids trembled slightly. Chapter 250, The Disappearance of the Blazing Iron Squad. The surface of the lake bursts forth boom. 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 The energy attacks of the A-level hunters swept across this skeletal wasteland like a terrifying natural disaster. Those spirits, whether humanoid, beastly, bony, or decayed corpses, formed mountains of corpses and seas of bones, surging from above and below, from all directions. But facing this group of A-level hunters, those B-level and C-level undead were so fragile. The hunters didn't even cast a glance at them, their attacks were all focused on those disaster spirits. As the aftermath of the battle swept through, those ordinary undead crumbled like fragile paper, falling everywhere. On the land of the dead, patches of spiritual fire floated. They pieced together bones, trying to revive and rise again. The ghost wielded a translucent long dagger, waving it forward, and the pale fear swept across. The azure spiritual fires that fell upon the skeletal land were instantly torn apart by the fear and completely dissipated. This was the clean-up work of the soul domain hunters. Normal A-level hunters shatter the bodies of the undead, and the remaining spiritual fires must be extinguished promptly. Otherwise, the resurrection speed of these undead would be too fast. They would fall into an endless struggle. After driving away all the remaining spiritual fires, the ghost suddenly raised its head and looked towards all directions of the sacred domain. Chapter 251, Ghostly Possession, the grey-white world. The situation seemed to have become troublesome. The ghost's body emerged from the pupil of Helen, the silver-hued girl, her expression very stern. The grey-haired female hunter nodded in thanks, her face expressionless. Just now, a B-level ghost had taken advantage of the chaos to hide in her eyes. Although it couldn't cause harm, having a ghost face occupy her vision was quite disturbing. These B-level ghosts were certainly not the source of concern for the hunters. The ghost turned her head and looked at this area, where 3 disaster spirits remained. One was a winged lion covered in rotting flesh, feet swept by a violent wind. Another was a skeletal centaur holding a giant battle knife, exuding a corrupting power, and a third was a ghostly swordsman clad in broken armor, wielding dual red flame blades. Large areas of mutated particles formed around them, creating terrifying tearing winds, corrupting waves, and a purgatory of red flames. The A-level hunters dodged and coordinated with each other, pouring attacks onto them. Because there was no commander and the others were mentally dull, the undead in other areas did not come to assist. The hunters held an advantage in numbers. If it were before, these disaster spirits should have been shattered by concentrated fire long ago. However, although these disaster spirits were being forced back repeatedly, the damage they sustained was not as severe as the hunters had expected. Chapter 252, Ancient Grazier. Made ghost 2-in-1, in the sky, the dim round moon hung like a heavy mirror. The earth, flowers, and grass were all shrouded in a layer of grey-white, possessing a translucent quality. The tree trunks are adorned with ghostly faces, resembling pitch-black holes, swaying in the absence of wind. A babbling brook flows by, and on its surface, distorted and grotesque human faces occasionally drift, their eyeballs sending chills down one's spine. Lin Xiao, Captain Lei Ming, and the hunters of the Rose Squad stand frozen in place. Not far away, a dense throng of ghosts wanders. They float with long hair, dressed in skirts, and most appear to be human females, though there are also a few beastly spirits among them. The bodies of these female ghosts are not very harmonious. Some are emaciated, towering over 5 meters tall, looking like mere bamboo sticks. Others are swollen all over, with round bellies resembling balloons. Some have distorted facial features, with large mouths on their foreheads, while others have twisted limbs and necks as long as pythons. There are those oozing pus, with heads on their bellies, a dozen arms, dozens of eyeballs, covered in needle-like hairs, lacking chins, and devoid of skin, resembling a grotesque paradise. Compared to those beastly spirits, these female ghosts challenge human perception even more. Chapter 253, The Lord's House, the Artificial Spirit Hill. The previous batch of men. Lin Xiao and the 3 captains' eyes narrowed, catching the words from the other party's mouth. Although the maid Sasha's words seemed like a mental communication that everyone could understand unilaterally, Captain Baoyang and the others did not speak ancient Europa, and could only communicate through Lin Xiao. The previous batch refers to 7 humans dressed similarly to us. Lin Xiao asked seriously. That's right. Maid Sasha blinked and added. To be precise, it was 6 noisy males and 1 female with a masculine demeanor. So it is indeed the Iron Team. Lin Xiao pursed his lips, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes, and continued to ask, what are they doing now? They are staying in the Lord's house. The ghostly maid gestured with her hands. They are learning our language through that square magic mirror. Square magic mirror. Does it refer to a phone? Lin Xiao turned his head and exchanged glances with the other captains. Ghosts can indeed inhabit the material world and rest. Let's go. Staying here is just waiting for death. Captain Baoyang scratched his head and said. Chapter 254, The Status of the Iron Team. Are those the graves of her close ones? Looking at the gloomy-faced little maid, Lin Xiao and the others paused, politely remaining silent. Maid Sasha was silent for a moment. Then picked a few tulips from the flower bed. The things in the Lord's house seemed to radiate a greyish-white mist, blending the real and the illusory. With a faint sense of transparency. Even ghosts can directly touch them. Holding the tulips, Maid Sasha floated to one of the tombstones and laid the flowers down. Then she knelt in front of the tombstone, holding her heart, closing her eyes, and earnestly prayed to the sky, strong, elegant, noble ghost Lord Climans above, please bless. Please protect Sasha, I hope, in your realm of souls, Sasha, never to rot, never to be ugly, never to wither. The maid's prayer was sincere and heartfelt, touching. After pleading with the world, the little maid stood up and opened her eyes. Then, amidst the puzzled expressions of the hunters, she excitedly floated beside the coffin. Her anxious anticipation resembling that of a human girl ready to unbox a costly online purchase. Chapter 255, Gathering, Conversation, Combined. At the sight of Lin Xiao and the others, the hunters of the Iron Team showed ecstatic expressions. But before anyone could speak, a bunch of variously featured ghost maids jumped out from Li Shengnan and Bai Shan's bodies. They swarmed in front of Lin Xiao and the others, their eyes wide with curiosity as they looked at them. New outsiders. So many unfamiliar humans. There are girls. They look so delicious. Can I borrow their bodies for a bit? Their clothing styles seem to match. Is this the fashion of the outside world? Hey! According to the rules of the Lord's house, you must present the square magic mirror. As long as you provide the magic mirror, you will earn the respect of the maids. The ghost maids drew closer and closer. Their chirpy voices, chattering like machine guns, filled the heads of the hunters. Lin Xiao and the others stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by a flood of noisy information. Fortunately, at this moment, Maid Sasha opened her arms, her expression serious. Standing in front of Lin Xiao and the others like a hero. Step back. Everyone step back. You need to observe the maid's etiquette. The outsiders were brought by me. So their square magic mirror should be selected by Sasha first. Chapter 256, Climans, Roland, Combined. This is a beautifully decorated women's living room, connected to a spacious dressing room. The dark wooden floor is adorned with potted plants. A large bed covered with purple velvet blankets, bookshelves piled with thick books. And an ink box on the desk with a grey feather quill. All the objects radiate a mysterious greyish-white light, blending the real and the illusory. Upon entering the room, the hunter's gaze is immediately drawn to the huge mural on the wall. It depicts a woman dressed in a black dress. She sits gracefully in a chair. Her hands folded on her abdomen, her long white hair cascading like silver threads over her body. Her skin is pale, her nostrils delicate, her greyish-white eyes bright and clear. With the corners of her thin lips slightly upturned, as if she is slyly smiling. This should be the only mural in the Lord's house that does not move. Looking at the woman in the painting, even the cunning Long Jun Zhao Junshui restrained his smile, his expression no longer frivolous. According to your current description, this lady is the ancient Europa Duchess. Lady Clementsani, she built her own territory at the age of 54, and is respectfully referred to as the Ghost Lady by the church and court mags. Gazing at the mural, Gu Lexia's eyes seemed distant, as if looking into a faraway past. Chapter 257, with Roland's memoir, combined. Sha 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 sha. Holding the pen. A thin man is deeply focused on writing, accompanied by the sound of the pen tip touching the paper. Long Jun's calm male voice came from behind him. You say that Longzhou's Dragon Lord did not turn back, asking lightly. The inspection department received a report from the Rose Hunters that the Iron Team was missing and went to the Valley of Ghosts for investigation. Vice President Jiang Wenlong's gaze was calm as he spoke. Just now, the association's headquarters attempted to communicate with the captains, but they have all gone silent. I specifically went there and found that a serious energy absorption phenomenon had occurred in the Valley of Ghosts, combined with the secret report from Yuzhou. Another entrance to the ghostly sacred domain should be located at the small lake in the Valley of Ghosts. Luzhu Longjun stopped writing, turned his head, and said faintly, "Which teams are missing?" Jiang Wenlong pondered for half a second and replied softly, "Besides the inspection team hunters and the Zhiqia team, there are also the Rose's explosive flame team and the cotton candy team. Additionally, the association is closely monitoring Lin Xiao, whose phone location is also here, including his captain. Thunder Axe. Lin Xiao." Luzhu Longjun raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you informed Letitia?" Chapter 258, The Shattered Guess Is God Really a Deity? Holding the diary in his hands, Lin Xiao silently pondered this statement. Whether in ancient times or modern times, whether it was the mags of ancient Europe or modern hunters, at the end of the day, they all ascended the ladder of divinity by cultivating magical power and might, elevating their life levels. The so-called might weaponization is essentially the process of gradually depicting authority, allowing oneself to climb towards divinity. Through the earlier explanation by ancient Greece and the written records of misclimates, the term monarch represents a ruler, which corresponds to the S-class seat 35105. The saint or king of angels is, in fact, a demigod, with the throne corresponding to the 734 seats among the Blue Star's 100 council members. And God? Could he be the true deity? Shaking his head, Lin Xiao did not think so. He still maintained his previous view that Blue Star had never given birth to a god. The so-called god should be at the pinnacle of demigods, a being close to divinity, possibly corresponding to the 16 seats among the Blue Star's 100 council members. And in this record of the ghost monarch, the twilight of the gods is very likely caused by the zero worm. This made Lin Xiao recall what Luzhu Longjun had once said. Chapter 259, A ruler cannot bow, a king cannot sit together boom. A pillar of light, as dazzling as gold, pierced through the abstract realm and fell upon the land of the deceased. The girl wearing a top hat and a golden flame battle skirt exuded even more power, and the golden feather sword in her hand shone with a more sacred brilliance. Clang! With a downward swing of Evelyn's sword blade, a circular golden flame slash, floating with golden feathers and carrying a divine aura, struck the bound magical bull undead. Ah! Amidst the painful screams of women, the magical bull's body was torn apart. The golden flames burned, white smoke rose, feathers scattered, and the energy, like a nemesis to the undead, severely injured this A-class disaster in an instant. The grey-haired huntress Helen flashed and appeared in front of the magical bull undead. Whoosh! 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 The slender military knife, in an instant, sliced out dozens of mysterious silver rays. The rotting flesh of the magical bull shattered, and its eye sockets and bones were cast aside one by one in a flurry of slashes. Crack! A large shattered skull fell to the ground, revealing blue and white spiritual flames. A white jade-like long dagger plunged straight into the spiritual fire, causing pale dread flames to erupt. Ah! With the wailing of the female ghost, the dread flames instantly engulfed the spiritual fire and killed the possessing spirit in one blow. Boom! Chapter 260, Mingyin, Qianghua. Tai Ching, combined, in the ancient eastern country. Does this mean that Miss Climents has already arrived in ancient Huaya? A look of interest appeared in Lin Xiao's eyes. Compared to ancient Europe, he was indeed more interested in the secrets of ancient Huaya. Turning the pages, Lin Xiao continued reading. Here is Huaya, a strange land I have never set foot in. Its territory is extremely vast, with high mountains and rivers, canyons and forests, plains and rivers, magnificent and grand. The people here have black hair and brown-black eyes. Their features, demeanor, and attire are filled with exotic charm to me. I cautiously sneaked into the spirit world, on guard for danger, observing the environment, and secretly learning their language. In this foreign land, I had little understanding of everything in this country. And I could not afford to be careless. After days of careful observation and learning, the clever claimants successfully mastered the language of this ancient country. Moreover, I also gained a certain understanding of this land. Farmers tilling the fields, scholars in simple clothes with bamboo baskets heading for exams, eloquent merchants in the market, and courtesans in elegant buildings playing music. Chapter 261, Problem Solved, Situation Report. The content of this chapter has been merged into the previous one. And the problem has finally been resolved, sob sob sob. And then, everyone, please don't stay up late waiting for updates tonight. My college roommate and dear friend is getting married, and I am part of the bridal party. I didn't sleep at all last night. Dressed and made up at 3 a.m., and have been busy until now without closing my eyes. I estimate I can nap for a few hours at noon. And in the afternoon, they will officially start the wedding. A few classmates and I are going to help, providing drinks for the bride and groom. Sad now. I'm taking a little break to type a bit of text to post and occupy this chapter, otherwise, the system won't let me merge chapters. If the author comes back tonight and is still alive, I will stay up all night to finish today's chapter. If I lose consciousness tonight, I might have to make up the chapter tomorrow. I'm sorry, it will be like this for the next couple of days, but I will return to normal afterward. Sob sob everyone, please don't wait for updates tonight. The following are some words I typed during my break, please don't look. It's unfinished and unedited. No peeking. Thousands of cultivators. Lin Xiao did not know their specific strength, but Chapter 262, Prologue. The causal authority will be fused with the evil god, or the true god's stardust to form the prologue to the breaking point. And it will be thrown to the outer side of the world. Like a semi-divine realm, it will return to the world in the future. In what form will that prologue be presented? Staring at the last page of the diary, Lin Xiao lowered his eyelids and remained silent. Seeing this seemingly forgetful young man, the cunning dragon Zhao Junshui and the emerald dragon Lin Yin exchanged glances, both displaying surprise on their faces. The two approached and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. What's wrong? Did you make any major discoveries? The cunning dragon asked in confusion. It is indeed a major discovery. Lin Xiao flipped to the previous page and handed the diary to the two inspection team officials. Zhao Junshui and Lin Yin leaned their heads together to read the content carefully. Lin Xiao spoke lightly from the side, supplementing them with explanations of the terms. The goddess and the immortal lord are both monarchs, while the Taiching immortal ancestor is a being close to divinity. As Zhao Junshui and Lin Yin combined and compared Lin Xiao's explanations with the content in the diary in their minds, their eyes widened more and more. The calm expressions they originally had were now replaced by immense shock. Chapter 263, The break time is over. Captain Laming's intuition is quite sharp. Looking at the conflicted expression of the rugged man, Lin Xiao smirked and said pointedly, for disasters of this level, even if they do break out, it will be those monarchs and thrones that bear the brunt. We just need to follow the procedures and complete our tasks, without worrying about these things. Once they become A-level hunters, perhaps they will naturally know more secrets like Deputy Commander Yugui. Upon hearing this, Captain Lei Ming raised his eyebrows, glanced at Lin Xiao, and said with a strange smile, indeed, it has nothing to do with us. Maybe in a few decades, you'll become an S-level hunter, and if something really happens, you'll have to take the burden. Lin Xiao's expression froze. Captain Baoyang, Captain Fentang, and Captain Zhiqie also cast teasing glances at him. They had no doubt that this young man would become an S-level hunter, it was just a matter of time. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, who originally had a bit of an ostrich mentality, suddenly felt a lot of pressure. The jokes from the captains might just be playful banter, but Lin Xiao knew better. In the future, the scythe of the evil god plundering power would swing back towards Blue Star, repeating the ancient cycle. The current peace might just be because the chives haven't grown strong enough yet. Chapter 264, The Soul Requiem. In this ghostly realm composed of grey and white, Large patches of dreamy, beautiful moon-white energy surged in. They filled the air, surrounding the area where Lin Xiao was. This was near the Lord's mansion. And thousands of meters away, there were clusters of ghosts gathering. The static crystals, resembling white jade, condensed into the shape of a slender long sword. Lin Xiao reached out and grasped the entirely white long sword. In the air, moon-white energy particles flocked in, and the white halo began to condense and gather. Buzz Energy Gathering LV2, Experience 7, Static Energy LV2, Experience 5, Energy Gathering LV2, Experience 8, Static Energy LV2, Experience 5, although the power within him couldn't recover in this sacred realm. The thrones of the ability users essentially existed on the outside of the world. Even if consumed here, their energy would still accumulate as usual, completely unaffected by the sacred realm's environment. Therefore, Lin Xiao could use it without any hesitation. Buzz the white sword in his hand was shining more brilliantly. In order to instantly and painlessly eliminate those female ghosts, Lin Xiao did not use several months of energy gathering at the same time, as that would lower the maximum power output. Chapter 265, The Sharp and Brilliant Blade Shine. The pale terrifying flames devoured the spirit fire on the land of bones, shattering everything. The ghost put away his long dagger and surveyed the battlefield. The undead in this area had finally been cleared. Now, the hunters were familiar with the terrain, rarely allowing A-level ghosts to possess the undead, making the battles much smoother. The ghost pulled up his hood and glanced at the sword and shield-wielding Evangeline, who was surrounded by a group of golden flames. She rubbed her left shoulder, her expression normal, showing no signs of pain. Earlier, she had been slapped away by a disaster corpse bear, which could instantly crush a B-level high-risk exotic beast with its genuine A-level attack. However, striking this B-level girl did not seem to deprive her of combat capability, nor did it seem to cause much damage. Just as the ghost's gaze lowered and he was lost in thought, two women suddenly appeared before him. They were Evangeline, wearing a side hat, and the tall girl with grey-white short hair and a side fringe, Helen. Mr. Ghost, Helen's eyes have been possessed by a ghost again, could you please help clear it? Evangeline asked politely. The ghost looked at Helen, seeing the serious expression on the female hunter's face, with a ghostly shadow reflected in her left eye. Chapter 266, The Girl, the Child, and Grazier's Request, combined, with a swipe of the light blade, a long, delicate bell sound rang out. Ding, a pure white light curtain was rendered from the sword blade, penetrating into the space ahead. From the side, its front end appeared as a white crescent moon, followed by dazzling stardust, forming a smooth, aurora-like white curtain. But from Lin Xiao's perspective, he felt as if he had swung out a piece of thin paper. It was so lightweight and delicate. All the energy from the moon-white slash was further compressed and sublimated, resembling a plane, a line, seemingly losing its width. And this extreme thinness brought about unparalleled strength and unimaginable sharpness. Ding, the space along the straight line seemed to be split apart. The flying speed of the aurora crescent was so fast that Lin Xiao couldn't react at all. It seemed to have existed there all along, creating a sense of dislocation in the world. The air, the scenery, the soul particles appeared to be unresponsive, suddenly divided by a brilliant white curtain. Among them was that A-level ghost, a nearly 10-meter tall, long-haired, skinless, grotesque female with a giant mouth on her chest, staring blankly at Lin Xiao. Her body stopped in place, her expression dazed, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Chapter 267, The Illusion of Despair, William Constantine Sonny, looking at the infant in the cradle. Lin Xiao frowned and couldn't he help but ask, why is he a child? In Lady Clemens's diary, the later William was already an adult taller than her. Moreover, he was a real human, why was he in ghost form? This is Clemens's boudoir, her own little world. Eurasia said calmly while caressing the child's cheek. She would be alone here, thinking, writing in her diary, studying the spirit realm, artificial souls, and other arcane arts. Apart from this lord's mansion, Clemens has another home, which is Roland's Bone King City. Inside, there is the Lord's Palace, which is also where Clemens, Roland, William, and we maids used to live. I see. Lin Xiao's expression turned to realization. No wonder in the portrait in the outer room, there was only a picture of Lady Clemens. After marrying, this lord's mansion should only be Lady Clemens's private space. Their real home is within the adjacent sacred realm. As for why Eurasia and others stayed here later, it should be that the ghostly sleeping and resting conditions in the soul sacred realm were more suitable for them. Chapter 268. You can do it. Lin Xiao lowered his eyelids, not rashly expressing his opinions. The atmosphere fell into a silent stillness. Eurasia lowered her head, gently running her fingers through the child's hair, her expression gradually calming down. William has always listened to me since he was little. That day was the first time this child firmly rejected my suggestion and insisted on his own way. In the past, Clemens always complained to me. The grey-haired headmaid's lips curved slightly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. She said that compared to her and Roland, William listened to my teachings more and respected me as his maid. Clemens felt jealous, believing that in her child's eyes, I was his true mother. It seemed like she was speaking to Lin Xiao, but also to her deceased close friend, as a gentle smile graced Gulatia's face. It doesn't seem to be the case now. William truly loves his parents. In his heart, the weight of Clemens and Roland surpasses his own soul. The headmaid lightly touched the child's nose. Her tone filled with comfort. He is a good child. Chapter 269. Resonance of Souls. Combined, the headmaid's body shimmered with a greyish-white mist, becoming increasingly transparent. Although their foreheads were touching, within the field of vision, her beautiful face was still drawing closer, overlapping with Lin Xiao's body. First the forehead, then the nose bridge, eyes, torso, limbs. Like a phantom, the grey-haired lady disappeared. Gulatia entered Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao touched his chest, a look of wonder appearing on his face. He could feel a subtle sense of foreignness in his spirit, but unlike the possessed Ling Zhu, Lin Xiao's body moved normally, and the energy flow was smooth. Gulatia did not interfere with his physical form. His state did not decline, but there was no significant enhancement either. Close your eyes, calm your mind. Take a deep breath, a cool female voice echoed in his mind. Feel me, pay attention to me, let your soul connect with me completely. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and steadied his thoughts, using his mental power to gaze within his body. He saw that his sea of consciousness was occupied by two colors. One was moonlight white, a protective system that had long resided in his mind after he learned to transform, guarding Lin Xiao's soul from all angles throughout the day. Chapter 270. The Celestial White Path. Combined, in the Lord's house, in the hall. Lin Xiao, who had long since exited the white moon mode, lay on the sofa. One hand was pressed against his forehead, the other resting on his abdomen, his complexion pale, eyes vacant, looking utterly fatigued and exhausted. Beside him was the always dignified and spirited head-maid Gulatia. At this moment, she also leaned against the sofa, her hand on her forehead, eyes closed. Her legs curled up, her posture somewhat disheveled. Watching the two of them, who seemed to have gone through a tough battle, the people in the room exchanged glances. Earlier, Liu Yuqian had noticed something unusual outside. When everyone rushed over to take a look, they found Lin Xiao and the head-maid collapsed on the ground like a pile of fallen dominoes. This frightened everyone. Had these two gotten into a fight? Or had they encountered a formidable enemy? The hunters and maids quickly brought them back inside, only to find that apart from being mentally exhausted and spiritually drained, they bore no injuries. This inexplicable situation left everyone puzzled. Xiao Qian, did you see what happened? Ping Tang Ba Meng Mai asked her teammate. A look of intense curiosity on her face. Liu Yuqian thought for a moment. Her expression somewhat strange as she said, Chapter 271, Gathering of the Dead Souls in the Interlayer of the World. There were no solid color blocks to rest upon. Only a long white path stretched out, resembling an arch bridge, connecting to a distant end. The white-haired, White-robed Lin Xiao floated above the white path, sprinting with all his might. This was the most twisted white path he had seen in the abstract world. After all, it connected Lu Island to Yuzhou, spanning across cities. The energy within him was depleting rapidly. Lin Xiao estimated that based on the length of this white path, a B-level ghost or a weak A-level hunter, even if they could cross this path, would likely see their combat capability significantly reduced. However, for him, it was still acceptable. Lin Xiao did not stop, he pressed on, crossing the long arch bridge's peak. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It was no longer a singular path. Like branches stemming from a trunk, hundreds and thousands of forked paths connected to the white path he was walking, leading to unknown territories. The central spiritual path is the only two-way passage, the others are all one-way paths. Gulacia's voice rang out. Lin Xiao frowned slightly and asked in his sea of consciousness, "So, do we take the central main road?" Chapter 272, Siege. The black dragon, upon stepping out of the grey-white vortex, what greeted his eyes was a city built from countless bones. These structures seemed unrefined, constructed from the mixed skeletons of humans, giants, dragons, snakes, and monsters, exuding a solemn and tragic beauty reminiscent of death. Amidst this spectacle, Lin Xiao had no desire to admire it. Within a radius of 10,000 meters around him, several disaster spirits, either clad in rotting flesh or made entirely of white bones, halted in their tracks. They turned their heads and stared motionless at this suddenly appearing human dressed in a long white robe. Then, a terrifying wave of energy erupted. Damn! Watching the colorful and overwhelming terrifying attacks, Lin Xiao felt his scalp tingle. There was no time to pose, he immediately converted his energy, wrapping himself in black flames, and dashed towards the direction of the weak. Chapter 274. Are you sure you're not just dragging us down? The abyss-like dragon flame breath triggered a town-level explosion, with the shockwave forming a pitch-black flame nova that swept across a vast area in a ring shape. Even the hunter teams in the secret realm were caught within the reach of the black flame's aftermath. Standing at the forefront were Vice President Wu Qi and 5-star General MacArthur, who had red-brown and iron-grey crystalline power blocks coalescing in front of them, slanted to form a triangle, with the black flame flow dividing before this barrier. In the deep darkness, everyone felt the ground suddenly shake, as if a giant object had fallen. Moments later, the turbulent black flame storm finally calmed down, and visibility returned from the lightless darkness. Dreamer Liu Tongsheng looked around. The area engulfed by the aftermath had turned the resilient white bone structures into white debris, with bone dust floating in the air. So-called high-risk natural disasters. Liu Tongsheng sighed internally. This is why Vice President Wu Qi didn't allow A-class hunters to engage in this realm of the dead where powers cannot be assimilated. Besides the two super A-class, no one could quickly and reliably deal with such monsters. Even if they could win, it would come at a tremendous cost of energy consumption, or even injuries, damaging their combat strength. Chapter 275. 100 months in the sky. The tremors of the white bone ground intensified. Although the culprit causing the seismic rumble had yet to be revealed to the probing senses, the hunter's eyes had already captured its figure. It was a terrifying giant covered in bones, with a massive physique that even surpassed ordinary mountain peaks. It took strides that spanned mountains and rivers, slowly approaching from a distant city, gradually accelerating from a slow crawl to a leisurely walk, then to a normal pace, quick steps, long strides, jogging, and finally running, like a machine oiled for speed. Faster and faster, continuously accelerating. Now, that skeletal giant had become like a sprinter, arms swinging, charging forward with a bizarre and flamboyant gait. Its skeletal armor shimmered with a ripple-like transparent energy. Each time its massive foot landed, nearby skeletal structures would shatter, and the rumbling sensation reverberated through the ground from its feet. It was another high-risk natural disaster within the White Bone City. During the breakout battle earlier, it had been standing still in the distance, moving sluggishly, and everyone had temporarily overlooked it. It seemed that it had now been activated. Chapter 276, The Curtain Rises. Stars shine brightly fut. 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 This was nothing short of a massacre. Whether it was the skeletal bull encased in thunder, the 100-meter corpse bear spewing magma, or the undead knight wielding a spear, their fates were surprisingly similar. The team fell silent. The hunters silently witnessed everything happening before their eyes, relying solely on their superior vision. In that storm of black and white slashes, the mighty armor of the disaster undead was cleaved open, and rotten flesh was torn apart in the darkness. That incredibly tough, nearly second-grade alloy-like pale white bone was now as fragile as bamboo, simply split apart. Along with the leaping spirit fire, heading towards destruction, like withering leaves swept away by autumn winds. With the mental strength of ancient Laisha, combined with Lin Xiao's top-tier attack power, a slaughter painting was achieved that surpassed everyone's understanding. This was a killing efficiency that A-class hunters dared not even imagine. If the previously formidable disaster army felt like a bunch of bright bulbs in everyone's perception, now they had been switched off, extinguishing one after another at an unimaginable speed, fading into darkness in mere breaths. Chapter 277, The King with Downcast Eyes. The path ahead was smoother than ever, thanks to the mysterious powerhouse from Luzhou's ultra-wide area. With no corners left unchecked, this bone city densely populated with undead had rarely shown a range of safety vacuums. That energy slash-like ability not only cut through the bodies of the undead, but also directly extinguished their soul fires, making revival impossible in the short term. Thanks to this, the hunters who had been in annihilation and breakout battles since entering the secret realm finally felt a leisurely atmosphere while moving forward. No enemies, no battles. And even the pace of travel was exceptionally relaxed. Watching the black-haired ability user flying ahead of the team, admiration appeared on the hunters' faces. Truly, a master standing at the top of A-class. Even in the perilous realm of the dead, he maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of disturbance. His unhurried pace felt as leisurely as a stroll in the garden, devoid of any sense of urgency. He seemed to consider everyone's energy consumption during this breakout journey, which was why he slowed down the pace. With this in mind, many hunters softened their expressions, feeling a touch of warmth in this tacit, unspoken care. Chapter 278, Lin Xiao. It's really you. Combined, this mansion was quite empty, likely abandoned since the time the master of the sacred domain was still alive. Most rooms were bare, with only one study containing a bed, where some books, notes, scrolls, and other items still remained. All had rotted and become dilapidated over time. MacArthur could only vaguely deduce from some ancient European words that these were likely battle reports or military documents. They probably held no real value, and their owner had no intention of preserving them, simply piling them on that desk and bookshelf. After exploring the mansion, the hunters, at Vice President Wu Qi's suggestion, relaxed and rested in the palace hall. After the tumultuous changes along the way, they finally had a safe and comfortable environment. These A-class hunters temporarily set aside their previous professional solemnity and began to chat among themselves. Naturally, the topic revolved around that mysterious hunter who had showcased impressive skills and shocked everyone. After being hit by those crescent abilities, even super A-class hunters would end up bruised. Right? We might have some bruises here and there. Ha ha ha. A hunter humorously self-deprecatingly lightened the mood, filling the space with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 279, The mission officially begins, combined, Lin Xiao. Vice President. When they saw the two hunters from Luzhu tearfully embracing and crying, everyone else's rationality evaporated. Evangeline's elegant smile finally cracked. Helen's mouth gaped slightly, completely oblivious to the cane that had slipped from Teacher MacArthur's hand and fallen at his feet. The hunters stood dazedly to the side, their minds trembling involuntarily, trying to fully comprehend what was happening before them. The cold-faced spectre of the blood-colored wolf pack. That unfathomable mysterious ability user, it was simply impossible to associate their image with these two blobs that resembled frog urine. Vice President Wu Qi from Yuzhou turned pale. Pulling out a cigarette, trembling as he lit it, taking a deep breath. Calm down, you must remain calm. With the help of nicotine, Ms. Wu Qi organized her emotions and shifted her gaze back to the two hunters from Luzhu. Ghost, Lin Xiao, you're the real deal. This isn't an illusion. Lin Xiao, yes. 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 Ghost, so it's really been a few years outside. Lin Xiao, huh? No, no, no. Chapter 280, Where are you going? Combined with the sound of metal footsteps, the enemies hidden in the Gothic castle finally emerged from the open door. They were not as exaggeratedly large as the disaster undead within the city-state. These undead, hidden in the castle, were just humans, at least, they once were. There were 11 of them, wielding great swords, knightly spears, some holding one-handed swords and steel shields, and even one carrying an exaggerated skeletal giant bow. Fully armored in ancient European full-cover knight armor made of fine steel. The gaps in the armor emitted blue-white flames, and the eye sockets of the helmet burned with two azure soul fires. They were the 12 knights of the Near Palace, led by the Death Lord, Emperor Roland Constantine. Except for the Knight Commander's son, William Constantine, they were all gathered here. Even the weakest among them could single-handedly slay multiple disasters. The two strongest were true A-class upper-tier levels, no weaker than the previous pitch-black demon dragon or skeletal giant. Vice President Wu Qi, holding a lady's cigarette, remained expressionless. Chapter 281, Eat My Face Beam Cannon Tooth. Combined, after being called by Lin Xiao, the blonde girl turned around, her fair face adorned with an elegant and radiant smile. All the seniors were caught in a tough battle, and Evangeline wanted to do her part to contribute to their achievements. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl transformed into a golden flame and charged straight into the battlefield. Lin Xiao frowned slightly and turned his head to curiously look at the two super A-class hunters beside him. The B-class hunter in the team moved without a word, running eagerly toward the A-class battlefield. However, not only did Vice President Wu Qi remain unfazed, but even Mr. MacArthur, who was Evangeline's guardian from Europe, was unmoved. The two continued to calmly observe the battlefield's movements. Don't worry, MacArthur seemed to sense Lin Xiao's confusion and turned his gaze, a smile in his deep eyes. She's not an ordinary B-class hunter. As long as she doesn't approach those two high-risk disaster battlefields, Miss Evangeline can ensure her own safety. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the girl. There was a male hunter wielding a thunder spear and the flame-wielding female demon, Xia Ming, on that battlefield. Chapter 282, Blood-Boiling Combination Technique. It seemed that the female hunter noticed the incoming presence, and her seductive, proud smile froze. That sexy, mature queen-like voice, which seemed to punish slaves with sadistic insults, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only the sound of a long whip cracking echoed awkwardly in the atmosphere. Clap, clap, clap. After a brief silence, the demon girl Xia Ming seemed to have just discovered Lin Xiao beside her, turning her head slightly, her beautiful profile looking quite surprised. Ah? Mr. Lin Xiao, you're back. The female hunter's azure eyes softened like water, filled with joy and a hint of worry, as if she were a caring older sister. Gently inquiring, you weren't hurt, were you? Your support was crucial, that Near Palace Knight group is no longer that troublesome. It's amazing to see such exaggerated explosive power from a mere B-class hunter. It's both admirable and a bit shameful. The other party behaved as if nothing had happened. In response, Lin Xiao politely forgot the memories that shouldn't exist and tactfully said, Miss, could you cooperate with my attack later to directly take down that undead knight? Chapter 283, Isn't it always like this? After defeating this overly powerful Near Palace knight, the hunter team immediately liberated 4 combatants. The male hunter and the demon Xia Ming rushed to the battlefields of the Ghost and Helen Jian. They were facing the strongest upper-tier knights, high-risk disasters. And both teams of hunters had been struggling in combat, desperately delaying. Because it was too dangerous, it was inappropriate for Wen Jilin and Lin Xiao to get close. So they had to help. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Wen Jilin became a support squad, striving to liberate other combatants as quickly as possible. Hoya! A strange cry in the air attracted the attention of the two A-class hunters in battle. The nightmare grip, Yi Mai, wasted no time and directly consumed a large amount of power, as dozens of strange, semi-transparent ghostly hands grabbed the limbs of the undead. The other hunter stepped forward, and the chilling solid ice instantly froze the enemy's lower body. Then, darkness fell, and a great sword descended from the sky, striking the knight squarely on the forehead. Clang! As if struck on the head by an air hammer, the undead knight remained completely unharmed, leaving the two A-class hunters a bit dumbfounded. Damn! The thunder is loud but the rain is light. However, fortunately, in the next moment, a torrent of black flames erupted. Chapter 284, Lantern, Doll. Black Night, combined, the Battle of the Near Palace Knight group finally came to an end. Compared to the ordinary disaster undead outside, these knights were all relatively strong fighters, with countless martial skills engraved deep in their souls, turning into instinctive remnants. Moreover, as subjects of the undead holy realm, they could use power to erode and bear energy consumption. In contrast, A-class hunters could only rely on demon-eating rings and the energy reserves of level 1 alloys to make up for this. However, after this fierce battle, the energy that everyone had carefully saved along the way was almost exhausted. Especially for Helen Jian, Liu Tongsheng, and the group of hunters with the ghost. They faced the two strongest upper-tier knights and truly burned the candle at both ends, pushing their limits. Watching the wounded and pale-faced individuals, everyone's eyes held a hint of admiration. Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the cold male ghost had a wide circle of friends. Not only having friends from Yuzhou, but also chatting with the envoy from Europe. He quietly stood beside his vice-captain, listening to their conversation. You managed to hold back the upper-tier knights with just the two of you, that's impressive. The handsome man, like a noble son, shook his head with a gentle smile and humbly replied. Chapter 285, The Furious Black Steel are. The mournful wails echoed across the entire land of bones. Whether it was Wuchi or MacArthur, or the A-class hunters in the distance, upon hearing this sound, a touch of bitterness inevitably arose in their hearts. It felt as if they were witnessing a child abandoned by their mother. He simply covered his flushed face, confused and helpless, lying on the ground. Tears streaming down his face, crying hysterically. The headless body of the Black Knight did not fall. He slowly stood up from his kneeling position, still tightly gripping the knight's greatsword that burned with azure flames. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed like all the air had stopped circulating, making it hard to breathe. Only the sound of a mysterious moan echoed in his ears, like a beast whose emotions had reached their limit. It was about to unleash its fury upon the world. Suddenly, the broken head of the Black Knight ignited, transforming into azure flames that flowed like a stream toward the headless body. Bones, flesh, and skin began to reconstruct. A European face with white hair and black eyes, handsome and three-dimensional, emerged. But soon, black steel covered this face, transforming into a brand new knight's helmet. Chapter 286, The Brilliant Blade of Rebirth in the Distance. The sky was a dark mass, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Within those lead-colored clouds, terrifying steel blades struck down continuously, as if a god from beyond the clouds was relentlessly casting extermination weapons upon the lower realm. The ground had become a foreign land. Massive black-bladed peaks rose like spikes from the earth, piercing the sky. 3 meteors darted through that black abyss. The red-brown claw blades extended for miles, shredding the steel earth, while hundreds of iron-grey beams struck down the black peaks, creating large voids in the dark clouds above. The black steel sword, burning with azure flames, swept across the surface, as if cleaning up trash. Under the weighty sword aura, everything that obstructed the path was swept away and blown apart. Steel mountains and iron spikes collapsed in waves, laying down layer after layer of foundation on the ground. Gazing at the hellish battlefield, the A-level hunters wore heavy expressions. Empathizing. They could hardly imagine how they would survive on that battlefield. Although they had great confidence in the two super A-level hunters, seeing the almost unceasing onslaught, even Helen, the Silver Radiance girl, who could withstand high-risk natural disasters, looked grim, her eyes filled with worry and agitation. Chapter 287, It's Time to Rest, William Boom. Boom? Boom? Thousands of undead fell in waves across the holy domain. This time, it was not a brief silence. The spirit fire in their skulls flickered out like candle flames. Their bodies turned to brittle bones, merging into the land of corpses. Lin Xiao knelt on one knee on the ground, propping himself up with a moon-white long knife. Cold sweat covering his forehead, his face even paler than usual. Before him, the core of the secret realm, which could withstand the full bombardment of multiple A-level hunters in the realm of spirits, was now in tatters, like shredded cotton. The originally magnificent azure torch shattered into dozens of fireballs of varying sizes. They drifted in the air, as if sublimating themselves, with countless azure sparks spilling out from the flame clusters. The sparks ascended to the sky, merging into an azure river of stars. They drifted across the holy domain, like spring rain formed from starlight, falling gently and disappearing into the land littered with corpses. The seed of soul fire finally found its home. The deceased who had been left in the mortal world for thousands of years finally attained eternal rest. Except for the soul fire before him. Chapter 288, Please show your hunter's license and unfamiliar ceiling. When he woke up, Lin Xiao found himself lying in a strange large room. Stretching out a big yawn. Lin Xiao felt he had never slept so soundly in his life. He wanted to check the time, but couldn't find his phone. Suddenly recalling it had been taken by Ling Zhu earlier. Lin Xiao could only sigh and open the curtains. The sunlight was bright, it was probably close to noon. Looking at the furniture tags in the room, it seemed to be the dormitory of the Yuzhou Hunter Association's headquarters. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Lin Xiao opened the door to find Vice Captain Yugui. 3 foreign guests from Europa followed behind him. Did you sleep well? Yugui, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, crossed his arms with a faint smile on his face. Let's go eat first. Vice President Wu Qi wants to treat us to a good meal. We can discuss work afterward. Miss Yuvanji Lin is a friend of our wolf pack. They will be traveling to Luzhu for a few days. And we can go back together. Please bear with us, Mr. Lin Xiao. Yuvanji Lin waved her hand with a bright smile. Whoosh! A gentle breeze flowed from the hands of the man wearing a chef's hat, blowing across the surface of the stew pot. The remaining grease was slowly scooped out with a ladle. Chapter 289, Do you think you're a student? Restricted area level, combined, after Vice President Wu Qi finished giving orders. He began to casually swipe through the tablet in his hand. The hunters in the conference room leaned back on the sofa, chatting quietly, not paying attention to the registration process here. Even the vice president of a certain blood wolf pack lowered his hood and closed his eyes, making it hard to discern his expression. Lin Xiao waited for a few seconds, then Wu Qi raised her head and noticed this ability user was standing there motionless. What? Did you forget your hunter's license? The vice president took a cigarette, placed it in his mouth nonchalantly, and said, It's fine, as long as it's an identification document. The database is interconnected, and the Hunter Association has the highest authority, everything can be checked here. Oh. Lin Xiao's face lit up with joy as he rummaged through his pocket and handed over his identification. Puff! Seeing what Lin Xiao placed on the table, Vice President Wu Qi couldn't help but laugh. I thought you would give me your ID card, but you handed me a student ID instead. Upon hearing this, the hunters in the conference room also looked over with amused expressions, some teasing in their gazes. Wu Qi lit her cigarette and asked in a teasing tone. Do you think you're a student? Lin Xiao nodded seriously and replied, Chapter 290. Armed with otherworldly magic, the collapsing girl combined whoosh. Almost the moment she felt the message vibrate, the female demon Xia Ming had already put her phone away. Lin Xiao, for the first time in his life, felt frustrated with his reading speed. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The information polluted his mind in an extremely terrifying manner. What kind of group is this? Is this a proper group? Recalling the earlier encounter with this lady, who had been swinging a long whip, her face flushed and exuding a commanding aura, Lin Xiao felt his brain tremble. It seemed he had discovered something extraordinary. Miss Purple Demon. I didn't expect you to become a celebrity. Ha ha ha, our female hunter group set up a travel group, everyone is quite active usually. The female demon Xia Ming acted as if nothing had happened, ignoring Lin Xiao's terrified gaze, and smiled at the two people from Luzhu as usual. Pretty good. The ghost nodded, having not looked at the screen earlier. Everyone exchanged contact information. Lin Xiao, without his phone, could only provide his account number. And the other party would add him, and he would accept the request after returning. With a gentle smile, this neighborly big sister chatted with Lin Xiao and the ghost for a while before leaving. Taking this opportunity, the vice-captain ghost also took Lin Xiao to meet some other A-class hunters. Chapter 291, The Comparison of Talents. Although there were lines provided by Helen Jian, Lin Xiao's recitation was really clumsy, and was instantly seen through by a certain blonde girl. The most critical point was that this girl pinpointed the sentence Lin Xiao had added without permission from a pile of middle school level provocative declarations. She even came out and punched him. It was unclear whether the girl's insight was that sharp or if her thought process was peculiar. But he happened to step on that strange landmine. Fortunately, although the progress was somewhat different from expectations, the final result was still correct. Yin Wenjie Lin did not maintain her hairstyle as usual, wearing a small hat, and letting her beautiful golden hair down as she went out. Although the girl looked puffed up, they still went to the Yuzhou cafeteria together to grab a meal. Since they missed the main meal time with the large group, now it was just the three of them having to piece together a meal. This half-divine girl, who sounded very impressive, stepping out of the shadows was certainly a good thing, but Lin Xiao subtly noticed that he was suddenly being targeted. Glancing at the ability user next to him, who was devouring a large chicken leg, the elegantly seated Yin Wenjie Lin gave a light snort, sipped from her spoonful of soup, and said pointedly, "A person's etiquette comes from their upbringing. If a person's character is upright and kind, their table manners should also be pleasing to the eye." Chapter 292, Returning Home. The escaped people rarely caught in a competitive mindset. Lin Xiao had a long argument with Yin Wenjie Lin before he patted his backside and went back to the dorm to sleep. As they argued, the two began to compete in tying cherry stems with their tongues. If this continued, Lin Xiao could only resort to the forbidden knowledge he obtained from Sister Le to crush the other from the dark side. Ghost had discussed with MacArthur to rest an extra day in Yuzhou before flying back to Luzhu together. So the next day, Lin Xiao went out for a stroll and bought a bunch of local specialties, including sausages, beef balls, pastries, herbal tea, and fruits. Along the way, he also saw some things that caught his attention. Carrying large and small bags, Lin Xiao stood at the counter of the local specialty store, looking at a certain creature lying on the ground, lost in thought. It was about the size of an orange cat, with a shiny black-brown elongated body and wings. 6 long scythe-like legs with sharp hairs attached, and 2 long antennae hanging from its head, resembling the crown of the Monkey King. After staring into its glossy black eyes for a moment, Lin Xiao asked, "Boss, why is there a cockroach here?" "Its name is Lubu, handsome." The boss, dressed in a tank top and shorts, lounged in a recliner, explaining while playing a match 3 game. Chapter 293, The Rank of the Divine Ladder, Combined. Oh. The sky erupted with a loud bang. The cannon roared. "Let's see who has returned." Oh my! That tall and majestic figure, that unmatched handsome face. It's actually our intelligent and brave young master Lin Xiao. Ladies and gentlemen, let us play the welcoming music. Welcome the young master home. Woof woof, meow meow. Chirp chirp, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Under the congratulatory words of the little black crow, the family pets seemed like a choir, giving a grand welcome to the boy returning home. Lin Xiao, with a candy given by the hamster Dao Dao in his mouth, petted the dog by Jing. Teased the cat Meteor, balanced little black on his shoulder, and carried the remaining bags, striding arrogantly to the sofa and plopping down. What are those? Asked his younger sister Shan Shan, who was curled up on the sofa listening to music as she took off her headphones. Yuzhou local specialties. Lin Xiao grinned widely, showing his big white teeth. Didn't you just go on a mission? Where did these come from? Lin Xiao's mother, Lin Qingrong, paused the television and asked in confusion. Lin Xiao replied, I finished my mission and traveled to Yuzhou for 2 days before flying back. Chapter 294, Cause, Effect. Soul Curse Sovereign, combined, when the Crown Prince descends from the throne, it will directly double the strength of Lin Xiao's abilities. The Overlord greatly enhances his control over his own energy. Not only can it allow the power particles to instantly transform between the 3 forms of black flame, moon white, and ordinary power, but it can also reduce the resistance between the internal black flame and moon white, mixing them to form some black and white flames. These 2 titles were obtained when Lin Xiao became an ability user and completed the full body power transformation. Whether obtaining abilities or completing transformation, both have symbolic significance in the starry sky, representing that this life has become extraordinary and stepped onto the divine ladder. Therefore, hunters can realize the elevation of their own status. This status is essentially the world's positioning of that life, which corresponds to the titles on the system interface. Lin Xiao speculated that the system titles are not bestowed by the starry sky or the world as a gift to hunters. In fact, both the Crown Prince and the Overlord are the results of Lin Xiao completing the 2 great feats of drawing the throne prototype and completely conquering his own particles, thus gaining a power boost. This ability enhancement is merely a natural manifestation of their own elevated status. It is only after life has gained strength and status that the world repositions it, thus resulting in the system's titles. The causal relationship cannot be confused. Chapter 295, This is not needed, combined, in the Central Danger Wasteland, at the chaotic Beast Grave Mountain. Drink. 2 braids flew in the wind as Yin Dun Jiang Jing tugged at her doll-like voice, swinging her blade down, and a blade of light burst forth. Nearby was the furious hammer Abin, a young man with a crew cut and a somewhat rugged appearance, wielding a giant hammer, energy surging forth like a compressed cannon. The 2 were merely taking the opportunity to harass from a distance, without engaging in direct combat with the beast, because the target was a real B-class beast, a white-eyed flower leopard that could manipulate frost. Standing directly against it was a thin-faced, cold-looking man, wielding a beast-hunting saw knife, the blade gleaming with a red lotus-like luster. Butcher Sun Ke, once a peak C-class hunter, had now slightly touched upon transformation, mastering a bit of fiery power that did not align with his character. With him as the main attacker and 2 C-class newcomers assisting, the battle appeared to be evenly matched on the surface. Yes, just on the surface. In reality, that B-class had, on several occasions, defeated the hunters, but surprisingly did not pursue the victory to kill them outright. Although Butcher Sun Ke was wounded in multiple places, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. The white-eyed flower leopard seemed to have become a selfless sparring master, continuously letting off steam, using itself as a test for the blade, slowly turning a great advantage into a disadvantage. Chapter 296, The Clear Color of the Sky Customer Service Girl, Miss Dream Bai. Why does Miss Dream Bai want to graduate? Woo-woo. Captain Lei Ming lay on a pile of fan-made merchandise of Miss Meng, tears streaming down his face, crying bitterly. Come on. ISNT, this all from last month. Why can't you let it go? Sugar White Mengmai put down her mug, her face full of helplessness. Since then, every time you come here as a guest, we see you like this. And didn't he the live stream room change to a new soul life relay? The house spirit of the ghostly holy realm, remember to call her Hill. It's different. Captain Lei Ming shook his head, murmuring, Miss Meng is special. Although Hill is also very cute, she has white hair, is an artificial spirit beautiful girl, and has a very unique voice. She's a bit sharp-tongued, and has a sense of being naive about the world. Now she is surfing the internet every day, always manages to say some shocking statements. In a sense, we've met offline before. Aren't you completely infatuated? Captain Sugar White's expression turned cold, her gaze like she was looking at a bug. Seeing one. Loving one, how disgusting. Sugar White Mengmai locked the neck and arms of the otaku tightly, pressing him firmly to the floor, mercilessly trampling him. Chapter 297, indeed a bit stronger. Looking at the twin-tailed girl passionately arguing with guests over the microphone, Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The staff and customer service member, Xiao Xiang, whose real name seems to be Xiangzi, is from Sakura province, and a classmate of his younger sister Shanshan and the girl next door, Zhao Sihan. It is said that she was once a young lady of a secular consortium, but after breaking ties with her grandfather and father, she resolutely left her hometown to study in this unfamiliar place. She can play the piano, keyboards, and compose music, with a high level of musical literacy. It seems she even formed a girl band before. Now she is working part-time, giving up music, aiming to get into Lazhu Military Academy to become a high-level hunter, and then return to slap her family's old faces hard. For this, both Shanshan and Zhao Sihan, the two rock girls, felt deep sorrow, brainstorming for ideas. Shanshan used Lin Xiao's financial power to make her mother the boss, while Zhao Sihan inadvertently dropped a recruitment flyer for a well-paid employee, which the working girl picked up. Classmate Xiao Xiang, after working part-time for a month, was surprised to find out that this was actually his classmate's mother's shop. Shanshan and Zhao Sihan were also very surprised. Later, the two occasionally wanted to perform on their own stage next door, lacking people, and naturally invited staff member Xiao Xiang to act as a temporary keyboardist. Chapter 298, Lin Xiao's current strength, Little William, combined, thanks to this long period of stable development, among B-level hunters, his strength indeed seems a bit outstanding. Lying on his bed, looking at the slightly increased attributes panel, Lin Xiao fell into contemplation. Name, Lin Xiao. Title, Heir to the Throne. Overlord. Potential points, 0 Strength, 50 Agility, 49 Constitution, 57 Mentality, 48 Ability, Moon Erosion of Blessing, Gift of the Brilliant Stars, Ode to the Brilliant Stars. Skills, Power LV 3952. Energy Gathering LV 3401, Combat Skills LV 401, Two-Handed Sword LV 401, One-Handed Sword LV 201, Footwork LV 401, Dreamweaving LV 301, Hypnosis LV 301, Stillness LV 302, Painting LV 201, Guqin LV 201, Longshao LV 201. Giant Scythe LV 201, Long Whip LV 201. There are also some experience points that are too difficult to obtain, or have not been focused on grinding unfinished skills. Chapter 299, Unity of Spirit and Flesh, Outsider, Combined, Ghosts, Spiritual life forms, exist solely on their souls. The particles of a ghost's power are part of its physical form, existing within the soul, unlike hunters, which are stored in the flesh. Compared to other exotic beasts and hunters, they do not have strong physical bodies, but relatively, their soul strength is much higher. Naturally, when a hunter abandons their body and successfully transforms into a ghost, their mental power will greatly increase. So Lin Xiao, I don't want to be human anymore. Vice Captain. Okay, of course, it was a joke, but at this moment, Lin Xiao was indeed undergoing similar mental training. Lying on a soft big bed, with long hair and a white shirt, Lin Xiao activated his white moon mode. His brow furrowed. Lin Xiao's body emitted a dreamy white light, slightly transparent, proving that he was fully operating the moon-white particles, in a state capable of penetrating matter. This form Lin Xiao could do before, but could not maintain it for long, only able to transform temporarily. After all, he is human. The reason he can maintain it now is that ancient Lin Xiao has merged into Lin Xiao's soul, and the two are in a balanced state of soul synchronization. Thanks to ancient Lin Xiao's guidance and her authority in this ghostly holy realm. Chapter 300, You still have a long way to go. Bang. 2 bowls of giant beef rice were placed on the table. A burly man with bare arms and only an apron tied around his upper body crossed his arms, revealing 2 exaggerated chest muscles. He lowered his head, looking at the 2 young people sitting, a sculpted tough guy face breaking into a mysterious smile. Come on. There's a reward for finishing. Lin Xiao and the young lady exchanged glances, then he raised his head and tried to say, actually we have small appetites. The tough guy's face darkened, his chest muscles bulging as he barked, there's a penalty for not finishing. The boy and girl immediately obediently started to eat. I said we came to the cafe, why are you 2 not listening? Zhuang Jianyu, sitting at the next table, looked at the 2 beef rice warriors with a face full of resentment. He, Lin Xiao coldly smiled. Although the staff member here is a tough guy, he is at least not as eye-burning as that made tough guy over there. Ha ha ha. Friends, you eat first, I'll help the senior out, and after you finish, I'll take you to the entertainment place. Passing by, Baishan gave a thumbs up, also bare-armed and wrapped in an apron, seemingly a uniform feature of this shop. Entertainment place. Ling Zhu curiously raised her head. It's all hardcore hunter entertainment, Zhuang Jianyu sighed, looking indescribably troubled. Chapter 301, I have a dream. So the teacher was invited by friends from the Legion today. Yeah. The school suddenly wants to hold some anniversary celebration. Aren't many outsiders coming to travel? I was pulled over to help, haha. The teacher and student leaned against the wall, watching the tourists across the way play tough guy smash while chatting. Crazy Sword Miao Fei turned back and asked Lin Xiao with a grin. How is it going for you this year? How's your strength progress? Pretty good, Lin Xiao replied, looking at teacher Crazy Sword with a smile. I haven't neglected the unique skills you taught me. Miao Fei raised an eyebrow, stroking his beard. Come on, demonstrate it. In response, Lin Xiao simply extended his finger. Vaz? A deep grey light sphere began to condense, its speed unimaginably fast. Miao Fei was stunned as he looked at the energy orb that was almost fully formed in front of him, especially when he sensed the terrifying energy within it. Quick! Stop it! If that thing erupts, many people will die. Lin Xiao flicked his fingers and calmly dispersed the condensed orb of light. This level of energy accumulation was far from reaching his limit. Goodness! Miao Fei took a deep breath, looking at Lin Xiao with a face full of astonishment. Chapter 302 This is the demeanor of a monarch. Combined, today might be the busiest day at Luzhu Military University. Normally, at this time, students would have finished their final ranking matches and be heading home for vacation. However, the school suddenly announced a centennial celebration, and all faculty and students stayed behind, setting up various food and entertainment stalls on campus. The freshmen to juniors, watching the continuous stream of guests at the school gate and the returning senior students, felt a bit dazed. The guests were faculty members from other schools, strong yet reserved, so the students couldn't sense their presence. But the returning seniors had an imposing aura that was hard to ignore. The army interns had slightly darker skin, stood straight, and their expressions carried a hint of seriousness, determination, and the residual aura of their rigorous training. The hunter interns were even more pronounced. Whether it was their gaze or the unintentional display of ruthlessness in their demeanor, or the strong remnants of their energy, it made the students feel a shiver down their spine, clearly recognizing the real difference between them and the warriors. That was the bloody gap forged through a year of actual combat with alien beasts. Those little brats felt the blood-like gap in front of me. Chapter 303 Hunter Lin Xiao, combined. The opening ceremony of the school celebration was planned to be held at the central competition square of Luzhu Military University. Surrounding it, the circular stands were filled with students from freshmen to juniors. In the center of the square were the returning senior students, organized into multiple formations according to their class order, sitting on small chairs prepared by the school staff in advance. Opposite them, nearly 100 meters away, sat the faculty members of the school. The old principal, the director of education, class advisors of the senior classes, various subject teachers, and some military personnel, and official members of the Hunter Association. In the back were guests from various campuses, sitting on sofas, observing the celebration ceremony closely. Although this old man was somewhat useless, he was indeed responsible, as the head of the school. Watching the old principal, who stood straight and serious, the faculty members nodded in agreement. Despite having been previously disheartened and feeling like a drowned rat, he was still professional and meticulous at this crucial moment. The central venue was silent. The old principal stepped forward, slowly scanning the audience of students, then lowered his gaze to the returning students, and spoke slowly. Chapter 304 How can one not smile? Combined, a vast and intangible silence enveloped the land. Everyone gaped with their mouths open, their eyes blankly staring at the students on stage. Exceptional promotion. A-level hunter. The first A-level hunter in Huaya, promoted exceptionally. Most importantly, he was still a student until today. The senior teachers of Luzhu held their heads in their hands, their expressions twisted, feeling their brains tremble. Aside from the director of education, Lin Xiao, none of them had any A-level hunters among them. The returning senior students were already in disarray. Their mouths opened and closed, feeling the urge to utter some crude words. Is our chief really human? Huh? How can he, a student, already be out there playing with disasters? Enough. The 2 fanfics I wrote about the chief have just appreciated in value. As a classmate, I suddenly feel so proud and exhilarated. Wow! Chief! We adore you. As for the faculty teams in the back, they could only stare blankly at the handsome student's face through the bald head of Principal Zhong. What on earth is this? Even exhausting the limits of their understanding, these principals and teachers could not comprehend what it meant to be an A-level hunter graduate. Chapter 305 Where do the bugs come from? Combined, how small is small? What a powerful body this is this your palace? How weak is weak? Is it because you have never encountered humans that you cannot understand words? Just a single breath, and this life, smaller than an ant, would turn to dust. But why is he here? For intelligent life, communication is essential. Now, you should understand, right? Accompanied by a deep, sexy, and magnetic voice. In the lightless, deep abyss, a huge dark yellow beast's eye suddenly focused sharply, staring intently at the sudden intruder. Do they call you a wonder? Indeed, because you have lived below since birth. Humans have never seen you. Is this life human? So you have tried to swim upwards. Why not go out and take a look? You will die, absolutely die. They are not as small as this human before them. There are many powerful lives, many lives stronger than themselves, as long as they invade their territory. They will definitely die. I see, but in reality, not all land belongs to humans. Many unique lives equal to yours have always lived safely and freely above, with no humans attacking them. Chapter 306 Disaster Lion King, Alpaca, combined, near the depths of the medium-risk wasteland, the blood-stained grassland. A squad led by the captain of the wolf pack, Shijian Shunjian Muzan, was advancing on foot. The team consisted mostly of B-level hunters, and the only C-level hunter was close to completing their transformation, able to engage with B-level alien beasts. Although the cadre team was powerful, the blood-stained grassland was close to a high-risk wasteland, one of the most dangerous medium-risk areas in Luzhu. B-level high-risk alien beasts could appear at any moment. And there was even a possibility of quasi-disasters. Normally, at this time, the cadre team should be focused and vigilant, not allowing any carelessness. But in reality, the atmosphere in the team was inexplicably relaxed, even engaging in casual conversation. Captain Shunjian, you really don't have any power erosion. Not even a little. Really not. Muzan sighed and looked at the young hunter, who had come uninvited. It's precisely because of your arrival that the blood-stained grassland can be considered safe now. Lin Xiao. Are all you A-level hunters this leisurely? Aside from a silver-haired woman wielding dual swords, the other B-level hunters looked curiously at this new superior in the regiment. Chapter 307 Disaster Civil Servant. The disaster alien beasts in the high-risk wasteland of Luz who are not something that can be casually killed. After becoming an A-level hunter, Lin Xiao was taken to the high-risk wasteland by Vice President Jiang Wenlong, who personally taught him this unspoken rule. In reality, in the high-risk wasteland of Luzhu, most of the disasters encountered by Lin Xiao are classified as A-level exotic beasts, which are not allowed to be hunted. Some of these A-level exotic beasts possess extremely high intelligence, almost indistinguishable from hunters. Due to the strange state of the beast prohibition in Luzhu, which oscillates between madness and silence, these exotic beasts neither rationally resist the hunter association nor protect other exotic beasts. As a result, there is an overwhelming disparity in combat power between the hunter association and the exotic beasts. Nearly a century ago, when the Dragon Lord was stationed in the restricted area, the Luzhu hunters conducted a hunting campaign in the high-risk wasteland for over a decade under the leadership of the super A-level hunters Jiang Wenlong and Captain Laker, directly transforming Luzhu from a level 3 war zone into a buffer zone. Lin Xiao raised his head and gazed into the distance towards the restricted area. There lay a scarlet world. The red liquid, resembling blood, formed a magnificent and vast sea of crimson. In the sky, dark red clouds obscured the sun. For nearly 100 years, an endless deluge of blood rain has fallen from the clouds into the ocean, shrouding the spatial vision and pulling a hazy veil over that blood-red world. Chapter 308 False Erosion. Deep Blue Flame. The third method provided to Lin Xiao by ancient Lin Xiao involves the special nature of certain sovereign powers in specific holy domains. As long as the sovereign does not impose specific restrictions, even if one is not a native, or does not possess power fragments, hunters can still erode and assimilate the energy particles within the holy domain. Unlike the particles conquered in the outside world, the powers derived from this erosion and assimilation do not actually obey the hunters, they merely cooperate in the performance, as they essentially belong to the sovereign and hold a much higher rank. This is what is known as false conquest. Such an environment is referred to as a false erosion environment. In this environment, although the energy eroded by A-level hunters can be utilized, its loyalty is not high. Even an ability user can attempt to contest ownership. For Lin Xiao, this is fantastic. It is a perfectly tailored environment for him. If he invites an A-level hunter to help, he might just break through to A-level after a few days of training inside. Clearly, Vice President Jiang Wenlong is aware of this. Thus, when Lin Xiao posed this question, President Jiang wore a subtle smile, directly seeing through his little thoughts. One must be careful not to make major mistakes. Chapter 309 Ling Yang, the strange forbidden beast, combined. Before the guests entered, the dark, shadowy woman hurriedly fled into the internal office to hide, looking at the two familiar female hunters sitting across from her. Captain Sulan's expression softened as she smiled and asked, "Would you like some wine or tea?" "Tea is fine. I want wine." The cold-spirited woman had not finished her sentence before being interrupted by her lively companion beside her. Captain Sulan revealed a knowing smile, opened an expensive wine box carved from the old wood of Luzhu, and took out a bottle of fine wine. "The sweet nectar I brought from my hometown has been saved for a long time, and I haven't had the heart to drink it." Today is just the right occasion to indulge. Surrounded by the fragrant aroma of wine, Captain Sulan poured a glass of fine wine and handed it to the excited woman. She also brewed a cup of good tea with preheated tea utensils for the other woman to enjoy. Seeing this, Wu Qinghua shook her head helplessly and said, "Lord Ling Yang, you are truly as meticulous as ever. What an excellent man." Li Jingru gave 2 thumbs up with a smile. "It's just basic etiquette." Captain Sulan replied, shaking her wine glass, her expression calm and unperturbed. "Ling Yang of the Deep Blue Flame, a Luzhu native, is a truly successful man who has received praise since childhood." Chapter 310, Particle Fusion, Conditions for Ascending to Demigod, Combined, Until Today. Lin Xiao discovered that teacher Lan Bao is actually very strong. When she previously conducted a strength assessment for him, estimating that she did not take his full force attack seriously when he unleashed his throne strike. This strength is not solely about her 4-dimensional attributes. In terms of attributes, teacher Lan Bao is definitely at a higher level among A-level hunters, with strength 56, agility 56, constitution 52, and spirit 50. The only attribute in which Lin Xiao surpasses her is constitution. However, this is not the reason Lin Xiao feels surprised. Over the past year, he has encountered many opponents of disaster-level strength. The pressure exerted by teacher Lan Bao surpasses that of the White Jade Lion King, who commands the Wild Thunder, and exceeds that of the Jewel Hammer, Jewel-transformed Knight in the Bone Holy Domain. Perhaps only the Black Flame-transformed Rotting Giant Dragon could compare. Lin Xiao is not certain, but his intuition tells him that if a real fight breaks out, teacher Lan Bao should win, not the Abyssal Black Dragon. Teacher Lan Bao's transformation is quite peculiar. During normal times, she has emerald green wind-type particles, appearing rather ordinary. However, in actual combat, the emerald storm particles darken and begin to unleash thunderstorms. The deeper the color, the fiercer the storm, and the intensity of the lightning increases step by step. Eventually, Lin Xiao felt that the thunderstorm was no weaker than the wild thunder of the Lion King. Chapter 311, Devouring Sandworms, Black Gun, Combined, How about it? Did I say anything wrong? It's just a lunatic. A clear male voice echoed in the pitch-black starry sky, with a hint of teasing in his tone. In response to his words, several obscure buzzing sounds or sharp, strange voices that are hard to imagine as being produced by any life form echoed from the boundless void. Not yet determined, pending observation. It complies with the rules. The treaty has not been violated. It is just that it is still new to the world. Prohibition remains prohibition. TSK, fine. The man scoffed, as if watching an interesting play, casting his gaze with great interest. Let's continue to see what this headstrong youth intends to do. Ha ha ha. A handsome man holds a dark red battle knife, the dim scarlet blade gleams like congealed blood, filled with a murderous aura. The dark red particles in the air split into 2 streams, one resembling a blood river, entwining around the man. The other, like a blood scab, erodes the energy armor of the disaster, binding its limbs as if it were a festering sore. Boom! Approaching the collapsing disaster. The scarred man wore a bloodthirsty smile and swung down the battle knife, 1 slash, 2 slashes. Accompanied by this brutal act, the life of the beast also drew to an end. Chapter 313, The students, who came to exterminate pests. The vision fell into a void of darkness. The crowd could not see any light, only feeling themselves wrapped in endless blackness. Danger, danger, danger. The sharp intuition was in a frenzy. The hunters dared not breathe, frozen in place, feeling goosebumps all over. It was as if they were in a terrifying abyss. Sharp, violent, chaotic, the hellfire symbolizing destruction roared in their ears. There was no room for resistance, no possibility of escape. Clearly, they were all outstanding among the B-class hunters, yet at this moment, they felt as powerless as meat on a chopping board. It was the most primitive fear stemming from life. They were like weak candle flames, about to be extinguished without exception by this sea of black flames. Death was but a moment. Boom! The endless darkness vanished, and light returned to their vision. Ha ha! The hunters regained their breath, their faces pale, cold sweat soaking their clothes. They touched their cheeks, necks, and chests, feeling their pounding hearts, and only then did they clearly realize they were still alive. Below them, the earth had been torn open. And the numerous sandworms, including several quasi-disasters, were no longer visible. Chapter 3:14, The Dark Berserker in the Snowfall Wasteland. At the junction where Captain Sui Lan and other hunters were engaged in battle. After numerous A-class hunters fought against the disasters, the terrain of this wasteland had completely changed. No longer resembling its former self. The air was filled with various colored power particles. An acidic pool of mixed flesh and black-green liquid, raised spikes. Burnt ground piled with glass-like charcoal, and deep pits flowing with plasma made it seem like the end of the world. Throughout the entire Snowfall Wasteland, there were hardly any intact areas left. The blue flames formed torches, soaring into the sky. Ling Yang pulled out a saw knife from a beast that smelled charred all over, his calm eyes now flickering with uncontrollable anxiety. Just as he had predicted. When chaos really intensified, not only the nearby Terror Beast mountain range, but even the beasts from the ghostly poison marsh would rush towards this junction. After killing a few, more kept arriving. Now, several hunters in the team had been entangled by the disaster's fierce spirits, their ubiquitous howls causing his soul to ache. Normally, they would fight with all their might. They were all brave A-class hunters, equipped with various types of demon weapons and emergency demon-eating rings, which, when combined, were enough to handle any type of disaster beast. Chapter 3:15, It's really comprehensive. This A-class hunter who came to support from Luzhu, codenamed Ashes, was indeed very comprehensive. Moreover, his firepower was simply too fierce. In the subsequent rounds of cooperation, both Captain Sui Lan and the others, including the Blade Maniac and the Melting Woman, deeply recognized this. Ha ha ha. Those beasts are coming again. The exceptionally handsome, androgynous Blade Maniac Shu Chang licked his lips, staring excitedly at the fleeing beasts in the distant mountains. Seeing his old comrade's trembling dark red battle knife, Ling Yang knew he was becoming bloodthirsty again, and couldn't help but laugh. Blade Maniac, hold on a bit. Let Brother Ashes shoot a few rounds first. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I understand. In the center of the hunter team, Lin Xiao, who was the focus of everyone's attention, was fully concentrated on preparing for the firepower prelude. Buzz Energy Gathering LV3, Experience 10, Static Energy LV3, Experience 11, Speed Writing LV2. The hunters could just engage in the fight, while Lin Xiao had to consider many things. In the air, 5 pitch-black crystal blocks floated. The black flames emanating from Lin Xiao's hands flowed like streams, branching out along the way, pouring into each black crystal. The energy continuously contracting and condensing. Chapter 3:16, It's really fortuitous. Also, oh right, this guy seems to be a hunter from Luzhu too. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and curiously asked, Brother Blade Maniac, were you also a member of the Blood Wolves? This Blade Maniac, Shu Chang, inexplicably gave Lin Xiao a sense of familiarity. Ha ha ha. Exactly, exactly. We are really fated. The androgynous handsome guy laughed heartily, and gave Lin Xiao a hearty hug. Then, he lifted his dark red battle knife, the blood-red energy flowing out like blood. Doesn't this bloody mutation give you a sense of déjà vu? Blade Maniac Shu Chang raised an eyebrow and smiled. I used to be an officer in the Blood Wolves. My brother needed a team to fight in Magic City. So I just talked to the Blood Wolves leader, and came over with my knife. Shu Chang pointed to the smiling Captain Sui Lan over there. I see, Lin Xiao realized slightly. No wonder people say the wolf pack often sends talents out, whether it's teacher Wu Qinghua, or this A-class hunter, they must have received guidance from leader Lei Ke. However, the bloody mutation was not the source of Lin Xiao's familiarity. Looking at the dark red battle knife in front of him, Comparing it to a piece of the puzzle in his memory, Lin Xiao's eyes gradually widened. Chapter 317, Friends, the Wrathful King, merged, after resolving another wave of beast tide. The hunters returned to their base. After such a long defensive operation, the number of disaster beasts near the station attempting to migrate had decreased significantly, leaving only those stubborn ones. Now that the number of beast tides had lessened, everyone could finally relax a bit. The hunters took out snacks and drinks from the base and began to gather together to rest and chat. Talking about everything, sharing their hunting careers, laughter filled the air. While the melting woman Jiang Xiu sat alone in a corner, feeling out of place with the atmosphere. If only Ling Yang and Shu Chang were there. She could chatter away like a machine gun. But now, with almost all strangers around, her mouth felt glued shut, unable to open. It was really too difficult to talk to strangers. How to converse without knowing the other's preferences, interests, personality, or character? What if they couldn't respond? What if she accidentally angered them? What if it became awkward and silent? What if the other person smiled but secretly disliked her? Just thinking about these situations made the melting woman feel goosebumps all over, her toes itching to dig into the floor. You should know that in the past, she spent nearly half a year in the internship team just to learn how to get along normally with her teammates. Chapter 318, Flowing to the Mouth of Death, combined in the terrifying tremors akin to a massive earthquake, the hunters rose into the sky, their expressions extremely grave. Lin Xiao gazed towards the direction of the Forbidden Zone. This was merely the border between the medium-risk and high-risk wastelands, too far from the Forbidden Zone. With the vision of an A-grade hunter, he could only vaguely see a dark yellow dot on the horizon. However, the intense sensation of shaking was clearly transmitted here. Despite the vast distance, from the deafening noise that nearly shattered eardrums, it was evident that this was no earthquake induced by techniques like earth-shaking or wave fluctuations. It was a genuine earth-shattering strike from a forbidden beast, and the so-called earth rumbling was merely the residual echoes spreading out. But strangely, aside from the tremor, the high-risk wasteland did not seem to have suffered destruction. It appeared that someone had resisted the real energy explosion. Otherwise, the several high-risk wastelands closer to the depths should have been left with literally nothing. The battle over there should have reached a fever pitch. Ling Yang returned to his usual calm demeanor. His deep blue eyes looked towards the nearby high-risk wasteland, and he commanded sternly, "The noise just now was too great. There should still be exotic beasts scared out. Prepare for battle." Chapter 319, Dragon's Roar, Starfall, Combined, Roar. When the majestic dragon's roar resounded through the sky, the all-consuming gravitational pull suddenly vanished. The hunters, who had been swept up in the terrifying force, paused mid-air, their faces filled with astonishment. In the air, all energy particles became stagnant, even the energy within the A-grade hunters began to tremble. They bowed their heads in fear before the true upper echelon's authority. As everyone looked around, they saw the enormous devouring worm still gaping its mouth wide. A hunter holding a black blade floated in front of it, his left hand raised. Like an extension of his arm, a claw composed purely of energy existed in the air, with indigo scales that were opulent and beautiful, its 5 claws sharp and imposing, showcasing martial power and authority. At that moment, this suddenly appeared dragon claw held the devouring sandworm's jaw with such casualness. Yet this super A-grade devouring worm was like its fate being grasped by the neck, its massive body stiff and immobilized. The blue energy spread across the hunter's hand, transforming from virtual to real, flooding everyone's vision like a tsunami. Whoosh! The sound seemed to retreat. In an instant, that exaggerated and overwhelming energy sea disappeared. In its place was a magnificent and majestic indigo dragon, coiling and twisting, its blue dragon eyes exuding a regal aura. Chapter 320, Aya Wanda's Confusion, Family's Warmth. Combined, on the grey-white ground, an exaggeratedly large pit had formed. The beast of the earth's core lay motionless at the center of the pit. The sacred domain shattered. Nearly 70% of its body turned into minced meat, organs and fluids mixed with blood formed a small lake in the giant pit. The skull was deeply sunken. All limbs shattered, the heart turned to mush. There was no immortal quality of the crimson-shattered beast or the frost-cold beast. With such severe injuries, even the robust vitality of the Earth-core King Aawanda was now on the brink of death. In the distance, the Magic City wasteland remained lush with forests and gentle flowing water, still as usual, unaffected by the aftershocks. This world had been stripped away, completely in another realm. The devastating attacks were limited to the grey-white ground. Otherwise, not to mention the wasteland, even the Magic City itself would likely suffer catastrophe. A beautiful woman with spiral purple hair and a blue icy serpent made of frost stood at the edge of the pit, quietly observing the ailing opponent below. Tap tap tap. Accompanied by the unmistakable sound of footsteps, a casually dressed man with short hair, hands in his pockets, slowly approached from behind. He had a handsome face, with a slightly roguish demeanor, and beneath his disheveled bangs, his black eyes sparkled like stars. Chapter 321, The Ladder to Heaven, Battlefield. The man returning home, combined, the Magic City wasteland had basically calmed down, and the hunters gradually withdrew from the front lines. Lin Xiao was called out by several of his teachers. In a high-end restaurant elegantly decorated, with classical music wafting through the air, teachers Lan Bao, Wu Qinghua, and Li Jingru were leisurely enjoying their meals, while a uniformed waitress smiled and waited outside, serving the next dish at just the right moment. Lin Xiao glanced at the kelp strips on his plate, then compared it with the bill, and his eyelid involuntarily twitched. A piece of kelp, tied in a knot and hung on an apple branch, drizzled with some sauce, actually costs 288. Although money was just a number to Lin Xiao, this outrageous price still deeply shook the heart of a rustic from Luzhu. This is how it is in the Magic City. Lan Bao wiped her mouth and smiled, pointing at the nearby waitress. She is the owner of this restaurant, from Luzhu, was my colleague before, and now retired to open a shop in the Magic City. The waitress maintained her elegant demeanor, but the corner of her mouth gradually curled into a sinister arc. I reduced the portion by 80, added grass, smeared sauce, sprinkled crumbs, and plated it, and the price of a dish goes up by several times. I'm here to get rich. Chapter 322, Ling Yang's confusion, combined, in the elegantly decorated living room, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. An old man with white hair and a beard had a smile in his eyes, gently pouring hot tea for the two seated men. Lin Xiao took a sip and said in surprise, "So it turns out your name is Ling Yang, elder brother Zui Lan. And you are Mr. Ling Sen's son. What a coincidence." During these days of vacation, Elder Ling often invited him over for tea and casual chat, not expecting to encounter such a pleasant surprise. "I didn't expect that Brother Ashes is my father's tea friend." Ling Yang also looked astonished. Elder Ling had taught in Luzhu for many years, and Ash's director was his father. So Ling Yang felt no surprise. But he didn't expect their relationship to be so familiar, casually chatting together. "Dad, why didn't you tell me in advance?" Ling Yang looked at the old man with a mix of amusement and speechlessness. He had seen videos on his circle of friends before, deliberately keeping it a secret. Probably just wanting to see their astonished expressions now. Truly, the older one gets, the more playful one becomes. "Ha ha, I thought you already knew," said Ling Sen, stroking his beard and chuckling. "Besides, even without me, it seems you two have a good relationship." Chapter 323, How All-Purpose Particles Are Formed, combined, on the seemingly endless white stone staircase leading to the clouds. A handsome man with shoulder-length hair took a deep breath, opened his light blue eyes, and his expression settled into seriousness and determination. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. From beneath his feet, the world was tinged with a dim yellow hue, like a piece of historical parchment, stretching outward. The environment changed. The sky, still connected to the normal white stone steps below, has unfolded into a vast forest at his feet. The trees are dense, and the air is filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It seems like someone has inserted a space into the small steps. Liu Tongsheng stepped into the forest, his eyes fixed ahead. From deep within the forest came a creature with a sharp horn, resembling a horse. It stood over 2 meters tall, only slightly larger than an ordinary war horse, its white body shimmering with blue electric light. Its beastly eyes looking down at the hunter with pride. Although the creature was small in size, Liu Tongsheng dared not underestimate it. The enemies he encountered on this white stone staircase had never been weaker than high-risk natural disasters. The blue electric variant had extremely high speed, above average lethality, and a strong paralysis effect. Being hit could likely lead to a series of attacks until death. Chapter 324, Band Spy, Just an Ordinary Man, combined, flipping through the documents. Ling Yang's expression was serious. This was a compilation of forbidden information he had painstakingly gathered through frowning, running around, bribing, acting, and hinting. Name, Lin Xiao. Born in the Luzhu Narcissus district, from a single-parent family, with a high school younger sister. Source, wife, cost, 30 minutes of casual chatting in bed. Class teacher, Wu Qinghua. Source, father, cost, 10 minutes of tea drinking company. Admitted to Luzhu Military University with the third best score in his year, but later suffered from headaches, often fainting and collapsing. And was taken to the infirmary by various subject teachers, causing his grades to plummet. In his third year, the headaches disappeared, and his grades suddenly soared. Source, Wu Qinghua. Cost, 15 minutes of small talk, enduring anger to lie that Lin Xiao was a friend of Xia Xue, and also his buddy. Cause of headaches, unknown. Source, familiar glasses doctor from the infirmary, cost, 1 Playboy photo. Reason for headache recovery, unknown. Source, same as above, cost, 1 race queen photo. After the headaches disappeared, his fighting skills improved. Source, teacher Wang Gang, cost, 5 beers. Footwork improved. Source, teacher Xu Ruomei. Cost, 2 cigarettes. Chapter 325, Complete Defeat, combined, as the sun set and night fell, with a bright moon and sparse stars, in the Mingqiu Garden community, Ling's family villa. The kitchen table was filled with sumptuous dishes. I'm really sorry, Lin Xiao, my younger brother. An elite man in home clothes poured fine wine into a glass. Filled with regret, and said to the young man across from him, last time, I was suddenly told you were Xia Xue's classmate, and moreover, you were the one who embarrassed her publicly. After all, a daughter is a father's soft spot. As a dad, he couldn't accept it for a moment. Ling Yang handed the wine glass to the other party and sincerely apologized. Here, I owe you an apology. I'm a big man, sulking on my own. And yet I offended you, brother, it's truly embarrassing. It's all good. Lin Xiao waved his hand, smiling nonchalantly. It's only natural for a father to care for his daughter. I understand, brother Ling Yang, I didn't take it to heart. Today, he suddenly received news from the elite man, saying he wanted to drink with him and apologize. So, Lin Xiao hurried over to mooch a meal. Xia Xue and I became friends through fighting. Lin Xiao swallowed a big shrimp and continued, we often fight and scold each other. But that doesn't hinder our good relationships. Chapter 326, Generous Dragon Lord, the Book of the Sun. The cultivation condition is not to be under 24 years of age. But due to individual differences, for safety, the official recommendation is to start cultivating at 23. The main body of the secret book originates from a celestial secret realm in Huaya. The key pursuit, according to ancient texts, is to wash the tendons and marrow, break away from mortal bones, and achieve the unity of heaven and man. Of course, according to modern interpretations, it is about the first artificial completion and ripening of human cells. Seeds absorb sunlight and grow rapidly. The Book of the Sun is equivalent to giving these cells a youthful energy phase. Not only does it provide a leap in physical fitness, but it can also continuously promote the growth of cell strength. Since it is a growth phase, to grow faster than others, there are 2 important conditions. First, Cells must be able to consume enough energy, swallowing and digesting more energy to achieve considerable growth. Therefore, the higher one's fitness, the more pronounced the effects of cultivating the Book of the Sun. This is also why the military university only issues fragments of the refining method. They fear that students, still immature, cannot resist the temptation to secretly cultivate. Second, food must be abundant, and the higher the nutritional value, the better. Power is the food for cell growth. Therefore, most hunters will go to desolate places to use the refining method to draw down huge amounts of energy beforehand, allowing the particles of power to fill the environment before beginning to cultivate the Book of the Sun. Chapter 327, Unparalleled Improvement. Lin Xiao found a boundary of the Holy Realm. Surrounded by towering mountains and vast clouds, it was perfect for his ascension. Sitting cross-legged at the peak, Lin Xiao focused his mind and began to operate the refining method according to the techniques of the Book of the Sun that he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. Bang, bang, bang. His heart suddenly beat violently several times. It was as if a catalyst had been introduced. In that instant, all the cells in Lin Xiao's body seemed to awaken with desire, an indescribable hunger beginning to surge, gradually intensifying. This hunger was crucial. It allowed the body to devour more energy, increasing the amplitude of physical fitness leaps. To enhance this hunger, Lin Xiao specially ran to the wasteland early in the morning, depleting the energy in his body. As the technique operated, the already empty cell's hunger became increasingly strong. They resembled children in puberty who couldn't get enough to eat, desperately waiting to be fed. Eventually, that hunger became unparalleled, nearing madness, and they cried out for food. Lin Xiao trembled involuntarily. He struggled to suppress them, restraining their desires. The tighter the spring was compressed, the stronger the rebound. When these starving cells could no longer endure. Chapter 328, All possess extraordinary skills combined, dear mother. Clingy little sister. Your beloved son and brother will be staying at the Hunter Association for over 10 days. And then he has to go on a business trip to the capital. Please do not miss me too much. At the dining table of Lin Xiao's home, facing his brother's heartfelt speech, Lin Shanshan nodded calmly. Remember to like and subscribe to the band's updated videos. Sure, Lin Xiao responded seriously. Bring back some local specialties from the capital, Mother Lin Qingrong instructed. What are the local specialties in the capital? Lin Xiao opened his phone and searched. No. 1. MFC number 2, Doji number 3, capital roast duck IC, so the people in the capital like fried chicken. Lin Xiao understood and put away his phone. Picking up a big box, and waved casually, I'm off. Transforming into a grey meteor, the young hunter quickly arrived at the association, and entered the Holy Realm. Did he just leave? How did he come back again? Looking at the figure carrying a box of clothes and luggage, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. His thin face full of astonishment. Could this guy really be planning to stay here? Is he going to steal my power even while sleeping? It was Vice President Jiang Wenlong who asked him to stay here to cultivate before the opening of the Pantheon, while brewing tea. Chapter 329. Lin Xiao is ready to go, combined, bang. 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 2 black handguns without magazines fired continuously, the barrels spouting colorful lights. Red Lotus, Gale, Thunder, Illusion, Deceleration. Freeze, various energy-compressed bullets surged forth at high speed, working in tandem to accurately hit the vital points of the exotic beast. The young woman holding dual pistols was now stepping on silver-white lightning, dashing through space at high speed, efficiently dodging counterattacks from her enemies. The battle lasted for half an hour. Under the relentless assault of overwhelming firepower, the exotic beast that had reached the disaster realm finally couldn't bear the burden, and its energy armor showed gaps. The female hunter seized the opportunity. The energy crystal tied to her thigh flew up, transforming into a stream of light to load into her handgun. Boom! The tiny gun barrel erupted with a sound like a cannon, and the destructive black flames exploded a large hole in the exotic beast's chest, completely shattering its innards. The exotic beast fell down, the world burning like scorched black parchment. Lifting away. Hush! The female hunter whistled, the dual pistols spinning out beautiful gunflowers, tucked into the straps at her waist. As expected of me. She popped a piece of gum into her mouth and chewed it vigorously. She was dressed very coolly, in a blue tank top that exposed her navel. Paired with denim shorts and sneakers, her healthy thighs long and slender. Chapter 330 Meeting, entering the Pantheon, combined, Lin Xiao boarded the warplane heading to the imperial capital. Led by Vice President Jiang Wenlong. Besides Lin Xiao, there were several familiar faces. The Wolf Pack's instant sword Duan Muzan, the Legion's Rock Chen Han. The Rose Witch Shuyu, the three major cadre leaders, as well as the two returning female hunters, Wu Qinghua and Li Jingru. There was also an A-level hunter with slightly curled dark grey short hair, side bangs covering a large part of her cheek, her appearance gentle, grey as cold and fierce. Her light-coloured lips curved with a dangerous arc, like a cold rose with thorns. Thorny Rose Leader, Thorn Queen Dongmai. A man over 2 meters tall, with spiky hair. His face rugged like a sculpture, frowning with a gloomy expression. The Furious Legion Leader, the Beast of Fury Zhao Zhong. They were the only 2 true A-level hunters from Luzhu participating in the Pantheon. The competition quota from Luzhu was still quite ample. Vice President Jiang Wenlong said with a refined smile, "I hope everyone will do their best to pass the Heroes Ladder and secure a fixed holy name quota. As a buffer war zone, the Pantheon authority is very precious in Luzhu, but they can only rely on themselves. The chances are slim." Zhao Zhong said with a stern face, in a low voice, "I participated last time, and lost after defeating 6 opponents. I hadn't even reached halfway." Chapter 331 We try to save time, combined, the yellow flames devoured the vision. The world seemed to be like a dark parchment, lifted by an invisible hand. In an instant, everyone found themselves not in the imperial capital's secret chamber, but in a vast land that seemed to have an endless sky. 3 ring-shaped continents floated above, surrounding a vast high wall, intertwined and distinctly tiered. The higher the continent, the larger its area, filled with the majesty of the upper class. The surface where the hunters stood was a barren yet artistically rich world. Corpses gnawed by beasts, deceased children, ailing women, decapitated prisoners. Elderly people, various humanoid stone sculptures covered the ground. All were manifestations of mortal life and death. Strangely, the moment Lin Xiao saw them, he understood the meaning this sacred realm wanted to convey. The upper world is extraordinary, while the lower is the mundane realm. Mortals climb the hero's ladder, stepping into the extraordinary, entering the hall of heroes. In a sense, this aligns with the concept of the divine ladder on the hunter's path. However, on the Pantheon side, there is a greater emphasis on the concepts of heroism and the pinnacle of such status. When you look up at the continents and wish to climb higher, the secret realm will lower the hero's ladder. Mr. Li Guang advised, Chapter 332 Weaklings Retreat, the striking talents, combined, boom. The world trembled as if submerged deep in the sea, with endless vast oceans pressing down above. It was so heavy that one couldn't breathe. The air sank into chaos, and a deep, resonant hum filled the entire sanctuary, omnipresent, carrying an indiscriminate sense of soul annihilation. In the absence of a duel, the sacred realm provides protection for the warriors. They would not suffer any harm. However, this does not mean that the hunters do not feel the tremors from deep within their souls. They were like being separated by a thin veil, outside which was a roaring slaughterhouse, bloody and murderous, intimidating the spirit. Inside the veil, they were safe. But the dripping blooded butcher's knife was already at their necks, their bodies lying in a massive meat grinder. Once this protective film, at least the opponents starting from high-risk natural disasters, are incredibly strong in both vitality and danger. Aside from the main forces of various countries, other warriors are still battling strong enemies on the celestial ladder. The B-level temple has already been activated for a short while, and the progress on the battlefield is astonishingly fast. Looking at the scene of the temple within the Round Table, aside from Deputy King Li Guang, the other Super A-level team leaders from various countries are now sweating profusely. The S-level hunters who have already taken their seats are also frowning, observing the B-level battlefield with astonishment. Inside the Crystal Round Table, the genius ability user Brittany from the US Eagle is currently firing dual guns, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Various powerful mutated bullets are continuously erupting, and even the super ammunition tied to her limbs has been used up several rounds, turning the urban battlefield into ruins. Her enemy is a tall, muscular black man close to 2 meters in height, none other than the son of the US Eagle monarch, Black Mamba Brian. With a swift elbow strike and knee collision, Brittany is slammed into the rubble of a building, the immense force making her spit out her chewing gum. Chapter 335, The Black Prison, The Giant, The Strongest Rising, 3-in-1, John. Seeing the bloody scene of the demon priest being ravaged by the man in the Crystal Round Table, the tightly bound nun's pink lips part slightly, and her green eyes reveal a look of utter shock. Why? Everything you said before has come true. The US Eagle's light-extinguishing monarch touches his nose. His tone subtle, however, the perpetrator seems to have reversed roles. In the church, the armless priest lies on the ground, praying devotedly to God. What he receives in return is a blast heading towards death. The serene beauty of the saint-like face vanishes, replaced by an indescribable darkness and gloom. Noticing the change in the mother's expression, the reincarnated monarch cautiously leans over and says, "Children's duels, winning or losing is normal, it's nothing, this isn't real slaughter." The demon-suppressing monarch stares expressionlessly at the Crystal Round Table, watching the child walk towards death, watching the executioner of their blood kin. The final scene of the battlefield freezes on the smile of the white-haired man stained with blood. The fair and handsome face flows with crimson. Resembling the blooming red spider lily, gorgeous yet dangerous, seductive yet ruthless. He is the true demon from hell, defiling the sacred church with the brush of death. Chapter 336, Iron Infatuation, Very Sorry, 3-in-1, that is Ivan from the north. Is he going to take the stage as well? Seeing the Northman standing up, the hunters cannot help but whisper among themselves. The princes who have some knowledge of this man all become serious, excitement showing on their faces. Even Lin Xiao now turns his gaze towards this cold and indifferent man from the north. But at this moment, wait. The demigod daughter of Huaya, Tang Yang, suddenly raises her right hand, interrupting the duel process. Ivan furrows his brows and glances at her. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, the Tiamol girl Tang Yang looks into Lin Xiao's eyes and asks, "Can I challenge you? Or rather, Lin Xiao, if I duel with you, will it change the final outcome?" Lin Xiao understands her meaning. Will her challenge affect Huaya's chance of winning the Holy Grail? No. The man smiles affirmatively. Then that's fine. Tang Yang materializes a reflective slender sword in her hand. What do you want to do? Nangong Ding asks in confusion. The other hunters from various countries are also shocked. Why has there suddenly been infighting? If he defeats Ivan, I might not have the courage to initiate a duel. Just like Nangong Ding at this moment. Merely observing has already completely intimidated him by the man's strength. Chapter 337, Weeping Girl, climbing towards the mountainside, 2-in-1, inside the monarch temple, it is somewhat silent. Deputy King Li Guang stands quietly by the round table, wearing a smile. Meanwhile, the leaders from the 4 other countries have gone from sweating profusely to looking ashen and calm as a still pond. Why? The broken spirit lady's gaze is vacant. Her pale lips trembling, Ivan. Her ethereal blue hair, swaying in the wind, has already fallen down. The originally beautiful face, combined with her lost expression, now appears heartbreakingly sad, like a pitiful lady abandoned by a heartless man. Beside her, the purple-haired reincarnated monarch plays the role of a false best friend. It's okay, it's okay. Little Ivan just had a bit of bad luck. Although she comforts him with her words, the purple-haired woman's eyes have already turned crescent-shaped. Her smile sweeter and more radiant than blooming flowers. Compared to the broken spirit lady from the north, the other monarchs are somewhat better off. But they too are frowning deeply, their faces slightly trembling. They never expected that the strongest Ivan would really be defeated. Where did that Lin Xiao come from, this monster? The turban-wearing sand-gold monarch voices everyone's thoughts. Several monarchs nod in agreement. The broken spirit lady grits her pale lips. Her eyes fixed angrily on the white-haired man who defeated her son. Chapter 338. What is a hero? What is a champion? 2-in-1, B-level hunters can challenge A-level champions to enter the upper-level hero temple before leaving the Egret continent's holy domain. Lin Xiao asked the dragon monarch this second question. At that time, the dragon monarch looked at him with astonishment, incredulous. But he still provided an answer, yes. Absolutely yes. Completely yes. Rather, this whimsical and seemingly impossible action truly aligns with the pursuit of the myriad gods' mysterious realm. The structure of the myriad gods' mysterious realm is a depiction of the understanding of the top-tier divine observer, who records the heroes of history. Regarding extraordinary individuals climbing the divine ladder. Those who embark on the extraordinary path are all warriors who go against the current and climb with difficulty. However, for this divine observer, born in ancient times, having witnessed the rise and fall of various civilizations on Blue Star, merely being a warrior does not meet his requirements. He is a recorder of heroes, and what he remembers are all worthy of praise warriors. Therefore, only by passing through the hero ladder and continuously defeating those terrifying strong enemies to prove to the myriad gods that you are undoubtedly a top-tier individual, can you qualify to step into the eternal hero temple of the recorder. Chapter 339. The name of the monarch endures forever, 2-in-1, in the A-level temple. A man of medium build and upright appearance stands at the edge of the terrace. He has deep brown, slightly curly hair styled in a 7/3 part. And his eyes are as clear as a child's. At this moment, he is wearing a calm smile, observing the two battlefields below. One is the dreamer Liu Tongsheng, who is at a height slightly distanced from the temple, but his progress is quite good. After training for several months on the hero ladder, this man has truly grown a lot. His understanding and application of the imaginary particles have advanced by leaps and bounds, and now, even among upper-level A-level hunters, his strength can be regarded as quite remarkable. In another place, very close to the A-level temple, a woman in a white robe with her hair tied back stood barefoot in the low air, above a thin veil, her grey eyes calm and revealing wisdom. Incredibly, around the woman, particles of power in various colors floated. The elements of wind, flame, thunder, water, earth, and mental effects differed, amounting to more than a dozen kinds. These were not imaginary omnipotent particles, but rather a true aberrant energy that the woman had genuinely eroded. It was hard to believe and left one feeling perplexed. Not to mention the time and effort required to cultivate such a variety of aberrations. Chapter 340. Pain. Only in an instant, 2-in-1, the hunters from the 5 nations had returned to their original positions. Compared to the previous tense atmosphere, the mood in the temple now felt quite unusual. Almost everyone's gaze was directed towards the anomaly in the Huaya camp. What is that little ghost all about? What on earth is the phenomenon in the secret realm? Bruce clenched his fluffy hair, his expression gloomy, his tone filled with irritation at the unknown. Beside him, a laugher quietly explained, because he is a B-level hunter, perfectly fitting the heroic tone of the Wanshan secret realm. A B-level hunter? You mean he is just a B-level hunter? Bruce froze for 2 seconds. Then his expression twisted in anger, and he growled, What? What a joke. A mere B-level hunter is worthy of standing on the same stage as me. Does he think he can challenge the son of a demigod just because he has some strength? Bruce stared at the floor, his eyes bulging, spewing curses, damn it. Who does this dog think he is to stand in the same temple as me? He looks down on me, doesn't he? What does he think he is? Damn it. A laugher ignored the crazed man. He simply observed Lin Xiao calmly, his eyes filled with curiosity. Chapter 341, Arrogance, Inferiority, Mediocrity, Near 3-in-1, Kamal. The Sand Gold Lord in the purple headscarf exclaimed in shock. He stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous, as he watched his main force be killed in one strike by that B-level hunter. The other lords also looked up at the scroll in mid-air, their faces filled with astonishment. Yes, the scroll. After the hunter named Lin Xiao successfully passed the golden ladder. This temple unfurled a giant scroll, projecting the battlefield of that man like an extremely clear screen. The Wanshan secret realm wanted everyone to witness the hero's fight. It was sharing its joy. Moreover, through the crystal round table, the lords could see that the B-level temple in the lower realm had also unfurled the same scroll. Various sounds of wailing echoed from within the round table. Especially after that B-level hunter decisively killed the daughter of the Sand Gold Lord, the B-level temple erupted into chaos. Excited roars erupted from the crystal round table. Lord Lin Xiao, your grandeur is endlessly praised. Your strength will be remembered forever. The prophecy girl was as desperate as the office workers of the old twin towers. Children. She was right. So domineering. What if one day he loses control of his obsession and forcefully takes me as his plaything? Chapter 342, The Song of Humanity, 2-in-1, Stone Z, a very mediocre aberration. It has no strong lethality and no special effects. Dense, stable, and orderly, difficult to decompose, is its barely commendable advantage. It lacks the heaviness of steel, the sharpness of mithril, and the armor-piercing of iron grey. Its lethality is not as good as thunder and fire, its defense is not as good as earth yellow. It does not involve the soul, has no corrosive properties, and lacks healing power, and in combination, it is even inferior to wind and water. Very few people specialize in this kind of aberration. Compared to being used for battle, it might be more suitable for doing some experimental and construction work in the rear. But now, that man named Bruce was using such a mediocre aberration to engage in direct combat with Lin Xiao. Boom! Boom! The massive battle axe clashed rapidly with the black flame greatsword, the continuous terrifying shockwaves blowing away the surface of the entire city. Ha ha ha! Lin Xiao grinned widely, freely unleashing the brutality within him. The Stone Z aberration appeared almost transparent at the particle level, but the more energy condensed, the worse its translucence. And the darker its color. At this moment, Bruce was highly condensed in particles, his whole body wrapped in dark Stone Z energy, resembling a matte black armor. He wielded the heavy battle axe, showing no intention of retreat, engaging Lin Xiao in close-quarters combat. Chapter 343, The King of Mags. The chocolate torrent, 2-in-1, after the curtain fell on that intense battlefield, the lords became somewhat quiet. The sun was too radiant. The stars dimmed as the heavenly dragon lord shook his head, that Bruce Fleck, the closer he gets to the glory of the American eagle, the dimmer he becomes. The lords present all showed expressions of sighing and sentiment. The eldest son of this demigod, older than some S-level hunters, has wasted hundreds of years in mediocrity. The glory of the American eagle lord ran his fingers through his slicked back hair, speaking in a flat tone, that great one's worldview, just like his authority, chases chaos and freedom, as long as it does not involve the American eagle itself, he completely indulges everything, including his own family. Although it was merely a straightforward statement without much evaluation, everyone could still sense a faint resistance in the Lord's words, perhaps in contradiction to his educational views. Most of the lords remained silent, not commenting on the higher-ups' methods. Only the broken spirit woman from the north curled her lips and said softly, as a father, "This is simply irresponsible." Everyone naturally pretended not to hear. The slicked-back glory lord rested his face on his hand, watching his foster son's movements, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Chapter 344, The Master of Imagination, the Lord of Ice, 2-in-1, when the two combatants returned to the temple. The hunters finally came back to their senses from the endless torrent of black flames. The firepower, that was truly unparalleled firepower. The warriors of the 5 nations swallowed hard. Their eyes filled with shock as they looked at the man in black. They did not understand what that extraordinary energy-gathering technique was. But after witnessing the terrifying power firsthand, they could only feel horrified. If Violet Audrey is the forbidden spellbomber, the king of magic, then this man should represent the demon of destruction. I can't believe it. Lu Yi looked at the young man on their side in amazement. The strong sand-gold Ali, with his head wrapped, furrowed his brows, sitting upright as if facing a great enemy. Meanwhile, Europa Arthur looked at his companion with concern. Audrey. The mage's hat covering her abdomen, her wavy golden hair flowing down. Violet Audrey slumped in her chair, her gaze dazed, her face pale, her small lips slightly parted, as if she had not yet recovered from the earlier encounter. Arthur, it's up to you now, the mage said in a low tone. Audrey is no longer capable. The bread princess, filled with chocolate sauce, can no longer transform into a hard baguette. Chapter 345, The Reign of the Black Moon. Thank you for the reward, 2-in-1. Looking at the B-level hunter who remained lively and energetic after a long battle, the warriors in the temple were left speechless. How terrifying is this person's stamina and power? Wow, Audrey said with her mouth slightly open, filled with awe. Is the 23-year-old demon king limitless? Does he really want to melt that holy era snow mountain with scorching chocolate? Her companion beside her did not respond. Audrey glanced and found that Arthur's gaze was focused on another battlefield. Not only Arthur, but also Ali from Shajin and many Huaya hunters including Lu Yi, were now frowning, staring in astonishment at that battlefield. It was a forest that had already succumbed to death, with trees decaying and collapsing into dust. Animals lay powerless on the ground. As if fast-forwarded, rotting and dissolving at an incredible speed, even the white bones began to shed ashes. The cause of all this was the pervasive dark greenish-black wind of destruction. That was the ability of the wind of death, Dugu Fenghua, involving storms, plagues, and decay that accelerated like time. Chapter 346, The Strongest Participation, Glory of Arthur, 2-in-1, he really defeated the demigod daughter of the north. When the icy battlefield was burned to a crisp, the temple hunters finally snapped out of their daze from the apocalyptic rain. They stared in disbelief at the young hunter from the Huaya camp. Did he not use his full strength in the previous battle? Bruce, the beautiful eagle, ruffled his fluffy hair, smiling with relief and genuine admiration. The sage Kamar's grey eyes shone brightly, staring complexly at Lin Xiao, his face still showing some fear. Daniel, with his red short hair, withdrew his respectful gaze and looked at his defeated companion. After returning to the temple, this Ice Queen had been staring at the man who defeated her. Expressionless, not speaking, her aura was no longer as cold and proud as before, but instead looked pitiful. It seemed that being thoroughly defeated this time had a significant impact on this proud woman. Daniel sighed softly and comforted her. Natasha, winning or losing is commonplace. You shouldn't dwell on it. Natasha. The woman in military uniform came back to her senses. She hurriedly shifted her gaze as if to conceal her embarrassment, adjusting her platinum hair and asking, Chapter 347, The beautiful dream should wake up 2-in-1, due to its low practicality and lack of necessity. Lin Xiao indeed hadn't fully charged his black flames for a long time. There are two methods for energy condensation of non-ability slashes. One is taught by the mad sword teacher Miu Fei, continuously refreshing the surface energy until reaching the limit that the mind can bear. The other is to directly use static crystals to simulate the internal environment, maintaining the crystal structure while injecting energy. The intensity of these two charging methods is related to energy gathering, static energy levels, and mental attributes. Moreover, these two non-ability condensation techniques are not entirely unrelated. If a layer of crystal shell simulating the internal environment is virtually wrapped around the surface of the black flame greatsword, with normal energy refreshing occurring on the internal blade, the pressure of black flame condensation will significantly decrease, efficiency will increase, and the upper limit of energy gathering can be greatly enhanced. This was a special technique Lin Xiao accidentally discovered while practicing the crescent moon charging. Now, his energy gathering and static energy levels are both LV3, and his mental strength has reached the super A-level field. At this moment, Lin Xiao is actually not clear where the upper limit of black flame energy gathering lies. Chapter 348, The Last Two in One. It was a desolate battlefield. Cracked and dried up. Above, a divine bird resembling a golden crow and a vermilion bird hovered in the sky, with enormous wings and flowing red-brown flames with a golden hue. Surrounding it for thousands of meters was an unbearable brilliant light, like a burning sun. The terrifying heat turned the earth below into silicon, not a drop of moisture to be seen. The strong light, flames, scorching heat, and life immortal radiated various powerful characteristics from the fiery bird like the sun. The immense might it emitted was like that of a world-destroying mythical being. An A-level hunter approaching could face the risk of evaporation. Yet at this moment, this terrifying sunbird had become a caged bird. Surrounding it was a glass-like colorful cage, looking exquisite and fragile, like a piece of art. Yet this fragile glass prison, no matter how the sunbird struggled, it could not escape from it. The giant bird flapped its wings again. This time, an immense strong light erupted from it, illuminating the entire battlefield world. Even the hunters in the outer holy temple felt their eyes sting. With the aura of demigod authority, the brown gold flames surged, forming a flame star with a diameter of over 50 kilometers. Chapter 349, The Robe from Beyond, Exile from the Holy Temple, 2 in 1, from the front. It was merely an almost invisible black line. From the side, it appeared as a black curtain resembling a lightless night sky, with a crescent moon-shaped arc at the front. It was so thin, yet it blocked any light, as if the darkness swallowed everything. This black curtain, at this moment, without any warning, inserted itself into the space ahead from top to bottom. Its speed was incredibly fast, even the unfolding process was invisible. As the sound of tearing paper echoed in their ears, the hunters in the temple realized that, at some unknown time, this night curtain had occupied their field of vision. It seemed to exist there in an instant. Looking at its form, everyone couldn't generate much fear, as it was too thin, even space seemed to be divided by it. That indescribable sharpness, witnessing the moment, made their bodies feel as if they had split in two. There was no time to feel fear. What is that? Including Lu Yi and Arthur, the warriors did not know what this night curtain represented, nor were they clear about its effects. But when the situation on the other side was absorbed into their minds, everyone had an intuitive feeling. Chapter 350, Comparable to the Vice King, Respectful Poetry. Tyrant, 2 in 1, the roar of the heavenly dragon lord spread throughout the upper holy temple. Although the actions of the Huaya lord were indeed unbecoming, the other S-level hunters did not blame him for it. When that towering exile sanctuary rose from the ground, almost everyone was stunned in place. In the entire pantheon, only they can be said to understand the structure of this sanctuary. Dozens of particles, in an unimaginable form, overlap and cooperate with each other, forming an extremely complex cyclical process. The main body of the sanctuary possesses nearly indestructible physical properties. Invisible energy veins act as countless blood vessels, flowing with characteristics such as life, repair, spirit, and restoration, while also slowing down the flow of time. Even if the sanctuary is attacked by the great power of a higher being, it will not be destroyed instantly. Instead, it will rapidly restore itself in the slowed flow of time. Inside the sanctuary, the situation is even more exaggerated, with various spaces, times, souls, illusions, and world layers intertwining and mixing, almost transforming the interior into another world. The sense of direction, spatial distance, and time flow are all chaotic and incorrect, with various transparent barriers and energy-absorbing anomalies present. When attacking inside, the energy cannot even touch the main body of the sanctuary, and will be redirected along lengthy, useless paths in that otherworldly domain. Chapter 351, The Moon of Heaven, the Curtain of Starry Night, combined in the past, when advancing to a B-level hunter. The particles within Lin Xiao could achieve a small amount of mixing phenomena. This was because he had completely conquered his own energy. achieving a rank elevation and becoming a sovereign. Sovereign greatly enhances control over one's own power. However, as just a sovereign, Lin Xiao could not truly command external energy, whether it was assimilated or that of the throne. They only decided to be loyal to Lin Xiao out of respect for the throne's heir, and were not conquered by him, once his commands contradicted their will. They would resist and refuse to execute them. For example, no matter how Lin Xiao issued commands. The black flames and moon white on the throne remained distinctly separate and opposed, unwilling to cooperate, not even wishing to mix together. But this time, the status quo was broken. When the sovereign commanded the soldiers to wield their weapons and expand their territory, becoming a tyrant who ravaged the world with force. Showcasing his authority, the energy on the throne finally began to yield. On the expanded eclipsed moon, the clear boundary lines between the two domains disappeared. Numerous black and white lines invaded each other's territories, spreading like spider silk. Faced with the powerful crown prince, their loyalty gradually came from the heart. Chapter 352, A-Level Holy Grail, who else combined, the final battlefield disappeared. The entire pantheon was silent. Whether it was the moon of heaven that extinguished all things, or the dazzling starry curtain of black and white. Both deeply shook the hearts of the hunters like a vast and magnificent spectacle, immersing them in it and unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Even the pantheon itself fell into an inexplicable silence, surrounded by the A-level ladder. The powerful phantoms of the sanctuary also froze in place, like still photos. I did it. Li Jingru's eyes were filled with tears as she stepped over the final layer of the ladder. Along the way, she encountered countless powerful enemies. And each battle had to be reviewed, adjusted her mindset, and exerted her utmost effort. Perhaps moved by her persistence, the secret realm cheered for her. And the sound of war drums and ceremonial music came from the sky. Li Jingru felt her blood burn, and her fighting spirit surge. Thus, with this cautious yet all-out effort, although it took a long time, and she was battered each time, she ultimately defeated her opponents without any major incidents. Finally, she successfully passed the hero's ladder. Completing this difficult challenge, Li Jingru felt invigorated and filled with pride as she walked confidently towards the B-level sanctuary. Chapter 353, Parents. Father and son and father, combined, it was a magnificent palace dominated by dark red. Azure lights adorned the corridors, and a blood-red carpet extended, exuding a certain heroic beauty. A tall man with shoulder-length pale hair, a heroic appearance, and a cold demeanor walked through the corridor and opened the door to the bedroom. On the luxurious big bed, a blue-haired lady in a silk nightgown put down her phone, raised her pale eyes slightly, and looked dissatisfied. Andre. Why are you back so late? Sorry, Paulina, the man said, a smile spreading across his cold face as he explained, I had some unexpected matters to deal with. The spirit-breaking Lady Paulina blinked and asked, what matters? A white bear broke in, and I casually killed it. Although the man spoke lightly, the spirit-breaking lady understood her husband's meaning. Is there a new forbidden beast in the north? Is it from the cold land? The blue-haired lady asked with some curiosity. It should be from the central region, Andre nodded slightly. Although the north was far from the equator, and did not border any of the continents in the southern hemisphere, it still faced its own troubles. For example, the neighboring Arctic Ocean and the vast, uninhabited cold land. Chapter 354, Fame, Power, Responsibility, Combined, Ashen Strings. Lin Xiao, the youngest A-level hunter in the history of the 5 nations of Blue Star, at just 23 years old, possesses battle capabilities at the Vice King level. Moreover, his destructive power is extremely formidable, ranking among the top in the Vice King level of Super A. With a brown headscarf wrapped around his head and a long, lush beard hanging down to his chest, his bare upper body is covered in dense deep purple runes that writhe irregularly, resembling a living magic circle. Looking at the documents in his hand, the sand gold half-god, the ceiling sorcerer king, wore a serious expression, his purple eyes flickering uncertainly. After a while, he tugged at his beard and said in a low voice, the current national fortune of Huaya is more robust than ever before. I can indeed feel it, a soft, mature female voice responded. Opposite the ceiling sorcerer king stood a mysterious woman dressed in a black robe and wearing a black veil. Only her tranquil grey eyes were visible, transparent and deep, seemingly reflecting everything in the world. Currently, there are two marvelous fates revealing themselves on Blue Star, and they are growing robustly at an unimaginable speed. The black-veiled woman slightly lowered her eyelids, as if observing something, and whispered, "Their paths are completely opposite, yet their destinations seem to converge." Chapter 355, The Blue Library. The thief Saint Lin Xiao, combined, at that time, after obtaining the A-level Holy Grail, Lin Xiao bathed in a bit of the Holy Grail's golden blood. Because of this, he gained some unexpected privileges. First, Lin Xiao received a permanent ticket to the Pantheon. Even when the Pantheon War resumes, this qualification will not disappear. Second, Lin Xiao can physically enter the secret realm. Normally, everyone entering the Pantheon is just a spiritual entity, with their flesh and energy projected by the secret realm. However, Lin Xiao can choose whether to enter in his physical form. Entering the Pantheon as a spiritual entity can be done throughout Blue Star, while entering in one's physical form has geographical limitations. A rough estimate indicates that in Huaya, only cities in the eastern part can achieve this, likely related to the coordinates of the secret realm. In terms of practicality, perhaps it isn't very significant. The reason the realm of all gods allows for reckless battles without fear of death is that the hunters themselves are projections and can be easily repaired. If it were their real bodies, even if they could be restored, it would likely be much more troublesome, and in comparison, the experience gained would only provide a bit of physical training. Lin Xiao has not yet discovered more advantages. However, in times of danger, it seems he can use it to escape. Thirdly, Lin Xiao can enter any location within the realm of all gods. Chapter 356, Small Gifts. The third expansion of New Yuju, combined, everyone has been waiting for 10 minutes. Not a single one of you has arrived. Hugo flips the table JPG, ha ha ha. Wasn't it set for 12 o'clock? Why did you go half an hour early? Scratching head, because I just finished my mission. I can't hold it in. Hurry up and come over. Just wait. Zhuang Jianzhong, Snow Woman Indifferent JPG, on his phone, in the Luzhu. A group of 1 emperor and 3 kings. A certain foolish sword immortal just returned from the wasteland and is going crazy. Lin Xiao did not reply to the messages. He held a string of bracelets in his hand, strung with crystal-clear white jade pendants. The moonlight-like glow flowed within the jade, seemingly depicting something. After a while, Lin Xiao satisfiedly put down the bracelet and admired it for a few moments. This is the last one. He opened the nearby handbag, which contained some pretty little accessories. Since he had already sent out a batch, the remaining quantity was not much. These were all packed and sent to him by the employees of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, using the leftover scraps from making the blended into these small items using professional methods. Due to their low purity, the energy they stored was very limited, and they could not be directly phantasmalized and hidden inside the body like true. Chapter 357, Elizabeth, a tiny miracle, combined, from the confidential documents of Huaya. Lin Xiao learned some things. In the past, the forbidden area of Luzhu, known as the Beast of Broken Taboo, was the only life form resembling an owl. It held the power of destruction, and its strength was extremely dangerous. However, unlike its ferocious abilities, this forbidden beast had a very meticulous personality. It understood that it could only intimidate humans, not engage in mortal combat. Although it was hostile towards hunters, as long as they did not intrude into the forbidden zone, it would not take action, and usually, it would not command the beast horde to slaughter warriors. Thus, they coexisted without interfering with each other. And Luzhu developed as a level 3 war zone. Until, over 100 years ago, the sudden red moon shrouded the sky of the Luzhu Forbidden Zone. A golden-haired noblewoman in a bright red gown invaded the territory of the forbidden beast, and she seemed to have gone mad. Fighting fiercely with the beast of broken taboo while wearing a bright smile. The heavenly dragon king of Luzhu was alarmed and rushed to the forbidden zone at the fastest speed to mediate the battle. However, this golden-haired noblewoman ignored him. Her eyes were hollow, not taking in any words, only laughing continuously as she fought the Luzhu forbidden beast fiercely. The noblewoman was very powerful, surpassing the beast of broken taboo, but her fighting was too casual, as if she were playing, lacking logic, and she did not defend or evade. Chapter 358, Necessary Labor Pains, Hunter Wen Chun, combined, starting with the marginal ones, it is important to emphasize reasonableness and avoid arousing too much suspicion. Begin with lower intensity and progress gradually to avoid being unable to bear it. In the Federation of 5 Nations, the quantity for each time is 1, after completion. Continue to connect, as time is precious and no gaps should be left. The quota is limited, it cannot be filled too quickly. And it must not be occupied by a large number of incapable individuals. To find the optimal solution, rationality, decisiveness, and choices are required. Before the outbreak of the deadly cancer collapse, hesitation cannot be afforded, the parts about to mutate must be excised. Labor pains are unavoidable. Like a purgatory that leads directly to death, the sea of dark, grey flames continues to burn. In the terrifying ocean of destruction, a black giant bird opens its eyes, exuding an invisible majesty amidst the darkness. In front of it stands a human. Or rather, the spiritual entity of a human male who traversed space and suddenly arrived before him. Such powerful strength, even among monarchs, you must be among the best, right? A deep and magnetic male voice calmly reached his ears. The bird king's gaze was cold and did not respond. The reason it did not launch an attack was simply that this human was too weak and posed no threat to it. Chapter 359, Irreversible Crystallization. Black Flame Dormancy, combined, relying on the aggressive characteristics of A-grade hunters. Through the outer side of the world, the mental force penetrates the skin of the real starry sky. Seizing high-level energy. This is the key point of the Book of Stars. The first time they practiced the Book of Stars, each hunter would experience a significant leap. This was because, at that time, they had not yet been marked and were discovered relatively late, allowing them to absorb a large amount of nutrients all at once. Now, including Lin Xiao, the A-grade hunters have all been branded for life. Each time they penetrate the skin, they will be quickly sensed by some existence, then, like swatting mosquitoes, they are slapped dead. The real starry sky holds endless delicacies. And that mysterious existence is like a miser occupying a granary, unwilling to share even a grain of rice or a drop of oil with the hunters. In response, these mosquitoes certainly cannot just give up. Scoring with a goalkeeper is even more fulfilling. Only the treasures of others are worth the effort. I just like other people's moonlight thief, Saint Cao Yutang. The best frequency is controlled at once a day. Even the smallest is still meat. For better growth, it is essential to develop the habit of taking a bite out of the real starry sky every day. Chapter 360, The 3 Stages of Black and White Fusion. Niu Yuezhou's defeat, combined, name, Lin Xiao title, Crown Prince of the Throne, Overlord, Tyrant potential points, 0 strength, 67 aggression, 65 constitution, 74 mentality, 71 skills, power LV 461. Energy gathering LV 3921, static energy LV 3452, one-handed sword LV 2381, step technique LV 482, two-handed sword LV 478. On the vast black and white eclipsed moon, Lin Xiao examined the panel. Thanks to the nutrients from the real starry sky, and with the help of ancient Lin Xiao in unifying his spirit and flesh every day, combined with 3 titles and the mental growth buff provided by the double books of moon and stars, Lin Xiao's mental strength has naturally improved a bit. Even though the time has not been long, the enhancement of strength attributes is rapid, apart from the high quality of the power extraction from the Book of Stars. It is also related to Lin Xiao's higher constitution. Because he visited several teachers in the library of all gods, such as Sword Saint Ron and Thief Saint Cao Yutang. The experience requirements for several LV4 skills, which were originally massive and progressed slowly to the point of being unbearable to look at, have now begun to show good progress. Chapter 361, 9910, The White Calamity of Moon Death, combined, about a week after the conclusion of the War of the Gods. The internal adjustments within the 5 nations were completed, and hunters gradually poured into the secret realms. Thanks to the 2 holy grails provided by Lin Xiao, the quota for Huaya hunters was significantly increased. In the Luzhu buffer zone, they managed to apply for 2 A-class and 5 B-class secret realm tickets, which were set up inside the association, in a room covered with sheep parchment. Eligible Luzhu hunters could make reservations in advance to take turns using them. And if they could really conquer the hero's ladder, Long Jun would apply for them a fixed quota. During this time, Lin Xiao occasionally saw familiar faces climbing the ladder, such as Bao Yang, Jiao Long, Captain Lei Ming, and A-class hunters from Luzhu, including Legion commanders Dong Mai and Zhao Zhong. In contrast, the A-class main forces from various countries during the War of the Gods appeared less frequently, especially the group from the B-class temple, who seemed to have vanished without a trace. According to Miss Ewing Jellin's reports, Lin Xiao speculated that these B-class main forces were likely cultivating the power of erosion, preparing to advance to A-class hunters. And today, encountering Alafa was truly a pleasant surprise. In the A-class temple, after a polite conversation, the Master of Dreaming Eagles smiled and said, "Because I am friends with Mr. Liu, I occasionally come to the War of the Gods to discuss some dreaming techniques with him." Chapter 362, Hate and Killing Intent, The Essence of Moon White. Combined, it was an incredibly massive beast, as dark as a mountain, resembling both a giant dragon and a demon, without wings, with sharp, menacing spikes growing from the joints of its back and limbs. The entire world of black flames burned with the will to annihilate, lying in this lightless abyss of darkness, half asleep, like a demon god that wielded destruction and ruin. At that moment, a human intruded into the world of annihilation. "Hello, I'm back." Lin Xiao forced a smile and waved a friendly greeting. The dark demon god slowly lifted its eyelids, its vertical pupils reflecting the figure of this human it had seen a few times before. A hissing sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. The cold gaze of the dragon-like, demon-like creature looked at Lin Xiao as if it had seen a bug crawling into its lair. With no resistance, the devastating black flame erupted, instantly reducing Lin Xiao's body, comparable to a vice king, to ashes. With a flash, Lin Xiao returned to the foundational library of the War of the Gods. Completely unable to communicate, Lin Xiao sighed, carefully rolling up the sheep parchment in his hand, wrapping it with a cloth strip before placing it back on the shelf with caution. Chapter 363, Mingyi. The nameless girl, combined in a small but clean and tidy ancient Huaya cottage. At the dining table, a delicately carved little girl was dressed in warm new clothes, holding a large chicken leg in both hands, happily gnawing on it, her fair and round face smeared with grease, looking somewhat comical and cute. "Little E, is it delicious?" A man with a hint of indulgence in his smile, of medium build, slightly tanned from daily labor, his youthful handsomeness overshadowed by the hardships of life. "Delicious. Thank you, Daddy." The little girl squinted her eyes, her little mouth lifted high. "You child, eat slowly, don't get your clothes dirty." The mother rolled her eyes in mock anger, gently wiping the girl's cheek. Though her face was plain, she still appeared beautiful, her fingers slightly rough with some calluses. The little girl obediently tilted her face up, allowing her mother to clean her up. On the small wooden table were dishes, 2 vegetarian and 1 meat dish, in addition to the large chicken leg in the girl's hands. The meat was placed in front of the girl, while the couple mostly had vegetarian dishes in their bowls. Their clothes, while not torn, appeared somewhat faded, suggesting they had been worn and washed for some time. This was a family that, while not wealthy, had enough to eat and wear. From the little girl's innocent and cheerful smile, it was clear she lived in a warm environment. With her parents shielding her from the hardships of life, providing her with the best clothes and food. Chapter 364, Calamity, Love and Hate. The awakening begins, combined, the empty realm. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback upon returning to the library after another death. So far, the Hunter Association had only discovered 3 semi-mystical realms belonging to ancient Huaya, Zhuanqing, the Empty Realm, and Hunt the Sun. Among them, not only Zhuanqing, but the Empty Realm also had no living beings within, as if it had been cleared out in advance, leaving only some books and a painting depicting the avoidance of lust and the demoness. This meant that if that man was indeed a semigod of the Empty Realm, his fall should have occurred during the time of the Huaya heavenly Tao's destruction experienced by the Ta Ching immortal ancestor. However, when misclimate arrived in ancient Huaya, the cultivators had long distanced themselves from the mortal realm, retreating into seclusion, and in the realms of folklore, heaven, hell, and demons, all had become myths, with no trace of the extraordinary to be seen. Moreover, in the era of Little E in the Empty Realm, not only were there many sects of cultivators, but there were also numerous demon beasts and demonic sects, far predating the era of destruction, spanning hundreds to thousands of years. Lin Xiao recalled a certain description from the Huaya officials regarding the Empty Realm's mystical realm, stating that its throne was extraordinarily exaggerated, comparable to an ordinary demigod. The Empty Realm Saint Immortal, known as Lu Kongming, was likely to have lingered at the pinnacle of the demigod throne for a considerable period until his eventual fall without being able to break through. Chapter 365, Answers, Agreements. Continuation, combined, the last 2 questions need to be analyzed starting from some anomalies. In Lin Xiao's view, the story of Moon E became confusing and even unreasonable from the mid to late stages. Aside from the first 2, many subsequent tragedies were clearly avoidable. Yet, Moon E consistently made impulsive, erroneous, and even foolish choices. While she had her reasons, weren't they too extreme? Was the naturally intelligent girl in the story once so clumsy, stubborn, and inflexible? After pondering for a while, Lin Xiao shook his head inwardly. When she was young, she was clever and resourceful in dealing with people, winning the acceptance and admiration of the old maids in the mansion. Upon realizing that she had aroused the jealousy and exclusion of the young lady, Little E cleverly started to make herself look unattractive to avoid the young lady's love interest, ensuring she never appeared in his sight. This behavior was correct. Her relationship with the young lady became increasingly harmonious, even showing signs of reconciliation. Under Little E's careful handling, this tragedy could have been avoided. It can only be said that later luck ran out, as a servant, when she went out to shop. She not only got intercepted by that upper-class young master at the door, but also happened to be seen by the young lady herself. Chapter 366, Lin Xiao. The ability of Moon White, combined, the Thorny Rose Sweet Dream, reputed to be the top dessert shop in Luzhu. Sitting at a quaint and charming square table were 3 women and 1 man. Upon seeing Lin Xiao place the colorful, dreamy spiral dessert into a takeout bag, Zhao Xia beside him displayed a puzzled expression. "Why aren't you eating it?" "I'll eat it after I get back," Lin Xiao replied, sipping lemon water. "Won't it melt by then?" Little Qingmai crossed her arms and looked serious. "Today in this store, each of us must tackle at least 30 types of desserts. The battle won't end so quickly." Feng Wen and Chen Feifei nodded indifferently, a strong aura of dessert masters enveloping them. "Are they really that terrifying?" Lin Xiao gasped, his expression showing wariness. At this moment, he realized the depth of their abilities. Next time, he must call on the elders of the sect and invite the peak saint-level dessert master, Captain Laker, to come out and intimidate them, so they know what it means to be beyond the human realm, and that there are greater powers out there, he. However, Lin Xiao glanced at the exquisite packaging bag. Although he wouldn't eat it now, he certainly couldn't let this sundae go to waste. He extended his long fingers into the bag. A faint white light glimmered. Inside the bag, the concept of calories was somewhat disrupted. Chapter 367, Fairy Tale Kingdom, responding to the call. The world softly resonated with soothing and harmonious music. Goodbye. Lin. I hope you remember this memory. The little fairy with grass-green hair waved vigorously, her adorable face beaming with a bright smile. Lin Xiao turned back, his lips curling into a genuine smile, waving in response. The two exchanged glances, etching each other's faces into their memories. Until the colorful curtain, as vibrant as a rainbow, fell from the middle, blocking their line of sight. It obscured the entrance to the fairy tale kingdom. What a dreamy journey, Lin Xiao thought, filled with emotions. If possible, this joyful fairy tale adventure would become a beautiful memory, forever unforgettable. Turning around, Lin Xiao took a step forward. He passed through the pathway of the crystalline cave and placed his hand on the large door adorned with illustrations from children's books, pushing it open. He returned to reality. The dream had ended. This was the back hill of a park in a community in Luzhu, which had been temporarily sealed off by the Hunter Association. Lord Ashes. A few official hunters stationed outside gathered around, their eyes filled with respect, asking, "Do you feel any abnormalities?" "Aside from consuming a bit of energy, I'm in good condition." Lin Xiao replied, only to be surprised to see a busy vice president of the Luzhu Association walking towards him. Chapter 368, Black Armed Forces, Development Activation, Combined. Due to their fear of the Shattered Mirror True King, 3 forbidden beasts dared not approach New Yuju too closely. Generally positioned at the 8th or 9th tier of the front line. Here, they could not only prevent the development team from advancing, but also retreat if the human demigod went mad. The distance between the Forbidden Realms was vast, after all. Their relationship was not friendly. Humans are a single race, with cultural heritage that can even coalesce into a nation. While the exotic beasts are a collective term for countless races. Before becoming monarchs, the 3 forbidden beasts were indifferent foes, and if it weren't to combat the Huaya monarch, they wouldn't allow each other to step into their territories. At the 11 o'clock direction was the location of the destruction bird. It was an enormous purgatorial sea. Dark and grey, where a long-necked black giant bird lay on a throne of flames. Before it became the sole life, its race was the dead flame vulture, which later awakened a pure offensive ability to destroy all, mastering black flames. The black flames and dead flames merged, and the current destruction bird, just like its code name, possessed a terrifying authority known as destruction, capable of leading both matter and soul to annihilation. At this moment, 2 uninvited guests were approaching from outside this purgatory that guided everything towards nothingness. Chapter 369, Main Force of the Development Team, Black Flame Bomb, Combined. When exterminating exotic beasts, the 3rd development team of New Yuju was roughly divided into 2 tiers. First, the all-A class assault team charged to the forefront, specifically targeting the powerful natural disasters in the area. Next, the B-class extermination team, led by 2 A-class hunters, advanced steadily behind, eliminating all exotic beasts along the way. This efficient tiered distribution greatly reduced the casualty rate of B-class hunters. As the fuse of the development team, Lin Xiao's main task was not to slaughter exotic beasts, but to ensure the safety of the development environment. When the 3rd team began to advance, he had already flown to the front to inspect whether there were any Super A-class exotic beasts lurking along the path, occasionally taking out a few conspicuous high-risk natural disasters. Now, on the 1st tier front line, all points passed by the 3rd development team had been thoroughly investigated. Lin Xiao withdrew to the periphery of the development team, amplifying his reconnaissance senses while observing the battles of the developers. It's a high-risk natural disaster. Retreat quickly. / Be careful. This giant bear is not only an upper-tier natural disaster, but also possesses dual mutations. We need to coordinate. What are you babbling about? / Chapter 370, Boom. Barbecue must be eaten with scallion orange honey flavor, combined. The next day, early morning. The third team's camp. The developers stood tall and straight, their spirits incredibly solemn. Each of them carried several crystallized bombs of various sizes, either black or white, to prevent accidental detonation. The soldiers had wrapped a thick layer of defensive crystal barrier around the bomb shells, which they would remove when needed. At this moment, the hunters of the third development team were fixated, their eyes burning with intense fervor, staring at the black-haired man in the center of the camp. It was as if they were looking at a sun leading them forward. Lin Xiao assessed the state of the developers. Although they had already practiced and discussed improvements on various bomb models during the night after yesterday's training in the early third-tier battle area, he still felt a bit uneasy about the dangerous items. He scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Today, since we are going to use them on a large scale, I want to give you some advice." Upon hearing this, the developers became serious, pulling out their phones, paper, and pens, holding their breath and preparing to record every word and action of the man. First, remember the key point of development: bombs go first. Lin Xiao raised his index finger, his voice strong and powerful. Chapter 371, Night Watch Communication, Ghost Spirit Attack, combined. The development resumed on the fourth day. Boom. 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 One by one, black and white new stars rose from the New Yuju front line. Ah! Praise ashes. Praise the sun. Team Leader 2. Bring out that black flame cannon for me. Ha ha ha. This thing is much better than the exotic demon armaments. Only the surviving strong are worthy to fight with us. Using these bombs for development every day, even if it makes me the 78th romantic partner of the 23-year-old A-class top energy gatherer and black and white armament founder, Ashes Xianyin, I would be willing. With the energy bombs, the previously tragic and heroic development scene in New Yuju was now gone forever. Upon discovering a development point, regardless of the situation, they would first cover it with firepower from 100 miles away, launching long-range bombardments. Once everything settled down, the hunter team would enter with charming smiles, sweeping the battlefield. Encountering a lucky live target, a crowd of people swarmed over like flies attracted by sweetness, eagerly going in for the kill. The despair of the strange beast and the brutality of the scene made one feel sorrowful, hard to bear. The situation of the exploration had completely changed. Chapter 372, On Power, Gazing at the moon in the well, combined, there was not a single sound, no warning at all. It completely ignored the superclass probing nerves of the seam ghost spirit. The existence of humans suddenly appeared behind it at the moment it opened its mouth. The thousands of heads on the evil spirit's body widened their eyes in unison. Accompanied by the light sound of wind chimes, the long, white, straight blade swept through. The massive body of the vengeful spirit suddenly vanished, and a dozen heads with twisted expressions were severed by the moon blade, falling through the air with their jaws opening and closing, silently roaring. Glancing at the gradually disappearing soul heads in front of him, Lin Xiao calmly turned around and looked to the right rear. In the distance, under the shadow of the leaves, a massive and strange stitched spirit slowly rose, its head filled with resentment and fury. Although the opponent dodged a strike, Lin Xiao's face remained calm. If he had intended to kill it in one blow, he wouldn't have warned it at the start. In an unobservable state, delivering a concentrated strike directly to its face would likely have resulted in this superclass strange beast dying instantly, without even having time to use its power. That wouldn't align with Lin Xiao's objectives. The swing of that blade was merely to showcase his strength a little, letting the opponent know that this was not an easy adversary to defeat. Chapter 373, Caution of the Strange Beasts, Role Reversal, combined, 10 minutes ago. The third exploration team at the Level 7 frontline camp encountered an attack from the superclass Strange Beast, the Stitched Vengeful Spirit. Currently, there are no casualties, and the superclass Strange Beast was hunted down by the A-class Hunter Ashen String Shadow alone. Other teams are advised to remain vigilant from now on. All superclass hunters are requested to strengthen patrols and be on alert. In case of an attack, apply for support at any time. Hunters from various exploration teams in New Yuju simultaneously received the emergency notice from the command center. A superclass strange beast attacked the camp. The vast majority of explorers were taken aback. After all, the power of the superclass authority is essentially like the scythe of death wielded by the Grim Reaper for ordinary hunters, with little hope of resistance. Hence, the subsequent report of no casualties, and that the A-class hunter Ashen String Shadow hunted it down alone, was particularly striking and astonishing. The codename Ashen String Shadow is well known among the warriors of New Yuju. Although the newly summoned exploration hunters were not very attentive to external news, this hunter's name was now familiar to them. The founder of the highly popular Black and White armament. The creator of the ultimate exploration weapons Black Flame and White Oblivion Bomb. How could they not recognize this name that was closely related to their lives? Chapter 374, The Effect of Energy Gathering LV4, Scythe of Death, combined on the 7th day of exploration, in the early morning. At the command center of the New Yuju battle zone, a woman dressed in a splendid ancient Huaya-style gown, with her ink-black hair tied up, revealing her delicate neck. Her beautifully structured face adorned with flawless features, her eyes like bright mirrors, exuding an elegant aura, resembling a refined court painting. At this moment, this graceful woman was quietly sitting on the sofa, silently gazing at the tall and handsome figure of a young man, her gaze rippling with an indescribable expression. Bang! The tea mirror shattered, Your Highness the Mirror King. Lin Xiao politely smiled as he handed the freshly brewed tea to the high-ranking leader he had never met before. Thank you. The Mirror King lowered his gaze and took a sip of the tea. Ashen String Shadow. Just call me Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, the woman paused for a moment, then continued to ask in a seemingly indifferent tone, Lin Xiao, Shen Quan said you exchanged positions with him. Yes, I proposed it voluntarily. You volunteered. The Mirror King slightly widened her eyes. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled, so for the time being, I will stay at the command center. And I hope the Mirror King can bear with it. The graceful woman tilted her face slightly, avoiding direct eye contact, and quietly asked, why? Because it's the closest here. Lin Xiao replied calmly. Chapter 375, Super A continuous slashing, exploration completed, combined, the black-green storm of death swirled around the deep blue water column, forming a ghostly water tornado spanning 10,000 meters, engulfing all the warriors of the 5th team, including Zhuojun outside. Towering sunflowers stood 100 meters high. And an incredibly scorching flow of authority continuously erupted from the clustered flower cores. A giant death flame vulture hovered low, its beastly demeanor showing a hint of amusement. Like catching a turtle in a jar, as the black-gray destructive flames poured down, continuously wearing away the power of the death spiral. Enduring the attacks of 2 superclass strange beasts, Zhuojun gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to maintain defense. Meanwhile, the explorers of the 5th team displayed all their defensive demon armaments, and those skilled in various protective mutations took action, constructing one defensive barrier after another on the inner wall of the tornado. With these hundreds of shield walls in place, the interior appeared solid and impenetrable, with no possibility of a breakthrough. However, the frowns of the soldiers did not ease. Once the power of that death tornado dissipated, the interior would face the forces of the 2 upper beings, which included the destructive power of the combination of Black Flame and Death Flame. In the face of them, this numerous high-strength defensive barrier would merely be like layers of fragile glass, unable to hold out for long. Chapter 376, World Annihilation Wish. Liberation of True Nature, combined, countless cold and sharp silver lines were inscribed upon the world, symbolizing the unassailable laws of authority. The boundless black and grey sea of purgatory roared forth, swallowing everything in its path. Gazing at that destructive force that could obliterate heaven and earth, even S-class hunters could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. In the face of the vast and boundless sea of destructive fire, Even combining the Dragon Shadow Holy Domain and the Law Holy Domain seemed inadequate, like a desolate island in the Sea of Despair. However, with a vast number of ever-increasing auxiliary commands, various enhancements, weakening, and the ebb and flow of power, the situation was not as one-sided as it appeared. Raw. Led by the Azure Dragon, the cloud, light, water, and wind four-element dragons soared majestically before the purgatory. With dragon claws wielding power, they cut through the fiery sea. Their majestic breaths surging forth, countering the destructive authority. Above the dome, a sun star composed of black-grey flames floated. At all times, thousands of fire feathers fell, each containing the destructive power capable of devouring a town. Then, with the surging of the black-grey flames, like a flare erupting, the sun star spewed down pillars of destructive fire. Death sentence bullet. In the Law Holy Domain, hundreds of silver rifles fired in succession. Countless silver bullets targeted the fire feathers. Chapter 377, Divine Disaster Crusher. Entering the battlefield, combined, the whole incident began with a certain commander of a major army in Yunju, who, to celebrate the victory of New Yuezhou's exploration, made a bold decision to transport their supreme treasure, the superclass colorful dream fungus beast meat, overnight. I heard that the Lord of Yunju once looked at their legion's glorious achievements, shedding tears as he painfully gifted them this. The most marvelous thing about this super A-class mushroom beast meat is that it won't be fatal, and there are no lingering toxic effects, even for ordinary people. However, after consuming it, even top A-class hunters will fall into illusions without resistance, where all beings are equal. Thus, when Lin Xiao rushed to the cafeteria, he saw a group of frenzied humanoid creatures. Even acquaintances from his third expansion legion were among them. Don't come over. Please don't come over. Reggae Lua Wushuang sat on the ground, desperately covering his butt, looking around in panic, trembling as if he had seen something terrifying. The heavy-pressure woman Wu Wan had a vacant look in her eyes, stabbing a watermelon knife fiercely into the sofa, exuding a chilling aura. Then reached out to flip the sofa's leather, muttering, "Lies, there's nothing inside." Chapter 378. Attempt. Reaching the limit of the waning moon's charge, 2-in-1, the air was so thin that even the powerful light spots were pitifully few. In this space, it seemed that all tiny particles had been emptied and not fully replenished by the outside world, with a somewhat cold temperature. The dome above was devoid of any clouds, just empty space. The ground was mottled and fragmented, resembling a broken jigsaw puzzle, revealing vast voids everywhere. They varied in size, some even larger than towns, dark and deep, as if leading to a bottomless abyss of hell. What exactly happened here? Lin Xiao widened his eyes, doubting whether he had stumbled into an abstract realm upon witnessing this vast battlefield's remnants. This world seemed to emit sorrow, nearing collapse. The continent that nurtured countless billions of lives was left with deep, bone-exposing wounds. The missing vast surface area was unimaginable, and he had no idea how many homes for life it could have been, nor how to fill it. With an unspeakable sorrow, Lin Xiao stood in the air, gazing at the distant Lord's battlefield. Cold and severe silver runes were inscribed in the space, setting up heavy shackles. Chapter 379, The Curtain of Apocalypse. Reasonable, 2-in-1, when Lin Xiao left the abyss, the sunset had faded, and night was beginning to fall. On this land, several more broken places had appeared, and the previous hunting spots for the forbidden beasts had long become abyssal ruins. Lin Xiao's face was expressionless, as he steadily made his way to the new Lord's battlefield. He held a pure white giant sword of light, with tiny black light particles swirling inside like stars. The sword's brightness was so intense that even Lin Xiao himself could not look directly at it, but as long as he moved a meter or two away, the giant sword appeared to be just a pitch-black void. It seemed as if all light was sealed around it, unable to escape. Currently, the progress of the limit waning moon's charge was roughly at 98. 99, leaving a little room for maneuvering. As Lin Xiao traveled, he maintained the structure of the static crystal. The energy compressed within this giant sword was equivalent to 498 of Lin Xiao's internal energy, plus 123 from the Eclipse Throne. In motion, the space sliced by the sword's edge seemed to reveal a faint line, containing a dark area devoid of light, which quickly vanished. It was somewhat similar to the scene of the space shattering around the scarlet broken beast, mixed with black flames. And exaggerated particles of the white disaster of the moon condensing into slashes, followed by extreme compression. Chapter 380, The Crownless. The Contradictor, 2-in-1, since New Yuju has not yet built a large assembly hall, the open space around the Hunter Association became the venue for the post-war meeting. Although the conditions were simple, the warriors did not mind and casually sat down on the crystal chairs. Vice King Shen Quan read out various personal rewards and benefits, thanking several large legions that had come out in full force, as well as the 3 unofficial vice-chairmen Super A-class hunters. After that, Shen Quan put down the documents and smiled, saying, "Thank you once again for supporting New Yuezhou's 3rd expansion. Now, the recruitment task is officially over, and you are free to decide your itinerary. In the coming years, many engineering teams will come to carry out large-scale construction. If any Hunter Guild wants to establish a base in New Yuezhou, they can seek prior approval from the Hunter Association, including Reggae Luo Wushuang's Ba Lei Legion. Several large guilds involved in the expansion can directly designate a large area within the 10-tier battlefield as future Legion sites. Both the rewards and the meeting content were within everyone's expectations. However, the expansion hunters furrowed their brows in confusion. Mr. Shen Quan. Why was Lord Ashen not mentioned in the list? Reggae Luo Wushuang couldn't help but ask. Chapter 381, Choice Issues. Life at Sea 2-in-1, what the Shattered True King saw from a demigod's perspective was truly extraordinary and eye-opening. Not to mention ordinary hunters. Perhaps some lords did not understand it so deeply. With both longing and fear, Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Humanity is powerful, without a doubt, the strongest race on Blue Star. Strong enough to arbitrarily classify countless other races as exotic beasts. The vast majority of life groups have their strongest individuals only at the disaster level. It is rare to give birth to a unique life forbidden beast, and as for demigod beasts, they are even scarcer. Currently, there are 71 lords, 28 throne demigods, and 6 temporary gods among humans. The disparity is enormous, so much so that the surrounding non-human demigods feel fear, and must unite to resist. This is the result of thousands of years of learning and accumulation by various human groups, with inherited experiences, cultural wisdom, and technological levels being indispensable. Most forbidden beasts and demigods, despite their high intelligence, do not acknowledge their beast-like kin, and do not want to spend endless time nurturing and teaching. The pursuit of wisdom and civilization grows with resistance, understanding, and yearning, while what actually prevents them from immersing themselves in it is. Chapter 382, The Definition of World Destruction. The Strange Sea Monster, 2-in-1, the music of the return journey played softly, warm and gentle. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Lin. The journey's end always carries a hint of sadness. The white-haired rabbit lady gently waved her right hand, her beautiful face adorned with a gentle smile. I hope this experience can give you some motivation to move forward. Thank you, goodbye, Miss Xia Xia, Lin Xiao smiled and bid farewell. Grateful to this white rabbit guide for allowing him to partake in various wonderful stories. As the rainbow-like colorful curtain fell, obscuring the scenery of the fairy tale land, Lin Xiao turned and stepped through the crystal-like colorful cave, pushing open the door painted with cartoon scrolls. Upon returning to reality, that profoundly deep memory instantly faded from his mind. All he remembered was that it was a warm journey full of educational significance. Delving deeper into the memory, it felt somewhat lacking in charm. Lin Xiao stretched lazily. Recently, his previously pent-up feelings had lightened considerably. Lord Ashen. A dashing A-level female hunter approached, standing respectfully yet somewhat nervously in front of Lin Xiao. Excuse me, may I ask? The female hunter hesitated, seeming a bit shy to speak up. Chapter 383, Voice and Interference, Creation and Innovation, Combined, I am Zhuang Jianyu. You must be the sword god Lin Xiao, right? I've long admired your name. Take this. Good sword. With such strength, you truly deserve to be called the sword god of Shali Slope. Ha ha, likewise. Brother Xiao, let us ride the sword together. What a joy. Ha ha ha, the long-haired sword immortal smiled radiantly, jumping around and gesturing wildly, performing various non-physical acts. On the other side, the hedgehog-headed youth also held an imaginary war hammer. Stepping back and rolling, with a big grin on his face, not knowing what he was fighting against. Lin Xiao sat leisurely nearby, recording their various antics with his phone. Tonight's dinner, at Lin Xiao's home certainly included the top-tier delicious super A-level colorful dream mushroom beast meat. This thing is simply a divine artifact. Not only unmatched in flavor, but also offering glimpses of some interesting and rare scenes. The Thunder Squad was still on a mission, and the current tasters included his mom, Shan Shan, Zhao Sihan and her parents from next door, Fang Wen, and Chen Feifei. Lin Xiao, to ensure the safety of the people and the house, took it upon himself to guard everyone closely. He casually shot some videos and photos as mementos. Although he was too showy later on and got discovered by his mom. Suffering a 100-hit combo of maternal love with pink slippers, the rewards were still incredibly rich. Chapter 384, Prophecy, Heosh Thunderlord Ha. I will destroy the world. Lin Xiao shouted angrily with clenched fists. In the Black Flame world, the wingless beast, resembling both a giant dragon and a demon, loomed like a mountain as it slowly opened its eyes. It coldly glanced at the insects below, then let out a disdainful snicker. There. The true method of world destruction. The black flames ignited, instantly shattering the young man's body. Be careful to secure the scroll, Lin Xiao helplessly put it back on the small bookshelf. Today, he practiced sword techniques with his master, the extreme intense sword immortal Li Yi, raising his single-handed sword level to 492. Before resting, he thought about trying his luck there. And as expected, he got crushed. It seems that mouth power is not all-powerful. He said goodbye to the old man in the rocking chair, and exited the Pantheon library. He intended to return to reality, but in the secret realm. A few familiar fluctuations made Lin Xiao pause slightly, and soon his figure appeared in the A-level holy temple. Ah, it's Mr. Lin Xiao. He is the Lord of Ashes and Strings, right? I just got chopped by his B-level form, it was terrifying. Most A-level hunters were in a simulated battlefield. And a few resting warriors looked at Lin Xiao with awe, secretly glancing at him and whispering, too afraid to approach. Chapter 385, Remaining soul stars in the room wrapped in a power barrier, Lin Shanshan lightly tapped the air, creating ripples as if the space had been filled with a CD, playing intense music. Ahead, two types of mutated particles converged, forming a mass of crimson flames that danced in the strong wind. The female high school student watched this scene with wide eyes, deeply engrossed in her research. Lin Xiao took a quick look and didn't want to disturb her. He went to the living room, wrapping up a large pile of gifts, desserts, fruits, mushroom beast meat, local specialties, a box of various high-end hot sauces, and 5 exquisite luminous flowers, including fire, flowing water particles, black, white, blue, and red. After preparing everything, Lin Xiao entered the soul holy domain through the black jade pendant around his neck. Hill, open the door. Clang. Ah. It's you, that terrible adult. Unexpectedly. As soon as he entered, he was spotted by a baby stroller boy loitering outside. Seeing the large pile of gifts behind Lin Xiao, little William was furious, pointing at him along with the Black Knight behind him, questioning, why did you bring so many things? What are your intentions? They are for Gurexia, Lin Xiao replied honestly. I knew you had ulterior motives. Chapter 386, Deep Sea Pollution, the rumor is true. On the edge of the battleship deck, Daisuke Kawakami, a high-ranking sea-level hunter, fell into a state of inexplicable daze while looking at the just retrieved fishing net. Within the still draining seawater of the metallic net, there was a sea turtle approximately half a meter long. Its shell was composed of green, yellow, and black colors, with a flattened oval texture that was not hard, but instead had a slight elasticity. It turned strangely, like a collection of bizarre eyes, with yellow sclera, green eyeballs, and black pupils. The limbs of the sea turtle looked normal, but through the shell's meat gaps, one could vaguely see foreign objects growing on its skin, dense meat filaments twitching, resembling countless bristle worms. Kawakami stared at the sea turtle, feeling a chill run down his spine while also suddenly curious as to why it had grown like this. Were all those meat filaments alive? Those eyes were so peculiar, they seemed to contain a wealth of information. At first glance, they were disgusting, but now, the more he looked, the more he felt a sense of beauty within. What kind of scenery lay inside the turtle shell? Its throat and mouth had soft particles wriggling, and it felt itchy on its back, as if something was growing, but Kawakami did not pay attention to that. Chapter 387, The Jewel Eyes of the Underworld at the headquarters of the Luke-Hu Hunter Association. What is all this? Looking at the several large boxes of supplies ahead, Vice President Jiang Wenlong's expression was no longer refined, and his posture appeared somewhat stiff. The cunning dragon Zhao Junshui squinted, his expression serious, carefully opening a case from the large box. Suddenly, a golden brilliant light burst forth, causing this fox-like man to widen his eyes in surprise. Indeed, it's top-tier spirit liquid. Qilong Linyin covered her mouth, looking at the large boxes with a sense of unease. Could it be that all of these are top-tier spirit liquids? That's right. A total of 200 bottles, Lin Xiao nodded. The items he bought online had finally arrived, with the address directly chosen as the Luke-Hu Hunter Association to save him the trouble. 70 bottles for the Blood Wolf Pack. I'll take 10 bottles. The rest can be distributed by your official channels, whether for the Furious Legion, Thorn Rose, or other medium and small guilds. Official hunter Lin Xiao was too lazy to bother with it, leaving it to these professionals to handle. After hearing this, the three official hunters from Luke-Hu looked a bit dazed. We have struck gold at home, as a resource-poor buffer zone. Even Vice President Jiang Wenlong hadn't seen such a rich treasure in nearly a century. Chapter 388, How to Believe. A new story, combined, just like a monarch going to the Hall of Upper Beings, there is no need to undergo the trials of the brave ladder. After all, they themselves symbolize the peak of mortals, deserving to be remembered by all gods. This is the familiar Great Lord Hall of the Phantom Holy Domain. So, Mr. Lin Xiao is from Hua. A woman in a black dress sat elegantly, her smooth long hair cascading like silver threads. She had pale skin, delicate nostrils, and her grey-white eyes scrutinized the guest in front of her. One side of her thin lips curled up, seemingly carrying a mischievous smile. What a coincidence. I also lived in that country for a while and made many excellent friends. I really appreciate the fine wines there, and there's a lovely black and white bear. It seems like there's an increased base affinity, as the vast majority of powerful individuals manifested through blueprints are quite friendly towards Lin Xiao, which is why he can receive guidance from everyone. Ms. Creemans was no exception. She treated Lin Xiao well and engaged in pleasant conversation with him. After enjoying some afternoon tea, she asked, "How is it, Mr. Lin Xiao? My maid's cooking is not bad, right?" "It's delicious," Lin Xiao said after sipping the red tea, savoring the delicate aftertaste of the cake, genuinely praising her. Chapter 389, Dreams Become Reality. After obtaining the remnants of the two monarch souls, Lin Xiao, fearing loss, created a tight isolation barrier using moonlight energy before hastily heading to the holy domain of ghosts. "It's you again, you scoundrel." As soon as he stepped into the living room, the little boy in the stroller glared at him, and the Black Knight behind him immediately assumed a boxing stance, beginning to slide professionally on his feet. "William, be polite." A calm and dignified female voice came through, causing little William to immediately pout. while the Black Knight transformed from a boxer into a hunchbacked old man, looking quite dejected. Ancient Grisha approached with cut fruit, revealing a faint smile. "Good evening, Lin Xiao." "Good evening, Ancient Grisha." Lin Xiao was unceremonious and plopped down on the sofa. Nearby little maids quickly gathered around, sweetly calling out Mr. Lin Xiao, massaging his shoulders and legs, being very attentive. The head maid's expression darkened. Lin Xiao immediately realized that these little maids had overdrawn their pocket money again. It's strange. Ever since introducing them to official part-time jobs, such situations have rarely occurred. I wonder what outrageous products they have purchased online this time. Chapter 390, Personality Soul Seeds. A worthwhile deal. Lin Xiao had always been puzzled as to why the characters manifested from the library blueprints retained complete personality memories. After all, even if the owner of the Pantheon records were a top-tier demigod, he could not possibly observe the lives of countless powerful individuals. Especially those monarchs and demigods from the same era. It simply doesn't make sense from a temporal perspective. Now, Lin Xiao had some speculations. The master of the Pantheon was only recording story blueprints, and the contents within should be incomplete, leaving vast amounts of blank spaces. These blueprints are not only tickets to the Pantheon, but also serve as containers. They resonate uniquely with the true personalities, possessing an attraction similar to that of a shared soul. When those powerful individuals fall, the remnants of their souls, containing their memories and personalities, instinctively enter the Pantheon to fill in the blanks of their stories. In other words, the Pantheon library actually houses countless soul seeds from the old era. Why do this? Is it to resurrect them later, and use these powerful beings to resist destruction? Lin Xiao privately dismissed this viewpoint. The upper limit of the Pantheon blueprints only includes the throne demigods, Yue, and the King of Destruction, Diablo, who are already the pinnacle within. Chapter 391, Attendant, Vice King. Monarch level simulating a battle against the heavenly dragon monarch. In the vast wilderness, a slender man in a blue robe slowly opened his eyes, his dragon-like pupils cold and imposing. The moment he entered the battlefield, Lin Xiao immediately rejected world observation, and hid 800 miles away. Then, he took out a box of Projection Dragon series potions, opened it, and began to proceed steadily. When the power of the 9 dragons was fully gathered, Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. His agility increased by 23 points, and his physique and spirit rose by 12 points, but the enhancement lasted less than 12 hours. Which was over half less effective than a typical hunter. After finishing up, Lin Xiao descended the massive throne, entered a state of black flame sleep, and began proficient energy-gathering operations. Time passed slowly. After an unknown number of hours, when he had condensed 50 energy from within Lin Xiao, plus an additional 14 energy from the eclipsing moon, the giant sword of light in his hand finally reached its limit. The sword's edge sliced through the space, cutting a fine line through the dark void. Lin Xiao maintained an absolutely calm mechanical state, preserving the crystal structure, and approached the distant man at a steady pace. Unable to find an opponent, the projection of the heavenly dragon monarch stood still, lost in thought, without even the dragon shadow realm manifesting. Chapter 392, Gambler. For the Cherry Island, near combined chapter, it should be noted that there are no attendants or vice kings in the true ladder of gods. They simply cannot be counted within. This means that a normal top-tier A-class hunter, before advancing to monarch, has their physique and spirit attributes only around 55 points. The difference before and after promotion is like heaven and earth. This is also why some prodigies, sons of kings, can defeat A-class hunters while being B-class themselves. However, there has never been an A-class hunter who could challenge the Forbidden Calamity, or the only 71 monarchs of Blue Star. The gap between S-class hunters and A-class hunters is so vast that it is despairing, primarily due to the transformation that occurs after the monarch's territory is forged. They become truly unique life forms. According to internal research data, Besides the terrifying elevation of body and soul, monarchs also possess a certain judgment over their subordinates, which can lead to death effects. However, the inherent gap is so large that it rarely manifests. Lin Xiao can harm monarch-level beings using stealth, black flame sleep, the white calamity of the moon death, ability slashes, still energy, and energy gathering, all of which are essential sources of his main combat power. However, an awkward situation has now arisen. Chapter 393, Irredeemable Sinner, Fate Calamity Seed. When Shinomuyuko saw the other party's reply, she knew she had bet right again. Even though she was somewhat prepared internally, the charming and bewitching woman still couldn't hold back her excitement, her light-colored thin lips slightly curling upwards. No. I must be a bit restrained. I can't ask about the specific number of bombs. That would seem too materialistic and make me look ugly, a thing I must avoid. I need to have foresight. Thus, in her message, Shinomuyuko respectfully thanked the other party, stating that she would send a transportation team to Lin Xiao to collect the goods tomorrow morning. She also attached a photo of herself and Lioli Qianhe kneeling in gratitude, subtly showcasing the lofty demeanor of the purple-haired priestess. After meticulously completing all this, the vice president of Cherry Island reviewed the past messages between both parties, speculating on the other party's intentions and reflecting on whether there were any offenses or discourtesies. After a long time, Shinomuyuko finally breathed a sigh of relief. This way, that man should have a higher affinity for Cherry Island. As you can see, Qianhe turned off her phone, raising her gaze. As long as we successfully please Ash's Xianyin, we can gain more valuable resources. You cannot take it lightly. Shen Yi's deep black eyes spoke in a low voice. A person's threshold will constantly rise. That man is surrounded by countless beauties. Chapter 394, The Fallen Genius in the Military Medical Room of Goryeo. A handsome young man with short hair and a casual outfit stood in the corridor, a cynical smile on his lips. His star-like eyes seemed to float with constellations, as he looked through the window at the male college student lying on the hospital bed. Is that him? Yes. Under the fallen star crown, an old man with pale hair smiled slightly and introduced, "This is Park Seung-hyeon, a third-year ability user at Goryeo Military Academy. He used to be the top of his class, but has been frequently hospitalized and has fallen behind in physical training." The fallen star throne nodded thoughtfully. Can't find the cause. No, the causes are all detectable and quite normal. The old man scratched his wrinkled face, his expression somewhat strange. For example, skipping breakfast and training, leading to hypoglycemia, food poisoning, headaches from staying up late, heat stroke, fever from taking a cold shower after exercise, viral influenza pneumonia, stomach cramps from eating too much irritating food. And this time, it was overtraining, causing muscle and joint injuries, as well as mild rhabdomyolysis. Hearing these symptoms, the fallen star throne was somewhat astonished. Goodness! Is this kid a porcelain doll? Chapter 395, Gentle as the Deep Sea Ruya. Upon seeing the little head peeking in at the door, Park Seung-hyeon whispered, "Young man, is she your girlfriend?" The fallen star casually asked. "No, she's not. She's my classmate and friend." The college boy's face flushed, and his words became somewhat awkward. In contrast, the girl outside confidently walked in with a lunchbox in her left hand. She wore a military uniform of white shirt and black pants, standing under 1.7 meters tall, but her proportions were excellent, showcasing her long legs. Her medium-length black hair had soft waves, and a white headband held her bangs, revealing a fair and beautiful forehead. Her pretty face was adorned with large, bright eyes full of life and charm. "Hello, leaders." As she approached, the girl immediately put on a serious expression, standing straight with her legs and saluting. "I'm Shen Ruya, a third-year student in Class C. A classmate and acquaintance of the sickly Park Seung-hyeon, here to carry out my daily task of delivering meals." Shen Ruya spoke in a solemn tone, her expression serious. But due to her exaggerated movements, the lunchbox bag in her left hand swayed, making the atmosphere suddenly feel a bit out of place. The fallen star throne retracted his playful smile, his face darkening, as he said solemnly, Chapter 396, Pink and White Coral. Ambrose, combined, it was a giant coral entirely in pink and white. Its branches clustered and blossomed upwards, resembling broccoli and a floating pink bouquet on the vast ocean, exuding a romantic and pure atmosphere. If one could see the underwater world through the sea surface, this feeling would be even more pronounced. Various grotesque, horrifying marine creatures swam aimlessly in the nearby waters, uttering incomprehensible syllables that resembled murmurs or songs, their actions completely illogical. Compared to them, that pink and white coral seemed like an oasis, leaving a serene beauty in this madness. At the base of the coral, translucent pink skirt-like fronds grew, resembling its branches, stretching for thousands of meters, shaped like sea skirts and somewhat like jellyfish tentacles. These translucent tentacles spread out, gently brushing against the nearby bizarre beings. After being touched, those aimlessly wandering sea monsters paused for a moment, and the next moment, as if guided, began to swim in the same direction. This giant pink coral also acted like a diligent mentor, sometimes diving, sometimes changing its marine area, guiding more sea creatures forward. Just as it surfaced again, a gentleman's voice with a drifting tone echoed from above, Chapter 397, The Maid's New Clothes, God-level reader group, just moderate soul synchronization, ISNT enough. To help him achieve ghostly transformation, complete synchronization is necessary for precision. Yes, exactly like that. Looking at Lin Xiao lying on the bed, deeply synchronized with the maid. The doll Clemence knelt beside him, the soul fire in her large eyes burning with excitement, besides understanding his soul. You also need to understand this man's body. I'll help condense ghost particles, you focus on sensing and exploring, every inch of his skin, every muscle, every organ. No matter how private, must not be overlooked. If you want Lin Xiao's soul and body to merge, Guratia, you must know everything about his body inside and out. Lin Xiao felt that Clemence's words made quite a bit of sense. However, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched at this reaction, which was from the maid he merged with. He, as if seeing something explosive, the white-haired doll grinned foolishly. Oh Guratia, my dear pure Lady Guratia. Now merging with a man's soul, this is just too tantalizing. Clemence's pretty little nose is about to bleed. Chapter 398. The Light of Self-Destruction. Upon arriving in the United States, Lin Xiao was greeted by a group of foreign hunters. Welcome to Los Angeles. A muscular white man approached, introducing himself in a rough voice. I am Sam, Vice President of the Los Angeles Hunters Association. Thank you very much for your support, Lord Ashen. Just call me Ashen. Lin Xiao smiled and shook hands with the big man Sam, while the nearby American official hunters stared at him with curiosity, excitement, awe, and eagerness, as if they were seeing a highly recognized star. Lin Xiao was almost used to such gazes. As for the source of his fame, whether it was being the top of the A-level, the founder of Energy Gathering, the Hunter Wen Chun, or the super-popular fan fiction that translated into 5 languages and began global simultaneous updates, he really didn't want to delve into it. It didn't matter to him. Lin Xiao shifted his gaze to a friend with slightly curly dark brown hair and clear eyes. It seems this is our first real-life meeting. A laugher. Indeed, the Dream Master chuckled lightly. Do you mind if I watch, Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao casually smirked and joked, compared to your dreams, mine are simple and crude, lacking any aesthetic value. Chapter 399. The Worms of the Other World and Zero Worm staring at the completely exposed entrance to the Holy Realm. A group of American hunters was dumbfounded. Even Sam, the vice president of the Los Angeles Hunters Association, was sweating coldly, his eyes filled with disbelief. That was a nest barrier capable of withstanding monic attacks. Even a group of upper A-level hunters could not leave any scars after bombarding it for a long time. Just from the strength alone, it was astonishing. Yet now, it had collapsed so easily. The American hunters couldn't help but swallow. Their eyes filled with awe as they looked at the Huaya man in front of them. The gap between A-level hunters feels as vast as a chasm. After a brief moment of losing his composure, Alafa shook his head and smiled, sincerely saying, "You must be the most knowledgeable person in the world about the development of white evil particles. Congratulations, Lin Xiao. This is largely thanks to your reminder back then." Nodding in gratitude to his generous friend, Lin Xiao glanced over and asked Vice President Sam, "There shouldn't be any other issues, right?" "Yes, Your Excellency Ashes, thank you very much for your support." The large white man shook hands with Lin Xiao and immediately shot a glance at the hunters behind him, eager to go in and take stock of the supplies. As a foreigner, Lin Xiao refrained from taking action, but Alafa spoke up. Chapter 400, Counterfeits, White Cocoons, Source Insects. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xiao and Alafa were taken aback, not expecting the other to say such words. This assumption seemed somewhat vague. Seeing the questions in their eyes, the brown clay figure smiled and corrected, then, to put it another way, if you incorporate some of their traits and differences into the countless individual humans, wouldn't that make it clearer for you? This time, Lin Xiao gradually widened his eyes, while Alafa furrowed his brows, seemingly recalling something. He, in a certain way. Doesn't it feel a bit similar? Ambrose grinned and slowly narrated, "Suppose the life in this world, like them, starts off as a white cocoon. Those without talent, unable to cultivate power, are the eliminated, trapped within the white cocoon." He pointed to some cocoons that couldn't break free, chuckling. "Qualified individuals become the zero insects. They can grow, evolve, and possess so-called infinite possibilities, absorbing energy and becoming stronger." Ambrose spread his hands, stating that fundamentally, this is the same for hunters. Chapter 401, Infinite Possibilities. Life insects. Hearing Alafa's question, Mr. Ambrose suddenly halted. His neck remained twisted at a 180-degree angle, expressionless, as he stared at Lin Xiao and Alafa behind him. His eyes wide and hollow. After a deathly silence, the brown clay figure slowly turned his body while keeping his neck in place. "Mr. Ambrose, does this question involve any taboos?" Alafa asked calmly in a low voice. "No," Ambrose shook his head and replied faintly. "I was just wondering if I should let you recognize this thing. You two are not only rare geniuses, your traits are also considered safe. You should not be on the list. Growing steadily is more important than anything else. After all." The corners of the brown clay man's mouth curled slightly as he mysteriously whispered, "Knowing too much comes with the risk of being targeted." Upon hearing this, Alafa frowned slightly, silently gazing at the clay figure in front of him. Then, he looked at the young hunter beside him. "Lin Xiao, why don't you step back for a moment?" "No need. Since you want to listen too, let's stay together." Lin Xiao smiled nonchalantly. Chapter 402, The Initial Zero. Dragon of Possibilities is the more convenient power related to the characteristics of their abilities themselves. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. "That's right." The brown clay figure nodded vigorously, a smile spreading across his face. "Those traits, combined with the fate given by the true God, become the most terrifying weapon. A person's fate, from the starting point to the end, is separated by various causes and effects. You could say that countless causal relationships construct a person's life. However, before the facts are settled, one cause can lead to multiple outcomes, just with different probabilities. For example, you walk and bump into a table. Ambrose shared a fascinating example. A normal person, faced with this situation, would likely feel a bit helpless and then leave normally. But, could there also be this situation? You become overly sad and fall into depression. You injure an organ, end up in the hospital. Even, this could be the source of your misfortune. Because you bumped into the table, you move sluggishly, go outside and trip, injuring your head and bleeding, and then on the way to the hospital, you encounter a car accident, a series of calamities. All of this has its probabilities. Ambrose smiled as he recounted, and interfering with fate can increase that probability. Even anchor the cause and effect. Chapter 403, The Tosaka Sisters. Is there a possibility, combined, that afternoon, Lin Xiao, with good intentions, visited the Hunter Literature Spring Company? Unfortunately, they were all on vacation. What a damn pity. Disappointed, Lin Xiao accidentally kicked the boss's office door open. The American Eagle Hunter Association stated, "This was just a gas explosion, and is a fire safety issue. It should be compensated by the Literature Spring Company." With the payment from this time and a lingering sense of unfulfillment, Lin Xiao took a fighter jet back to Luzhu the next day. Looking at the dozens of large boxes of crystal bombs that had just arrived, Vice President Kamizumi Yoko's cheeks flushed, and her body trembled slightly. So much. Chihiro Ruri gaped, her expression somewhat dazed. Initially, she thought that the man was only referring to a bit of stock, but unexpectedly, this quantity was significantly more than the total amount of Sakura Island. With these, the firepower distribution issue for coastal defense was greatly alleviated. The corners of Kamizumi Yoko's lips couldn't help but curl up, even she couldn't resist wanting to hum with delight. It's so worth it. Just by flattering and catering to that man's preferences, one can gain unimaginable rewards. This is truly too valuable. Hibari and Shanji tried to calm their excitement, instructing their subordinates to carefully store this batch of goods in the warehouse. Chapter 404, The Famous Snow Princess, Dolphin Nono, combined, to the east of Sakura Island. The construction front of the 53rd segment of the Into Island ice wall. Fishing boats and merchant ships had long ceased operations. The entire near-sea area had been completely frozen, thick solid ice replacing the sea surface, with some sections already erecting towering ice walls over 100 meters high. On the coastline, crowds of people gathered, consisting of local citizens, tourists from other states, and even foreigners of various skin colors. Since the construction of the Into Island ice wall began, more and more people came to watch the building process. Most of these spectators had prepared in advance, appearing quite professional, wearing glasses that displayed power visuals like those used in the Brawl arena, with multiple high-definition cameras set up on the ground. Some bloggers even started live streaming, with barrage comments flooding in, reaping the benefits of traffic. Sakura Island's military soldiers stood guard by the sea, preventing some crowds from getting too close and affecting the construction of the ice wall. Watching the cheerful people, some official staff holding blueprints wore expressions of complex helplessness. For the Hunter Association, the oceanic tidal battle is a difficult and significant campaign. It not only requires tremendous manpower and resources, but also carries unpredictable risks, especially on the front lines of intercepting sea monsters, where every soldier faces the risk of sacrifice. Chapter 405 New Friends. Let's do it this way. After completing the daily bomb making, Lin Xiao left the Dragon Lord's sacred domain and discovered that the first batch of foreign demon remains suitable for Moon White, which he had exchanged with various countries, had arrived. The research lab in the imperial capital had processed them and sent them to Luzhu, totaling about 100 pieces. Lin Xiao spent some time encoding and charging these white obliteration armaments. Upon returning home, he noticed several large boxes piled up in the living room. Someone had sent you a package. Lin Shanshan was curled up on the sofa playing with her phone. It should be from Sakurajima, Lin Xiao realized. The day before yesterday, the vice president of Sakurajima, Kamino Yako, had mentioned she would send some local specialties as a token of gratitude for the support he provided. It was quite normal for the other party to want a reciprocal gesture, so Lin Xiao gave her his delivery address. There were quite a variety of items. As he opened several boxes, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows in surprise. The gifts inside were all exquisitely packaged and varied, including the usual snacks, tea, various beautiful handicrafts, paintings, tea bowls from Sakurajima, as well as many unexpected items. There were a limited edition Linglong Crown Snow Wood guitar, only 10 in the world. A perfect collection version of the PS16 family bucket, a limited game gift box for Hell's Supreme, various anime, manga, novels, games, original artworks, figures, author signatures. A complete baseball set, a special fishing rod for Air Force, and iterations of Sakurajima's JK school uniforms and cheerleading outfits. Chapter 406 Deep Sea Devaluation. Thunder teams return, 2-in-1, on the massive warship. Crimson blood flowed across the deck. There weren't many signs of battle damage here. However, a dozen crew members were curled up on the deck, their wide eyes filled with horror. Due to disgust and fear, their bodies trembled, their expressions twisted. And they emitted uncontrollable low growls from their throats. Although the mental pollution had been removed, the distortions had already formed. Some people had dozens of pairs of insect compound eyes growing on their faces, while others were covered in flesh lumps, pink and shiny like the eggs of apple snails. Some had swollen, pus-dripping limbs that emitted a strong foul odor, while others had skin that cracked and peeled, exposing large areas of muscle and fat. One crew member had a stomach that was swollen like a pregnant woman, with visible writhing and twitching of the belly, leaving one to wonder what was growing inside. After regaining their sanity, these disgusting mutations were the most unacceptable. The blood on the deck was actually the traces left behind from their initial inability to calm down. Whether tearing at flesh or digging into their bodies, various self-harm behaviors. The other crew members understood their feelings, standing by and constantly comforting them. Calm down. You'll recover after the surgery. Chapter 407 White Sugar Beautiful Assault. No illness found, 2-in-1, mental aberration affection, as the name suggests, is the ability to make a life truly fall in love with someone from the heart, willing to give everything for them. After truly familiarizing herself with her aberration, Pink Sugar Beautiful had never used this ability on humans again. For her, it became a taboo. Human emotions are complex, but sometimes they can seem very simple. Under the subtle influence of the aberration ability, even if the affection is lifted, the other party may still genuinely develop feelings for her, even gradually falling in love. For Pink Sugar Beautiful, this was not a good thing. Her inner kindness and guilt gave her a heavy sense of responsibility. When she previously rejected friends like Rose, she was always careful, racking her brain to take care of their emotions, unable to bear to see these victims cry. Of course, the most important thing is that once this ability is used, the line between facade and reality becomes blurred. You cannot tell if the other person truly likes you or if they are merely infatuated. The emotions are no longer pure. This is a thorn in Pink Sugar Beautiful's heart, something she cannot touch or remove, always stuck in her heart, causing a faint pain. Because she had experimented with this ability on the very people she should not have. Chapter 408 Invisible Relics. Trust in Gracia, 2-in-1, it was indeed not an isolated case. In the Sakurajima Hunter Association, Kamino Yako slowly flipped through the materials in her hands, her black eyes deep and calm. Yes, ever since the 12th battleship experienced anomalies. In the past few days, a total of 9 battleships had successively shown similar sea monster evolution phenomena, with their power and deep sea devaluation suddenly increasing by a level. The purple-haired witch, Lioli Chinha, stood beside her, reporting with a serious expression, whether catching all the beacons in one go and then having the captain handle them together, or recording and exterminating each net, as it is caught, it does not affect the evolution of any individual later. Moreover, the phenomenon of sea monster evolution only occurs after crushing a few deep-sea lives, which still lacks a clear pattern. Some captains had sea monsters mutate right after handling the first deep-sea life. Lioli Chinha sighed and added, fortunately, each time only one individual evolves. And there has yet to be a situation where multiple sea monsters mutate simultaneously. Thanks to Miss Camino's warning, the captains have already taken precautions. And there has not been a repeat of the tragic situation of mass crew mutations like last time. Chapter 409 Lin Xiao prepares to head to Sakurajima, 2-in-1, One-Handed Sword LV2, Experience Point 7, One-Handed Sword LV2, One-Handed Sword LV3. Potential points 1, a slender blade pierced through. It seemed to merge with the air, silently thrusting into the world ahead, the light flashing momentarily, naturally coming to a stop at the swordsman's throat. What a good sword! After a brief daze, the man in a grey shirt, with his hair tied back, stroked his goat beard. A light smile carrying a hint of poetry. As the saying goes, a sword startles the swan, like a dragon sweeping across the 9 heavens. Brother Lin Xiao. Congratulations on advancing in your swordsmanship. Thank you for your generous guidance, Master Li Yi. Lin Xiao sincerely bowed in thanks. He, just a small path, not worth mentioning. Sword Immortal Li Yi smiled and said, next time, perhaps we can spar and discuss sword techniques while you suppress your cultivation level. The Sword Immortal tugged at his goat beard, giving the young man a knowing look. No problem, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Master Li Yi is a top-tier A-rank hunter, and normally, Lin Xiao would always suppress his strength to match his level when practicing swordplay with him. Otherwise, with just one strike, he would truly be unbeatable and break through all techniques with sheer speed and power. Chapter 4:10 Arriving at Sakurajima. The lively Gemini family, 2-in-1, coming toward him was a girl wearing sandals, dressed in a small-sized casual dress, with a slightly serious expression. Her black hair hung down to her shoulders, tied in a small ponytail at the back of her head. She was quite petite, probably just over 1.5 meters tall, with delicate and pretty features that highlighted a certain childishness. Paired with her serious little face, there was a cute sense of a child pretending to be an adult. In stark contrast to the 2 oversized suitcases she was dragging, it created an unexpected visual impact. Looking at the nostalgic senior Qing Shui Qian, Lin Xiao slightly raised her hand and revealed a rather refreshing smile. Hey, senior, long time no see. Bang bang. The girl set down 2 pieces of luggage that were as tall as her chest. Damn it. Qing Shui Qian's eyes flashed with fierce light. With her left hand pressing down on the suitcase, she propped herself up and kicked sharply at the man's face with her right leg. You dog. Take this kick. Why so aggressive, senior? After catching this lethal attack, Lin Xiao lifted Qing Shui Qian's right foot, her face full of innocence. It's all because of your nasty rumors. Qing Shui Qian maintained her upside-down posture and shouted angrily, who is the one who's only 1.4 meters tall? You beast. I just woke up and my height is a full 153.2 centimeters. Chapter 4:11 Pollution. Learning, idol worship on the boundless sea, the steel battleship No. 15 was sailing at a steady speed. What? On the deck, a middle-aged woman wearing a captain's hat pressed her phone to her ear. Listening to the message from the other end, her expression slightly shocked. Nearby crew members cast curious glances. So that's it. The female captain nodded after listening quietly for a few seconds. Is that gentleman coming over right now? Okay, I understand. Captain, what happened? After the call ended, a B-level crew member from management asked quietly. The middle-aged female captain adjusted her military cap and chuckled. A guest wants to tour our operations and is on the way over. Do we need to slow down and wait? The crew member pointed to the bridge. Not necessary. The captain looked towards the darkening horizon tens of thousands of meters away. Suddenly, without any warning, a tall male figure appeared on the deck. All the crew members' pupils constricted as they quickly turned their gaze, staring in shock at the sudden arrival. He was wearing a simple shirt and long pants, with a calm and friendly expression and a youthful face. Chapter 4:12 Eye of Insight, Fruit of Sacrifice on the panel. A strange name appeared along with a peculiar skill that had no level. Lin Xiao frowned. But then the panel suddenly went haywire. It was as if a solid, seamless container had been opened, and everything that had been accumulated before poured out at once. XXXX, Experience 2, XXXX, Experience 3. Looking at the waterfall-like experience notifications, Lin Xiao was stunned. What on earth was this? If asked what actions he had taken previously that could earn experience points, Lin Xiao could only think of observing deep-sea life. Yes, the appearance of sea monsters indeed concealed certain mysterious knowledge, their existence itself contained power. In fact, Lin Xiao learned from the data that some high-value deep-sea monsters possess special abilities, such as freezing objects with their gaze, moving through obtuse angles, and generating fog. Although these special abilities were not as strong or threatening compared to the pollution of deep-sea anomalies and the appearance of sea monsters. The problem was that they did not require any might to activate, much like birds flying. They were unique skills obtained from pollution. Chapter 4:13, The Tempting Fruit of Sacrifice. Each life bug's authority should be independent. Apart from the causality they planted themselves, theoretically, they could not detect the powers of other similar beings. Before Lin Xiao awakened the Eye of Insight, the system created by the Supreme Celestial Master did not seem to have detected those light clusters. This was an absolute restriction set by the true deity of Dominion. Just now, the reason he could detect the anomaly was that Lin Xiao looked at the mysterious blackness mixed in the light cluster, resembling ink stains. It should represent deep-sea pollution. Very mysterious and abrupt, mixed within the causal light cluster, even the concealment bestowed by the true deity could not completely cover it. Just now, the panel recorded the fruit of sacrifice, and that strange question mark should have originated from this pollution. It was this that exposed itself. At the beginning, when Lin Xiao observed the sea monster, he unconsciously made contact with a certain light cluster. The system detected the part of pollution in the causal light cluster that could not be completely hidden, and absorbed a little. Lin Xiao slowly widened his eyes. He seemed to understand why he suddenly gained experience points for deep-sea knowledge. Because the part of the sacrifice light cluster that was polluted by the deep sea was also a force of fate's causality. Chapter 4:14, The Shadow of the Dead Angle. It was a robust fish. Its enormous eyes bulged out, covered with tough grey-black scales, and its tail was thick, long, and powerful. Unlike normal sea fish, it had human-like limbs, muscular even beneath the scales, with webbing between its four fingers, its lower body standing upright. As tall as an adult male. This oddly shaped humanoid sea fish was a relatively rare sea-class sea monster currently aboard the Sakura Island fishing vessel, with a deep-sea value reaching 15. At this moment, it was locked in place by several crystalline shackles, lifted off the ground, spinning around, displaying itself like a product without reservation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao observed the humanoid sea monster intently, using his terrifying dynamic vision and memory to record all the detailed characteristics of the sea monster in less than a second. The 74 points of mental energy brought forth superbrain power, analyzing and understanding the deep-sea knowledge contained within without resisting the pollution. XXXX. Experience 5, XXXX. Experience 6. Knowledge from beyond accumulation standard met. Mysterious refinement. Deep diver, can awaken. Lin Xiao glanced at the newly refined skill by the system. Chapter 4:15. Fate that does not exist here. This battle zone encountered relatively few deep-sea life forms, which had only increased somewhat in the past week. The captain of battleship number 41 joked while leading Lin Xiao to the deck storage area, rubbing his sparse hairline. Today we've already caught 7 beacon nets. But there seem to be only 5 or 6 sea monsters. I must say, this is much better than my colleague's health. Looking at the other person's receding hairline, Lin Xiao smiled with concern. That's great, you've worked hard. When they arrived at the storage area for the catching nets, a dense mass of grey powder light balls caught Lin Xiao's eye. In terms of quantity, it far exceeded that of other battleships. Lin Xiao's eyes scanned over, quickly counting. No more, no less, exactly 98, perfectly matching the number of sea monsters previously processed. The causal light clusters of other battleships seemed to have consumed around, probably related to the evolution of the sea monsters. Once the captain finished recording, Lin Xiao efficiently completed the observation of the sea monsters, extracting the knowledge of their external pollution into experience points. Captain, I'm going to start processing the sea monsters. All right, all right. The half-bald captain put on his military cap and stood by with great interest. According to the rules, if nothing unexpected happened, this warship would soon experience a sea monster evolution phenomenon, and it was his first time witnessing it. Chapter 4:16. Why is there suddenly a man? Unexpectedly. The usually talkative Li Ji seemed not to be joking this time. The tolerant and understanding Lin Xiao could only choose to respect and understand, conforming to local customs. On a small stool in the bathroom, a man wrapped in a towel around his waist sat upright, allowing 2 towels to rub against him. Is this strength suitable? Lord Lin Xiao? Fa Soka Kaidi asked with a smile. Very good, Lin Xiao nodded faintly. Lin Xiao-san, the shower gel sister, Fa Soka Rin, expressionless, was making bubbles on the sponge. It's okay. With the hot water pouring down, steam rose. In the humid environment, the 2 hard-working ladies inevitably had flushed cheeks. To avoid wetting their clothes, the Fa Soka sisters were also wrapped in towels. Oh. However, their wraps were not tight enough, and they accidentally loosened a couple of times. Lin Xiao secretly shook his head, seeing that this was also a technical job, even with slippery shower gel. A towel expert like him wouldn't let it fall off. Fortunately, he, being understanding, did not mock them, just maintaining a straight face as if he hadn't noticed. Lord Lin Xiao, Fa Soka Kaida lifted her falling bangs, her misty eyes lowered. There's south still one place that hasn't been washed. Chapter 4:17, Making someone bathe is not cool at all. On the majestic ice wall hundreds of meters high, a tall and well-proportioned young man stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the distant horizon. The sea breeze blew through his half-long hair, revealing his indifferent eyes and that expressionless handsome face. To the left of the man stood a beautiful young girl with flowing long hair, her hands elegantly placed behind her, her expression cold. Like him, she silently gazed into the distance. The 2 did not speak, not even glancing at each other, yet despite merely standing there, the air seemed to be filled with an unspoken sense of tacit understanding. Watching this unfamiliar man suddenly appear on the screen, the crowd along the coastline looked puzzled. Even the major blogger Li Zhixijiang was confused, as Xu Yaqin glanced at her live streaming room. Aside from that obsessed father fan acting crazy, the barrage screen was rapidly scrolling with questions like who, when did he come? Who exactly is this person? Xu Yaqin blinked. Could he also be a colleague of Baizu? Just then, Xu Yaqin's gaze sharpened, staring intently at the screen. She saw the black-haired girl turn around on the ice wall and take a few steps closer to the man, reducing the distance from nearly 2 meters to almost shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 4:18, What a broad-minded person. When that unfamiliar man returned to the ice wall with the black-haired girl, seeing him unscathed, even the coastal spectators were astonished, let alone the surrounding hunters. Under the full bombardment of Baizu's abilities, he didn't even have a scratch. A short-haired ice-type hunter scratched his chin. Although the girl had not yet mastered transformation, her combat power could indeed rival that of a B-class hunter. Not to mention that ultra-cold light ball capable of freezing energy would likely make even him, a senior B-class warrior of the same type, shiver if hit directly. Moreover, looking at the young man, a short-haired female hunter's eyes flickered as she lowered her voice. It seems he didn't use his powers to face Xiao Zu's attack, he just endured it with his body. Really? Some warriors who hadn't observed closely opened their eyes wide, looking astonished. He is an A-class hunter, and he should be stronger than the average A-class. The short-haired lady shook her head and smiled helplessly. Originally, seeing that gentleman's youthful appearance and demeanor, I thought he was Xiao Zu's classmate, but unexpectedly. Chapter 4:19, Does this conform to Sakurajima's traditional culture? What Lin Xiao did not expect was that the dinner location was not the Sakurajima cafeteria, but in a beautifully decorated private room styled in Sakura fashion. The number of people was also very small, besides Lin Xiao. There were only Kamino Yako and her 3 female subordinates. On the wooden long low table, there were various fruit platters, as well as exquisite dishes Lin Xiao had never seen before, many of which should be high-grade exotic beast meat from Sakurajima. Lin Xiao and Kamino Yako sat facing each other at the main seats, while the Fa Soka sisters sat close by on either side, serving the distinguished guest. Sister Rin was flipping grilled meat, the beautiful marbled fat resembling delicate snowflakes, said to be from a special breed of cattle raised on Sakurajima. Sister Kaede was holding a freshly peeled Crystal King crab leg, smiling brightly as she brought it to the man's mouth. Lord Lin Xiao, ah. Lin Xiao took a bite, and the endless fresh and sweet taste danced on his tongue. The flavor of this B-class coastal crab beast was truly irresistible. Lin Xiao-san. Just 2 seconds after swallowing, Sister Rin brought over the freshly grilled beef, and the intense aroma burst in his mouth. The rich yet non-greasy high-quality fat flowing in his mouth, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. The sister's service was simply impeccable. Chapter 420, The Reward Already Received. A porcelain wine bottle leaned toward the wine glass in Lin Xiao's hand. Through the bottle neck, one could still see the clear liquid swaying, with a refreshing fragrance of wine wafting out. Kamino Yako's dark eyes were deep, with a slight smile at the corners of her lips, while the far soccer sisters lowered their eyelids, remaining silent. The purple-haired priestess slightly parted her lips, her rosy face filled with shame, regret, and fear. Yet she still did not move, just watching with vacant eyes as the bottle tilted, gradually losing focus, like a puppet that had lost its soul. Watching the porcelain bottle's mouth get closer to the man's wine glass, watching the clear liquid flow outward. Wait! At this moment, a long male hand raised to support the bottle's mouth. Lin Xiao-kun. Kamino Yako raised her eyelids, looking in surprise at the man beside her. Miss Yako. Lin Xiao smiled gently, explaining softly, although it may sound a bit unromantic, I actually have a habit of not drinking until a battle is truly over. Thus, even though the fine wine made by Miss Lioli is very precious, please allow me to decline it here. I see, after a slight pause. The girl with the princess hair slightly furrowed her delicate brows, turning back with an expression of regret. Chapter 421, Crystallized White Moon, Mysterious Skill, Combined, the next day. Lin Xiao wandered around Sakurajima alone, during which he also accompanied Miss Ling Zhu for a while, admiring her hard-working and majestic figure. As for senior Shimizu Akane, she returned to her grandparents' home in the small Hanzaka district, and Lin Xiao did not plan to disturb her these days. Finally, the time rolled around to 5 in the afternoon. Impatient Lin Xiao, like a simulated farm game player, rushed toward the sea at full speed. Starting from the one battleship at the southernmost part of Sakurajima, he was ready to harvest. After completing a day's tasks, the massive fishing battleship floated off the southern coast. As a black meteor streaked across the unreachable horizon, in the next moment, a tall male figure stood on the deck. The roaring sound of the sonic boom echoed as the crew of the number 1 battleship looked at the suddenly appearing handsome man, their throats bobbing with curiosity and awe. After yesterday's captain's explanation, they already knew that he was not an ordinary A-class hunter. Whether it was the shocking principle of energy-gathering technique that stunned the hunting world, or the pollution artifact on the captain that saved many mutated crew members, the white extinction armor, all came from this man's hands. The elderly captain with graying hair smiled and approached, saying, I've registered all the sea monsters. It's up to you to handle them from here. Chapter 422, The Caress of Joy, Passive Skill Amplification, Combined. Looking at the 2 special skills on the panel, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with interest. The first, Door of Disorder, was probably similar to that high-value seashell, a kind of spatial jumping ability. The specific effects were still unclear, but no matter what, the special mechanism was there, so it shouldn't be useless. As for the second one, judging from the system description, it was likely a capability released through hand contact that allowed one to feel physical and mental pleasure, possibly a strengthened version of massage. It didn't seem to have any negative effects, and might even help him relax. Let's give it a try. With some curiosity, Lin Xiao first awakened the caress of joy. Feeling the subtle changes in his body, he raised his hands to take a look. Originally, those long, slender male hands with prominent joints seemed to have become a bit whiter. At first glance, they gave a sense of cleanliness, elegance, and clarity like jade. untainted by any dirt or filth. In comparison to Lin Xiao's memories, there should have been no change in the proportions of his hand bones. But at this moment, as he carefully appreciated them, whether it was the nails or the joints, every detail seemed just right. Like a masterpiece painstakingly carved by an unparalleled master. It highlighted the masculine sense of strength, while not losing its agility and delicacy. Chapter 423, Pollution Accumulation, King of Massage, combined, because it was truly an inopportune time. Lin Xiao, unable to argue, was pressed down by the angry Miss Ling Zhu, and was severely corrected for half an hour. This included, but was not limited to, punching, kicking, squeezing, biting, and all means of venting. It was all the fault of the Fate Stone's door. As Lin Xiao endured the humiliation, his eyes filled with helplessness. After Miss Ling Zhu calmed down, they went out for some Sakura Island cuisine, and took a sightseeing tour. That evening, as Lin Xiao returned to the villa, the Far Soccer sisters greeted him. "Lord Lin Xiao, you've worked hard today." Far Soccer Kaide said with a smile, "The hot water is ready. Would you like to take a shower first, eat first, or?" "Let's shower first, I've already eaten outside." "Okay, we'll go change clothes right away. Today is the swimsuit bubble bath." Little sister Far Soccer Rin brimmed with determination. However, Lin Xiao smiled and declined, "No need, I can wash myself, you all go rest." Leaving the twin sisters looking as if the sky had fallen, Lin Xiao entered the bathroom alone. Chapter 424, Incredibly Precious Things in the Spacious Master Bedroom of the Villa. The purple-haired priestess stood by the bed, looking at the twins sweetly asleep in thin silk pajamas on the chaotic bed that resembled a battlefield. She had her lips slightly parted, her expression full of confusion. The air was very quiet. Suddenly, a clear and magnetic male voice came from the door, "You're here, Miss Lioli." "Ah?" The gentle spring breeze-like voice brushed past Lioli Chihaku's eardrum, causing her heart to tremble. The purple-haired priestess shrank her shoulders, her long ponytail bouncing a few times, and then she stiffly turned around. Lin Xiao sensei. Looking at the handsome man at the door with a friendly smile. Lioli Chihaku curled her lips, her pale smile revealing much awkwardness. "Thank you for your hard work in coming so early." Lin Xiao glanced at the time and apologized. "I'm sorry, I just finished my work." It's fine, it's fine." Lioli Chihaku shook her hands, her eyes sparkling. "Oh, so you just finished? Ah ha ha." The purple-haired priestess's gaze flickered, not daring to look directly into the man's eyes, fearing that her wandering gaze would glance at the big bed. She could only awkwardly turn her head slightly. Chapter 425, Pure Young Childlike Heart. Sensing the sincerity in the man's tone, Shinomiya Yako slightly widened her eyelids. After a moment, she returned to her senses, feeling a bit flustered as she tilted her eyes and brushed her hair back. "I understand, Lin Xiao-kun." Looking at the table, Shinomiya Yako's deep black pupils flickered for a moment. Finally, her eyes warmed, her expression gradually softened, her thin lips curling up, returning to her usual calm demeanor. "Since you've said so, then I won't be polite anymore." The vice president of Sakura Island smiled slyly, her gaze softening with a touch of warmth. "That's good." Seeing that the other party understood his meaning, Lin Xiao also smiled and withdrew his hands. The reason he worked so hard was mainly for himself. For the fruit of his death. Whether it was the crystal bomb, or the weakening of sea monsters, they were just byproducts of his cultivation. No matter if it could help Sakura Island, he would do it. If this caused the vice president of Sakura Island to passively bear too many favors from him, it would be overly burdensome. "Then Miss Yako, can you provide me with a safe production warehouse?" Lin Xiao said slowly. Chapter 426, The Unyielding Rebel Clang. Clang. The Sakura province katana, seemingly flowing with platinum electric light, had a slight curve in the hands of the white-haired man, remaining still yet moving like lightning. Imbued with a vast intent to cut. Opposite him, a young man wielding a long, straight black blade was struggling to resist. If Lin Xiao were to analyze the opponent's swordsmanship, it would be fast, precise, and an ultimate control over the path, angle, and timing of the blade. Whether it was instinct or meticulous calculation, the seemingly ordinary slash of the Thunder Slash Lord always found the target's weak points. No matter Lin Xiao's angle of force, direction of defense, path of the blade, or the varying textures of energy structures, he could find flaws and strike with precision at that moment. Although the opponent suppressed their power to the same level, Lin Xiao fell completely at a disadvantage, and this terrifying pressure pushed him into a focused learning state. One-handed sword LV3, experience 8, one-handed sword LV3, experience 10, 2 hours later. Hao Kia Lei Jun retracted the blade that was pressed against the opponent's heart, raising an eyebrow. Not bad, I thought you would be specialized in abilities, but I didn't expect your sword skills to be impressive as well. Chapter 427, The Mystery Hidden in the Corpse. Huh? The wind bear hadn't yet understood the meaning of humanity, and the next moment, a cold, fierce white light enveloped its body. The disaster beast crashed to the ground. Although its heart was still beating, its azure beast eyes were vacant, as if no soul remained. Seeing the terrifying gap in strength, the surrounding observing beasts were immediately horrified and scattered like birds and beasts. Lin Xiao paid no attention to those beasts, only hesitatingly examining the giant bear on the ground. So how should I eat it? After pondering for a while, Lin Xiao lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, and black flames ignited, engulfing the giant bear's body. Soon, a bear carcass, skinned and gutted, was suspended on a crystal grill in the air. Snap! Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and a hot red lotus torch rose, beginning to barbecue the disaster giant bear. Although Lin Xiao wasn't proficient in flame mutation, under the exaggeration of his powerful strength, it still had a power that ordinary A-level hunters couldn't compare to. In no time, the mouth-watering aroma of meat spread out. Lin Xiao tore off a plump bear paw, took a bite, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. High-quality ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods. The blood and flesh of the disaster beast were swallowed into Lin Xiao's stomach, quickly transforming into rich nutrients that were fully absorbed by his body. Chapter 428, Teleportation. Plague Messenger, high-grade juices, combined. Deep-sea life indeed grows in a way that's hard to bear, making it difficult for normal people to consume. However, in the past, there have been cases of hunters from the 5 federations eating deep-sea life. Some were researchers with an experimental mindset, taking risks to try it, while others were hunters driven mad by high-stakes battles, too pressured and nearly insane. And their outcomes were generally not very pleasant. Toxins and such are minor issues. Or rather, not every sea monster possesses toxins. The real cost of consuming deep-sea life is enduring the pollution that comes in multiples. In the vast majority of cases, those hunters who consume sea monsters exhibited deep pollution and mutation phenomena, and the speed of mutation was rapid and difficult to reverse. Some, even when equipped with multiple A-level mental doctors, could not control the pollution and ultimately could only fall completely into true deep-sea life in front of everyone. The reasons for this are mainly related to 2 aspects. First, deep-sea corruption is too high. If the pollution level of a sea monster's appearance, sound, smell, etc. is 10, then consuming its blood and flesh will increase the deep-sea corruption level by 210 times, with the difference depending on the type of sea monster. Chapter 429, Beast Pasture, B-Level Evolution, The Gaze of the Mother Goddess, combined. Time passed. In a blink, Lin Xiao had been on Sakura Island for nearly a week. During this time, he lived a very regular and fulfilling life. Lord Lin Xiao. Breakfast is ready. The now familiar Yuan Band sisters excitedly burst into the man's room, leaping towards the large bed like a long jump. Now starting the refreshing wake-up service. Good morning kiss, Lin Xiao-san. The 2 sisters, bound by the power of the flame, floated at the edge of the bed, while the man stretched out his hands on either side, blocking their eager faces from getting closer. No need, thanks. He skillfully prevented the two from being overly enthusiastic. Under the reluctant gaze of the twin girls, Lin Xiao got up to change and wash. And after enjoying a breakfast that was rich in color, aroma, and taste, he headed to Hao Kia Lei Jun's sacred domain. Then, as usual, he spent the whole morning making black flame bombs in the sacred domain's warehouse to gain experience points for his main skills. During this time, Miss Kamizuki came by twice. Each time the tired vice president of Sakura Island saw the increasingly accumulated bombs, her face would light up. She would chat warmly with Lin Xiao while her eyes darted around, grinning mischievously. Chapter 430, The Flaw of Lines and Points. Looking at the skill description on the panel, the young man's eyes twitched. What the hell is this? After a slight moment of confusion, Lin Xiao sighed, feeling that it wasn't too absurd. In fact, over the past week, he had already acquired more than one skill related to the Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess lower body, standing on the dark forested earth with black hooves. Majestic and boundless. Reproduce, endlessly for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Combining it with the caress of joy. And now the gaze of the Mother Goddess, Lin Xiao speculated that the source of such abilities should come from a mysterious existence that governs love and reproduction. Moreover, based on the similarity of knowledge from the outside world, he believed that the skill high-grade juices was also related to that Mother Goddess in some way. Perhaps like the Corrupted One and the Plague Messenger, it belongs to a relevant lower branch ability. Although the skills under the Mother Goddess may seem quite undesirable, they were actually quite popular with Lin Xiao. Not for anything else, but because these abilities, once awakened, usually brought him positive physical corrections. Caress of joy, grip strength increased by 5, palm sensitivity enhanced. Chapter 431, Idle Girl, Pure White Dream, combined. Beep. The truck horn blared as the middle-aged truck driver slammed on the brakes, but the fully loaded heavy truck couldn't slow down, careening toward the frail girl. Child, you must live fiercely in your next life. The well-insured driver gritted his teeth in anguish, tears in his eyes. The girl, with dyed shoulder-length golden hair blowing back, wore a duckbill cap and had a bewildered expression on her idol-like delicate face. Am I going to die? Faced with the rapidly approaching steel beast, unable to evade, she seemed to see the carousel of life flash before her eyes, her gaze gradually losing focus. The rumble of the heavy truck echoed in her ears. Yet her body felt no pain. The girl in the duckbill cap widened her eyes. The sky darkened, and the rapidly spinning wheels, along with the dust-covered chassis of the heavy truck, sped past in her vision, but did not touch her body. An unbelievable scene unfolded. In front of her, there seemed to be an invisible arch bridge, carrying the steel truck upward. Climbing onto the low-flying heavy truck, after leaping over the girl by several dozen meters, it appeared to have reached the top of a transparent bridge, pressing down a gentle slope, gradually merging with the ground. The middle-aged driver did not stop to look back. It was as if nothing had happened, and he continued driving his truck full of goods towards the port leading off the island. Chapter 432, Inside and Outside the Dream. Hatsune-chan is an angel. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. However, looking at the text annotations on the interface, he couldn't ascertain the effects of this skill at all. Like the out-of-bounds knowledge he obtained from that pure white shell, it was chaotic and seemingly devoid of meaning, extremely nihilistic and difficult to comprehend. The reality and dream. Everything unreachable. After looking at the introduction, for a few more seconds, Lin Xiao chose to awaken. His consciousness sank into the depths of his mind. As if enveloped in a layer of gauze, like being in a pure white, untainted dream, everything filled with a sense of haziness. Suddenly, countless pieces of information surged into this dream, entangling chaotically, transforming into a monster with an octopus head, dragon wings, and a human body, with eyes, mouths, and tentacles made of pulpy slime, shaped like a wolf traversing the changing contours of time and space, and huge, indescribable masses of flesh like black clouds, situated within a sphere that gathered infinite brilliance at the convergence of countless nested doors. They clustered in the pure white dream. With a mass of formless beings writhing around Lin Xiao, playing a profane flute, striking an invisible giant sound, laughing joyfully while dancing clumsily and absurdly. Looking at these crazy and bizarre monsters, Lin Xiao, who was in a half-awake daze, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Chapter 433, Initiating Catastrophic Rescue Night. Sakura Island Hunter Association Headquarters Office. Hair swaying slightly, beneath the bangs of a princess cut, was a solemn and exquisite face, devoid of any smile in front of others. Vice President Kamakami Yako was seriously reviewing reports from various ship captains, comparing them with the messages sent by the man on her phone. Today, ships 15, 19, and 21 all exhibited signs of C-class sea monsters evolving. It has been confirmed that high-level evolution does exist, and the evolution pattern is consistent with D-class sea monsters, requiring the accumulation of over 100 sea monsters of the same level. Important report: sea monster evolution cannot surpass the goddess ladder, mastering aberration, but instead results in even more exaggerated power intensity and continuously increasing deep-sea degeneration. There were several sets of comparative data from Lin Xiao, Ship 15, C-class lower level evolved to B-class upper level. Deep-sea degeneration, 99, no weakening of evolution, Ship 19, C-class middle level evolved to B-class top level. Deep-sea degeneration, 98, no weakening of evolution, Ship 21, C-class lower level evolved to B-class middle level. Deep-sea degeneration, 87, evolution weakened, Chapter 434, growth. Gaining the power to fight with Lin Xiao, combined 1, here it comes. Accompanied by the thunderous shout of a bespectacled uncle from Sakura Island, the crowd on the coastline, equipped with various long guns and short cannons, perked up, locking their devices onto the icy wall area where Yuki was located. On the vast ice wall, which was nearly 500 meters high, a familiar male figure appeared. It was as if he had suddenly manifested. No one noticed the path he took to arrive, nor did they know how he descended here. The spectators had already grown accustomed to this. At this moment, instead of marveling at the sudden appearance of the strongest A-class hunter, they were more concerned about other matters. Wow! Why is he so early today? He must be afraid Yuki is too lonely at work, he. No wonder they are both hunters from the same school, their relationship is great. Xiaoxue and he are just ordinary classmates. Stop spreading rumors. Yeah, ordinary classmates. I'm moved by this pure and beautiful friendship, side-eyeing. In the live broadcast room of the popular influencer Cheese Sauce, the comments were filled with a tacit and humorous atmosphere. Attention everyone. Don't miss every interaction detail. With the female influencer's command, the camera assistant's faces turned serious, entering a complete working state.